After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Jin Yu unexpectedly registered for the large-scale game open beta of Wandering Blue Star, inadvertently binding herself to the Plunderer system. Hosts bound to the Plunderer system can devour the golden fingers of other participants while traversing the apocalyptic mini-worlds, thereby augmenting their own abilities. Thus, Jin Yu embarked on a thrilling journey through various collapsing apocalyptic worlds, feigning innocence while sharpening her claws and hoarding supplies with fervor. In the zombie apocalypse, Jin Yu retaliated against other plunderers and scavenged resources. In the cataclysmic disaster, she honed survival skills and amassed a stockpile. During the ancient siege of the undead, she seized opportunities and adopted adorable pets. As she navigated through one apocalyptic world after another, Jin Yu suddenly uncovered a monumental conspiracy lurking behind the open beta of Wandering Blue Star. Her own world was on the brink of collapse as well. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Game. What is the most lamentable occurrence in the world? For Jin Yu, the most lamentable fate was that she had just completed her college entrance examination, and within a mere night, she found herself transformed back into a high school senior yet to take the exam. Gazing at the mock mathematics exam paper before her, riddled with red crosses, Jin Yu fell into a state of bewilderment. This was not her paper. Her mathematical prowess had never dipped below 130 points. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through her head, and she clenched the paper tightly as a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Countdown to campus battle royale. 20 minutes. Jin Yu's pupils involuntarily dilated as memories flooded back to her. Before she was transported to this world, she had been seated at her computer desk. After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, the very first thing Jin Yu had done upon returning home was to power on her computer. The day the exams ended was also the inaugural day of the internal testing for the Wandering Blue Star project, a grand game designed by her father. Tragically, her parents had perished in a car accident shortly after the project's blueprint was completed. Jin Yu had rushed to the hospital, where she could only catch a final glimpse of her father. With great effort, her father imparted a series of numbers and a password to her, then grasped her hand, his face contorted with unyielding resolve, uttering, "Survive. You must live." At that moment, she had merely promised to comply. Yet, following the funeral, the strangeness of her father's last words began to gnaw at her mind. Jin Yu's father was the director of the development department at a gaming company, as well as a coach in jiu-jitsu and sanda. She had been raised by him since childhood. She had never considered herself weak-willed, so why had her father emphasized this point in his dying moments? Jin Yu found herself at a loss until she discovered that the numbers and password her father left behind were the internal testing keys for the Wandering Blue Star project. Only those holding the key were granted the opportunity to participate in the project's first internal test. At precisely midnight on the night of her exam's conclusion, Jin Yu clicked the start button for the Wandering Blue Star project with her mouse. In but a second, a crimson number materialized before her eyes. Player ID 99999. At the sight of 5 nines, Jin Yu questioned whether she had misread. Beneath the 5 nines was a prompt to fill in her nickname and basic information. Staring at the 5 nines, Jin Yu silently wrote in the nickname field, "I've flipped 6. Upon clicking confirm, the page transitioned once more. I and the center of the page read, "If you could possess a golden finger, what would you desire?" Without hesitation, Jin Yu's fingers danced across the keyboard. "I wish to carry my home with me wherever I go." Her home was the elevator mansion on the 8th floor that her father and mother had purchased 7 years prior, a top-floor duplex. Every nook and cranny of the home had been designed by the three of them, and it held an abundance of cherished memories. Having already lost her parents, Jin Yu had no desire to lose the home they had built together. The notion of writing this golden finger was merely a whimsical trial. After all, it was just a game. Jin Yu clicked next, and the page shifted again to I in the center, an introduction to the Wandering Blue Star project. Blue Star is confronting an unpredictable crisis, and it requires your assistance, Jin Yu mused. This introduction is exceedingly brief. She continued to read. Players are divided into 2 factions, Guardians and Betrayers, competing for points by traversing various apocalyptic worlds. The methods for acquiring points are to be explored independently. Guardians can obtain the golden fingers of Betrayers by defeating them, while Betrayers can do the same to Guardians. Golden fingers among Guardians can be exchanged, whereas those of Betrayers cannot. Guardians earn 4,000 points for eliminating a Betrayer, while Betrayers gain 4 points for defeating a Guardian. Jin Yu reflected on this succinct game introduction. realizing it essentially encouraged mutual slaughter between guardians and betrayers. Moreover, the term betrayer was unequivocally villainous. Who were they betraying? Jin Yu felt her face grow pale. What a stroke of misfortune she had encountered. With a deep sigh, she gazed at her faction, then turned her attention back to the game introduction. However, the description was too brief. Although it mentioned that the methods for acquiring points required exploration, it had already indicated one method: the mutual slaughter between guardians and betrayers. It remained unclear whether guardians could gain points by battling amongst themselves, or if betrayers could earn points through internecine conflict. Furthermore, the means of plundering each other's golden fingers was not elaborated upon. The consequences of losing a golden finger were left unsaid. And what of this giving? Was it voluntary or involuntary? With a heart full of questions, Jin Yu glanced at the final line of the game introduction. The player with the highest point ranking will ultimately gain ownership of Wandering Blue Star. Jin Yu raised her eyebrows. She suddenly comprehended why such a coveted internal test spot had been so fiercely contested. A game that had already consumed billions in its early stages held an immeasurable market value. Jin Yu continued to click next. Dear player 99999, with the nickname I've6, welcome. Upon initiation of the Wandering Blue Star project, exit is only permissible through death. Please choose wisely. Will you participate in this internal test of the Wandering Blue Star project? Yes. No. Jin Yu stared at the words exit only through death, yet still clicked yes. Death in a game is commonplace, is it not? The page transformed once more. Dear Betrayer Player 99999, please select your novice apocalyptic world experience. A. Campus escaped. B. Despair City. C. Tidal waves. D. Cataclysmic rupture. Jin Yu examined the 4 options, her mouse gradually settling on 8. Options A and B appeared to offer a semblance of hope, while the campus was the most familiar setting for Jin Yu, a recent graduate. C and D clearly indicated natural disasters. The uncontrollable factors of such calamities posed immense risks, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible doom. The moment Jin Yu pressed option A, the computer suddenly erupted in a flash of white light, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. When her consciousness returned, the surrounding chatter filled her ears, and a voice resonated in her mind. Player 99999 has been successfully deployed. Golden Finger activated. As Jin Yu gathered her thoughts, she realized the golden finger spoken of was indeed the one she had entered. To her astonishment, the image of her home manifested in her mind. She beheld devour, the macaw her parents had raised since childhood, now 20 years old and older than herself, standing beside a lemon tree. She attempted to touch it, but devour remained utterly unresponsive. Jin Yu's gaze shifted towards the peppermint candies on the table. Goodness. Quick. Stop fooling around. The homeroom teacher is coming. A chair was abruptly kicked from behind, jolting Jin Yu's thoughts away from the comforting familiarity of her home. The once boisterous classroom fell silent as a woman clad in a black professional outfit and adorned with black-rimmed glasses entered. Jin Yu's eyes were fixated on the figure standing behind the podium. What is the nature of this game? Is it some form of AI simulation? However, she had not donned any equipment when she initiated the game. The immersive sensation compelled Jin Yu to pinch her arm sharply while the teacher spoke from the stage. It hurt. Was this a game? Or reality? I could hear your ruckus even before entering the classroom. Must we uproot the very roof of the teaching building to achieve some semblance of quiet? You are undoubtedly the most incompetent class I have ever taught. You are all in your final year of high school. How can you lack such awareness? Instead of wasting time, why not focus on solving problems and memorizing your notes? Once the homeroom teacher noted the absence of whispers among the students, she continued, Our class is scheduled for vaccinations this afternoon. Glancing at the clock, she was about to utter more when the bell rang. Jin Yu instinctively turned her gaze towards the round clock on the blackboard, realizing that 7 minutes had passed since the countdown of 20 minutes had begun in her mind. The students erupted in jubilant cheers at the prospect of dismissal, only to settle down obediently at the sound of the blackboard eraser striking the podium. For the first class this afternoon, the class monitor is to organize a line for the infirmary. The homeroom teacher, observing the restlessness of the students, added, and do not squander the time while waiting. Reciting formulas or vocabulary is also beneficial. All right, came the lackluster response from the students. The homeroom teacher, exasperated by their lack of diligence, cast a disapproving glance at the class and resignedly declared, class dismissed. And oh, sooner had she departed than the previously serene classroom erupted into chaos. Chapter 2. Campus Escape. 1. Jin Yu's current deskmate leaned back in his chair and let out a deep sigh. Addressing Jin Yu, that master of extinction scared me to death. Just as I was about to turn around to throw away some trash, I saw her peering in through the back door window. A boy from behind them immediately chimed in, right? If this were a horror film set in school, she'd undoubtedly be the quintessential big boss. Jin Yu silently regarded the boy who uttered those words, finding it hard not to suspect he might know something more. Don't spout nonsense. Jin Yu's deskmate turned to the boy and asserted, Mr. Yang is actually quite nice, even if, well, she wouldn't turn into a vengeful spirit. Oh, really? The boy suddenly extended his hand towards the girl, successfully startling her, before continuing, if Mr. Yang were to become a vengeful spirit, she would relentlessly hover over you while you attempt your chemistry exam, bite you for every mistake, and then again for the next one. Ugh. As the boy lunged forward to frighten the girl further, she could no longer restrain herself and struck him on the head with a stack of papers. Xuechong, are you out of your mind? The mere thought of that scenario sent chills down her spine. The dimly lit classroom, the apathetic students, the sound of pens scratching against paper, and the incessant clacking of high heels and the teacher's rod. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. And Duwon couldn't help but shoot Xuechong another glare. Jin Yu observed the nearly empty classroom without vacating her seat, instead unwrapping a mint from her palm and placing it in her mouth. It was no longer an illusion. She truly possessed the so-called golden finger as described in the game introduction. This golden finger was her home. She could extract items from her household even. Jin Yu reached for the utility knife on her desk and, with a mere thought, it appeared on her dining table downstairs. De Bao remained unmoved. Xiaoyu, let's go eat. Duwon glared at the retreating Xuechong, who was cradling his head and complaining. Duwon, you're too ruthless. Humph, you had it coming. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I want to stay in the classroom for a while. If the Great Escape is about to commence, the cafeteria will be a disaster zone. Upon hearing this, Duwon worriedly inquired, unwell? Where do you feel unwell? Should I accompany you to the infirmary? Jin Yu instinctively shook her head. I just need a moment. She had felt a bit uneasy when the homeroom teacher announced that the entire class would be heading to the infirmary for vaccinations. During her third year, she had never received any vaccines. The notion of a campus escape, combined with the mandatory vaccination for all students, inevitably led to unsettling thoughts. The cafeteria, the supermarket, and the infirmary, where vaccinations were still ongoing, were now the most crowded places. The gradually emptying classrooms were, in contrast, relatively safe havens. All right then, Duwon said, observing Jin Yu suddenly rise and make her way to the classroom door. Aren't you feeling unwell? Where are you going? Jin Yu glanced out into the corridor, where a few students were leisurely making their way downstairs. Standing at the corridor's edge, she noted that their classroom building was connected to the opposite building by two long corridors, forming a square when viewed from above. Duwon and Xuechong joined her, looking upward. What's up? Duwon's cheerful voice was abruptly cut off, as if someone had grasped her throat. Ah! A piercing scream erupted beside Jin Yu. She instinctively gripped the wall, just as Duwon spoke. A girl in school uniform with long hair plummeted from the upper floor right before their eyes.
Suicide.
Someone has committed suicide.
Du Roanès pupille dilated.
And she felt as if she were losing her mind. Family, who understands? As she raised her head to look up, her gaze met that of the girl who had jumped. Xuechong pulled the trembling Duwon behind him and bravely peered down the stairs. They were on the 4th floor, and the view below was still relatively clear. Xuechong's heart sank as he saw the girl lying on the ground, her black hair obscuring her face, blood gradually pooling around her body. We need to find a teacher. No need for you. Someone has already gone. Jin Yu instinctively glanced back at the rooftop when the girl fell, but saw no one. Students were already gathering around the spot where the girl had landed. Duwon trembled uncontrollably. Could it be that the pressure of the college entrance exam is too much for her? Previously, she had dismissed the tales from seniors about students jumping each year, but now she felt a chill. That's her. The girl from class 19 who loves to bully classmates. Duwon's voice trembled in terror as she paled at the unfolding scene below. They're eating. Eating people. Oh my god. Zombies have come to life. Xuechong gaped in disbelief as he watched the girl on the ground suddenly spring to life, lunging at the nearest boy and biting him. The scene sent some students sprawling in fear, while others cursed, and many more turned and fled. The girl, or perhaps she should be referred to as a zombie, bit through the boy's neck and then charged at another nearby victim, a girl who had collapsed in fear and could not rise. What do we do? What do we do? As Du-won and Shuechong stood bewildered, Jin Yu had already returned to the classroom and grabbed a baseball bat. There was no other option. This was the only weapon with any offensive capability.
Du-won turned,
And upon seeing Jin Yu wielding the bat, quickly asked, "Aren't you feeling unwell? Where are you taking that bat? If you're scared, just seal the doors and windows and hide." Jin Yu had a reasonable idea of whom they were evading in this campus escape. Shuechong gulped nervously and followed Jin Yu from the back of the classroom, retrieving 2 more baseball bats and handing one to Du-won. "Hide. We're the protagonists in this story," he proclaimed. "Have you ever seen a protagonist in a novel who is a coward?" Clutching the bat tightly, Shuechong continually encouraged himself. Du-won, holding the bat with both hands, swallowed hard and said, "I might be." "Jin Yu, where are you going?" While they spoke, Jin Yu had already headed towards the right staircase. The rooftop. The girl might have been the catalyst for this deadly escape. She intended to investigate for any crucial clues. Additionally, the rooftop offered a vantage point to survey the entire campus situation. As Jin Yu dashed upstairs, Du-won followed closely behind. "Xiao Yu, aren't you scared?" Terrified. Yet she kept reminding herself that this was merely a game. Although every sensory input suggested that it felt all too real, fear served no purpose. Its only utility was to be conquered. When the 3 reached the corner on the 6th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a panicked boy rushing down from above. At that moment, panic seemed entirely justified, and neither side thought anything was amiss as they brushed past each other. Fortunately, Jin Yu and her companions had encountered no surprises on their way to the 6th floor. But upon reaching the rooftop door, they found it bound from the outside. It was secured but not locked. As the sole male among the trio, Shuechong, self-proclaimed as the embodiment of martial prowess within their group, boldly stepped forward, brandishing a chain, and exclaimed, "Allow me, this is my domain." Suddenly, like a grasshopper, Shuechong shrieked and recoiled, as an ominous hand with manicured but outwardly curved nails emerged from the very chain he had been grasping. Chapter 3. Campus Survival Game 2.
Bang!
The baseball bat in Jin Yu's hands swung violently towards the grotesque hand protruding through the crack of the door. Its meticulously manicured nails now a stark contrast to the horror of the situation. Du-won, witnessing Jin Yu's decisive action, instinctively shrank back in trepidation. Was it merely her imagination? Why did it seem that Jin Yu had suddenly grown ferocious? A sound of mournful wails, distinctly inhuman, echoed from behind the iron door, followed by the thud of a body colliding against it. As Jin Yu observed the door threatening to be breached by the unknown assailant within, she seized the chain that was nearly slipping from her grasp and turned to Shuechong, demanding, "Hand me your belt." With an unknown number of zombies lurking inside, Jin Yu abandoned the thought of entering the rooftop. This can't be right. Shuechong instinctively clutched his belt, only to be met with a sharp slap from Du-won, who exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? What is so terrible about sacrificing a belt?" Without hesitation, she began to pry the belt from Shuechong's waist. I'll do it, he conceded. Under different circumstances, Shuechong would have protested against Du-won's audacious actions, but the urgency of the situation rendered him silent. With the rooftop door secured once more, Jin Yu, clutching the baseball bat, dashed down the stairs while contemplating how to successfully navigate this beginner-esque game. It was imperative to survive. She recalled the ominous words displayed earlier, exit only upon death. But was this visceral experience truly life-threatening, or merely a game? Jin Yu dared not gamble with her life. She had several theories regarding the criteria for success in this campus survival game. First, she must endure the onslaught of time. Second, she needed to uncover the cause of this outbreak and halt it. Third, she must escape the campus alive. Since the title of the scenario was Campus Survival Game, did it imply that fleeing the campus would conclude this tutorial? Fortunately, the first and third theories could be pursued simultaneously, while the second could wait for later validation should the former fail. Where to now? Shuechong instinctively sought Jin Yu's guidance, as she had been the one steering their actions since the outset. "I should have retrieved my phone from the dormitory. I wanted to call my parents," Du-won lamented, her voice quavering, yet her pace remained unyielding. I have my phone. Do you remember your parents' numbers? Jin Yu inquired. I do.
Juan répondait eagerly.
About to reach for Xuechang's phone when Jin Yu interjected, "Jump out the window." Right before them, a zombie clad in school uniform, clutching a pen tightly, lunged towards them. Both Duwan and Xuechang, quick to react, scrambled up the windowsill at Jin Yu's command. In hindsight, they would realize that their immediate compliance stemmed from the inherent trust Jin Yu's words inspired. The trio leaped into an unfamiliar classroom, but the relentless zombie remained in pursuit, poised to crash through the window. With a sudden and forceful shove, Jin Yu slammed the still-open window shut, trapping the zombie's head between the glass and the wall, its cries echoing in desperation.
Strike.
Jin Yu commanded, and without hesitation, Xuechang brought his bat down upon the trapped creature, followed by Duwan, who joined the fray. Together, they obliterated the zombie's head. Enough, Xuechang gasped, leaning against the wall, panting heavily, while Duwan stared at the mangled remains, murmuring, "I killed someone. I killed someone." Jin Yu, suppressing her nausea, pushed the lifeless body out of the window with her bat. She surveyed the now quiet corridor and addressed the self-absorbed Duwan and the stunned Xuechang. "I intend to leave the school. What about you?" Jin Yu anticipated Xuechang would be the first to respond, but it was Duwan, despite her fear, who clutched her bat tightly and declared, "I'm coming with you. I want to go home." Even if it meant death, she wished to face it alongside her parents. "I'll join as well," Xuechang affirmed. "All right, then let us proceed." Jin Yu kicked the decaying head aside, confident she could have dealt with that zombie alone. However, if Xuechang and Duwan insisted on accompanying her, they needed to be capable of self-defense. At the very least, they must not hinder her. Fortunately, they exhibited resilience and were not easily cowed. The trio did not exit the classroom immediately. Instead, they scavenged for papers, practice books, and tape. "If only we could return to our classroom, I would bind my most detested math and physics assignments to my hands and my language and biology tasks to my legs." Duwan mused, her spirits slightly lifted.
Why?
Xuechang inquired, intrigued. "What about English and chemistry?" "Because..." He gestured dramatically as if to shove his arm into a zombie's mouth. "Binding my arms with math and physics would absorb damage, while my proficiency in language and biology would empower my legs to run faster." Duwan, bemused, regarded Xuechang, thinking his ideas were rather nonsensical, perhaps a result of excessive anime consumption. "Given our current predicament, we probably won't be taking the college entrance examination, right?" "I don't know. Maybe it will be postponed," Xuechang replied, uncertain. Jin Yu did not arm her legs with papers. She merely protected her arms for ease of movement. "If you're genuinely concerned, just bind the assignments to yourselves. If we're safe, we can still complete them," she suggested, simultaneously hammering nails into her bat. Fashioning a makeshift spiked club, her jest bore an air of seriousness, prompting Duwan and Xuechang to share a tacit understanding and remain silent. They were just relieved to avoid homework, and thus would not waste time on unnecessary tasks. At that moment, the trio found themselves on the 5th floor, where they could vaguely see normal students darting about in the teaching building. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they spotted a zombie tackling a student in the opposite corridor. Gritting their teeth, they pressed onward down the stairs. However, the 3rd floor was swarming with zombies, far more numerous than above. Xuechang took the lead, shouting an apology as he swung his bat at a short-haired female zombie, sending her hurtling away. Though Xuechang possessed considerable strength, the thin frame of the zombie contributed to her flight.
Tank.
Xuechang muttered, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, repeatedly telling himself, "I'm playing a game. I'm playing a game. Retreat." Progressing through the 3rd floor was relatively smooth, but when they reached the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, they were obstructed by zombies ascending towards them, forcing them to retreat instead. "To the other side," Xuechang shouted, prompting Duwan to sprint towards the nearest east corridor. She ran so swiftly that she failed to react as a foul zombie emerged from the restroom. Just as the zombie lunged for her, a swift kick from behind sent it sprawling away. Duwan gazed incredulously at Jin Yu. How formidable!
Run.
In a mere 2 seconds, Duwan had turned and fled, caught off guard by Jin Yu's shouted command. However, misfortune befell Jin Yu and her companions. Upon reaching the opposite side, they were met with 3 or 4 zombies surging from below before they could even descend to the 1st floor. As Jin Yu contemplated whether to make a desperate charge downstairs or to rush upwards, the door of an adjacent office suddenly swung open, and Duan was violently yanked inside. Chapter 4. The Campus Massacre 3. What are you dawdling for?
Get in.
Jin Yu and Xiaoqiang took refuge in the office just as the zombies lunged towards them. Jin Yu pressed her makeshift club against the door, the windows of the office shrouded by curtains, yet a faint glimmer of daylight seeped through, sufficient for Jin Yu to discern the scene within. The office housed 4 teachers and over 20 students, with the addition of their 3 companions. The modest space had become rather cramped. Did any of you get bitten? A fearful voice emerged from the crowd. Being grabbed is just as bad. I've seen in zombie films that being caught by a zombie leads to infection. Initially pulled in by Teacher Yang, Duan gradually edged closer to Jin Yu and Xiaoqiang under the scrutinizing gazes of the others. We're unhurt, Duan whispered. Xiaoqiang raised his thoroughly bandaged arm and the baseball bat speckled with blood, asserting, Do we look injured? Someone murmured, Given the current situation, if you were injured, would you admit it? Teacher Yang, expressionless, stood in front of Jin Yu and the others, addressing the gathered students and teachers. I am their homeroom teacher. I can ensure their safety. One of the male teachers glanced at Yang and said, Even if you are their homeroom teacher, you can't guarantee they weren't scratched. What about the other students in the office, if something goes awry? Indeed, Teacher Yang, we're your students too. You can't just disregard us for the sake of those 3. Just as Teacher Yang was about to respond, Jin Yu's attention was drawn to a familiar male student hiding in the corner, her brow furrowing. She grasped the doorknob and declared, I'm going. Duan looked at Jin Yu, and Xiaoqiang spoke up, I'll go with you.
Me too.
Though she was indeed terrified of the zombies outside, the familiar faces of her classmates within the office chilled her even more. Nonsense. There are so many zombies outside. You'll be walking to your doom. Yang disapproved in a hushed tone. Zombies are attracted to sound and the scent of blood. Jin Yu shared her discovery during their escape, suggesting, I want to go to the broadcasting station and turn on the broadcast to lure the zombies to the playground as much as possible. Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up with excitement. If that is the case, we can leave the school. A slight smile tugged at Jin Yu's lips. That was precisely her intention. Teacher Yang appeared to find the plan feasible, yet hesitated to speak for reasons unknown. A voice emanated from the corner, urging, If that is the case, why aren't you hurrying? Xiaoqiang's smile faded. Wanting to go was one thing, but being forced to do so was another. Classmate, I see you managed to break in from outside, which surely indicates your capabilities. Since you intended to go out anyway, why not seize the moment?
Indeed.
Don't waste time. The longer you delay, the more zombies will gather. What if you fail to lure them away? Xiaoqiang's face stiffened. Duan trembled with anger, and Teacher Yang stared incredulously at her students, while Jin Yu resolutely twisted the doorknob, clutching her club as she quietly stepped outside. Jin Yu had ensured the corridor was clear of zombies before emerging, closely followed by Xiaoqiang and Duan. To her surprise, Teacher Yang stepped out behind them, wielding a tennis racket. Yang offered no explanation, quickly positioning herself in front of Jin Yu and the others, shielding them. The zombies previously blocking the staircase had vanished, allowing the 4 to dash from the second floor to the first, only to confront 5 wandering zombies head-on. Without uttering a word, they sprinted towards the broadcasting room. The broadcasting station was located on the 3rd floor of Mingyuan building, diagonally across from their classroom, perhaps due to its distance from the cafeteria and dormitories. They encountered hardly any zombies along the way. The zombies that had trailed closely behind Jin Yu were dispatched by her and Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang glanced at the baseball bat in Jin Yu's hand, its iron nails smeared with flesh, and for a fleeting moment, he overlooked its grotesqueness, feeling a twinge of envy. Its offensive power far surpassed that of a mere bat. If only he could find a box of nails, he would certainly enhance his bat as well. As the 4 reached Mingyuan building, they discovered the entrance had been barricaded from within. Is anyone there? Open the door, Duan whispered, wary of attracting nearby zombies with her loud voice. When they had sprinted past the teaching building, Duan had briefly considered charging straight for the school gate. However, upon glancing towards the entrance, she saw over 20 zombies congregated there, not to mention herself. Even if the 4 of them went, they would merely be delivering themselves to the zombies. While Duan and Teacher Yang attempted to force the door open, Jin Yu wielded her club and wandered around Mingyuan building, seeking an open window. Jumping in could be another option. Fortunately, the individuals inside had locked the main door, but had not secured all the windows. After locating a window that could be opened, Jin Yu tapped Xueqiang to call for help before she climbed through. Jin Yu was fortunate. The first floor was devoid of both zombies and humans. Yet her luck soon turned, for after smashing the heads of 2 zombie students on the second floor, she turned to find a middle-aged zombie with half a face missing, the remaining portion a gruesome, bloodied mess, charging towards her. What was most unsettling, however, was that this zombie, dressed in a suit, was clad only in a shirt, with its lower half completely bare. As it lunged at Jin Yu, she sprang from the balcony, swinging her club decisively at the oblivious male zombie's head. Seizing the advantage, she struck again while it lay incapacitated, hammering the club until its skull was reduced to a pulpy mass, finally kicking it away in disgust. The second floor fell silent, and Jin Yu shifted her gaze towards the classroom from which the earlier zombie had emerged. The art classroom. Cautiously, she pushed the door open, her grip on the baseball bat tightening in revulsion and shock at the scene before her. The entire art room was shrouded in curtains, with only a small section of one curtain drawn back, allowing a sliver of light to filter in. However, this did not render the art room entirely dim. Instead, it was illuminated by a soft yellow glow, imbuing the space with an ethereal beauty. Yet this beauty was marred by the sight of defaced artwork scattered throughout the room. Chapter 5. The Campus Massacre 4. Jin Yu furrowed her brow as she gazed at the long bench in the center of the room. There, half reclining, was a girl in a disheveled school uniform, her head brutally smashed in by an easel. Jin Yu swept her gaze over her nails and the remnants of her face, half transformed into a zombie. A voice filled with terror and disbelief emanated from behind her, abruptly ceasing.
Turning around, Jin Yu braced du Juan,
whose mouth was firmly covered by Xueqiang, both of them staring in utter disbelief at the scene before them. Teacher Yang furrowed her brows, casting a disdainful glance at the paintings within the art studio, though her reaction lacked the astonishment Jin Yu had anticipated. Sensitive to Jin Yu's gaze, Teacher Yang noticed her confusion as Jin Yu lowered her eyes, gripping her spiked club, and declared, "Let's head upstairs." On the third floor, only 2 zombies roamed the corridor. Having arrived here, the 4 of them possessed varying degrees of experience in dealing with the undead. Jin Yu wielded her spiked club, the most menacing weapon, striking one zombie with such force that its head was obliterated. The other was dispatched by Teacher Yang and Xueqiang, wielding a tennis racket. With the third floor cleared, Duan located the entrance to the broadcast room, only to find it locked from the inside. She knocked on the door while Xueqiang and Jin Yu stood guard, alert to their surroundings. After Duan called out 3 times with no reply, Jin Yu pulled her aside and kicked the door with a resounding crash. Finally, voices from within responded. "What are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Jin Yu glared at the curtain drawn over the door and coldly commanded, "Open the door." The occupants inside, seemingly fearful of Jin Yu's potential for further violent action, reluctantly unlocked the broadcast room. Upon entering, they promptly secured the door behind them. The number of individuals inside the broadcast room exceeded Jin Yu's expectations, 5 boys and 3 girls, all huddled in a corner. Perhaps it was the sight of Jin Yu's spiked club, smeared with flesh, that caused them to press against the walls, only to exclaim in relief upon spotting Teacher Yang. "Teacher, are you here to rescue us?" Teacher Yang stepped forward to reassure them. "We are also here to devise a plan." As she comforted the frightened students, Jin Yu approached the broadcast equipment, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the array of buttons, unsure of how to operate it. Leaning forward, she inquired of the students, "Does anyone know how to use this equipment?" One girl raised her hand and stepped forward, carefully sidestepping Jin Yu's gruesome weapon. "Senior, what do you want me to do?" "Turn on the broadcast for the playground. The louder, the better." The girl looked perplexed. Standing nearby, Xueqiang kindly explained, "We plan to use sound to lure these zombies away, allowing us to escape." The girl's eyes brightened. "Okay, I'll do it now." As she manipulated the broadcast room's machinery, Jin Yu casually asked, "Are you all from the broadcast room?" The girl shook her head. "I and Xiao Wei are from the broadcast room. The others took refuge here after the zombie outbreak." Now, who hasn't he seen a few zombie movies? So when those individuals mutated, it was only natural for the term zombie to be attributed to them. Jin Yu scanned the outside world and continued, "Are there others in this building?" The girl activated the loudspeakers for the playground, playing songs commonly used during sports events. I don't know. I came with my club to play midday music and didn't notice if anyone else was around. The third floor and above are filled with libraries and resource rooms. We didn't go check, but usually it's empty. Jin Yu recalled the gruesome scene in the classrooms below. Indeed, if the foot traffic hadn't been sparse, they wouldn't dare to engage in such activities openly in the art studio. The music from the playground blared for about 10 minutes, and Jin Yu straightened. Addressing Teacher Yang, "Teacher, I'm going to take a look at the school gate." Though she hadn't intended to voice it, as a bona fide high school student, she felt compelled to inform her teacher. Teacher Yang, lowering the microphone, looked disapprovingly at Jin Yu. "It's too dangerous outside. We've finally found a relatively safe place. It's best to wait for the police and firefighters to arrive." Jin Yu met Teacher Yang's gaze. "Do you think our school is the only one in this predicament?"
Well.
Jin Yu raised her eyes, observing Teacher Yang's determined expression and smirking slightly. "That only suggests that the outside is safer." Seizing the moment while the zombies were drawn toward the playground, she added, "I want to go home." Do-won chimed in, "Teacher, I truly want to go home."
I am scared.
Shui-chang, gripping his baseball bat, echoed, "Teacher, this is our chance. If the music stops working later, we might not be able to leave." Teacher Yang, seeing their resolve to depart, exhaled sharply. "Fine, but be cautious. If you can't get out, hurry back." Shui-chang exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, teacher. We'll be careful." The three armed with their weapons exited the broadcast room, finding no zombies on this floor, as if the building had been partitioned off. The two boys from the broadcast room followed the trio and, upon their exit from Minuan building, sealed all the windows on the first floor. Du-won, observing this scene, voiced her concern. "Will we be able to return?" Shui-chang, hearing the familiar music, remarked, "Of course, if we can get out, we won't be coming back. If it comes to that, we'll figure it out later." Du-won pondered, realizing that if they could escape, no one would want to return to this cursed place. As the trio sprinted toward the school gate, they encountered only a few scattered zombies. Jin Yu unleashed her strength, swiftly dispatching the zombies before opening the school gate from the security room. Yet, as she stepped through the gate, the anticipated sounds of safety did not greet her. Chapter 6, Campus Battle Royale, 5. The scenario Jin Yu had dreaded most had come to pass. It seemed imperative now to uncover the true motives behind this deadly game of survival. Shui-chang and Du-won regarded Jin Yu, who stood motionless at the school gate. Perplexed. "Come on, Xiao Yu. Aren't we going home?" Du-won questioned, her gaze fixed on Jin Yu. The outside world was eerily quiet, devoid of any visible zombies, yet equally absent of people. While it felt strange, it was preferable to the zombie-infested environment within the school. Du-won suddenly brimmed with hope at the thought of reuniting with her parents. Jin Yu halted, addressing the pair. "I just remembered I left something important in Minuan building. You two go ahead." "What could be so crucial?" "I think we should leave first." Shui-chang concluded his words, and Du-juan nodded in agreement. Could anything possibly hold more significance than one's own life? "You should leave now," Jin Yu remarked with a smile at the two, who seemed torn between loyalty and their true desires. "Hurry up, while you still have the chance." Du-juan opened her mouth, then finally said, "Take care. I'll message you when I get home." Jin Yu nodded, watching as Shui-chang and Du-juan departed together. She then closed the school gate, exhaling deeply, and made her way toward Minuan building. On her return journey, she encountered fewer zombies than on her way out. However, upon reaching Minuan building, she found nearly 100 people gathered at the entrance. These individuals were not permitted to enter immediately. The door was open, and two teachers, one male and one female, were swiftly inspecting the students and faculty for any injuries. Perhaps due to the presence of the teachers maintaining order, even though many students appeared terrified, they still made an effort to remain composed. Jin Yu observed this scene but chose not to follow the other students through the entrance. Instead, she circumvented to the back of Minuan building, climbed a tree, and leaped into the second floor through a branch. The two students prior had only locked the windows on the first floor, neglecting the second. Once inside, Jin Yu cautiously avoided the crowd, traversing past the third floor and heading toward the fourth. The third and fourth floors felt as though they were divided by a threshold. The third was bustling with people and noisy footsteps, while the fourth was eerily silent. Something felt off. Pressing against the wall, Jin Yu instinctively looked up, hearing what sounded like a cup falling to the ground from above. She tightened her grip on the Wolf Fong Club and continued her ascent. Just as she poked her head out, she spotted Teacher Yang, whom she had not seen downstairs, emerging from one of the rooms. As she surveyed her surroundings, Jin Yu skillfully pressed herself back against the wall. Fortunately, Teacher Yang had exited from a different staircase. After waiting 5 minutes to ensure she wouldn't return, Jin Yu stealthily approached the room Yang had just vacated. Just as the girl in the broadcasting room had described, the 5th floor was primarily a library, seldom visited by anyone. However, when Jin Yu glanced at the locked door and forcefully pushed open the tightly shut window, she was taken aback, nearly believing she had entered the wrong place. The library had transformed into a makeshift laboratory in its center. Moreover, beside a collection of chemical reagents, she spotted 2 glass containers housing 2 fully zombified white mice, their crimson eyes viciously banging against the glass. "You've been discovered," a chilling voice echoed behind Jin Yu. She turned sharply, her hair standing on end, realizing that Teacher Yang had returned unexpectedly. Observing Yang without her glasses, she noted the absence of the rigidity she had first encountered, replaced by a shrewdness and an unsettling coldness. "You are truly disobedient. Why must you pursue what the teacher has forbidden?" Yang pressed closer with a smile, prompting Jin Yu to retreat, clutching her Wolf Fong Club tightly. "Teacher, I don't comprehend your words." Jin Yu feigned ignorance. The expression and demeanor of Teacher Yang sent a chill through her. Not only was she disobedient, but she also pretended to be naive before her teacher. Yang, as if in her own garden, approached the glass containers housing the mutated mice and suddenly pressed a button. Jin Yu's scalp prickled as she gripped her weapon, ready for any unforeseen events. However, when the button was pressed, a blinding white light erupted from the glass container. Yang released the button, and the previously thrashing zombie mice lay still at the bottom of the container. Jin Yu swallowed hard, realizing just how formidable the chemistry teacher was. It was truly a pity she hadn't pursued a career as a researcher in a laboratory. Yang seemed to sense Jin Yu's thoughts, smiling as she said, "Do you remember my resume?" Jin Yu remained silent, unable to recall Yang's credentials since she lacked the original owner's memories. Even if she had them, would a student typically bother to remember a teacher's background? "I hold a doctorate in chemistry and physics. Before joining the school, I worked as a researcher at a biotechnology firm." Hearing this, Jin Yu felt a stir of curiosity. "Then why did you abandon such a promising career to become a teacher?" Yang's face broke into a broad smile. "Good question." But just as quickly, her expression darkened. "Because I wanted to see what kind of school drove my sister to her demise." Jin Yu gasped, her intuition confirmed. "Is the art studio on the 3rd floor beautiful?" Jin Yu inquired, slowly uttering the word disgusting. That indeed was her most immediate sentiment. The glasses in Yang's hand shattered under her grip. "Yes, disgusting. Despite its grotesque nature, my sister spent a full 6 months within those walls." Yang slammed her fist against the switch, and the white light surged again, causing the seemingly lifeless zombie mice to thrash violently once more. Yang chuckled, as if she had witnessed something amusing. The beasts love to play dead. She then turned her gaze back to Jin Yu. Everyone turns a blind eye to her suffering. The teacher ignores her, the classmates despise her, and those vile creatures torment her. Jin Yu listened to Yang's seething resentment, her grip on the Wolf Fong Club tightening as she subtly searched for an escape route. "Did you see that little wretch who jumped from the teaching building?" Jin Yu nodded. "She was the one who bullied my sister first, then handed her over to that despicable teacher." As Yang's fury poured forth, Jin Yu unconsciously edged closer to the window, suggesting, "Since they have all received their comeuppance now, shouldn't you, teacher, bring this farce to an end?" "Why should I end it?" Yang retrieved a test tube from the table. "I have not yet had my fill." The phrase "have not yet had my fill" caused any lingering sympathy Jin Yu had for Yang to evaporate instantly. So, she had merely been using her sister's revenge as a facade to mask her own twisted inclinations. "Teacher, don't you think you've gone too far?" Jin Yu challenged. As she posed this question, the long-absent electronic voice resonated once more. Chapter 7. Campus Survival Game 6. Campus Survival Game has been upgraded to D-level dimension. Reward for clearing the level is doubled. Jin Yu received the notification about her doubled rewards, but felt no joy. knowing she was likely facing the greatest boss of this dimension and was still unaware of the true culprit behind the world's transformation. Have I gone too far? Yang shook the reagent in her hand, addressing Jin Yu. If someone killed your dog outside, wouldn't you seek revenge? Upon hearing the word dog, Jin Yu's expectations of Yang dissipated entirely. Yang appeared unfazed by Jin Yu's movement toward the window, casually leaning against the nearby shelf, effortlessly opening a syringe and drawing an unknown liquid into it. I recall you often clandestinely screening movies with a projector during the last class. Aren't the antagonists in those films supposed to have a tragic past that evokes empathy? Is mine not worthy of sympathy? Yang continued, my sister, who relied on me, was mercilessly bullied at school, and to top it off, was driven to jump off a building. Jin Yu gazed at teacher Yang against the light. But the critique escaped her lips. Your lines are atrocious, and your acting is painfully stiff. I doubt any director would consider employing such a talent as yourself. You are, by nature, a cold-blooded sociopath, and even if you drape yourself in a guise of virtue, your indifference remains unmistakable. The smile on teacher Yang's face vanished. You may not appreciate my narrative, yet there will always be those who find value in my tale. She languidly thrust the syringe into her vein, pushing the reagent into her body while regarding Jin Yu. However, as an educator, I am inclined to let you take my sister's place and revel in my magnificent creation. Before Yang could finish her sentence, Jin Yu furiously kicked the chair before her towards Yang, then bolted through the shattered window. Yang deftly dodged the chair, her syringe still containing a third of the reagent, which she hurled towards the curtains. She paid it no mind, her gaze fixated on her pallid arm. It seemed she bore no anger at Jin Yu's escape. Instead, she sighed and moved to the other side of the bookshelf. Today's students are indeed excessively restless. I could have been her finest chemistry teacher, introducing her to the world's most extraordinary experiments. In this era, finding a compliant and eager student is truly a daunting task. Not venturing too far, Jin Yu observed teacher Yang parting the crimson velvet curtains of the bookshelf and cursed under her breath, calling her insane. But no sooner had she uttered the insult than her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Behind the curtains that Yang had drawn back, shelves were filled with various glass cases, each containing zombified mice, their myriad red eyes seemingly echoing their frenzied howls in Jin Yu's ears. As Yang turned away, Jin Yu leaned against the wall, mentally berating her, madwoman. After the insult, she looked back into the room, only to be further astounded. Yang, without any protection, reached out and grasped one of the undead mice in her hand, and to Jin Yu's astonishment, the creature made no attempt to attack her. Jin Yu furrowed her brow. Something was amiss. When they had fled the teaching building, the undead had indeed attacked Yang. The door to the materials room swung open, and Jin Yu watched as Yang descended the stairs, holding a small glass box covered with black cloth. In that instant, Jin Yu resolved that she absolutely could not allow Yang to proceed downward. With a quick flick of her hand, a fruit knife materialized in her grasp and flew directly towards Yang. Yang did not evade it, yet she appeared impervious to pain. Turning to face Jin Yu as she lunged back towards her, "You dare to return?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Yu swung her spiked club at Yang. Years of sitting in an office conducting experiments had rendered Yang's physical prowess inferior to Jin Yu's martial training, but she possessed an advantage that Jin Yu did not, an insensitivity to pain. No, the original Jin Yu was inept. Are you merely playing around? Before Yang could finish her sentence, Jin Yu's spiked club struck her on the head. Jin Yu observed Yang's eyes rapidly reddening, and without hesitation, she delivered a cold, merciless follow-up strike. A fragile mage in close combat could hardly contend with a warrior. However, during their tussle, Yang managed to claw Jin Yu's arm. An electronic notification sounded again, and Jin Yu realized she had just deprived a marauder of their golden finger before she could ponder further, rushing to the materials room door, intent on obliterating the undead mice within with a blinding light. But as she peered into the room once more, her scalp prickled with dread at the sight before her. The formerly imprisoned red-eyed undead mice had been released by that lunatic, now swarming to fill the entire materials room. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Jin Yu's keen eyes spotted the reagents by the curtains, and as the horde approached, she swiftly gathered them into her home, followed by half a bucket of gasoline and a lit lighter, tossing them inside one after the other. With so many chemical agents inside, she had faith that an explosion was inevitable. After throwing everything in, she dashed downstairs without a second thought, initially sprinting, then being swept away by the ensuing heat wave. In terms of reckless behavior, Jin Yu had gained considerable experience. If that horde of undead mice truly escaped, there would be no need for a campus escape. They might as well wait for death. Before Jin Yu lost consciousness upon crashing against the wall, she faintly heard another electronic sound, but before she could discern it, she succumbed to darkness. When she regained consciousness, she found herself back in her bedroom. She shot up, inspecting her body for any injuries, finding none. Surrounded by the familiar sights of her room and the computer before her, Jin Yu momentarily experienced a surreal sense that everything had merely been a dream. Until she turned to see the homemade spiked club still tightly gripped in her right hand, along with the dried blood staining it. Taking a deep breath, she noted that the computer screen was no longer displaying the game interface, and the time read 0:04, nearly unchanged. Jin Yu tossed the spiked club into the nearby trash can but soon reconsidered, fearing the zombie remnants might pose a risk to her pet. Reluctantly, she wrapped it in an unused bedsheet. As Jin Yu carried the trash can, with the spiked club encased within, to the balcony, the electronic sound echoed in her mind again. Congratulations, player Jin Yu. You have successfully cleared campus survival and have obtained the Mad Doctor's curse and the zombie banishing serum. Congratulations. Player Jin Yu, you have acquired the golden finger of the supreme player. Congratulations, player Jin Yu, you have obtained the golden finger of the truly delicious walking chicken. Jin Yu's mouth fell agape at the notifications. She had only killed Teacher Yang in campus survival, and the prior announcement had merely heralded her as the supreme player. What on earth was this truly delicious walking chicken? Where had it come from? The scene replayed. A hapless player, unfortunate enough to stumble into Yang's experiment, found himself bound in the materials room. When Yang unleashed the undead mice, the truly delicious walking chicken was instantly infected and became a zombie, only to be obliterated within 5 minutes. Jin Yu was not one to dwell unnecessarily. She focused on the 2 golden fingers she had acquired. The Supreme Player Golden Finger allowed her to alter the form of objects into weapons at will. With a mere thought, she touched the table beside her, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sharp meow knife. As it morphed, Jin Yu sensed a significant drain on her mental energy, indicating that this transformation was not without limitations. The truly delicious walking chicken's golden finger bore resemblance to Jin Yu's, only it manifested as a mountainous terrain. Observing that the truly delicious walking chicken's golden finger could merge with her own, Jin Yu wasted no time in selecting the merge option. A wondrous event unfolded. A mountain indeed appeared beside her home on the balcony in Jin Yu's mind. Chapter 8. Elimination equals annihilation. Jin Yu stifled her excitement and continued to assess her newfound treasures. Mad Doctor's curse. The cursed individual has their strength diminished by 50, duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Zombie banishing serum. Grants immunity against zombification for animals, single-use item. Jin Yu raised her eyebrows in intrigue. Both items were undeniably practical. As she discarded the trash can and baseball bat into a metal barrel and ignited it, she perused the rewards she had acquired for completing the level. Player ID 99999. Player nickname, I have flipped 6 times. Player's golden finger. Home, growth type, metal elementalization. Player honor, the curse of the Mad Doctor. Player items, zombie banishment injection. Player attributes, life, 60, 100. Strength, 25, 100. Agility, 30, 100. Jin Yu cast a glance, her attention fixating on the golden finger section. Now that she was at home, could she truly summon items from her surroundings? She attempted to grasp a cup from the dining table downstairs, and to her astonishment, it materialized in her palm. A smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth as she turned her gaze toward the completion rewards. Besides the curse of the Mad Doctor, there were 4 additional completion points. In 2 concise lines, the message was clear. Was this not a tad meager? Nevertheless, the completion points proved rather useful, allowing her to enhance her player attributes. Observing her statistics, she added a point to her life and 3 to her strength. Jin Yu's panel immediately transformed to life, 61, 100, strength, 28, 100, agility, 30, 100. After witnessing the baseball bat reduced to ashes within the barrel, she descended the stairs to take a shower before returning to her room. Rather than succumbing to slumber immediately, she reopened the game Wandering Blue Star Project. The game's homepage, which had previously boasted 200,000 players, now reflected a dwindling number of 163 to 11, with the figure incessantly fluctuating downward. The previously desolate forum was now inundated with a plethora of posts. One post's title stood out starkly: "This is not a game. This is a premeditated murder." Posted by Long Out Yen. Long Out Yen. Those who have emerged from the novice game have likely realized that this game possesses a level of realism far surpassing that of virtual AI. I suspect we have been ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Jin Yu skimmed through Long Out Yen's excessive rhetoric, honing in on a crucial point. Long Out Yen, I participated in the game with a friend, but since entering, I have been unable to contact him. Owl. Perhaps he has yet to exit the novice game. Aesthetic theory, but have you noticed? The player count in the top left corner has ceased to move. Jin Yu followed the player's gaze to the corner. The number had changed to 156,431. Aesthetic theory. Could he have been eliminated? Come on, I can't be defeated. Long Out Yen. Elimination doesn't equate to death.
Try reaching out again.
Posts continued to flood in until Long Out Yen spoke once more. Long Out Yen. My friend is dead. Upon reading this, Jin Yu's hand froze over the mouse.
Dead.
Long Out Yen's words ignited a frenzy, and his friend was not an isolated case. Others who had played alongside their friends witnessed them collapse and perish in front of their eyes. As participants realized that elimination equated to death, the forum descended into chaos. Many players, having exited the novice game, expressed regret. While the game was enjoyable, the overwhelming realism was disconcerting, especially upon discovering the grim truth that elimination meant death. Yet their fear was futile, for they had signed an agreement upon entering the game. There was no escape without dire consequences. Jin Yu had harbored a suspicion of this nature when she joined the game, now recalling her father's final words to her. Thus did her father, or rather, the masterminds behind the Wandering Blue Star Project, possess foreknowledge of this grim reality? Jin Yu casually scrolled through the forum posts until she stumbled upon a novice assistance thread, which she entered once more. Dozens had shared their experiences in the novice world: fiery escapes, tumultuous waves, icy landscapes, zombie sieges, plagues, and more, with several accounts overlapping. Jin Yu reflected on the golden finger she had acquired in Campus Battle Royale. Indeed, without players appearing in the same apocalyptic realm, how could guardians and betrayers engage in mutual destruction? Yet, she had not anticipated that by killing Teacher Yang, she would obtain the betrayer's golden finger. Did this imply that NPCs could acquire player abilities by slaying them? The adversaries players faced were not solely other players or the apocalypse and zombies. They also included the NPCs of this world, or, more accurately, the native inhabitants. With the novice task concluded, a multitude of posts flooded the forum, written in various languages: Chinese, English, Japanese, French, German, and more. As Jin Yu scrolled, she suddenly noticed a post bearing her nickname surging to the forefront, claiming the second spot in trending topics. The title read, "The Plunderer, number 99999 has gone insane." Jin Yu clicked on the post, her heart sinking as she read the announcement beneath the title, revealing her acquisition of the Betrayer's Golden Finger 4672 and the Guardian's Golden Finger 82637. Furrowing her brow, she realized this proclamation had thrust her into the spotlight of the entire game. Though players had likely noted the possibility of mutual slaughter between Guardians and Betrayers for points and Golden Fingers during the first novice task, many players remained passive observers in this period of relative peace. Who could have anticipated that number 99999 would achieve a double kill right off the bat? This news also conveyed to other players another revelation: Guardians could kill each other, as could Betrayers, to obtain one another's golden fingers. Jin Yu scrutinized the screenshot that slightly diverged from her own announcement, wondering whether to feel relieved that her nickname had not been fully exposed. The comments beneath the post were rife with denunciations of number 99999 and the morbid thrill that the game encouraged among players to engage in mutual slaughter. As she continued to read, Jin Yu's heart grew ever more resolute. She had now become the target of scorn. Therefore, her next course of action was to conceal her identity. She must ensure that no one, apart from herself, was aware that she was number 99999. In her world, it was preferable that she did not reveal herself as a player in the Wandering Blue Star Project. nor disclose any details pertaining to her player ID or nickname within the instance. Currently, players still possessed a modicum of rationality. However, once they discovered that not only did they possess a golden finger within the instance world, but that it could also be utilized in the real world, this elevation above ordinary individuals might indeed lead to chaos. Jin Yu refrained from justifying herself on the forum. She shut down her computer and forcibly willed herself to sleep. With a game interval not exceeding 10 days, Jin Yu hoped for restorative slumber, ready to re-enter the new world the following afternoon. Chapter 9. The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse 1. Jin Yu's new identity left her feeling somewhat frantic. Before entering the instance, she had merely been a recent high school graduate. Now, she found herself the mother of a pair of fraternal twins. She had only ever experienced life as someone's daughter, never as a mother. How is one to navigate the role of motherhood without any form of pre-employment training? Certainly, this is merely the inner musings of Jin Yu. The electronic sound reverberated once more, announcing a high-temperature warning with a countdown of 48 hours. The system has tasked me to guide the novice mother through a month of survival in a sweltering apocalypse with her two little ones. Jin Yu felt a tumult of emotions. The good news: the system provided explicit objectives and clues for completion. The bad news: a month in a high-temperature apocalypse, especially while caring for two toddlers, undoubtedly escalated the survival challenge to several dimensions. Before the game commenced, Jin Yu had opted for a D-grade realm, akin to the novice world post-upgrade. However, she never anticipated this realm would prove so cumbersome. Her gaze fell upon the two little ones not far away, engrossed in building blocks on the sofa. The boy donned blue overalls paired with a white short-sleeve shirt, while the girl wore a matching short-sleeve top and red overalls. They appeared quite young, perhaps around 3 or 4 years of age, exquisitely adorable and remarkably well-behaved. Before Jin Yu could finish her internal assessment, she witnessed the boy, in a fit of anger, topple the blocks scattered on the floor. In the next instant, the girl retaliated with a slap across the boy's face. The once quiet living room was suddenly filled with the sharp cries of a child, and for a fleeting moment, Jin Yu felt as though her head might explode. She suspected the system was aware of her aversion to children, hence assigning her two to amplify the difficulty of the challenge. What troubled Jin Yu even more than the uproar was the sudden sound of a door creaking open from the direction of the room. To her astonishment, there was a fourth person in the house besides herself and the two children. Before the individual emerged, Jin Yu discreetly approached the two children, gently soothing them. "What's the matter? Why are you arguing?" The boy, tearful, clung to Jin Yu, glancing at the girl with a sulky expression. "Mama, Huan said my block tower is ugly. And she hit me." As the footsteps drew nearer, Jin Yu turned to the silent girl beside her. "Is that true?" Huan clutched a block tightly in her hand. "Lele knocked down my blocks. So what Lele said is true." Upon hearing this, Lele, nestled in Jin Yu's embrace, made a face at Huan, who lowered her head in response. Jin Yu, sensing the halted footsteps, did not look up at the approaching individual but instead moved Lele beside Huan. Though she had yet to see the man's face, Jin Yu was prepared to wield the blocks as weapons. The moment the man appeared, her instinctive alertness surged, yet she maintained an air of calm, as if nothing were amiss. Addressing the two resembling faces before her, Jin Yu said, "Both of you are at fault. It's merely a matter of sequence." Since Huan was the first to say Lele's blocks were ugly, she should apologize first. Huan glanced at Lele, somewhat displeased, and muttered, "I'm sorry, Lele." Lele, with a hint of pride, lifted his small chin. "Now it's your turn, Lele."
Lele pouted. Huan, I'm sorry.
As Jin Yu called Huan's name, the man on her left approached them. "You mustn't hit others. Do you understand?" The boy's earlier action had been too fluid, despite Lele being a boy. He was no match for Huan in their scuffle. "Understood," came the boy's reply. "Another fight, huh?" The man's deep voice resonated behind them. "Yes," Jin Yu sighed, sharing a mutual sense of helplessness with the children. Jin Yu appraised the man from below. He wore black military boots, olive green trousers paired with a white tank top, and his bronze skin seemed to exude boundless strength. His features were handsome, yet perhaps due to a habitual seriousness, he emanated an imposing aura. Just one glance confirmed to Jin Yu that he was a soldier. Unlike the affectionate rapport the children shared with Jin Yu, the man received little warmth from Lele and Huan. They appeared somewhat intimidated by him. It seemed he was not often home, rendering the children unfamiliar with him. Jin Yu gently stroked the children's heads as Song Qianshan turned on the television, where the voice of a news anchor filled the air. The Haifan City Meteorological Station has continued to issue an orange high-temperature warning as of 7 a.m. on May 25th, predicting maximum temperatures in most areas of Haifan City to reach 36 to 37 degrees Celsius. As Jin Yu watched the television, the man behind her murmured, "It's only late May, if this continues." His voice trailed off, but Jin Yu remained vigilant, noting his every movement until he spoke again. "I will be on a month-long mission. Do you wish to stay here or go live with your parents?" Jin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her at the mention of a month-long mission. As they were a couple who spent each day together, if he remained home, Jin Yu found it challenging to guarantee her anonymity. Moreover, the man radiated a sense of danger, and Jin Yu was uncertain whether she could truly contend with him in a crisis. "I'll stay at home. Then I'll have my mother come to help you," he replied. Before he could finish, Huan suddenly leaped into Jin Yu's arms, muttering no. "Grandma doesn't like me, she only likes my brother." Jin Yu's expression shifted slightly as she held Huan and turned to Song Qianshan. "I can manage on my own." As Jin Yu turned her back to him, she caught a hint of awkwardness on his face. "Fine, let Aunt Jo continue to assist you." "No need," Jin Yu insisted. "I can manage." Song Qianshan fell silent, and just when Jin Yu wondered if he had discerned something, he spoke again. "While the temperature isn't too high yet, I'll take you both to the supermarket to stock up on supplies." Jin Yu's eyes sparkled at the thought of gathering provisions. It was her favorite activity. She instructed Song Qianshan to keep an eye on the children in the living room while she returned to her room to change her clothes. Once assured that he wasn't following her, Jin Yu rummaged through her bedroom. The items belonging to Song Qianshan were scarce, mostly belonging to the original owner. Upon acquiring the original owner's phone and unlocking it with facial recognition, she swiftly familiarized herself with the original owner's background. As she read through the conversations between the original owner and her friend, Jin Yu felt a weight lift from her heart. The original owner had met Song Qianshan through an arranged marriage, and they had been married for over 4 years, yet they had hardly spent a month together in total. Thus, Song Qianshan was not well acquainted with the original owner, which eased Jin Yu's burden significantly. Time was of the essence. Jin Yu found a pair of black wide-leg trousers in the wardrobe, paired it with a white camisole, then donned a white sun-protective jacket, zipping it up to cover her face, and topped it off with a hat. She concealed herself thoroughly, with only her eyes visible behind a pair of sunglasses. As Jin Yu re-emerged from the bedroom, she found Song Qianshan staring at her, his expression frozen. He furrowed his brow. "What kind of attire is that?" "Sun protection," Jin Yu replied, disregarding his satisfaction with her appearance as she dressed Huan and Lele in their sun-protective gear. Song Qianshan observed that both children were attired similarly, seemingly accustomed to it. He regarded the trio's ensemble with confusion. "Isn't it uncomfortable to be so bundled up?" "Not at all. It's ice silk to prevent sunburn," Jin Yu assured him. Jin Yu adorned the two little ones with their gear and, observing them as they secured their water bottles on their backs, turned her gaze towards Song Qianshan, who was clad in an additional short-sleeved shirt. "Let us proceed," she said. In Chapter 10, The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse, 2, Song Qianshan held one child in each arm, with Jin Yu trailing closely behind him. The residential complex they currently inhabited bore a resemblance to Jin Yu's own in the real world. Both were communities of Western-style houses, and Song Qianshan's and the original owner's marital abode was a spacious penthouse. According to the chat logs between the original owner and her close friend, this location was chosen to provide ample space for their future children's activities and also to accommodate Song Qianshan's need for a training area during his time off. Jin Yu's residence was an 8-story penthouse, whereas Song Qianshan's was an 11-story one. As they took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, Jin Yu noted that the original owner's vehicle was an ordinary white sedan, purportedly her dowry, while Song Qianshan drove a spacious black Hummer. The back seat of Song Qianshan's car lacked a baby seat, thus Jin Yu naturally settled into the back with the 2 small children. Although Song Qianshan's visits home could be counted on one hand throughout the year, he was quite familiar with the surroundings of their neighborhood. The community, named Beiyuan, consisted of 10 multi-story houses and 5 high-rise buildings. Nearby amenities included a kindergarten, parks, supermarkets, and a vegetable market, while the hospital was a bit farther away. requiring a 20-minute drive. Instead of visiting the closest supermarket to Baiyuan, Song Qianshan opted for the largest one in the vicinity. Jin Yu observed this as they drove. I might just glance back after my business trip before returning to the army. The weather has been rather peculiar lately, so I'll stock up on items that you usually find difficult to procure. Jin Yu nodded in agreement as she regarded Song Qianshan's silhouette. Despite it being just past 9 in the morning, a considerable number of private cars were already parked outside the supermarket. As the doors opened, numerous elderly patrons swiftly entered to begin their shopping. Pushing the largest shopping cart, Song Qianshan placed Huan and Lele, his cheerful charges, into the cart's front seat. With such a man by her side, Jin Yu felt a sense of ease reminiscent of the carefree days when her father was alive. However, this thought quickly evaporated as she chastised herself. Such a desire for reliance on others was utterly undesirable. What should we purchase first? Song Qianshan inquired, revealing his scant knowledge of household matters. Jin Yu, being quite experienced in living alone, understood that their immediate needs were paramount, especially since one of their requirements was to survive a month with the 2 children. However, lacking experience in child-rearing, she pondered whether the 3.5-year-old Huan and Lele could consume adult food. Just to be safe, she suggested, let us first buy for Huan and Lele. Song Qianshan nodded in agreement, and as he pushed the cart forward, Jin Yu lagged behind, pulling out her phone to search online for suitable foods for toddlers aged 3 to 4. After reviewing the results, she decided to purchase items for the children first, then for herself, while also stocking some non-perishable goods. In a high-temperature apocalypse, food would undoubtedly spoil quickly, so aside from food, cooling items were of utmost importance. Jin Yu mentally drafted a list based on her research before moving ahead of Song Qianshan and the children. We shall start by purchasing some formula, she declared. Formula was highly nutritious, suitable for both children and adults, and easy to store. Jin Yu, emboldened by the fact that the money was not her own, opted for the finest products. She initially thought that Song Qianshan might object to her extravagant choices, but he merely acted as a dutiful porter, raising no objections. Jin Yu selected and he moved the items. Within half an hour, the large shopping cart was brimming with her selections: 6 cans of formula, 10 packs of nutritious beef and carrot noodles for children, 5 bags of rice cakes, 20 packs of baby skincare wipes, and 20 packs of baby cotton tissues. While the cart appeared full, the actual quantity of items was not overwhelming. Song Qianshan fetched another cart for Jin Yu, placing the children onto it so she could continue shopping while he went to pay for the items and load them into the car. Throughout this process, Song Qianshan played the role of a diligent laborer, focused solely on the task of payment. Jin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with Song Qianshan's conscientiousness. After he departed, she continued to fill the cart with items, placing sturdier products at the bottom and fragile ones on top. She first added 2 bags of 10 kilograms flour and 2 bags of 5 kilograms rice to the cart, followed by 4 cartons of whole milk and 2 cartons of yogurt. Gradually, she included 5 pounds of millet, 5 packs of egg noodles, 10 pounds of mung beans, 4 pounds of red dates, 2 bundles of sweet potato starch, and 1 pound of black fungus. She also added 1 bucket of peanut oil, 1 bucket of olive oil, and the largest sizes of various kitchen condiments. In addition, she stocked up on instant foods such as sour and spicy noodles, snail rice noodles, and self-heating hot pot, filling the cart to the brim once more. Mommy candy, chocolate. As they passed through the snack aisle, Lele's eyes were glued to the treats, while Huan frequently glanced in that direction. Just as Jin Yu prepared to enter and take a look, Song Qianshan called out to her. He handed her an empty cart and then pushed the overflowing shopping cart towards the checkout. Jin Yu watched Song Qianshan's retreating figure with satisfaction before leading the 2 little ones into the snack section. This cart was much simpler, filled entirely with an array of snacks. The bottom held 4 packs of canned cola and 2 packs of canned Sprite, alongside 2 packs of Jin Yu's favorite beverages. Throughout this month, Jin Yu had never considered depriving herself. In this sweltering heat, cold drinks were essential. After selecting the beverages, she moved on to various beef jerky, dried squid, small fish, instant chicken legs, chicken feet, duck legs, duck feet, duck necks, and marinated eggs, emptying the shelves of each type. Huan and Lele were astonished by the spectacle, particularly when they saw Jin Yu gather snacks like potato chips, cookies, chocolates, and assorted puffed foods. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Previously, their mother had been strict about limiting snacks, but they were astonished to see her purchasing such a bounty this time. Jin Yu's lavish spending drew the attention of onlookers, even prompting a well-meaning elderly woman to approach. "Dear, I see you have children now. Why are you spending so recklessly? These junk foods are both expensive and unhealthy. Children shouldn't consume so much." Huan and Lei were not pleased by the woman's words, and upon hearing Jin Yu's response, they gazed incredulously at their mother. "These are for me," Jin Yu stated with an air of certainty. Not only were Huan and Lei left wide-eyed at their mother's unapologetic intent to indulge, but even the elderly woman stood speechless. Chapter 11. The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse 3. "Mommy, Huan wants to eat. Mommy, Lei wants to eat." The twins chimed in unison. Jin Yu chuckled and shook her head at the two little ones. "These are for Mommy. If you wish to have some, you must behave." Jin Yu contemplated the necessity of winning over the twins during their month of survival in this high-temperature apocalypse. She realized that snacks would serve as her most effective bargaining chip. As anticipated, the twins gazed at the shopping cart brimming with snacks and promptly nodded their little heads in unison, exclaiming, "We will behave." They were indeed the most obedient little ones. By the time they spoke, Song Qianshan had returned from his second trip with supplies. He glanced at the overflowing cart of snacks, observed the joyful faces of the two children, and then turned his gaze towards Jin Yu, who was avoiding his eyes. "Eat fewer snacks," he uttered after a moment of silence. Jin Yu explained, "It's just these. I need to buy meat, eggs, and fish. By the way, with so many items, can we buy 2 freezers for the house when we leave?" Song Qianshan nodded, refraining from suggesting that Jin Yu return the snacks to the shelves. Instead, he switched her cart for an empty one while he continued to push the laden cart to the checkout. As Song Qianshan departed, a smile blossomed on Jin Yu's lips. Having already exceeded the snack limit, she was now determined to procure meat, eggs, and fish. Jin Yu had planned according to the monthly needs, but as she shopped, she inadvertently bought more than intended. She purchased 50 pounds of pork belly for its versatility, 20 pounds of tenderloin, 30 pounds of spare ribs, 20 pounds of pork spine bones, and 8 pig trotters. There were 2 hens, 2 roosters, 20 chicken drumsticks, 5 packs of midwings, 3 packs of chicken feet, and a pack of chicken gizzards. Today, beef was on sale and she bought 30 pounds. Following that, she selected various fish. 5 crucian carp, 5 pompano, 5 knife fish, 10 yellow croaker, and 2 bass. Most items were those she knew how to prepare. Additionally, she bought 20 pounds of shrimp, 30 pounds of prawns, and 10 pounds of shrimp meat. These purchases filled more than half the shopping cart, after which she added an assortment of pork rolls, beef rolls, and lamb rolls, even acquiring a considerable quantity of pig intestines. After thoroughly scouring the aisles and noticing that Song Qianshan had yet to return, she grabbed 2 boxes of regular eggs, 2 boxes of free-range eggs, and 4 bags of 10-pound fresh eggs. With 2 little ones at home, eggs were indispensable. Furthermore, upon spotting quail eggs, she collected 5 boxes, each containing 24 eggs, along with 50 salted duck eggs, filling yet another cart to the brim. With Song Qianshan still absent, Jin Yu pushed the 2 little ones towards the checkout. By now, the supermarket had become increasingly crowded. As she cheerfully stood in line, a woman suddenly called out from behind, "Lei's mom." "Lei's mom?" Huan nudged Jin Yu, saying, "Mom, it's Xiaokai's mom." Realizing the situation, Jin Yu turned around sharply. Initially, she had not heard clearly, and upon the second call, it dawned on her that she was now the mother of 2 children. As she watched Xiaokai's mother's hand reach towards her shoulder, she felt relieved that she had turned around in time. Had that hand made contact, she would have likely performed an impromptu shoulder throw in front of everyone. "Hello, Xiaokai's mom," Jin Yu greeted the woman, who appeared to be in her late 20s. Slightly older than the original character. Observing Jin Yu's cart overflowing with items, Xiaokai's mom inquired curiously, "Lei's mom, are you buying all this for someone else?" Jin Yu responded amiably, "Indeed. My husband has finally returned, and I thought it best to buy a little extra for others." She wished to keep the abundance of food at home a secret. If the heat were to confine them indoors, resources would indeed become an issue. And Jin Yu did not wish to become the target of scrutiny. Xiaokai's mother seemed to understand, then glanced around Jin Yu's vicinity. "Where's your husband? Why are you the one handling the children and pushing the cart alone?" Before Jin Yu could respond, Xiao Kai's mother continued, "That's quite unchivalrous of him. My husband never allows me to lift a finger, fearing it might roughen my hands." Jin Yu regarded Xiao Kai's outstretched hand, puzzled as to why she was sharing this with her. Was she attempting to boast? But what was there to boast about? Uncertain of the original character's rapport with Xiao Kai's mother, Jin Yu merely smiled politely. "Yes, your husband sounds wonderful." Expectedly, Xiao Kai's mother should have been pleased to receive Jin Yu's compliment, yet she felt an unsettling tone in Jin Yu's voice that left her discomfort. Xiao Kai's mother then grinned at Jin Yu and waved her hand adorned with a gold bracelet. "Honey, over here." After waving, she flaunted her bracelet before Jin Yu, proclaiming, "Oh, you saw it, right? My husband insisted on buying me this bracelet, despite the current high gold prices. I said no, but he bought it anyway, claiming it was just a small sum of 50 or 60,000, no different from buying a cabbage." Jin Yu was taken aback. She clearly recognized Xiao Kai's mother's boast. Yet a thought suddenly flickered in her mind. If the items in this world could be stored in her space to take back to her own, then in the aftermath of the impending apocalypse, with chaos ensuing, could she not seize some unclaimed treasures to bring back with her? While contemplating her next move, a large hand unexpectedly rested on her shoulder. Instinctively, Jin Yu sought to pull away, but upon hearing Lele joyfully exclaim, "Daddy," she forced herself to relax. As Song Qianshan approached, he caught sight of Xiao Kai's mother flaunting her gold bracelet to Jin Yu. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Kai's mother, staring intently at him, interrupted before he could utter a word. "Is this your husband?" Jin Yu glanced at the serious Song Qianshan beside her and nodded. Xiao Kai's mother cast a jealous glance at Jin Yu. Though her husband treated her well, he was a decade older, shorter, and had already lost much of his hair. Living in the same neighborhood, with similar ages, it was inevitable for Xiao Kai's mother to compare. Before she had seen Jin Yu's husband, she had always pictured him as a crude country bumpkin. Who would have thought he would turn out to be such a strikingly handsome man? He was so tall, and one could almost discern the muscles beneath his clothing, particularly his nose. They say men with such noses are also in bed. Song Qianshan observed the woman openly appraising him, furrowing his brow as he took the shopping cart from Jin Yu's hands, stating, "Let's go. I will handle the payment." "I haven't finished shopping yet," Jin Yu protested. Song Qianshan surveyed the overflowing cart and then looked at Jin Yu before nodding. "Go ahead."
All right.
As Jin Yu departed, she nodded at the ever-staring Xiao Kai's mother before heading towards the produce section. She selected 4 watermelons, 6 boxes of strawberries, 6 boxes of blueberries, 15 pounds of mangoes, 30 pounds of apples, 2 bunches of bananas, 20 pounds of grapes, 6 pounds of cherry tomatoes, 7 pounds of peaches, 2 pineapples, and 10 duck pears. Having completed her fruit shopping, she turned her attention to vegetables. She purchased 30 pounds of storable potatoes, 3 heads of cabbage, 10 pounds of onions, 2 bags of baby bok choy, 10 pounds of scallions, 5 pounds of celery, 3 heads of broccoli, 3 heads of cauliflower, 15 pounds of tomatoes, 10 pounds of cucumbers, 5 pounds of peppers, and 10 pounds of carrots. Just as her cart was filled to the brim, Song Qianshan arrived to join her. He gazed at the shopping cart, still brimming with items, and couldn't help but liken his wife to a squirrel, frantically hoarding goods as if she yearned to transport everything home. Had she always been this way? With such a plethora of items, they might spoil before they even had a chance to be consumed. Jin Yu glanced at Song Qianshan, whose shirt was drenched from making several trips, and remarked, "I fear the temperature is too high. I want to ensure that Huan and Lulu are comfortable at home, so I thought it prudent to stock up a bit more. Besides, we still need to purchase a freezer. It's certainly better to have ample supplies than to face scarcity." Song Qianshan nodded in agreement, taking the shopping cart from Jin Yu's hands. "All right then, let us proceed as you suggest. Consider it an investment in peace of mind." Jin Yu's eyes sparkled, and she added, "I would like to procure some ice cream as well." With a resigned nod, Song Qianshan acquiesced, reasoning that with the abundance of snacks already in their possession, adding a few tubs of ice cream hardly constituted excess. Given that he was rarely home, he seldom denied his wife's requests. "Make sure the children don't overindulge," Song Qianshan cautioned. "It's for myself," Jin Yu replied. He nodded, not seeing anything amiss with a mother indulging in treats. "I've arranged for someone to install the sunshade on the terrace upstairs. It should help mitigate the heat. Otherwise, the temperature on the top floor is unbearable." "Very well," he replied. When Song Qianshan returned to pay for the cart overflowing with fruits and vegetables, Jin Yu was busy pushing a new cart to fill in any gaps, ultimately acquiring yet another full cart. After concluding their shopping spree, Jin Yu finally decided to stop. She had little choice, for Song Qianshan's vehicle could hold no more. Fortunately, the supplies they had purchased were plentiful, both in quantity and variety. Jin Yu recalled the countdown from the system upon her arrival in this world and intended to categorize and tally the items when they returned home. Planning to have Song Qianshan help replenish anything that was insufficient while he was still around. With manpower at her disposal, Jin Yu certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. As they departed the supermarket, it was still before 11. Yet the outside temperature felt as if it could bake a person alive. Upon returning to their community, Jin Yu and Song Qianshan first ushered Huan and Lila back home, turning on the air conditioning and television to allow them to rest. They then began to haul the items up and down, like laborers. The sheer volume of goods Jin Yu had purchased necessitated 3 trips, each time filling the elevator to capacity before finally transporting everything upstairs. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, they encountered little foot traffic in the parking lot or the elevator during their arduous task. After all, it was Saturday and many people were likely lounging at home, enjoying the coolness of their air conditioning. After half an hour of labor, they finally returned home, relishing the cool breeze. And Jin Yu felt as if she had been revived. The current temperature was outrageously high. In her world, it was late June and should have been hotter than this realm, yet the temperatures were comparable. Outside was oppressively hot and sunny. Upon entering, Song Qianshan removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing arms distinctly marked by the sun. He suddenly recognized that Jin Yu's precautions for himself and their children were indeed wise. However, he was not overly concerned about the change in his skin tone. As a man, a little darkness was of little consequence. There's watermelon in the fridge. Could you slice some? He asked. Jin Yu nodded. When she emerged from the bedroom, she found Huan and Lula seated on the sofa, happily watching cartoons while clutching a watermelon. Song Qianshan was absent from the downstairs area, but Jin Yu vaguely heard male voices coming from upstairs. Remembering Song Qianshan mentioning someone would come to install the sunshade, she decided to investigate. Upstairs, there was only 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The rest was the terrace. A ring of roses grew along the wall of the terrace, but they appeared wilted and lackluster under the sun's harsh rays. The worker installing the sunshade was drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Jin Yu, Song Qianshan said, "Please bring some watermelon up." Jin Yu nodded and, in addition to the watermelon, also brought some refreshing herbal tea to combat the heat. After placing the items down, she descended once more. As the kitchen and storage area were still cluttered with unorganized goods, leaving her no time to rest, Jin Yu busied herself with sorting through the day's purchases, while Song Qianshan set to work installing the sunshade on the terrace and 2 large freezers, even going so far as to set up a solar power generator on the terrace. Jin Yu learned of this while having lunch, which Song Qianshan had prepared, a simple dish of cold noodles with tomatoes and eggs, paired delightfully with the salted duck eggs Jin Yu had bought at the supermarket. She savored a hefty bowl, while Song Qianshan, using a metal basin, consumed 2 bowls with remarkable ease. Jin Yu stared in astonishment at Song Qianshan's appetite, silently grateful that he had been away for the past month. Otherwise, she wondered if the supplies she had gathered could last through June. After their meal, it was 2 in the afternoon, and the temperature in the house was pleasant. The 2 little ones had already retreated to their rooms for a nap. Song Qianshan took Jin Yu upstairs to see the solar power generator he had installed. "I received a call from the military. I must leave this evening. Before I go, I will tidy up the house, and if you need assistance after I depart, please contact the property management. I have already spoken to Manager Liang. He will do his utmost to help you." Jin Yu nodded, understanding. She had been concerned about how they would manage to sleep together that night, given her current role as Song Qianshan's wife. However, his early return to duty alleviated that worry. When Song Qianshan left, although Huan and Lulu were not particularly close to him, they still teared up. The more vivacious Lula clung to Song Qianshan's leg, crying, "Don't go." Song Qianshan picked up Lulu, and just as he was racking his brain for words of comfort, Jin Yu chimed in, "If Lulu is this upset, she probably won't be able to enjoy the little cakes." Taking Huan's hand, she smiled. "Perfect, just the 2 of us can have them." Upon hearing this, Lulu immediately wriggled out of Song Qianshan's grasp, exclaiming, "Mommy, I love little cakes. I'm not sad at all." Song Qianshan looked on in exasperation as Lulu abandoned him for the promise of a cake. After shouldering his bag, he pointed to Jin Yu's phone and said, "I transferred 50,000 yuan to you. There's also 10,000 in cash in the bedroom drawer. Please refrain from contacting me while I'm on duty.
I will reach out when I can."
Jin Yu nodded, not particularly invested in Song Qianshan's affairs. Noticing that she seemed to have little to say, he affectionately ruffled the children's hair before departing. Once he was gone, Jin Yu let out a sigh of relief. However, just as she exhaled, her phone rang. "Is this the mother of Huan and Lulu?" a cheerful voice inquired. "Yes, it is," Jin Yu responded. The voice continued, "With Children's Day approaching, Huan and Lulu need to come to school for rehearsal tomorrow afternoon. Please don't forget." Hearing this, Jin Yu turned to see the two little ones gazing up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Goodness, they were still attending school. Chapter 13, The Mutated Heat Apocalypse 5. After hanging up, Jin Yu noticed the delivery she had ordered earlier had arrived at the doorstep. She thanked the perspiring delivery person and brought the cake inside.
Wow.
"It's a fruit cake," Lulu exclaimed, tugging at Jin Yu's leg, his round eyes fixated on the cake. Jin Yu, balancing the cake in one hand, affectionately patted Li's little head and said, "Sit tight. I'll slice the cake." Jin Yu purchased an 8-inch cake, slicing it in half and placing the remaining portion in the refrigerator. As she observed the two little ones sitting obediently at the dining table, she inquired, "What performance will you be giving for Children's Day?"
Dancing.
Lele exclaimed, her small mouth smeared with a dollop of cream. "Do you wish to participate?" Jin Yu sought the opinions of Huan and Lele. "Yes, every child must take part." They chorused in unison. Jin Yu fell silent. The weather had already turned sweltering, and it was likely to become even more oppressive in the days to come. She harbored reservations about allowing Huan and Lele outside, particularly with the impending performance on Children's Day. What if they succumbed to heatstroke? Not needing to wait for the following days. News emerged within the community owners group that evening of individuals fainting from the heat. Jin Yu had just lulled the two little ones to sleep and was about to browse the internet when she stumbled upon the alarming declarations in the Beiyuan owners group. It turned out that an elderly resident in the neighborhood had refrained from turning on the air conditioning to save on electricity, opting only to use a fan, resulting in the unfortunate discovery of the elderly person fainting upon the return of family members from work. Jin Yu checked the weather and noted that the temperature outside had soared to 40 degrees, a stark contrast to the morning's forecast, which had predicted a maximum of 37 degrees. The incidents of elderly individuals fainting in the community were not isolated. Numerous reports of heatstroke surfaced online, with some even succumbing to the heat while napping at home. Among these, the elderly and young children were particularly vulnerable, being the primary victims of heat-related fainting spells. Gazing at her two sweetly sleeping little ones, Jin Yu pondered what else she should prepare to ensure their safety in this tumultuous world. While perusing the news, she suddenly received a message from the kindergarten group for Huan and Lele. The teacher who had called her earlier that afternoon announced that due to the extreme heat, tomorrow's rehearsal had been rescheduled to 7 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours, from 7 to 10. Jin Yu responded with an acknowledgement in the group and began assessing the finances left by the original owner. She was accustomed to preparing in advance. So, with someone to watch the children tomorrow morning, she planned to venture out to procure additional supplies. The original owner's mobile wallet contained 25,500 yuan, while an online store had 120,000 yuan, and with the money left by Song Qianshan, Jin Yu found herself in possession of 205,500 yuan. Furthermore, while retrieving cash from the drawer where Song Qianshan had stored it, she discovered a gold bracelet, a simple, yet substantial piece. Jin Yu recalled how that afternoon, the mother of Xiao Kai had boasted about her own possessions. Realizing that Song Qianshan had taken note of everything. Although Jin Yu was not well acquainted with Song Qianshan, based on their interactions that day, she felt he was a decent person. Returning to her thoughts, she resolved to purchase more medicine at the pharmacy tomorrow, considering the two children at home. The original owner had a list of essential medications in the family medicine cabinet, which she planned to follow, along with acquiring some commonly used items to avoid any mishaps. Additionally, Jin Yu discovered another intriguing fact. Every time she entered the world of the copy, her home space remained static. Earlier that day, She had casually placed a chilled watermelon on the dining table downstairs, and to her delight, when she retrieved it after dinner, it was still cool, showing no signs of temperature change. This revelation filled Jin Yu with joy. During her time in the copy, her space had transformed into a natural storage room, preserving food without spoilage. Aware of this, she began producing ice cubes with the refrigerator and freezer from that afternoon, ensuring she could withstand any electrical issues that might arise. Moreover, she intended to stock up on supplies during her shopping trip tomorrow, as it was always prudent to have an abundance of resources. After a dreamless night, Jin Yu rose promptly at 4:30 in the morning. She glanced at the still sleeping twins and quietly exited the bedroom. Observing the outdoor temperature, she noted it was a mild 27 degrees. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the heat became unbearable. Taking advantage of the relatively cool morning, Jin Yu completed her morning routine and headed to the kitchen. She planned to prepare additional cooked dishes to store in her space, allowing her to have ready meals when the heat became intolerable. She chopped a significant portion of the pork belly she had purchased the day before, combining it with tenderloin to create a meat filling, and did the same with half of the beef. Her intention was to make buns, a dish she often prepared for herself during her busy study days. Once steamed and stored in the refrigerator, they would be convenient to reheat for meals. She crafted various fillings: pork with scallions, fragrant chicken, pork with celery, pork and vermicelli with cabbage, chive and egg with black fungus, tofu and vermicelli, and minced meat with green beans. Jin Yu spent considerable time perfecting these 7 fillings, thankful that she had asked Song Qianshan to purchase 2 large pots. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how long it would take to steam so many buns. Once cooked, she placed them in black baskets lined with oil paper, arranging a total of 6 baskets on the dining table in her space. These baskets, originally intended for potting flowers on the balcony, had now been repurposed as bun containers, quite useful indeed. Huan and Lele awoke to the enticing aroma of the buns wafting through the house. Upon waking, the 2 little ones did not cry, but followed the scent to the kitchen. Jin Yu, watching them stand side by side with sleepy eyes, instructed, "Go wash up. After that, come to eat." After saying this, she noticed Huan and Lele standing still and asked, "What are you waiting for?" "But, Mommy, we don't know how to wash up," they replied. Jin Yu responded, "All right then." With both gas stoves and electric pots steaming buns, she didn't need to supervise them for the moment, so she took the twins to the bathroom to help them wash up. Rather than doing everything for them, she patiently guided them to try doing it themselves. You are no longer 3-year-olds. You are nearly 4, and big kids should learn to be self-sufficient. Your kindergarten teachers have said that you should do your own things. She encouraged them as they stood on a stool holding their cups and toothbrushes up and down, left and right. Jin Yu had never imagined she would one day possess such patience to teach her children self-care. "Mommy, I'm done," Huan announced after wiping her face clean. "Well done, Huan." Jin Yu placed the twins' facial cream before them, encouraging them to apply it themselves. Jin Yu was uncertain whether children of their age could manage washing up alone or required adult assistance. However, in her view, Huan and Lele must learn to take care of themselves. Chapter 14. The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse 6. The trio's breakfast consisted of the buns Jin Yu had steamed that morning. Huan and Lele had hearty appetites, each consuming 1.5 buns while also enjoying a glass of milk. Jin Yu paired her 3 buns with some pickled vegetables purchased from the supermarket. After breakfast, she instructed Huan and Lele to tidy up their little backpacks, seizing the opportunity to store the last batch of buns in her space. Thankfully, with 2 little ones who were still quite innocent, Jin Yu felt emboldened to carry out her secretive actions without fear of being discovered. Huan and Lele donned the clothes Jin Yu had selected for them, shouldered their little backpacks, and waited at the door, ready to embark on their day. As Jin Yu set out with her 2 little ones at 6:40, they arrived at the nearby kindergarten just 5 minutes before 7. Although Jin Yu lacked a driver's license in her own world, she was quite adept at driving. In fact, she had mastered the skill by the age of 15, thanks to her father's guidance. When she entrusted her children to the kindergarten teacher, she gently admonished, "Be good at kindergarten, and Mommy will come to pick you up on time. Then we shall return home for ice cream, shall we?" Upon hearing the word ice cream, Huan and Lulu eagerly nodded their heads. Perhaps due to the timing, many parents were dropping off their children at the kindergarten, and Jin Yu even encountered Xiao Kai's mother from the previous day. However, before Xiao Kai's mother could approach her for a chat, Jin Yu had already slipped into her car and driven away. On her way, she spotted a market and decided to seize the opportunity to shop before the supermarket opened. Having used a considerable amount of meat, vegetables, and flour while steaming buns that morning, Jin Yu purchased a 10-kilogram bag of flour, an abundance of vegetables, and freshly slaughtered pork, a whole piece, along with 30 pounds of beef and 20 pounds of beef bones. She noticed a vendor selling poultry and bought 5 processed chickens, 5 ducks, and 2 large geese. After depositing her purchases in the car, she discreetly stowed everything away before re-entering the market. She stocked up on a variety of coarse grains and dried goods, even acquiring 30 pounds of frozen dumplings, as well as ample amounts of tofu and soy milk, knowing they would remain unspoiled in her storage. With enough food prepared to last for 2 months, she now felt the need to acquire some self-defense items. In the market, she selected 2 cleavers and a bone-cutting knife, determined to be well-prepared, knowing that with 2 children in tow, her mobility was limited. Thus, her home must become her fortress. Fortunately, the 2 sturdy gates at her residence were robust, but it was prudent to have means of protection on hand. After completing her shopping, Jin Yu timed her visit to the pharmacy to coincide with its opening hours, methodically gathering 5 boxes of various medications to bolster her sense of security. Exiting the final pharmacy before 9 o'clock, the heat began to take its toll on her exposed hands. Upon entering her car, she checked her phone to find a weather alert for extreme heat, with the outdoor temperature soaring to 37 degrees Celsius, a rather exaggerated figure for this hour. Fearing the temperature would rise further by 10 o'clock, she opted to forego the supermarket and drove directly to the kindergarten to fetch Huan and Lulu. Upon parking and walking towards the kindergarten, she suddenly heard a commotion from within. Upon reaching the entrance, she discovered that an elderly woman had fainted from the heat while waiting outside for her grandson. This unfortunate incident occurred even while she had been sitting in the shade of the security guard station. Watching the elderly lady being assisted into a vehicle bound for the hospital, Jin Yu furrowed her brow and informed the guard before entering the kindergarten. With the outdoor temperature so high, the teachers were keeping the children indoors, where it was considerably cooler. Observing Huan joyfully bouncing around in the classroom, Jin Yu approached the teacher to explain that she had urgent matters at home and took Huan with her. Unsure if it was merely her perception, Jin Yu felt that the temperature outside had escalated even further since her brief time inside the kindergarten. "Mommy, it's so hot," Huan exclaimed. On this outing, Jin Yu had not dressed the children in sun-protective clothing, so now she hurriedly led them to the car. The short distance of mere meters made Huan's little face flush from the heat, and only upon feeling the cool air conditioning inside the car did they begin to recover. On the way home, Jin Yu stopped at a roadside supermarket to purchase 10 bottles of mineral water for the trunk while also refueling the vehicle. Upon returning home, Huan and Lulu, noticing the abundance of groceries, willingly helped Jin Yu carry the items. As they made their way to the elevator, they encountered Xiao Kai's parents, who were headed to the underground parking lot. Xiao Kai's mother, observing Jin Yu's numerous bags filled with provisions, remarked, "Isn't the kindergarten rehearsal supposed to end at 10? Why are you bringing the children back so early at 9:30? "It's too hot," Jin Yu replied curtly, uninterested in a lengthy conversation. As she departed, Xiao Kai's mother commented to her husband, "Well, their child is merely a backup in the performance, leaving early isn't a big deal." Xiao Kai's father added, "Indeed. The weather has been unusually oppressive lately. Let us go pick up Xiao Kai and then head to the supermarket to stock up." Upon arriving home, Jin Yu's first action was to turn on the air conditioning. She sliced a piece of leftover cake for Huan and Lulu, allowing them to watch television in the living room while she returned to the underground parking lot for the remaining items. By the time she brought everything upstairs, it was around 10 o'clock and the temperature outside had soared to 42 degrees. As she collapsed onto the sofa to rest, her phone buzzed with incessant messages from the kindergarten parents group. Upon reviewing the chat logs, she learned that a child had fainted from the heat during the rehearsal. This incident had ignited a heated argument among parents in the group, who held the kindergarten responsible for their children succumbing to heat exhaustion. After perusing the messages, Jin Yu closed the chat. Regardless of the opinions of other parents, she resolved not to send her children to kindergarten any longer. She then opened the community owners group, where many residents were also lamenting the sweltering heat, questioning whether it was unusually severe, and exchanging messages about buying watermelons. Noticing a group buy for watermelons at a price of $1.80 per pound, with a minimum order of one, she saw that the group had already amassed over 60 participants, having already bought 5 watermelons over the past 2 days. She decided to join the group for an additional 5, knowing that one could never have too many watermelons in summer. Just as she completed her order, a call from a contact labeled mother-in-law came through. Chapter 15, The Mutated Heat Apocalypse 7. Jin Yu answered the call, and before she could speak, the voice on the other end began. I heard from Deshawn that you're home alone. How can you manage 2 children by yourself? I'll come over to stay with you today. Jin Yu. Though she had never interacted with her mother-in-law, Song Qianshan's mother was aware from Huan's remarks that this woman favored sons over daughters. Otherwise, Huan would not have uttered, "Grandma doesn't tea like me." The abruptness of her mother-in-law's call only served to diminish Jin Yu's already low opinion of her. With so many secrets weighing on her, she felt she couldn't fully relax with the 2 children nearby. If such a mother-in-law were to arrive, her current mission would elevate to a hellish level of difficulty. I can manage. Jin Yu refrained from uttering the word mother. The children are usually at kindergarten and don't require my constant supervision. With the heat so intense, many elderly residents in our community have already suffered from heat stroke. It would be best for you to rest at home. As soon as Jin Yu finished speaking, the voice on the other end retorted, why can't you recognize a good person's intentions? I traveled all this way just to help you. Forget it. Forget it. I know you look down on me as an old woman and don't want me at your home. Jin Yu listened to Song Qianshan's mother rambling on, utterly taken aback by her demeanor. She was not a particularly eloquent person, and when Song Qianshan's mother finally paused to catch her breath, Jin Yu interjected, if that's how you feel, then there's nothing I can do. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. She glanced at the incoming call that followed but chose to ignore it. The words she had just uttered had slipped out rather effortlessly, but they bore an uncanny resemblance to the phrases often uttered by scoundrels. Nevertheless, whether or not it sounded scoundrel-like was irrelevant as long as it served a purpose. As expected, Song Qianshan's mother called back, but upon realizing Jin Yu wouldn't answer, she eventually gave up. Jin Yu remained oblivious to the fact that Song Qianshan's mother, infuriated by her silence, had taken to calling Song Qianshan to complain. All Jin Yu knew was that it was noon, and time to prepare lunch. The air conditioning in the house was quite effective. Aside from a slight warmth in the kitchen, the temperature was consistently comfortable. Considering there were 2 young children at home, Jin Yu decided to make tomato shrimp soup, braised pork ribs, and chilled cucumber with pig's head meat for lunch, while the staple was the steamed buns she had prepared that morning. Once the meal was ready, Jin Yu called the 2 little ones to wash their hands and eat. As she picked up her phone, she noticed the missed call from Song Qianshan. With just a glance, she surmised the reason behind his call. Initially inclined to ignore it, she reconsidered and decided to call him back. When the call connected, Jin Yu said, I was just cooking. What is it? She feigned ignorance. It's nothing. I've already spoken to my mom, replied Song Qianshan. Jin Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing he was not calling to vent about his mother. The recent temperatures are quite alarming. Don't let Huan and Lele go to kindergarten. They can stay home. We have plenty of supplies. At this point, Song Qianshan reiterated, I'm about to turn in my phone. Remember, anything that can be resolved with money isn't a real problem. Also, keep your wits about you while taking care of the kids. Don't flaunt your wealth, and don't tell anyone how much we have stocked up. Smiling at Song Qianshan's admonitions, Jin Yu replied, all right, I understand. In a bit, I'll send you a contact. He's my comrade. If you encounter any difficulties, give him a call. He's a local police officer. Okay, thank you, Jin Yu responded. After a brief silence, Song Qianshan added, no need for thanks, just take care of yourselves. Jin Yu felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions, inexplicably seeing a reflection of her father in Song Qianshan. Let Huan and Lele say a few words, she said, passing the phone to the 2 little ones who had just emerged from the bathroom after washing their hands. After all, Song Qianshan mentioned he would likely be unavailable for calls once he was on duty. Lele, clutching the phone, incessantly asked when Song Qianshan would return, excitedly informing him that their mother had prepared delicious food. Huan spoke little, but as the call neared its end, he chimed in, Dad, we're waiting for you to come home. After hanging up, Jin Yu casually shared her and Song Qianshan's decision with the children during lunch. For the next few days, we won't be going to kindergarten. Huan's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, it's too hot lately. We'll stay at home. Lele raised his hand. Can we go to the amusement park? No, we can't, Jin Yu began, but her words were abruptly halted as she turned to watch the midday news. The broadcast announced, "This afternoon, temperatures in our city are expected to rise above 45 degrees Celsius. Residents are advised to take precautions and stay indoors to avoid heat-related illnesses." 45, Mom? Lele brought Jin Yu back to reality. Did you see the news? The lady on the broadcast said we shouldn't go outside. If you behave. We might be able to go to the supermarket later when it cools down a bit to buy you some toys. Unlike adults, who could endure a month cooped up inside, it was a different story for children. Thus, Jin Yu resolved to prepare some toys and books for the little ones, as the upstairs living room was essentially a playroom for them, ensuring they wouldn't disturb the neighbors. All right, Mom, I want a toy gun, Lele exclaimed. Jin Yu observed the expressive Lele, then turned her gaze to the more serious Huan Huan. You can choose your favorite toy too. Huan Huan smiled up at her. Thank you, Mom. After lunch, Jin Yu used the pretext of watering the plants to take the two little ones upstairs, allowing them to experience the outdoor temperature. However, even under the shade of the sunshade, they could only endure the heat for a mere 10 seconds before rushing back inside. As Jin Yu entered the room, Lele, still shaken, clutched her hand. Mom, kids can really melt in this heat. Huan Huan gazed at the glaring sunlight outside, equally apprehensive. Seeing her objective fulfilled, Jin Yu smiled. So, you must listen to your mother and not run around recklessly, understand? Rather than having the children comply verbally while secretly yearning to venture outside, it was far more effective to let them feel the oppressive heat firsthand. Jin Yu exhaled, watching the sunlight outside, realizing the temperature was rising alarmingly fast. With less than 24 hours until the true onset of this extreme heat apocalypse, the situation was dire. Chapter 16, The Mutated Heat Apocalypse, 8. After the two little ones fell asleep, the community chat for Beiyuan erupted. The sweltering weather had already put people on edge, and being confined indoors sparked tensions among neighbors. The most vociferous complaint came from an owner in Building 3, whose child was preparing for the college entrance exam and had been studying diligently at home over the weekend. However, the noise from the neighbors above was incessant, making it impossible for the child to concentrate. Frustrated, the parent ascended the stairs to knock on the door above, politely expressing their concerns, only to find the noise escalating even further. The loud thumping sounded as though it might break through the ceiling. The disgruntled owner recorded the ruckus and posted it in the group chat, demanding the property management intervene with the upstairs neighbors, or they would resort to calling the police for disturbing the peace. Such conflicts were not isolated. There were complaints from new mothers in confinement, driven to the brink of neurosis by the raucous children above. There were also those living normally, yet repeatedly visited by an elderly resident from below, asking them not to walk around in their own home. The chat quickly devolved into chaos, with tensions flaring as if a brawl were imminent. Jin Yu perused the chat records, sifting through the explosive exchanges to find one person lamenting that the shrimp left by the kitchen window had been cooked by the heat, while another noted that clothes on the balcony had spontaneously ignited in the basin. In summary, the outside temperature had risen to such a degree that it instilled panic among the residents. The despair intensified as people checked the weather forecast, realizing that the oppressive heat would persist for several more days. In these conditions, venturing outside without proper precautions could lead to heat exhaustion in less than half an hour. Certainly, there are individuals in the group wishing to carpool to the supermarket for an evening shopping spree, yet the responses have been scant. Jin Yu pondered for a moment. Although her household was already stocked with an abundance of supplies, one can never have too many provisions, especially considering her promise to Huihui and Lele to purchase toys. With only a few hours remaining until the peak of the sweltering apocalypse descended, Jin Yu resolved to visit the largest supermarket nearby that evening. Having foregone a midday rest, she busied herself in the kitchen, preparing an array of cooked delicacies to store in her personal space. While families had shut their doors and windows and turned on their air conditioning to escape the heat, the tantalizing aroma of her cooking wafted through the air, detectable by those living nearby. Perhaps due to the copious amount of food prepared, Jin Yu found herself lacking an appetite at dinner, opting instead to lounge on the sofa, feigning death while observing the two little ones voraciously devouring their meals. Her motivation for diligently preparing food stemmed from a fear of potential power outages, water shortages, or food scarcity, rendering any ostentatious cooking imprudent. It was far wiser to be thoroughly prepared in advance. As the clock struck 8 and the outside temperature dipped to around 35 degrees Celsius, Jin Yu dressed Hui and Lele appropriately and ventured out of the house with them. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, they encountered a considerable crowd, including others with similar intentions for bulk purchasing, as well as elderly individuals seeking refuge from the heat in the cooler confines of the garage. Jin Yu, encumbered by the presence of 2 children, found navigating the supermarket less convenient than when she had been alone or accompanied by Song Qianshan. The store was teeming with shoppers, particularly in the produce section, which was nearly impassable. With her 2 little companions in tow, Jin Yu meandered through the aisles, acquiring an assortment of quick meals, including ham, sausages, garlic sausages, bread, biscuits, canned goods, dried chicken, rotisserie chicken, and dry duck, as well as a generous selection of candies and chocolates. Though her cart was nearly overflowing, she also purchased various tools, ensuring her shopping objectives diverged from those of the frenzied crowd. Perhaps due to the sheer volume of patrons that evening, many shelves were left bare. After filling the majority of her shopping cart, she guided the children to the toy section, where she purchased 2 large boxes of Lego for Hui and a toy gun along with a toy car for Lele. Additionally, she procured puzzles, colored markers, and other items designed to occupy the children's time. After settling the bill, Jin Yu pushed the cart toward the parking lot with her 2 young charges, only to witness a scuffle break out nearby, alarmingly close to her vehicle. Stopping in her tracks, the children curiously craned their necks to observe. The altercation involved 5 individuals, 3 of whom appeared to be a family, while the other 2 seemed to be a couple. From the sharp exchanges of their argument, Jin Yu discerned that the 5 were the high school family from earlier that day, embroiled in a heated dispute with the noisy neighbors from above. The couple was clearly no match for the family, particularly as the man from the latter group was in the vigor of youth, and with the tensions rising. His repressed anger exploded upon hearing the couple's indifferent excuses. Seeking cover with the children, Jin Yu watched the melee unfold for approximately 15 minutes before the police arrived to escort the 5 away. "Mommy, it's so hot," complained Hui and Lele, who had only been outside for less than 20 minutes and were already feeling the effects of the heat. "Everything is all right. We shall return home now," Jin Yu reassured them. On their way back, she noticed several cars that had broken down and even spotted a fire raging in one location. Hui and Lele leaned against the window, sensing the peculiar atmosphere outside, despite their tender ages. Having purchased an abundance of goods, Jin Yu made her first trip upstairs with only Hui and Lele's toys. As luck would have it, the elevator stopped on the first floor, and a man and woman entered. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, smiled upon recognizing Jin Yu. "What a coincidence. You went to the supermarket too."
Indeed.
Jin Yu responded politely, as she did not know the individual. Hui and Lele, however, chimed in cheerfully, "Hello, Aunt Wang." "Greetings,"
Wang Yong replied,
observing the multitude of bags in their hands. "The weather has been unbearably hot. It was quite a challenge to secure these supplies." She turned to Jin Yu and inquired, "Would you like to take your children to buy some more?" Jin Yu sensed the goodwill in Wang Jun's words, yet before she could respond, Lele interjected, "We already have plenty of tasty food at home." "Yes," Jin Yu interrupted, smiling. "After their father returned, he took us to the supermarket for some vegetables. And I believe we have enough to last several days, especially in this heat, where excess could spoil." Unbeknownst to them, the elevator had reached the 11th floor, and Jin Yu realized that Wang Jun was her neighbor across the hall. "That is true," Wang Jun agreed, as a tall young man behind her exited the elevator and exclaimed, upon seeing a watermelon at the entrance, "Our watermelon has arrived." As Jin Yu and the children stepped out of the elevator, they too spotted the watermelon that had been mentioned in the group chat. After a polite farewell with Wang Jun, Jin Yu ushered her 2 little ones back into their home. Once inside, she observed Lele, who was excitedly clutching his toy gun and rushing to unpack it. Jin Yu swiftly seized him and pinned him to the sofa, then beckoned to Hui and Lele. Her expression serious as she said, "Mommy needs to remind you both of something important." Hui and Lele blinked curiously at her.
"What is it?"
"Just like earlier. If anyone inquires about whether we have food at home or anything concerning our household, you must say you do not know."
"Why?"
Lele asked, puzzled. "Because there are some bad uncles and aunts who, upon learning of our valuable possessions, may attempt to come and steal from us." Jin Yu pointed to Lele's toy gun. If another child were to snatch your toy gun away, would you be happy? Lele shook his head. Thus, from now on, regardless of who asks about our home, you must say you do not know. What about Grandpa and Grandma? Lele inquired. Jin Yu nodded. Yes, even Grandpa and Grandma must not say anything. After imparting her instructions, she allowed the children to play in the house while she moved the remaining items from the garage upstairs. Jin Yu remained vigilant of her neighbors across the hall. Although Hui Hui and Lele insisted that Wang Jun was kind, one could never be certain of intentions when order began to unravel. That evening, after coaxing the children to sleep, Jin Yu resumed her culinary endeavors, preparing sushi. Just as she completed a batch and was about to wash her hands, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted outside. Chapter 17. The Mutating Sweltering Apocalypse 9. Jin Yu set down what she was holding and glanced out the window, witnessing the once dark community illuminated by an array of lights. In the distance, screams pierced the air from Building 3. Leaning against the window, she retrieved her phone. As anticipated, the community chat erupted with chaos. The protagonists of the discord remained the same two families, the high school family who had been disturbed by the noise from above and the noisy neighbors themselves. Their quarrel had escalated beyond mere words, culminating in a physical confrontation outside the supermarket, an event Jin Yu had witnessed firsthand, including their eventual apprehension by the police. However, the incident had not concluded. On the surface, it seemed that the two families had reached an understanding at the police station, yet upon returning home, the family above continued their raucous antics, unabated. Downstairs, a high school student brazenly wielded a knife, violently kicking the door of an apartment above until it gave way, subsequently wreaking havoc within. When the property management arrived, they found a couple trembling in a corner, while the knife had mysteriously vanished from the youth's possession. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of the property staff, the couple immediately unleashed their wrath upon the boy, inciting his fury as he struck the man with a chair, resulting in a chaotic escalation. The incident stirred the community chat until the early hours, and by the following morning, Jin Yu opened the chat to find over 99 unread messages. As the searing heat of the summer apocalypse set in, Jin Yu initially felt little of its impact until, starting from 5:30, the homeowners group erupted with complaints directed at the property management. The cause was that some frugal residents, believing the evening temperature hovered around 34 to 35 degrees, opted not to turn on their air conditioning, relying solely on fans. Tragically, this decision led to the emergence of 6 lifeless bodies within the community overnight. The bodies were removed the following morning, one of which belonged to Jin Yu's building. After completing her morning exercise, Jin Yu showered herself and the 2 little ones who had just awakened, treating them to breakfast consisting of meat sandwiches and soybean pudding. By around 9 in the morning, the external temperature had soared to 42 degrees. Having already taken a leave of absence for the day, Jin Yu organized for Huan and Lulu to assist her. The nearly 4-year-old children were capable of many tasks, such as vegetable picking and garlic peeling. Initially, the children were thrilled to help their mother, but as fatigue set in, they began to show signs of irritation. In response, Jin Yu produced ice cream as a reward, thereby ensuring their willingness to assist. While many, like Jin Yu, leisurely enjoyed the comforts of air conditioning, a greater number of individuals braved the oppressive heat to go to work, with some even collapsing on the streets. In the North Courtyard homeowners group, Mr. Wang, everyone, please take precautions against the heat. I encountered 2 people who had fainted on my way to work. In this weather, if no one intervenes, they could perish on the streets. Mr. Gu, I witnessed a car spontaneously combust on my way to work. The temperatures are far too high. Please refrain from leaving lighters, carbonated beverages, glasses, sunscreen, or power banks in vehicles, as they may explode. Mr. Wang, kudos to the resident above. Very practical. Thank you. Mr. Li, our company has imposed power restrictions. We will commence working from home starting tomorrow. Ms. Wu, what a coincidence. We are as well. Ms. Wu, in this dreadful weather, one can only remain indoors. Venturing outside is truly perilous. Ms. Lin, does anyone have a car? My husband is suffering from severe hypertension, and the child has taken the car. Could someone assist us? Mr. Wen, our car is at home. Auntie, please help your husband to the community entrance. We will arrive shortly. Ms. Lin, let us see this through. My husband is in considerable distress and cannot make it to the entrance. Young and strong. Please come and pick us up. A momentary silence enveloped the group. Manager Liang, the property management cannot leave at this time. I hope everyone can lend a hand to one another. Ms. Zhang, Mr. Wen, it's best to escort her husband to the entrance since he lives on the first floor. Mr. Wen seemed somewhat regretful, but with so many people involved, he felt compelled to respond again. Mr. Wen, Auntie Lin, I'll tidy up and be there in 10 minutes. Please prepare your husband.
Ms.
Lin, no need to tidy up, just hurry. My husband can't endure much longer. The group fell silent once more. Jin Yu noticed Mr. Wen's message and sensed a hint of regret. She opened the group member information, revealing it was at full capacity with 500 participants. The community required at least one member from each household to be part of the group, with nicknames mandated to reflect their apartment unit numbers. However, anticipating the events that might unfold, Jin Yu discreetly changed her original name, Mrs. Jin, to Moonlight Before My Bed. It held no particular significance, merely a nod to the fact that the two little ones had been recently reciting that poem, and she thought it fitting for her nickname. Not only was the homeowners group chaotic, but even the parent group of Huan and Lulu's kindergarten was thrown into disarray. It appeared that 3 or 4 children had taken advantage of their teacher's momentary inattention to play hide-and-seek outdoors. When the teacher discovered them, one child had tragically lost consciousness. 2 others were in a state of high fever and convulsions, and another was gasping for breath. The kindergarten promptly alerted parents and rushed all 4 children to the hospital. The situation at the hospital was equally dire. Had these children not been so young and their conditions so critical, there would not have been sufficient staff to attend to them. Despite the kindergarten teacher's haste in reaching the hospital, 3 of the 4 children succumbed, leaving only one suffering from heatstroke to be admitted to the ward. Jin Yu watched the parents' group explode with frantic messages, expressing their desire to take their children home, and felt a wave of relief wash over her for not sending Huan and Lulu to kindergarten. The immunity and self-control of young children cannot be compared to that of adults, and the thought of any misfortune befalling Huan and Lulu was unbearable for Jin Yu. While she admitted to not particularly liking children, her time spent with Huan and Lulu had forged a bond, and she cared for the 2 sweet and obedient little ones greatly. Jin Yu hesitated over whether to inform Huan and Lulu about the unfortunate events. After 10 minutes of contemplation, she resolved to share the news with them. The days ahead would undoubtedly be challenging, and though Huan and Lulu were still young, Jin Yu was determined not to let them live blissfully ignorant of the harsh realities of life. Chapter 18. The Mutated Apocalypse of Extreme Heat, 10. Jin Yu positioned Huan and Lulu across from her. Now, Mommy has something very serious to discuss with you. Upon hearing the word serious, the children immediately sat upright, their attention fixed on Jin Yu. Do you think the weather is hot right now? Huan and Lulu pondered their previous experiences on the terrace and their trip to the supermarket the night before, nodding earnestly. Mommy has some bad news to share with you. In your kindergarten, 4 children disobeyed their teacher and went outside to play hide-and-seek when the teacher was not paying attention. Sadly, 3 of them have passed away, and 1 has been hospitalized. Passed away? The 2 little ones chorused in unison. Jin Yu nodded, explaining. They have left this world and will never see their parents again, nor will they be able to play with their toys or enjoy delicious food and ice cream. You will not see them again. Jin Yu was uncertain whether her explanation would resonate with the children. Huan immediately threw herself into Jin Yu's embrace, exclaiming, Mommy, we don't want to pass away. Jin Yu felt relieved that her words had struck a chord and took the opportunity to instill some psychological reassurance in the children. So, without Mommy's permission, can you leave my side?
No.
They replied in unison. Is it permissible to share our family matters with outsiders?
No.
Must you discuss anything with Mommy before doing it, understood? Mother believes that you can only do what you are capable of. The twins nodded their little heads, declaring, We want to go out, Mama. We will play at home. Jin Yu smiled and nodded. What good children you are. Over the past few days, Jin Yu had been busy fetching water to make ice. Aside from preparing ice cubes to store at her space, she filled 3 large jars on the terrace with water and covered them. Downstairs, Jin Yu also collected a total of 8 large barrels of water for daily use. Her motivation for gathering such a substantial amount stemmed from her concern that the community might impose water restrictions due to the intense heat. Jin Yu's apprehensions were well-founded, After the outdoor temperature soared to 49 degrees Celsius at noon, a message regarding water rationing circulated in the community chat. The gist of it was that, due to the excessive heat, the entire city was implementing water restrictions. The usage schedule was divided by districts. For instance, the district where Jin Yu's community was located allowed water access from 7 to 10 in the evening, starting from 2 in the afternoon. The announcement coincided with noon, meaning residents at home had a mere 2 hours to store water. Although Jin Yu had already amassed a considerable supply, she still filled every empty bucket, basin, and even the bathtub with water. While she was busy collecting water, she merrily trotted to the bathroom to find Jin Yu. "Mama, someone is knocking at the door. Do you know who it is?" Lulu raised her hand and said, "It's Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang is looking for Mama." Jin Yu furrowed her brow. "Did you open the door?" Huan shook her head. "Mama said we can't open the door for anyone without your permission. So we told Aunt Wang to wait a moment." Jin Yu smiled and patted Huan's little head. "You're so clever, and Lulu is too. Since you both are so understanding, we'll have some watermelon later."
All right.
Jin Yu instructed Huan and Lulu to continue playing with their Lego in the living room while she went to the door. Upon opening it, she indeed saw Wang Jun standing outside, accompanied by a boy who had been trailing behind her. Wang Jun smiled upon seeing Jin Yu and said, "Huan's mother. My boyfriend wants to go out to buy some drinking water, but our car is out of gas. Could we possibly borrow your vehicle? Rest assured, we will not take advantage of your generosity." The boy, who had remained silent until now, said, looking at Jin Yu, "We'll give you 500 yuan. 500 yuan would be enough to fill the car's gas tank. Under normal circumstances, this would be quite a generous offer, even giving Jin Yu a bit of an advantage. However, Jin Yu responded, "There's no need." Just as she prepared to close the door, the boy stepped forward to block her passage, prompting Jin Yu to discreetly grasp a dagger concealed within her room. She fixed her gaze on Wang Jun and the boy before her. "What are you implying?" Wang Jun looked sheepishly at Jin Yu and tugged at the boy clinging to the door. "We mean no harm." The boy took a deep breath and said, "I can exchange water for your car. The water we buy with your vehicle will be 1/3 yours. You won't need to pay anything." It was indeed a tempting proposition, yet Jin Yu replied, "I would like to accumulate this water myself, but my car's gas is nearly depleted." Observing the boy's furrowed brow, Jin Yu advised Wang Jun, "While there is still time before the water cuts off, you should gather as much as you can." Her tone was not unfriendly, and Wang Jun nodded with a smile as she led the boy away. After closing the door, Jin Yu did not immediately depart, thus she could faintly overhear their conversation. "All right, Jianzhou," she said, "the car is out of gas. Do you believe her just because she said so?" Chun Jianzhou's voice was filled with agitation. "With this blasted weather, it can only get hotter. I wonder if I can keep you alive in this hellish world for a month." Jin Yu's eyes widened in surprise at Chun Jianzhou's last remark. To keep her alive for a month. If she had not been preoccupied with her own task, this statement might not have seemed significant. However, considering her mission, she began to suspect that the boy named Jianzhou was also a player. This line of thought conveniently explained his urgent need to venture out for water. It was the first time Jin Yu had seen a player up close. Hearing the elevator ding, she glanced through the peephole and saw Wang Jun and Chun Jianzhou stepping inside. After the elevator doors closed, she stepped out again, observing the descending floor numbers until it finally halted at the second basement level. Jin Yu's expression turned cold. They had indeed gone to the underground parking lot. She pondered whether Wang Jun and Jianzhou knew which car was hers. If their claim of an empty gas tank was true and they had failed to acquire fuel from her, they would undoubtedly seek it elsewhere. In the entire community, only private vehicles contained fuel, and the only way they could obtain it would be by siphoning from others' cars. The temperature in the stairwell was stifling. Yet Jin Yu showed no inclination to return home for respite. Her eyes remained fixed on the elevator floor numbers. Despite sharing the status of players in this scenario, Jin Yu's twins were a significant constraint for her, while Wang Jun served as an ally for Jianzhou. She absolutely could not allow Jianzhou to discover her identity as a player, if he intended to see her and her twins as adversaries then. Jin Yu's gaze turned icy. She was more than willing to take the initiative. Her phone buzzed, redirecting her attention from the elevator to the group chat on her phone. It displayed a message from Manager Liang of the property management, stating that someone had spotted a thief attempting to steal gasoline in the underground parking lot while seeking refuge from the heat. The property management was reviewing surveillance footage to apprehend the thief and requested everyone to remain vigilant. A smirk crept onto Jin Yu's lips as she observed the elevator ascending from the second basement level. She opened her door, stepped inside, and vanished just before the elevator doors opened. Chapter 19. The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse, 11. The announcement of water cutoff at 2 o'clock in the afternoon was executed down to the last second. However, the promised water supply from 7 to 10 in the evening remained conspicuously absent. After soothing Huan and Lulu to sleep, Jin Yu took the car keys and headed to the underground parking lot. Perhaps due to the expectation of water being available later, the underground parking lot was relatively empty. Jin Yu drove out to a water station and a store selling large water barrels, making multiple trips to procure 100 barrels of water to store in her space. Observing the overcrowded supermarket, Jin Yu initially intended to enter and purchase additional supplies. However, seeing the chaos of people scrambling for goods ignited a sense of urgency within her. Yet, considering the two little ones waiting at home, she prudently decided to return instead. After parking the car, she siphoned the excess gasoline into a container to prevent others from taking advantage of her supplies. Seizing the opportunity when opening the car door to retrieve items, she discreetly placed the fuel container into her space and brought out a large water barrel. As Jin Yu made her way to the elevator with the barrel, she unexpectedly encountered Wang Jun and Chen Jianzhou, who were preparing to leave. Despite the earlier failed request to borrow her car, Wang Jun greeted her with a smile. Huan's mother, where did you buy the water? Is there any left? At the intersection. This is the last barrel. With that, Jin Yu carried the large barrel of water back home, firmly closing the door behind her. Chen Jianzhou scoffed at the closed door of Unit 1101, remarking we're neighbors. She could at least have called us if she knew there was water for sale. What is she so wary of? Wang Jun appeared troubled and replied, it's not entirely fair to say that. She is often alone with two children, so it's natural for her to be cautious. Chen Jianzhou raised an eyebrow at this. Wasn't he there a man with her just a few days ago? He looked tall and strong, and certainly not someone to be trifled with. That is her husband, reportedly a soldier, who seldom returns home. At this, Chen Jianzhou's lips curled into a subtle smile. Wang Jun, oblivious to his expression, casually remarked while gazing at the open elevator doors, we should refrain from meddling in the affairs of others. With the water still cut off, we ought to hasten outside and procure more supplies. Chen Jianzhou nodded, contemplating the possibility of a power outage as well. Pondering whether they might acquire a generator, Jin Yu stood at the doorway, waiting for them to descend before she carried large buckets of water to the kitchen. She then peeked into the bedroom, glancing at the two little ones still in slumber, and proceeded to engage in an hour and a half of daily physical training upstairs. After descending once more to check on the children, she headed for a shower. Following her bath, Jin Yu did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, she briefly reviewed the supplies she had previously prepared, ensuring they could sustain the two little ones for at least 2 months before finally lying down beside her cheerful companions. The next day, the community remained devoid of water, yet the residents' group chat buzzed with a relay for large water deliveries. A bucket of water cost 15 yuan, a price that had surged by 5 yuan compared to usual rates, yet many still vented their frustrations before hastily placing orders. Although Jin Yu had ample water, she could not help but notice the lengthy order list and decided to secure 6 buckets. Her order was rather modest, especially considering others had placed requests for 10 or even 20 buckets. Her neighbor, in a rather exaggerated manner, had ordered 60 buckets, making him the largest purchaser in the entire complex, an eye-catching spectacle indeed. Thus, when the delivery of large water buckets arrived that evening, Jin Yu received her 6 buckets and listened intently to the elevator's rhythmic opening and closing as staff transported water to her neighbor's unit. By the end of the first week in this scenario, the community had endured 4 days without water. It was not merely their complex facing shortages. The entire city was grappling with the crisis. Consequently, the initial price of 15 yuan per bucket had escalated to 100 yuan within a week. Despite this spike, demand remained insatiable, forcing sellers to impose purchase limits. Regardless of the restrictions, Jin Yu refrained from showcasing her privileges, consistently opting to purchase the maximum quantity allowed. Water was not the sole challenge amidst this sweltering heat. The weather forecast issued incessant red alerts for extreme temperatures, which stabilized at 48 degrees Celsius. However, Astute individuals had already discerned that the outside temperature likely exceeded 50 degrees, possibly approaching 60 degrees. The glaring sunlight seemed intent on melting everything on the Earth's surface. Even the most impoverished households now operated their air conditioning units around the clock. Yet, the excruciating heat rendered some aging units ineffective, leading to catastrophic failures. Those fortunate enough might find refuge with neighbors, hastily arranging repairs while the evening temperatures hovered in the 40s, while the unfortunate could perish in their homes. During this period, the number of heat-related fatalities surged alarmingly. It was not solely the elderly and children who succumbed, but also many young adults. Jin Yu kept her curtains drawn tightly shut, only parting them slightly during the cooler nighttime hours for ventilation. She had long abandoned the notion that this world was simpler than her previous one. If her past life was characterized by a brutal, cutthroat existence, this world resembled a slow, agonizing torment, gradually wearing down one's spirit. Those with fragile resolve risked succumbing to madness. Jin Yu refused to be driven to despair. Thus, each morning, she awakened naturally, began her day with exercise, and after attending to the two little ones' morning routines, shared breakfast with them. The mornings were primarily spent reading and playing with her children. Lunchtime involved a brief nap, and in the afternoon, she would lead them in simple exercises to maintain their fitness. To avoid inciting public ire, these activities were strictly conducted upstairs. Despite both levels of the building being air-conditioned and maintaining similar temperatures, the upper floor's heat was notably higher. Days spent indoors with electricity and internet, though monotonous, were bearable. However, on the evening of her 10th day in this world, the complex experienced a power outage. The moment the power failed, the residents' group erupted into a cacophony of lamentations, accusations, and panic. Manager Liang of the property management was relatively responsible and, after approximately 15 minutes, ascertained the cause of the outage. Please do not panic. There has been an issue with the electrical circuits on Ronghua Road, and repairs are underway, he announced. Power should be restored by the latter half of the night. Please bear with us. However, his reassurances did little to alleviate the residents' anxiety. While nighttime temperatures were indeed lower than during the day, they still hovered around 45 to 46 degrees. With such oppressive heat, tempers flared and patience wore thin. Observing the uproar in the residents' chat, Jin Yu exited the group and powered down her phone. The coolness from the air conditioning had yet to dissipate entirely, but it would not last long. Fortunately, unbeknownst to her, Song Qianshan had anticipated such a situation and had installed a solar generator before leaving. Thus, Jin Yu was able to turn on the air conditioning once more. However, she opted instead to activate the fan. The air conditioner was too loud, and she knew its sound would carry to her neighbors. The fan, while less powerful, could still provide a refreshing breeze when paired with a bowl of ice. As Jin Yu lulled the twins to sleep, she was nearly drifting off herself when she was suddenly jolted awake by a woman's piercing scream. The sound seemed to emanate from downstairs. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 1 a.m. The bedroom was the only cool space in the house. And stepping outside, she was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. Clad in shorts and a tank top, she armed herself with a sharp watermelon knife and made her way to the living room. Upon opening the window, the earlier scream was accompanied by the raucous sounds of chaos. "You dare to invade our home? We will call the police," a man's furious voice declared, only to be abruptly silenced. Following this, a woman's anguished cries pierced the night. "Husband, you've killed my husband. I want you to go to prison." Her voice faded, replaced by a rough male tone.
Ha!
Go to prison? It's been over a week of this heat. When have you seen a police officer in the past few days? You filthy whore, here's your chance. If you make us happy, we might just leave you with a whole corpse. The chorus of laughter from the men was unmistakably clear to Jin Yu's ears. As the familiar voice of Chun Jianzhou echoed, she quickly shut the window. Moments earlier, he had led a group in robbing a resident on the 9th floor. If he was methodically searching through the building floor by floor, he would soon reach the 11th floor. Returning to the bedroom, she gazed at her peacefully sleeping twins before turning on her phone. Although the power was out, the mobile data remained functional. In their building, residents were already pleading for help in the group chat, but it was not just their 9th building. 3 buildings in the entire complex had sent out distress messages. Yet the property management remained unresponsive, as if they had vanished. Those fortunate enough to be safe offered suggestions to the desperate residents, advising them to contact the police. The distressed homeowners did not refrain from reporting to the authorities. However, the emergency hotline was perpetually engaged. With the police unreachable and the property management absent, they found themselves relying solely on their own resources. As the other residents in the group offered suggestions, a singular message abruptly silenced all. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. We are watching you." Accompanied by a playful emoji, the message continued, "Since you are so enthusiastic and full of ideas, we will come for you next." The subsequent messages, originating from an account under the guise of a unit number, swiftly transformed into a cacophony of nonsensical nicknames. Wang Laohu, "It's too late, we've taken screenshots," laughter. The homeowners in the chat felt as if their throats were constricted, enveloped in an eerie quiet. Finally, someone dared to speak again. Song Qingfeng, "Aren't you afraid the police will come for you?" He warned, "If you leave our community now, you might still escape. But delay even a moment longer, and you will all find yourselves imprisoned. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Applause emoji. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Oh dear, you truly frighten me. Rest assured, I will be the first to seek you out." The man behind the screen swallowed hard at the words from the group, yet he believed his previous silence and the alteration of his nickname would ensure his anonymity. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Mr. Yang from 501. "Am I right?" Laughter. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. We are coming for you in Building 6, joyful." The man's phone slipped from his grasp, the pale light illuminating his ashen, rigid face. How could he know? Beside him, a woman wept as she pounded on his shoulder, lamenting, "You should have stayed out of it. We need to flee now." "Yes, let us escape." The man attempted to rise with his wife's hand, but his legs buckled, causing him to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Jin Yu, peering through the peephole, recognized Chen Jianzhou, who stood smirking by the elevator, and began to correlate him with the ominous nickname in the chat. At that moment, the stairwell was eerily empty, but the sound of kicking at the door echoed from the 10th floor. It seemed Chen Jianzhou, believing himself well acquainted with the residents of this level, had ventured upstairs alone. When Jin Yu glanced at the peephole, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Chen Jianzhou as he turned to face her direction. As he moved towards her, Jin Yu swiftly closed the peephole and concealed her watermelon knife. Before long, Jin Yu heard a knock at the door. Huan's mom, "A gang of thugs has descended downstairs and is about to come up. Open the door, and let us block the elevator and staircase together." Chen Jianzhou initially intended to deceive Jin Yu into opening the door, thinking he could buy himself some time. However, before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open. As he saw the iron door ajar, his smile twisted into a grimace, and he suddenly collapsed in shock. How could a mere mother dare? He looked in disbelief at Jin Yu, wielding a stun baton, as he struggled to break free. Flames erupted from his hand, poised to strike Jin Yu, but a foot suddenly crushed down on his hand, extinguishing the fire. Then, a watermelon knife appeared seemingly from nowhere, plunging into his heart with a swift twist. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds. Jin Yu stood upright, coldly withdrawing her knife and wiping it on his clothing. "Sending you to the afterlife." As her words lingered, the hallway lights flickered to life. The power had returned. The elevator, halted on the 10th floor, suddenly resumed movement. Jin Yu propped Chen Jianzhou's lifeless body against the elevator wall. As the doors opened, a voice from within the elevator exclaimed, "Brother Chen, take care of that little woman." Before the speaker could finish, a towering figure tumbled into the elevator. The occupants instinctively caught Chen Jianzhou's body, but as they looked up to see who had slain him, red surged in their eyes, and they barely caught a glimpse of a silver flash. Upon entering the elevator, Jin Yu felt it plummet, accompanied by screams. When the doors opened on the second basement level, a blood-soaked Jin Yu came face to face with a masked man humming a tune while brandishing a machete. The masked man's song abruptly halted as he beheld the gruesome scene in the elevator, only to witness the bloodied woman smile at him. After dragging the bodies from the elevator to the ground floor, Jin Yu doused them in gasoline and ignited it with her newly acquired golden finger. Satisfied that it wouldn't spark a fire, she made her way back to the 11th floor. The elevator glided smoothly, and before the doors even opened, Jin Yu could hear the furious pounding on doors and the frightened cries of children. As the elevator doors opened, the kicking suddenly ceased momentarily. The man, mid-kick, instinctively drew back, only to be met by a flying kitchen knife, striking him squarely in the forehead. His companion, paralyzed by the sight of Jin Yu's ruthless efficiency and bloodied appearance, attempted to charge at her with his own blade. In a flash, Jin Yu sidestepped, and with a swift kick, he was brought to his knees. Before he could retaliate, a watermelon knife pierced his back, driving deep into his heart. Hearing his muffled groans, Jin Yu twisted the knife, silencing him. Though her front door had been battered and slightly warped, it remained securely locked. The anguished cries of Huan echoed from within, yet Jin Yu did not return home. Instead, she turned her gaze to her neighbor's door, which stood wide open. With her watermelon knife, she pried the door open as far as it would go, listening intently to the muffled cries and struggles emanating from within. Kaigo, the kicking has ceased. They must have gone inside. Damn, this woman is.
Bang.
Thud.
Ah.
With a swift thrust, the two demons collapsed atop Wang Jun, whose eyes were filled with despair and numbness, unable to even struggle. Jin Yu, filled with revulsion, shoved the two lifeless bodies aside and swiftly severed the bindings that restrained Wang Jun's hands and feet. Are there others?
Jin Yu inquired, looking at Wang Yun,
who shrank into a corner, trembling. Yet, Wang Jun seemed deaf to Jin Yu's words, huddled in fear, staring blankly at the lifeless forms on the floor. Jin Yu could not discern whether Wang Jun's terror stemmed from the two men before her, or if she had already been bound by Chen Jianzhou prior to their arrival. All Jin Yu knew was that she was now drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Surely, she could not be the cause of Wang Jun's fright. I'll borrow a bucket of water from you. I'll return it when I get home. Although Wang Jun might not hear her words, Jin Yu spoke nonetheless. She knew she could not return home in her current state. It would terrify the two children. Fortunately, clad in a tank top and shorts, she could merely wash away the blood with water. As Jin Yu departed, she glanced at Wang Jun, who was fixated on the two lifeless bodies on the ground, and remarked, "Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. It is hot. The bodies must be dealt with promptly." With that, she exited Wang Jun's residence. The moment Jin Yu opened her own front door, the sound of a child's cries abruptly ceased, followed by the unmistakable click of the door being locked. A smile crept upon Jin Yu's lips. She was not entirely foolish. She closed her door and called out, "Huan Lulu, Mommy's home."
Huan, Lulu.
The door swung open once more, revealing the twins, their eyes puffy and red, rushing towards her in their pajamas. Perhaps due to the oppressive heat, the short distance from Wang Jun's home to her own had left her dampened camisole shorts nearly dry. Embracing the twins as they clung to her, she listened as they recounted their fears. "Mommy, a bad uncle tricked us into opening the door. You said we must never open the door for strangers. We couldn't find you. Lulu was so scared. The bad uncle said he would eat Lulu. He kept kicking the door. Wah." Jin Yu comforted them, saying, Huan, and Lulu did the right thing. You must never open the door to any strangers. Not just strangers, but no one except Mommy, understand?" The twins nodded, sniffling against her shoulder. "It was the kicking at the door that woke you, wasn't it?" They both bobbed their heads in agreement. Huan even hugged Jin Yu's neck and asked, "Mommy, is the door broken?" "No, it's not broken. The door was chosen for its superior quality by Song Qianshan. It's a double-layered security door." When Jin Yu returned home, the front door had merely been dented from the kicks of those two men. Once she had calmed the twins, she looked at them seriously and said, Huan Lulu, there are many bad people outside now, much like the monsters in cartoons. Therefore, you must learn to protect yourselves, and Mommy will protect you too." The twins nodded earnestly. "Now, Mommy will turn on the air conditioning for you. You two go back to your room and hide under the covers while Mommy tidies up. Is that all right?"
No.
Huan clung tightly to Jin Yu's neck, crying, "Don't go, Mommy. Huan will be scared. Don't leave." Jin Yu gently stroked their heads, but Mommy must protect Huan and Lulu. Jin Yu picked up a clock from beside her and patiently explained, "Look, when the hand points to 8, Mommy will be back." "No." The twins chimed in unison. Jin Yu gently pushed the twins away, placing the clock into Huan's arms. "Didn't Mommy say to be obedient? Mommy wanted to leave you. You must go to your bedroom." Children are perceptive. They had sensed that their mother was different now. The previous mommy would indulge them with ease. But the current mommy was resolute. Her words were law, and only occasionally would they find success in their pleas. The twins, tearful but understanding, returned to their bedroom under Jin Yu's watchful gaze, clutching the clock. The ice in the basin had melted into water, the fan was off, and the air conditioning was on. After reiterating her instructions, Jin Yu secured the door and stepped outside. The corridor still harbored 2 corpses. She needed to remove them before the heat caused them to rot. As Jin Yu prepared to transport the bodies, Wang Jun emerged from across the hall, donning long pants and sleeves, dragging a disfigured corpse behind her. Upon seeing Jin Yu and the 2 bodies on the ground, she paused momentarily before silently pressing the elevator button. How shall we dispose of them? Wang Jun's voice was hoarse. Move them to the first floor and burn them. Jin Yu replied, observing the blood-soaked fruit knife in Wang Jun's hand, remaining silent.
Wang Yun merely murmured, all right.
The 2 descended in the elevator, and upon exiting the building, they noticed not a single soul in their unit. It was uncertain whether everyone had perished or if they were simply hiding in their homes, paralyzed by fear. Together, they discarded the 4 corpses beside the black pyre on the ground floor. Jin Yu returned to the building, theatrically retrieving a small bottle of gasoline from behind the door, and then returned to the bodies, pouring the gasoline over them before igniting a stick and tossing it into the flames. As Wang Jun observed Jin Yu's practice movements, it was evident that she had performed similar acts before. The acrid scent of burning flesh and gasoline swirled in the air. Just as Jin Yu and Wang Jun were preparing to return home, a trembling voice from above called out, "Are they all dead?" "Yes," Jin Yu replied. Upon hearing her confirmation, the man sighed in relief. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Wang Jun regarded him with disdain. He had only offered help after the situation had been resolved. She thought Jin Yu would refuse, but instead, Jin Yu said, "Come down to the first floor." "Are you sure there are no more of those desperate individuals in our unit?" the man asked, his voice trembling with fear.
Nun, Wang Yun replied curtly.
Although she felt a visceral aversion to him, she suppressed it, reminding herself that she was an adult and understood what needed to be done to survive. The man, relieved, eagerly descended the stairs. Wang Jun turned to Jin Yu and said, "There aren't too many of them. Probably only about 20, including Chun Jianzhou. There are likely no more than 9 people in our building." Jin Yu calculated, realizing that indeed, they must have all perished at her hands, with no one having had the chance to warn others in their group. The group was eerily silent. Having learned from past experiences, no one dared to speak. Thus, despite the significant commotion from Building 9, only the bravest had witnessed Jin Yu and Wang Jun dragging the bodies away to be burned. When the spectacled man from the 3rd floor descended with a kitchen knife, he excitedly brandished his phone at Jin Yu and Wang Jun on the 1st floor, exclaiming, "Bosses, did you see the messages in the group?" Both Jin Yu and Wang Jun had no phones in hand and turned to face the man. "A big shot who runs a martial arts studio has cleared out the robbers from Building 13. They captured 8 people," he declared, his excitement palpable as he shared photos of the bound captives in the group chat. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's gaze shifted to the remnants at the entrance. "Take a photo and send it to the group."
Huh?
The man, under Jin Yu's unwavering stare and noticing the bloodied watermelon knife in her hand, hesitantly raised his phone. In the North Garden Owners group, the user Sorrowful Frog posted, "Images. Sorrowful Frog, task completed in Building 9. Above that message were the aggressive proclamations from Hero Martial Arts following the 3 earlier announcements by Wang Laohu and his cohorts, threatening to eliminate them. However, after Sorrowful Frog posted the image and the accompanying message, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Was there still such a fierce individual in this community? Sorrowful Frog scrolled through previous messages, recalling the one where they had promised not to kill. "We will find you next." Holding down the message, Sorrowful Frog quoted it and added, "We understand." Upon sending the message, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Sad Frog felt an even more peculiar atmosphere within the group. The man, noticing the silence that ensued after his message, raised his head awkwardly to observe Jin Yu and Wang Jun, remarking, "No one is responding to me." Jin Yu and Wang Jun exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their disdain for the grotesqueness of the image shared, coupled with the man's audacious tone. "Let us sweep the 1st floor. If any bodies are found, we shall dispose of them by incineration." Should the kidnappers truly be present here, as Wang Jun suggested, the remaining corpses in the building must belong to the homeowners. The man chuckled. That's a simple task. He promptly took up his phone to draft a message for the group. Sad Frog. Group chat for Unit 3, Building 9. Sad Frog. Happy. I kindly request the homeowners of Unit 3, Building 9, to join this group chat so we may discuss the handling of the casualties at home. Sad Frog. Please mention your room number upon joining. Thank you for your cooperation. The man, raising his phone in a gesture of triumph towards Jin Yu, declared, All right. Esteemed leader. Jin Yu nodded. Then this matter is entrusted to you. Absolutely, esteemed leader. Which unit do you belong to? Jin Yu turned to the man. 1101.
Wang Yun.
Brandishing a kitchen knife, declared. 1102. I am the owner of 302. My name is Mark. The house was a wedding gift for my parents, but I have yet to find a partner, so I reside here alone. Before Mark could finish, he noticed Jin Yu walking towards the unit, with Wang Jun closely trailing behind. I work in IT, so if the sisters have any computer issues, they can reach out to me. As Jin Yu pressed the elevator button, she glanced at the surveillance monitor and turned to Mark, asking, Can the surveillance in the underground parking lot and elevator be disabled? Absolutely. Mark responded eagerly upon realizing Jin Yu needed his assistance. I'll bring my computer to the 11th floor. Very well. When Mark arrived at the 11th floor, he headed to Wang Jun's apartment. Seeing that she was alone, he inquired, Where is that sister from earlier? Wang Jun, still gripping the knife, remained silent. A symbolic knock echoed as Jin Yu, having changed into another outfit, entered. Delete the footage from our unit's elevator, as well as the surveillance from the underground parking lot for the past 2 hours. Even though such details seem trivial in a post-apocalyptic world, Jin Yu still felt it prudent to exercise caution. Mark, brimming with confidence as he booted up his computer, proclaimed, No problem, this is my forte. I earned accolades for this back in college. As he boasted about his computer skills and previous achievements, his fingers danced across the keyboard until he caught sight of the footage depicting Jin Yu wielding a watermelon knife, eliminating the 3 men in the elevator. He watched in shock as the bloodied woman, one hand clutching a watermelon knife and the other hurling a man against the elevator wall, suddenly raised her head, making eye contact with him through the screen. Startled, Mark recoiled, only to find Jin Yu's blade pressed against his back. Turning to face her, he straightened up in fright, swallowing hard. Despite the bloodstains marring her face, he recognized the cold-blooded killer as the very leader sitting beside him. Witnessing such a scene eased his anxiety slightly when he later saw her enter the underground parking lot and dispatch another victim before dragging them into the elevator. The living room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Fear flickered in Mark's eyes while Wang Jun's glimmered with an unusual light. And only Jin Yu pondered whether there had been a better way to retaliate. After deleting all the footage, Mark obediently turned to Jin Yu. I've completed the task. Jin Yu nodded. What is the status of the group? Mark swallowed again, producing his phone. Our unit now has 7 households joined. They are all securely locked inside, and the robbers have not breached their doors. The remaining units have likely either not seen the chaos or have met with a grim fate. Jin Yu stood up, instructing. Have them step outside to check on their neighbors. If anyone has suffered misfortune, they should assist in carrying the bodies downstairs for incineration. Mark nodded. I'll communicate that in the group now. By the way, other homeowners in Building 9 wish to join our group. Should we allow it? That's up to you. Coach Luo from the Hero Martial Arts School requested to befriend me, and I accepted. He inquired about us, but I said nothing. Jin Yu acknowledged for now. Let us secure our own territory. You understand my intent, correct? Mark nodded vigorously. I comprehend, esteemed leader. I'll return now. You all continue your tasks. All right, esteemed leader. Take care. Mark offered a courteous farewell as he escorted Jin Yu to the door. Upon his return, he found Wang Jun staring intently at her computer. Sister, do you need assistance? No, I don't. After Jin Yu returned home, she took a refreshing shower and climbed into bed. The following day was marked by sweltering heat that felt suffocating, compounded by the despair of the electricity returning in the early hours of the morning only to go out again at 3 in the afternoon. This time, Jin Yu did not conceal the presence of her generator, turning on the air conditioning without hesitation. She had sheltered indoors with her 2 little ones for 2 days without venturing outside, and on the 3rd evening, she seemed to hear the gentle patter of rain from outside. It was actually raining. Chapter 23, The Mutated Heat Apocalypse, 15. Upon hearing the rain, Jin Yu groggily opened her eyes. After sitting on her bed for a moment, she listened as the rain intensified, gradually shaking off her lethargy. Jin Yu descended to the window. Outside was a blanket of darkness, yet in the dim light of the room, she could see raindrops the size of soybeans cascading against her window. Due to the oppressive heat, all the doors and windows were tightly shut, leaving the balcony completely exposed. However, it mattered little, as the roses on the balcony had long since perished, leaving the space barren. As she observed the rain intensifying, a twinge of concern arose within her that the drainage on the balcony might become clogged. Should the water fail to drain, it would surely pose a headache. Casting a glance at her two sleeping children, she changed her clothes and ascended to the upper floor. Armed with a flashlight and clad in a raincoat, she ventured outside. Fortuitously, her inspection revealed that the drainage was indeed partially blocked, with signs of accumulating water. Clenching the flashlight in her mouth, she crouched down to clear away the debris surrounding the drain, allowing the collected rainwater to flow away in an instant. Having finished her task, Jin Yu hurried back indoors. The rain was now pouring down with such ferocity that it stung against her skin. At this rate, it was inevitable that the community would flood. Overthinking proved futile. So Jin Yu returned to her children and snuggled under the covers for a brief nap. The following morning, she awoke just after 7 to find Huan had already completed her morning routine. Jin Yu, marveling at how much Huan had grown in just over half a month, silently congratulated herself. She turned to see Lulu still sprawled on the bed and playfully reached out to touch his little face, saying, "Lulu, look at your sister."
Eki.
Jin Yu's hand met Lulu's warm cheek, which felt feverish to her touch. Observing the flushed face of Lulu, who had just sneezed, she furrowed her brow. "Lulu, are you feeling unwell?" Throughout the past month and more, Huan and Lulu had been in her company for exercise and had not fallen ill once. Hearing Jin Yu's voice, Lele wriggled his body into Jin Yu's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm feeling a bit cold." At that moment, Jin Yu had just removed her hand from Lele's forehead and then touched her own brow. She beckoned to Huan, whose temperature was similar to Jin Yu's, indicating that Lele indeed seemed to have a fever.
"I feel unwell, Mom."
Jin Yu held the whimpering Lele close, realizing that upon emerging from the blanket, she felt a significant drop in temperature. She turned off the air conditioning and draped a summer quilt over Lele, saying, "Wait here a moment, dear. I will fetch a thermometer." Lele obediently nodded, and as Jin Yu left, she held Huan's hand, both aware that their little brother seemed to be suffering from a cold. In just half a month, Jin Yu had grown quite accustomed to referring to herself as Mom. All right. Jin Yu took the thermometer and measured Lele's temperature, which read 38.3 degrees Celsius. Observing the lethargic child leaning against her, she hurriedly prepared a dose of children's cold medicine. Given that children's immunity is relatively weak, Jin Yu decided to keep Huan and Lele separated for the time being. Although Huan felt a tinge of sadness, she understood that her brother's illness necessitated her mother's protective measures. Fortunately, she could still sneak a peek at her brother through the door crack, which alleviated her concerns. In the morning, Jin Yu had prepared a nourishing millet and red date porridge. She felt slightly reassured to see Lele, despite his low spirits, manage to eat some food. Throughout the morning, the rain continued to fall outside. Huan played with Legos in the living room while Lele watched television in the bedroom, and Jin Yu busied herself in the kitchen. Before lunch, the two children each had an apple, and Jin Yu prepared a light meal of tomato and tofu vermicelli stew, steamed base, and vegetable noodle soup. Perhaps due to taking the medicine promptly that morning, Lele's fever had subsided by noon, and he even managed to eat a bowl of noodle soup. Concerned about a potential relapse, Jin Yu administered another dose of medicine, which both she and Huan took as a precaution. After their midday medicine, the two children went down for a nap, still sleeping separately. Jin Yu chose not to rest. Instead, she visited Wang Jun's home. Since the robbery incident at the building, she had frequently chatted with Wang Jun and Mark in their group. Most of the time, it was Mark who dominated the conversation, with occasional responses from Jin Yu and Wang Jun. The entire 9th building was now under their management. Indeed, the entire 9th building. The individuals brought by Chun Jianzhou had systematically swept through each unit of the building. There were still 5 households remaining in Unit 1, 3 in Unit 2, and a relatively larger number in their unit. totaling 9 households left, while the robbers had been thwarted in Unit 4 before they could even approach it, leaving it unscathed. Following that day, the Hero Martial Arts School apprehended 8 individuals, while 9 had perished in the 9th building. The rest had vanished without a trace, leaving their whereabouts uncertain, whether they remained within the community or had been frightened away. Regardless, no reports had surfaced in the group, and silence prevailed. The absence of property management was attributed to the personnel dispatched by Chun Jianzhou, who had met their demise, leaving the community temporarily under the leadership of Coach Luo. This was due to the sheer number and strength of Coach Luo's associates. Mark had become the deputy group leader because of the brutal photos he had shared, effectively making him the spokesperson for the 9th building. Wang Jun's home had become a frequent gathering spot for the trio.
Upon arriving at Wang Yun's residence,
Jin Yu found Mark already there. Upon seeing her, he exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, the temperature outside has plummeted to 35 degrees. Can you believe it? It's noon. And this time of year usually sees temperatures soar above 50 degrees, yet after just one rain, it has dropped so rapidly." Mark chuckled. Does this mean that the scorching heat is finally coming to an end, and everything will return to normal? Jin Yu remained silent, while Wang Jun, typically reserved, interjected. When things deviate from the norm, there must be something awry. Indeed. Mark's initial joy evaporated after hearing Wang Jun and Jin Yu's remarks. With a grim expression, he lamented, "Please no. I haven't worked in over half a month. If this cursed weather continues, how am I supposed to survive? My mortgage payment is due next month. If I can't make it." Mark's situation was not unique. The previous robberies had also affected many residents. With emergency services like the police and fire department unreachable, tensions escalated among the populace, and even minor conflicts could trigger explosive reactions. In Jin Yu's community, several brawls had erupted even before the robbers arrived. "I don't want my house to be auctioned off. My parents spent the majority of their life savings on this home." Jin Yu placed her finger to her lips, whispering,
"Sure."
Do you hear that sound? Chapter 24. The Mutated Heat Apocalypse, 16. A crackling noise emanated from the window. The trio turned to look outside, only to witness the rain having transformed into hailstones the size of pebbles. Even a most optimistic Mark's face fell. "Oh no, hail." He grimaced and continued, "I used to dismiss the apocalyptic gossip circulating in the group, but now, could it actually be true?" Jin Yu gazed out the window, rising to say, "There are children at home. I must return. If anything arises, we can discuss it in the group." Upon returning home, Huan was indeed awakened by the sound of the hail. Clutching her small blanket, she stood at the door of the room where Lele was sleeping. Upon seeing Jin Yu return, she dashed over, exclaiming, "Mom." Jin Yu patted Huan's little head and opened the door to the master bedroom. Lele was still asleep in bed, and upon checking his forehead, she found it no longer feverish. Sighing in relief, she beckoned to Huan, who stood at the door as instructed. As Huan approached, she asked, "Mom, when will Lele be better?" "Very soon." Huan nestled into Jin Yu's embrace, watching the hail pound against the window with curiosity. "Mom, is that hail?"
Jin Yu nodded, "Yes."
"Hail can hurt, so you and Lele must not go onto the balcony." "Understood?" Huan nodded her little head obediently. Noticing that Huan felt a bit cold, Jin Yu found a small jacket for her to wear. Embracing her, Jin Yu sat beside the sleeping Lele and then opened her phone. She first accessed the Beiyuan residence group. Since the robbery incident, the once quiet Beiyuan residence group had become lively due to the rain, and even now, amid the hail, members were expressing their joy. The oppressive heat of the past half-month had nearly melted them, and this timely rain felt like a lifesaver. Jin Yu pursed her lips at the thought of life-saving. Was it truly salvation? In addition, numerous businesses announced they would reopen in the evening, inviting everyone to visit. Of course, alongside the celebratory messages, there were also requests for medicine. Lele's cold and fever were not isolated incidents. Many families with elderly members and children were falling ill due to the sudden drop in temperature. After not finding much fresh news, Jin Yu opened the group chat created by Mark. There were indeed nearby shops from their 9th building, specifically a grain and oil store, which mentioned that if anyone was interested, they could visit after the hail stopped, and they would offer a 30% discount to their neighbors in the 9th building. The individuals in the group were restless, and as the fortnight passed, although there was still some food at home, it was dwindling significantly. particularly during the previous hot weather. Items not stored in the refrigerator spoiled within mere hours. Some had resorted to eating plain rice with flavoring for over a week. Everyone yearned for the hailstorm to cease so they could return to their normal lives. However, not only did the hail persist, but its intensity escalated, culminating in hailstones the size of a child's fist. The initial excitement within the group dissipated, replaced by a sense of despair as they gazed at the overcast sky, witnessing hail that seemed capable of causing mortal harm. The abrupt drop in temperature brought forth both good and bad news for the populace. The good news was that even in the event of a power outage, they no longer feared succumbing to the sweltering heat at home. The bad news was that once the hail ceased, a torrential downpour ensued, rendering them unable to venture outside. And the water level rose perilously close to flooding the ground floor. Building 9, managed behind the scenes by Mark, had previously cleared out a significant number of bodies, leaving some homes vacant. After gathering information from those wishing to relocate, he collected a certain amount of supplies to facilitate the move for residents of Building 9. Ideally, they would relocate within the same unit. If that proved impossible, they would find a way to change units, with preparations made in advance. When the rainwater began to encroach upon the first floor at 8 o'clock in the evening, no residents of Building 9 experienced flooding. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for residents of other buildings. Among them was an elderly couple from the first floor of Unit 2 in Building 8, who had previously sought assistance in the group and were now again pleading for help. However, it seemed that her earlier appeals had been perceived as too presumptuous. For this time, regardless of her desperate messages, no one responded. While chaos reigned outside, Jin Yu busied herself at home, cheerfully preparing a delightful meal. With a sudden drop in temperature, she dressed her 2 little ones in autumn clothing and even added a small vest for extra warmth. The 2 children engaged in playful antics in the living room while Jin Yu worked in the kitchen. The main dish remained the buns she had steamed earlier, accompanied by braised pork, sweet and sour fish, scrambled eggs with chives, and a soup made with loofah and eggs. The 2 little ones now possessed hearty appetites, easily consuming 2 buns each along with a bowl of soup. After their meal, Huan and Lele settled quietly on the sofa, engrossed in their tablet, while Jin Yu glanced at the calendar. With 12 days remaining until the end of the month, the unpredictable weather left her feeling uncertain. That night, as she tried to sleep, Jin Yu refrained from sinking too deeply into slumber. Fortunately, she was alert enough to cover her children with blankets when she sensed the cold creeping in. Upon peering out the window, she was astonished to see snowflakes falling. It was June, after all. How audacious for snow to fall in June. She checked on Huan and Lele, relieved to find their temperatures normal. Immediately afterward, she took out her phone and noticed messages flooding both group chats, informing everyone of the snowfall. However, with the power outage lasting for some time, only a few had the means to read the messages, either because they possessed a power bank or had a generator for charging. Building 9 housed 2 generators, one of which was in the adjacent Unit 2 and served as the main charging hub. Only her acquaintances, Wang Jun and Mark, utilized their generator to charge their devices. Seeing that both Mark and Wang Jun were active in their small group chat, Jin Yu replied after ensuring her children were snug under the blankets, then turned on the air conditioning to warm the room before settling down to sleep. When she awoke, the world outside was cloaked in a silvery blanket of snow. Drifting down gently, Jin Yu lay in bed, holding Huan and Lele, who had somehow found their way into her embrace, cherishing these moments of warmth amidst the cold. In a matter of days, the climate had shifted from sweltering heat to frigid winter, and it appeared that many would not survive the day. Chapter 25. The Mutated Heat Apocalypse 17. Mark opened his damp-smelling down jacket, lifting a cup of hot water to his lips. It was still warm at Jin Yu's place. As he caught Jin Yu's warning gaze, he swallowed the curse that had nearly escaped his lips. Thankfully, he had sensed something amiss and added an extra blanket last night. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death. Tragically, 5 residents of Building 9 had succumbed to the cold overnight, while 7 or 8 others had fallen ill. Wang Jun cradled his warm drink, his gaze drifting towards Huan and Lele, who were playing with Lego in the living room. The drastic change from heat to cold had left everyone weary and frail, but the 2 little ones appeared unaffected. If anything, they seemed to have gained a bit of weight since he last saw them. Hey, the outside temperature is around 5 degrees now. I was wondering if we should take this opportunity to go out and gather some supplies. I heard from Coach Luo that the area has been taken over by their people. so safety is temporarily assured. Jin Yu considered Coach Luo, who was indeed a responsible individual, though she was uncertain how long that responsibility would last. She certainly wouldn't mention that their supplies were still plentiful. Glancing at the two little ones who stood by the window, gazing outside, she replied, "All right." She feared that if they didn't venture out today, the temperature would continue to plummet and they might miss the chance entirely. Jin Yu was not being alarmist. She sensed that the weather was changing daily, so it was imperative to gather supplies while they still could. Previously focused on surviving the heat, she had neglected to prepare any means of warmth. Thus, her purpose for venturing out was to procure ample heating supplies. Having made the decision to go out, the three of them returned home to gather their belongings, planning to meet in the underground parking lot. When Jin Yu informed Huan and Lele of their outing, the two children joyfully jumped up and down in excitement. Jin Yu felt compelled to bring them along, as she was uneasy about leaving them at home for an extended period and even less inclined to entrust them to someone else. However, plans often change. While rummaging through last winter's clothes for the children, Jin Yu realized that, in just a few months, they had grown significantly, rendering their previous garments unwearable. Huan, worried that Jin Yu might leave him behind, desperately tried to squeeze into the clothes, but despite his efforts, it was futile. Tears brimmed in Lele's eyes as he exclaimed, "Mom, it's unfair. I could wear these before." Jin Yu sighed. I didn't consider this thoroughly enough. She hadn't anticipated how rapidly children could grow in such a short time. How about this? You too can choose any gifts you desire, and I'll buy them for you. Upon hearing this, Huan and Lele understood that their outing would not involve playtime, and they slumped dejectedly on the sofa. Seeing their glum expressions, Jin Yu felt a pang of guilt, as she had initially suggested taking them out. What if we do this instead? When I return, we can go to the terrace and build a snowman. And when Daddy comes back, we'll all go out together. Joyfully hearing the mention of building a snowman, Huan nodded reluctantly upon hearing the word Dad. Jin Yu placed a brand new set of Lego in the living room and set a fully charged tablet beside it. Furthermore, concerned that Huan might feel hungry in her absence, she arranged some washed fruits and small cakes on the nearby coffee table. Once everything was in order, and after bidding farewell to Huan, Jin Yu took a bucket of gasoline and slung her backpack over her shoulder before stepping out of the house. Wang Jun had been waiting in the stairwell for quite some time. Upon seeing that Jin Yu was alone, she remained silent. When they reached the underground parking lot, they were greeted by the long-awaited sounds of chatter and commotion. A series of unexpected events had unfolded in the community during this time. Yet everyone was in high spirits at the prospect of finally being able to venture outside. Wang Jun went to find Mark while Jin Yu poured gasoline into the car alone. "What kind of car are the girls driving? This gasoline is mine," she declared. Just as a man's hand reached for the gasoline, it was abruptly kicked away by Jin Yu. Coldly, she watched the man groan on the ground while continuing her task of pouring gasoline. "Damn it, you filthy whore, do you know who I am?" A clean oil bucket crashed onto the man's face, drawing the attention of several onlookers, yet none dared to intervene. As the bucket fell, the man's vulgarities remained unspoken, for he was swiftly kicked in the stomach, followed by the sharp tip of a knife pointing at his throat. This all transpired in mere seconds. The previously boisterous crowd suddenly seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand, their throats tightening as they regarded the woman wielding a watermelon knife, her foot planted firmly on the man. "This woman is fierce," they thought.
Sister Yu.
Mark's voice rang out, and though Jin Yu did not raise her head, the sound of approaching footsteps indicated that more than two people were coming. Sure enough, as Mark held his knife against the man's throat, he introduced Jin Yu to the others. "Sister Yu, this is Coach Luo from the Hero Martial Arts School." Coach Luo appeared to be around 35 years old. Despite wearing a thick down jacket, his physique was noticeably more robust than the others. Accompanying him were 6 men, aged between 20 and 40. Initially, they had been skeptical when Mark mentioned that his boss was a woman. How could a single woman possibly overpower 8 or 9 armed men? In their perception, women were inherently soft-hearted and in need of protection, incapable of executing such decisive retribution. However, upon witnessing Jin Yu's unhesitating ferocity, they were thoroughly convinced that she was indeed Mark's superior. Her skills suggested that even they might not stand a chance against her. When Coach Luo caught Jin Yu's gaze, he felt a rare sense of trepidation. Years of experience warned him that this woman was even more dangerous than he had anticipated. After Mark's introduction, Jin Yu politely greeted him, Coach Luo. Comrade Jin. Without even glancing at the man Mark had subdued, Coach Luo addressed Jin Yu. We plan to check out the Wanjiale supermarket. Would you like to join us, Comrade Jin? Certainly. Jin Yu had no reason to decline, as their company offered a semblance of safety. After receiving Jin Yu's consent, Mark kicked the subdued man aside. Realizing that Jin Yu and her companions were not to be trifled with, the man hurriedly fled. Among Jin Yu's group were 4 individuals, one of whom was a man from Building 9, Unit 2, who would be sharing a car with Mark, while Jin Yu and Wang Jun took another vehicle. Although snow continued to fall outside, the roads were relatively passable, perhaps due to the increased traffic. Upon arriving at Wanjiale, they found the parking lot already full, forcing them to park by the roadside. Today, Wanjiale was different from usual, for burly men stood guard at the entrance, wielding long sticks. While entry into the supermarket was permitted, no one was allowed to bring any controlled weapons inside. Jin Yu understood the necessity of such measures given the large crowd within the supermarket. Once inside, Wang Jun, Mark, and the others dashed towards the food section, a common inclination among most shoppers. Jin Yu, however, ventured alone to the second floor, where clothing, bedding, and household items were sold, and the crowd was noticeably thinner than on the first floor. Pushing a large shopping cart, she did not purchase any bedding since she already had a sufficient supply at home. Instead, she selected 3 down jackets for Huan, 2 long and 1 short, and along with several older ladies, she acquired 2 sets of cotton-padded jackets and pants. Though they lacked aesthetic appeal, they were undeniably comfortable and warm, prompting Jin Yu to buy 2 sets for herself as well. Additionally, she gathered thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, and socks, quickly filling her cart to the brim. As she descended, Jin Yu also picked up an electric heater from the appliance section. Few shoppers had ventured there, as not everyone possessed a generator. En route to the checkout, she casually purchased a few toys that Huan had desired, as this section remained largely unattended. After paying, Jin Yu returned her vehicle only to find that Coach Luo's group had already returned. 2 of them had placed their items in the car and did not re-enter the supermarket. The present circumstances were far different from before. Leaving numerous items in the car could attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Just from the entrance to the vehicle, Jin Yu had already encountered 2 men attempting to rob her, but upon seeing her coldly retrieve a blood-stained watermelon knife from her shopping cart, they silently averted their gaze and changed direction. Jin Yu had just stowed her purchases in the trunk when Wang Jun and Mark emerged from the supermarket, each pushing a large shopping cart. Damn, Sister Yu, did you know that a 20-kilogram bag of flour costs 600? How can they expect people not to rob them? Mark exclaimed in disbelief. The earnest man accompanying him chimed in, I thought it was too expensive and didn't dare buy it. Would you like to check out the grain and oil market? It might be cheaper. Mark's interest was piqued, seizing the opportunity to venture out. He promptly asked his parents to drive over, as 3 people living together surely incurred greater expenses than one. That sounds good, Sister Yu, Mark said eagerly, glancing at Jin Yu, who nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, they coincidentally encountered Coach Luo and his group returning. Upon hearing that Jin Yu and the others intended to visit the grain and oil market, they decided to accompany them. The grain and oil market was bustling, and while prices had risen, they were not as exorbitant as those at Wanjiale. Although Jin Yu's home was well-stocked, she felt it prudent not to draw attention by purchasing nothing at all. Thus, she bought a 5-kilogram bag of flour, a bag of rice, and a substantial amount of dried goods. Additionally, upon noticing a shop selling stoves, she deliberated before purchasing one, along with some pipes, and discreetly acquired 500 pounds of charcoal and 2,000 pounds of coal while no one was watching. It was not an excessive amount, but it would suffice for her needs until she left. Jin Yu sought a place to change back into her previous attire and, in front of Mark, pretended to buy 300 pounds of charcoal from another store. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the group returned, laden with their acquisitions. With Wang Jun by her side, Jin Yu found it cumbersome to transport items back home. Fortunately, both Wang Jun and Mark were aware that she had children at home, so they kindly assisted her in delivering the belongings. As Jin Yu opened the door, she was greeted by the joyful sight of Huan and Lulu, clad in their loungewear, rushing toward the entrance. Their eyes sparkled with delight, especially upon spotting the toys Jin Yu had purchased for them, prompting them to leap exuberantly on the floor. After expressing her gratitude to Wang Jun and Mark, Jin Yu closed the door behind her. She changed her shoes and made her way to the bathroom to wash her hands. Before she could exit, she noticed Huan and Lulu standing at the doorway like two vigilant sentinels, observing their bright red eyes. Jin Yu instinctively knew they must have cried in her absence. She knelt down and embraced the two little ones, asking if they were hungry. They shook their heads. Having finished their fruits and indulged in cake, they felt quite satisfied. "Mama, we missed you," Huan and Lula chimed in their soft, cherubic voices, melting Jin Yu's heart. She kissed their rosy cheeks and proposed, "Shall we try on the new clothes I bought for you?" "Yes," they exclaimed in unison. After dressing them in their new outfits, Jin Yu encouraged them to play with their new toys in the living room while she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Having been out, she was quite hungry. Instead of cooking from scratch, Jin Yu retrieved the dishes she had previously prepared and stored to her space: tomato beef brisket, sautéed shrimp, and a generous serving of chicken with white rice. Huan and Lulu eagerly poured the tomato beef brisket into their bowls of rice, devouring it with gusto, while Jin Yu peeled 2 large shrimp to add to their meals. As the children were not accustomed to spicy food, she reserved the chicken for herself. After tidying up the dining table post-meal, Jin Yu ascended to the upper floor with her newly acquired stove and chimney. Having spent several years in the countryside during her childhood, she was familiar with stoves and thought it prudent to install one upstairs given the frigid weather. This way, she could ensure warmth for her children should the temperature drop further, or if the generator were to fail, leaving them vulnerable to the harsh winter. During her visit to the grain and oil market, many had followed suit in purchasing stoves after witnessing Jin Yu's acquisition, including Mark and his companions. For the next 3 hours, Jin Yu dedicated herself to setting up the stove in the center of the upstairs living room, with the chimney extending through a hole she had made in the wall to the outside. To secure it, she tightened it with iron rods, and once everything was ready, she attempted to light a fire for warmth. By this time, her phone had rung several times downstairs, but she had not heard it. It was only when Huan and Lulu, dashing between floors, brought her phone upstairs that she became aware. Now that the stove was operational, Jin Yu collapsed onto the sofa, relishing the warmth emanating from it while holding Huan and Lula close. "Mama, the phone," Huan announced. Jin Yu took the phone and saw 3 missed calls, all from her mother-in-law. Reflecting on their last unpleasant encounter, she hesitated about returning the call. Just then, an unexpected flurry of doorbell rings echoed from downstairs, startling her, as that doorbell had yet to ring since her arrival. Looking at the crackling stove, she took Huan and Lulu with her as she descended to answer the door. Upon opening the door's monitor, she spotted Xiao Kai's mother accompanied by 2 individuals in their 50s standing at the entrance of her unit. The phone rang again, displaying her mother-in-law's name, while she glanced at the woman at the door, who was gripping her phone tightly. Chapter 27. The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse, 18. At the unit entrance, Lu Wenyan, frustrated by her unresponsive phone, inquired of Xiao Kai's mother, "Are they really alive?" The recent surge of deaths had understandably led Lu Wenyan to question. They had come using someone else's vehicle, intending to procure supplies from their daughter-in-law. With their savings nearly depleted from employing their younger son as a security guard during the heat wave, they had turned to their eldest daughter-in-law for help. Although Jin Yu and the children had consumed a considerable amount of food, they hoped that there would still be some leftovers. Even if not, Jin Yu had money. What could she not buy with it? "They're alive," Xiao Kai's mother responded. "If they're alive, then why haven't they answer my calls?" Lu Wenyan retorted angrily. Xiao Kai's mother pressed the doorbell for Unit 1101 again, replying, "Whether the child is alive or not is uncertain. But Huan's mother is definitely alive. I saw her this morning in the underground parking lot." Recalling Jin Yu's fierce demeanor from that day, Xiao Kai's mother couldn't believe the transformation of the formerly gentle and soft-spoken woman. "You think our eldest grandson will die? Speak properly." Lu Wenyan scolded Xiao Kai's mother before fixating on her phone, exclaiming, "My battery is running low. You call her." She forcefully pressed the doorbell for Unit 1101, lamenting her misfortune of having such an ungrateful daughter-in-law. Had it not been for the unreachable phone of their son Qianshan, she would have insisted on a divorce. Leaving Jin Yu with nothing, Neither Lu Wenyan nor Xiao Kai's mother could get through. Just as they contemplated forcibly entering, Mark and Peng, who had accompanied them earlier, emerged from the unit, wielding knives and wearing stern expressions, causing Lu Wenyan and Xiao Kai's mother to retreat in fear. "Who are you? And what are you doing at our entrance? Leave at once, or beware of my knife," Mark threatened. Lu Wenyan, having witnessed the lawlessness in her own neighborhood, instinctively wanted to pull her husband away from the intimidating figures. However, Xiao Kai's mother, having seen the camaraderie between Mark and Jin Yu in the parking lot, swallowed hard and boldly stated, "We wish to see Jin Yu, the owner of Unit 1101. These two are her in-laws. We want to go inside." Mark scoffed. "Who is this Jin Yu, or Yin Yu? I've never heard of her. You have 1 minute to leave, or you'll find out where this knife ends up." Hearing this, Xiao Kai's mother felt a pang of fear. With her husband deceased from the fever during the heat wave, she could not let anyone discover her vulnerable state. Peng, towering beside Mark, glared at the trio. "Are you leaving or not? Do you need an escort?"
No, no.
Lu Wenyan urged her husband to leave quickly. And Xiao Kai's mother, alarmed by Mark's words, hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, the snow continued to fall heavily, now the size of coins. Once they had retreated, Mark and Peng shut the unit door. Mark turned to Jin Yu, who stood in the shadows. "Sister, they're gone." "All right, thank you," Jin Yu replied. Mark chuckled heartily. "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. My parents have arrived and are waiting at the entrance of the community. So I shall go and greet them." Jin Yu nodded, watching Mark and Peng depart before returning home. In the afternoon, Mark shared a photo of his family of 3 in the group chat, where his beaming smile radiated joy, a sentiment that subtly permeated Jin Yu's heart. After arriving home, Huan cheerfully inquired whether their grandparents had come, though she displayed a noticeable aversion towards them, while Lele seemed indifferent. Jin Yu felt no pangs of guilt for not allowing Lu Wenyuan and his wife to enter. She harbored numerous family secrets. And with a mother-in-law who was both overly scrutinizing and filled with ulterior motives, Jin Yu was resolute in keeping her at bay. As winter's chill set in, darkness enveloped the sky around 6 o'clock. Just 3 days prior, there had still been a hint of brightness at 8 in the evening. That night, Jin Yu prepared a warm dish of hand-pulled noodles with pork sauce, alongside a stir-fry of tomatoes with eggs and spicy meat. After dinner, she ascended the stairs to check on her stove, relieved to find it functioning perfectly. She sealed the stove and took her 2 little ones to the bedroom, where only the master suite was heated, allowing Jin Yu and the children to don their pajamas comfortably. The following morning, upon waking, Jin Yu drew back the curtains to reveal a winter wonderland blanketed in white. The heavy snowflakes danced in the brisk northern wind, prompting Jin Yu to shiver despite the cozy warmth indoors. As she stepped out of the bedroom clad in a down jacket, the stark temperature difference between the living room and the bedroom felt like 2 worlds apart. Nevertheless, she could not remain sequestered in the bedroom, fortunately. The kitchen warmed up slightly once she began cooking. That morning, she prepared a soup of egg dumplings paired with salted duck eggs. To shield her little ones from the cold, she carried breakfast back to the bedroom. After they had eaten their fill, she instructed Huan and Lele to tidy up the bed while she went upstairs to tend to the stove. With all the doors shut upstairs, the living room soon warmed as the stove heated up. It was only then that Jin Yu brought her bundled-up children upstairs. The 2 little ones played with their toys while Jin Yu took a shovel to clear the snow from the terrace, mistaking her for a fellow snowman enthusiast. The children abandoned their toys and dashed outside. Huan shivered as she stepped into the cold. Yet both remained stubborn and began to frolic in the snow before Jin Yu could turn around. Observing their rare delight, Jin Yu allowed them to play a while longer, simply fetching them gloves and joining in their snowman building. Despite the frigid air, Huan and Lele were soon sweating from their exuberance. Once back indoors, Jin Yu settled the children by the stove to warm themselves. The sweet aroma of the sweet potatoes she had placed in the stove earlier permeated the air, enticing the children's eager gazes toward the drawer beneath the stove, prompting them to inquire every few moments about the cooking process. Eventually, when one was ready, Jin Yu broke it in half, wrapping it in paper towels and offering it to them. The children, displaying their thoughtfulness, insisted that Jin Yu take a bite before they would eat. As Huan sweetly sat by the stove savoring her sweet potato, Jin Yu returned from the kitchen carrying a pot covered with a lid, containing the pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli she had prepared earlier. Placing it on the stove, the dish soon began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma that captivated the children's attention. After a hearty lunch, Jin Yu transformed the couch in the living room into a makeshift bed and cuddled with her little ones for an afternoon nap. As they drifted off to sleep, Jin Yu perused the messages in their group chat, her brow furrowing in concern. Chapter 28. The Mutated High-Temperature Apocalypse, 19. Despite the previous day's relatively orderly shopping at the supermarket, today, even with the temperature dropping again, many residents ventured out to the market. However, what had begun as a minor outbreak of theft yesterday had escalated into organized, premeditated robbery today. While it was regrettable that goods were stolen, some individuals had even vanished entirely. Upon hearing this news, Coach Luo, responsible for the North Courtyard, promptly bolstered security at the entrance. Each building now had its own designated leader. The day prior, Coach Luo had sent a message in the group, stating that for communication to remain uninterrupted, each building must possess at least one generator. He provided an address for procuring the generators, and the costs would need to be shared among the residents of each building or unit. Building 9 was the first to unite, and even with prices skyrocketing 5 to 6 times higher, eager buyers continued to emerge. Building 9 quickly outfitted each unit with a generator. While it might not power air conditioners for every household, it was certainly sufficient for charging mobile phones. Consequently, this news spread throughout the North Courtyard, making it clear that the outside world was increasingly perilous. Those with family members venturing out prayed for their safe return, while those remaining indoors felt a sense of relief. However, Jin Yu's furrowed brow stemmed from a comment in the chat suggesting that when someone had gone to retrieve items from their shop, they discovered the police station deserted. While one could attribute the inability to reach them by phone to busyness, the absence of personnel was decidedly odd. Some advised him not to overthink it, noting that people were preoccupied with their own safety, leaving little room for work. Yet, Jin Yu sensed that there was more to this matter. As if to confirm her suspicions, around 3 in the afternoon, the sound of gunfire echoed from the southeast of the community. Residents, filled with trepidation, locked themselves indoors, fearful of becoming collateral damage in the unfolding chaos. The silver lining was that after the initial gunfire, silence reigned. The unfortunate news, however, was that temperatures plummeted again, reaching -30 degrees Celsius, with further drops anticipated. The entrance to the North Courtyard was now devoid of security personnel, everyone having retreated indoors, and the streets were deserted, with even the hardiest souls likely unable to withstand the cold for long. When Jin Yu observed the thermometer reading -35 degrees, she felt a slight release of tension from earlier, stirred by the gunfire. In such frigid weather, regardless of what others intended to do, they could not contend with the forces of nature. In the evening, Jin Yu resolved to forego sleeping downstairs, opting instead to stay upstairs, where the living room was equipped with a stove and an electric heater, offering more warmth and convenience for cooking. That night, she prepared a tomato hot pot, which the 2 little ones devoured with delight. Jin Yu felt a swell of pride as she gazed at her plump children, nourished and content. The remaining hours were spent indoors, with Jin Yu engaging the little ones in exercise, pondering what to prepare for their meals, and perusing the gossip circulating in the group chat. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was the final day of her task. It was only on this day that Jin Yu remembered to inquire with the system about a matter that had been weighing on her mind, whether the original occupant of the body they had entered had perished or been forcibly erased. System. Warning. That inquiry is outside the permissible range. Jin Yu, if a player withdraws from the instance, will this body continue to survive? System. An online staff member will take over. Jin Yu, can players delay their exit from the instance? As the last day of January approached, Song Qianshan had yet to return, leaving her with an unsettling sense of concern that she could not simply abandon Huan and Lele. System notification. Player mission concluded. Immediate exit from the game is required. System notification. The longer the delay, the greater the likelihood of merging with the instance world. Jin Yu gazed out at the softly falling snowflakes, contemplating the system's implication that prolonged exposure could lead to her being assimilated by the instance world. Perhaps sensing Jin Yu's unease, Huan and Lele had remained close by her side since awakening that morning. "Mom, aren't we going to exercise today?" Lele inquired. Jin Yu embraced her two little ones and replied, "No exercise today. What would you like to eat? Mom will prepare it for you." Over the course of the month, Jin Yu had once again felt the warmth of family through her children. She kissed their little faces and said, "Anything you wish for is fine." Lele raised her small head with a smile and exclaimed, "Mom, I want sweet potato with syrup, and braised pork ribs, and scrambled eggs." Jin Yu turned to Huan Huan, who was hugging her arm. "I love everything Mom makes," Huan Huan chimed in. Jin Yu's lips curled into a smile as she kissed Huan Huan's forehead. Lele, seeing this, quickly added, "Mom, I love everything you make too."
All right.
Jin Yu perked up, cheerfully declaring, "Then we shall prepare a grand feast for lunch." Without hesitation, Jin Yu set to work, ensuring that Lele's requests for sweet potato with syrup, braised pork ribs, and shrimp scrambled eggs were fulfilled. Additionally, she prepared a bowl of Crucian carp and tofu soup, chicken stewed with potatoes, and stir-fried cabbage with pork and vermicelli. 6 dishes for her two little ones constituted a veritable banquet. As the table upstairs brimmed with food, Jin Yu had just finished washing their hands and was about to sit down for the meal when the long quiet front door creaked open with the sound of a key turning in the lock. Instinctively, Jin Yu shielded Huan Huan and Lele behind her, gesturing toward the staircase. Over the course of this time, a tacit understanding had developed between Jin Yu and her children. At the mere flick of her hand, they dashed upstairs, promptly closing the door behind them. Once they were safely upstairs, Jin Yu conjured 2 watermelon knives into her hands, leaning against the corridor wall as she listened intently to the sounds outside. As the door swung open, tension coursed through Jin Yu's muscles. "Huan Huan, Lele, Daddy's home." Hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Jin Yu cautiously peeked out, only to meet the gaze of a man clad in a military coat, removing his hat. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Wife," Song Qianshan greeted, noticing the smile that graced Jin Yu's lips. She pondered how precisely he had timed his return, questioning why he hadn't sent a message or made a call. "My phone broke," he replied, his gaze falling upon the watermelon knife in Jin Yu's hand, yet he chose not to comment. With so much having transpired over the past month, her vigilance was entirely justifiable. "I can smell the food," he remarked with a smile, addressing the still slightly guarded Jin Yu. "You've returned just in time. Go wash your hands and change your clothes before coming upstairs to eat." "Okay." Huan Huan and Lele, upon realizing their father was home, cautiously hid beside Jin Yu, watching the scruffy Song Qianshan with trepidation. In the month since their parents' absence, apart from Jin Yu, they had only seen Wang Jun and Mark a handful of times, leaving them somewhat fearful and uncertain in the presence of their father. Song Qianshan did not press Huan Huan and Lele to come to him immediately. Instead, he smiled at Jin Yu, saying, "So much food. Did you anticipate my return?" Jin Yu furrowed her brow, uncertain if her sensitivity was leading her astray, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his words. "Rest assured, I promise to return in a month. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I would certainly make it back." Jin Yu nodded silently, adjusting Huan Huan and Lele so that they could serve themselves with chopsticks. "You've worked hard during this time. I'll take over from here," Song Qianshan said. Looking at Jin Yu, she nodded, and at that moment, an electronic voice echoed in her mind. Mission accomplished. Jin Yu, maintaining her composure, continued to serve Huan Huan and Lele. She noticed Lele discreetly pushing aside the vegetables and promptly replaced them, saying, "What did I tell you?
No picky eating."
You'll stop growing if you keep it up, remember?" Lele nodded, albeit reluctantly, before placing the greens into his mouth. Once lunch was over, Jin Yu tidied the table and entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Huan Huan and Lele, feeling somewhat out of sorts with the long-absent Song Qianshan, held hands and attempted to descend the stairs to find their mother. Song Qianshan chuckled, gathering them into his embrace as they protested, "We want to find Mom." With one child in each arm, he replied gently, "Not just yet. Your mother has returned home." Chapter 29. The Lamb Awaiting Slaughter. Upon returning to her world, Jin Yu gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, feeling a momentary sense of disorientation. The passage of time in the real world seemed nearly unchanged, yet she had undeniably spent a month living in that high-temperature apocalypse alongside Huan Huan and Lele. With a thought, a photograph materialized in Jin Yu's hand. In the image, a woman resembling her closely held 2 exquisitely adorable children, all smiling at the camera. The photograph served as a poignant reminder that everything that had transpired was not merely a dream. Little bow, little bow. A macaw landed on the table before Jin Yu, then hopped onto her shoulder. Rubbing its small head against hers, it asked, "Little bow, don't be sad. Debao is here with you." A smile graced Jin Yu's face as she gently patted Debao's head. "Thank you, brother." Since their parents' passing, Debao had frequently consoled her in this manner, always coming to keep her company whenever she sat alone. While others viewed him merely as a parrot, to Jin Yu, he was akin to family. Opening her character attribute panel in her mind, an electronic voice echoed, "Congratulations! Player I Lu Fan has successfully completed the High-Temperature Apocalypse 20 mission and earned the title of I am a good mother." Jin Yu pondered, "Am I truly a good mother?" "Congratulations! Player I Lu Fan has acquired the Player Berserker's Golden Finger. Player ID 99999. Player nickname I Lu Fan Lo. Player Golden Finger. Home, growth type, metal elementalization. Fire control, player honors. Mad Doctor's Curse, I am a good mother. Player items, zombie banishment serum. Player attributes, health, 61-100. Strength, 28-100. Agility, 30-100. Jin Yu was already familiar with her previous attributes, understanding the implications of fire control, yet she remained uncertain about the significance of the title I am a good mother. Clicking on the option, she discovered, I am a good mother. A. Grants innate goodwill from children. B. Allows one to become the designated mother of a specific individual, exerting control over them. As Jin Yu contemplated the description, it appeared that this honor might not be entirely trivial. Once again, her completion rewards amounted to only 4 points. After adding the points to her strength last time, she had distinctly felt an increase in her power. Thus, on this occasion, she augmented her strength by 2 points and her agility by another 2. Consequently, Jin Yu's status panel transformed into Health, 61-100. Strength, 30-100. Agility, 32-100. Furthermore, Jin Yu noticed a change in her player ID, which was now followed by a string of numbers. She distinctly remembered that at the onset of the game, no such numbers trailed the player ID. After her first completion, Jin Yu had eliminated 2 players and accrued a score of 2,004 points, and in her second dungeon completion, she amassed 2,008 points. Upon clicking on her score, an instant explanation regarding the scoring system emerged. It had been previously stated that Guardians could earn 4,000 points for defeating traitors, while traitors would receive 4 points for vanquishing Guardians. Jin Yu's points were derived from slaying 1 traitor and 2 Guardians. This meant that when a traitor kills another traitor, they would only receive half the points awarded to a Guardian for defeating a traitor. Although it was merely half, Jin Yu felt quite satisfied, especially considering the meager 4 points. Additionally, the explanation concluded with a note, 10,000 points would unlock the marketplace. This was evidently advantageous for the players, although it remained unclear what goods would be available within the marketplace. Jin Yu closed her status panel and returned to her room, reopening the game interface on her computer. Aside from the first session where all players entered simultaneously, subsequent entries were controlled by the players themselves, provided the intervals between sessions did not exceed 10 days, without any interference from others or customer service. Upon accessing the game interface for the Wandering Blue Star project, Jin Yu instinctively checked the current player count. She recalled that after the first game concluded, over 150,000 players remained, whereas now the number had dwindled to 147,723. This implied that within approximately 10 hours since the end of the first game, more than just Jin Yu had re-entered the dungeon world. Unsurprisingly, she once again spotted her player ID on the announcement board, though it was not the most conspicuous. The spotlight was rather on a player with the self-descriptive nickname Angel, who had recently killed a Guardian in real life shortly after the first game concluded, thereby acquiring that player's golden finger. Not only that, but he also brazenly detailed how he located and dispatched the Guardian in a forum post, proclaiming that he was paving the way for new gameplay for the broader player community, that beyond the dungeon world, their real world had also become a game arena, expressing anticipation for encounters with other players in reality. Following the revelation that Guardians and traitors in the real world could obtain golden fingers by eliminating each other, many players were stirred into action. Although locating players in this world might prove challenging, it was unlikely to be more difficult than in the dungeon world. Some players were exhilarated by this news, while others felt a sense of trepidation. While it was acceptable to live in fear within the game, such a condition should not exist in the real world. Jin Yu perused the messages on the forum, and beneath this trending post was a recruitment notice. The recruiter was a familiar ID, named Dragon Outyen. Upon clicking to view the details, it was evident that Dragon Outyen sought to form a team for the straightforward reason of banding together for warmth, thereby acquiring more information and instilling fear in others. However, his writing was rather lackluster, and given the recent news of players being killed in the real world for their golden fingers, no one was inclined to divulge their personal information, as doing so could very well lead to their demise. Dragon Outyen's post appeared somewhat akin to a fishing expedition. The game forum was abuzz with discussions about Jin Yu, especially since individuals like Dragon Outyen had shown no courage to re-enter the dungeon world since the conclusion of the last session. In contrast, Jin Yu had successfully re-entered and even managed to turn the tables on an adversary, making her particularly conspicuous. Yet, this prominence paled in comparison to the gruesome methods employed by Angel, which diminished the sense of terror surrounding her. Regardless of the circumstances, players generally accepted the dungeon world as a game, but Angel blurred the lines between the game and reality, amplifying their fears to an infinite degree. Jin Yu thus solidified her resolve to remain cautious. Moreover, the Wandering Blue Star project now bore a semblance of spiraling out of control, and she sensed that the officials would undoubtedly take note. As if on cue, just as Jin Yu intended to exit the forum, a post suddenly surged to the forefront: official supernatural organization recruitment. The recruiter, heir of the red flag. They earnestly sought extraordinary individuals from around the globe to join the official supernatural organization of Huagua. Jin Yu swiftly scanned the recruitment information, which was quite straightforward. Following the first dungeon game, official personnel had entered the Wandering Blue Star project and recognized the game's anomalies, promptly assessing its dangers. However, for reasons unknown, the game seemed to be entirely isolated from the internet. Regardless of the measures the authorities attempted, they could not trace the IP addresses of the participating players or obtain their information. When they sought to contact the company that created the game for discussions, they discovered that the company had long since been abandoned, with all employees, even the janitors, having vanished without a trace. This game was exceedingly bizarre, leaving the officials with no recourse but to delve deeper into it, preparing to dismantle it from within. Out of the 200,000 players, only a little over 140,000 remained, while the number of official participants in this game was fewer than 10. Before more slots were opened in the game, their only course of action was to rally the current players. The recruitment conditions offered by the official supernatural organization were remarkably favorable. Not only was the base salary set at 50,000 yuan, but there were also commissions and bonuses. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared that completing a single mission could yield nearly 20,000 yuan in bonuses, suggesting that with good performance, earning 100,000 yuan a month would be entirely feasible. Furthermore, anyone who joined the official supernatural organization for 3 months would be exempt from examinations for permanent positions. Just this stipulation prompted a player with the nickname passing the civil service exam to immediately sign up. For some, securing a stable position outweighed all else. In addition, there were countless other enticing offers, such as housing and guaranteed admission to prestigious universities, perhaps due to the plethora of benefits. Jin Yu swiftly skimmed past the requirements for joining the official supernatural organization. The official supernatural organization was recruiting all players without regard to nationality, including both guardians and traitors. Players who joined the organization would be required to comply fully with its commands and sign a 20-year contract. Lastly, the official supernatural organization reserved the right to interpret the recruitment terms independently. By the time Jin Yu finished reading, numerous comments had already accumulated beneath the post. Among them were those pointing out that the headquarters of the Wandering Blue Star project had been abandoned, as well as highlighting the unique nature of the game. Even the most advanced hackers could not ascertain its location. Players could only utilize the game as it was. Thus, upon realizing that the authorities could not trace them, many players began to waver in their resolve regarding joining the official organization. Naturally, while some hesitated, others remained determined to join, such as Dragon Outyen, who initially intended to recruit teammates. Given the existence of a secure position, Why should one endeavor to create an alternative? Jin Yu has closed the thread. Her current identity is rather delicate. The term traitor is already highly charged, and although, for now, her performance is merely reflected in a lower score compared to the Guardians, that label looms like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Not only is she a traitor, but she is also a traitor among traitors, having lost several taskers in the dungeon. It is worth noting that the number of traitors who have slain players can be counted on one's fingers, and she fears she may already be on the blacklist of the official superpower organization. Consequently, Jin Yu has remained a mere observer throughout, abstaining from expressing any opinions. Upon exiting the game, it was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather outside was sweltering, prompting Jin Yu to rummage through her refrigerator at home. The fridge contained little, yet there was an abundance of supplies in her space. However, prepared food was lacking. Jin Yu resolved to take this opportunity to tidy up her space, her home. Her residence is a 140-square-meter penthouse duplex. Upon entering, to the right lies the dining area and kitchen, accompanied by the staircase leading upstairs. To the left is the living room, with a leather sofa oriented toward the entrance. Behind the sofa, a bedroom has been converted into an open study. A towering bookshelf lines the wall, filled with the books that Jin Yu's family often reads, along with their cherished photographs. Among them is the largest picture of Jin Yu, aged 5 or 6, adorned like a doll in a blue princess dress, taken at an Alice in Wonderland-themed amusement park, encapsulating countless memories of her family. Between the book wall and the sofa stands a long wooden desk, flanked by 4 chairs, currently cluttered with Jin Yu's stationery and documents from her recent exams. Further in are 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom on the right belongs to Jin Yu's parents, while the other serves as a guest room, which Jin Yu initially occupied until she found the upstairs more entertaining and moved there. Ascending the staircase leads to a spacious living area with a white sofa positioned centrally, alongside a treadmill. Opposite the sofa is a fireplace, where a projector can be lowered if needed. In earlier times, Jin Yu often nestled with her parents on the sofa to watch movies or play games. To the left of the staircase is an irregularly shaped storage room, accompanied by a door leading to the terrace. On the right side, passing through the living room, there is a double white wooden door that opens into Jin Yu's bedroom. Her bedroom is expansive, featuring both a bathroom and a walk-in closet, and it also provides direct access to the terrace. The terrace is adorned with roses, hydrangeas, and lemon trees, alongside grapevines bearing clusters of greenish-purple grapes, with a rocking chair peacefully resting beneath the vines. In her mother's presence, this was her favorite spot for enjoying tea and relaxation, while Jin Yu and her father would exercise nearby. Reflecting on her family evokes thoughts of the empty game building and the tragic car accident that claimed the lives of her parents. She senses a connection between these events, although she remains unaware of its nature. After lingering on her terrace in the space, she proceeded to the mountain she had initially seized, that is, the additional land outside the terrace. This forested area is lush and even hosts some free-range chickens. The spatial dynamics between the real world and the dungeon world differ significantly. Time in the dungeon is entirely stagnant, whereas, in the real world, the flow of time in her space aligns with that of the outside world. Around 5 o'clock, Jin Yu prepared a simple dinner of dumplings filled with chives and eggs. She placed the uneaten dumplings into her space, intending to verify the time flow within. Jin Yu was in no rush to re-enter the dungeon. Her previous duration there had been excessively prolonged, to the point where she found it challenging to discern which world was real upon her exit. This feeling was unsettling. As Jin Yu reclined on the sofa, watching apocalyptic zombie films with devour, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from her class group. She picked up her phone to discover that the class monitor was organizing a thank you banquet in the group chat, scheduled for 11 o'clock the following day at the Four Seasons Hotel's Chinese restaurant in the city center. The monitor and class leaders indicated that each of the 47 students was to contribute 1,000 yuan. This sum was not only for reserving the hotel and banquet hall but also for preparing gifts for their teachers. After the monitor's message, other class leaders promptly acknowledged receipt, while Jin Yu heard the sound of 1 notifications echoing in the group. Out of the 47 students, only 27 responded, leaving 20 silent. Thus, the monitor had no choice but to follow up individually. Not every student in Jin Yu's class comes from a well-off family. Many are boarders whose monthly living expenses barely amount to 300 or 400 yuan. For them, 1,000 yuan is a significant sum, especially since they do not earn money and must rely on their families for support. Jin Yu, however, has funds available. The compensation from her parents' accident includes 500,000 yuan, of which she has earmarked 60,000 for her high school education over 3 years. After the college entrance examination, she was left with less than 3,000 yuan. While she could manage to scrape together the money, her teachers had supported her significantly following her parents' passing, leading Jin Yu to decide to contribute the 1,000 yuan. She felt comfortable providing financial support without engaging in any physical effort. Just as she prepared to reply with the 1, her deskmate called. Jin Yu had to answer the phone. Jin Yu, are you going to give this money? The first inquiry was indeed about the money collection in the group. Yes. This will be the last time, she replied. A sigh came from the other end. All right, then I will contribute too. But this means my pocket money will be completely gone. Jin Yu smiled but said nothing.
Oh.
By the way, her deskmate suddenly asked, was your father one of the planners of the Wandering Blue Star project? At that moment, the name Wandering Blue Star resonated deeply with Jin Yu, especially as all personnel associated with the project have vanished without a trace following the officials' extensive recruitment on the game forum. It was difficult for her not to suspect whether her deskmate, Li Weiwei, had learned something and was deliberately probing her. Oh, what about it? Jin Yu replied, her tone laced with confusion, seemingly unaware of Li Weiwei's intentions. Nothing much, my cousin called me about it.
Called you?
Jin Yu and Li Weiwei had been classmates not only in high school but also in middle school. So Li Weiwei was aware of Jin Yu's father's role in the Wandering Blue Star project. Yes, he mentioned it when he downloaded the game before. And now he called to ask about it, which is a bit odd, Li Weiwei explained. What did he ask you? He wanted to know if your father really held a significant position in the project and also asked whether you play Wandering Blue Star. Jin Yu's expression had darkened considerably. She had initially thought that it would be challenging for players in the real world to locate one another, yet she had effortlessly received a piece of information. Of course, others had obtained her information even more easily. Regarding your father, I am not well-versed, so I stated that I didn't know. Besides, your father has been deceased for several years. Li Weiwei, with a hint of regret, remarked, I didn't mean to bring this up. Jin Yu replied, it's fine, please continue. I told him that you hardly play games. Your days are consumed with studying, leaving you no time even to browse the internet, let alone play games. I truly don't understand why he suddenly inquired so much. Li Weiwei, pouting, suddenly asked, Xiao Yu, do you play? I don't. I hardly have time for games. I'm currently contemplating whether to find a part-time job during the summer vacation to earn some living expenses and tuition for university, Jin Yu responded. Li Weiwei's interest piqued instantly. Where do you plan to work? I want to join you. I heard that bubble tea shops and fast food restaurants are hiring, offering $13 an hour. After nearly 20 minutes of conversation, Jin Yu finally hung up the phone. She set her device aside, crossed her legs on the sofa, and stared silently at the television, where a zombie was savagely biting into a human neck. The fact that Li Weiwei's cousin could recall that her father was the planner of the Wandering Blue Star project implied that the authorities were likely close to uncovering the truth as well. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the doorbell rang. Jin Yu lifted her gaze, switched the channel with the remote, and then proceeded to the door. Who is it? She called out without opening the door immediately. Hello, we're police officers and would like to ask you a few questions. Observing 3 individuals in police uniforms via the surveillance camera, Jin Yu unlocked the security door. As she opened it, she noticed one of the officers surveying the surroundings, which raised her suspicions. Maintaining her composure, she inquired, Officer, what brings you here? One of the more amiable-looking men replied, We are here to investigate the circumstances surrounding your father's passing 3 years ago. We have some questions to pose. Jin Yu furrowed her brows. But wasn't he determined to be an accident at that time? We have recently uncovered a lead and would like your cooperation in our investigation. You must answer our questions promptly, they insisted. Reluctantly, Jin Yu conceded. All right then. What do you wish to ask? The trio settled onto the sofa opposite her. And the lead officer began. Do you know what your father's occupation was? Jin Yu nodded. My father was the director of the game development department at Blue Star Group. How much do you know about your father's work? He probed. It seems to involve developing and researching games. Are you aware of the game he was involved in developing? The Wandering Blue Star project. Do you play it? The exchange was rapid fire. I don't play. Jin Yu looked at them quizzically. That game ceased development long ago. A younger officer beside her interjected, That's impossible. Last night was the launch night for the Wandering Blue Star project.
Huh?
Jin Yu responded, confused. The first officer continued. The Wandering Blue Star project had quite a bit of publicity recently. You didn't know? Jin Yu shook her head earnestly. Officer, I'm a senior in high school. I just finished my college entrance exams yesterday, and I haven't used my phone much this past year, let alone go online. You just took your exams yesterday? One officer asked, instinctively perplexed. Jin Yu frowned, looking at him. Officer, you must know how significant the college entrance exams are, right? The lead officer replied. Of course we know. You've worked hard. May we take a look around your home? You may, but please do not rummage through my belongings. No problem. As the three prepared to split up and search, Jin Yu walked to the entrance and opened the door wide. The lead officer questioned, Why are you opening the door? Officer, while I understand you are law enforcement, being a girl living alone, I must maintain some level of vigilance, she explained. The man chuckled. Suit yourself. As time passed, the neighbors across the way noticed Jin Yu's door ajar and kindly called out to her. Jin Yu, glancing at the three officers heading upstairs, reassured her neighbor, It's nothing. Aunt Wang, the police are here on official business. Aunt Wang saw the officers but, considering Jin Yu was alone, inquired further, What is going on? It's about my parents' car accident. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang not only stayed but also pulled her husband inside to sit on the sofa.
Where?
What are you having for dinner? Yesterday, your uncle and I thought you might be too exhausted to eat, so we didn't call you. Today we bought some groceries. Come over to our place for dinner. It's a perfect opportunity to celebrate the end of your exams. All right, Aunt Wang, I'll come over once the officers leave. Jin Yu replied. Aunt Wang nodded and instructed her husband. I'll head home to cook. You wait here for Yuer. The man nodded. And Jin Yu followed the officers upstairs. The three officers conducted their search swiftly, and the final room they examined was Jin Yu's. Her room was typically tidy and straightforward. One officer, noticing the computer on her desk, raised an eyebrow and asked, Is this computer yours? Yes, my father's computer was reclaimed by the company. The officer frowned at her response. Reclaimed by the company? Jin Yu confirmed. They said the data might involve commercial secrets, so they checked it at home, formatted it, and provided me with some compensation before taking my father's computer. As she spoke, her own computer powered up. The screen, themed around Alice in Wonderland, displayed only the browser, a video player, and a music player, along with a file labeled J. The officer clicked on it and discovered it contained high school course materials and information on various university programs. Disappointed, he set the computer down and glanced back at the other two, who shook their heads in unison.
Chapitre 32, Surveillance.
As the three officers prepared to leave, Jin Yu, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, asked, Officer, ISNT my father's accident? The man replied, We've merely discovered new leads. It cannot be confirmed yet. We will contact you if further evidence arises. Gratefully, Jin Yu nodded and said, Thank you, officers, goodbye. As she stood by the elevator, seeing the officers off, her innocent smile vanished. They were surely not legitimate police officers, but which faction they belonged to remained unclear to her. What she did know was that she was being watched. As she turned away, her smile reemerged. She addressed Uncle Wang, who stood at her door. Uncle Wang, I'm sorry to have worried you. It's nothing, it's just that this is an incident from 3 years ago, and the police suddenly show up. Before Uncle Wang could finish a sentence, the elevator near his home chimed again. As the doors opened, 2 more individuals in police uniforms and 2 clad in black uniforms emerged. Jin Yu and her companion stood at the door, their faces showing evident surprise. Their community was a gated one, requiring keycard access to the elevators, yet today these individuals had entered with alarming ease. As the leading police officer emerged, he was somewhat taken aback to see Jin Yu and Wang Kai. Which of you resides in apartment 801?
Yin Yu pointed to herself. Ido. Oh.
I am an officer from the Hawaiian District Public Security Bureau. We are here to request your cooperation. Wait a moment.
Wang Kai interjected.
His brow furrowed as he extended his hand. Did your people not just finish searching Jin Yu's home and leave? Why are you here again? The officer appeared equally perplexed. What do you mean, our people? Jin Yu replied earnestly, Just a minute before you arrived, 3 police officers finished investigating our home and left using the elevator beside you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 individuals turned grave. The lead officer exchanged a glance with his colleague, and the group split into 2. The 2 in blue and black immediately rushed down the elevator. The remaining officer produced his identification and addressed Jin Yu and Wang Kai, who were vigilantly observing. "Young lady, here is my identification. We indeed have some inquiries to make." "Is it still about my father?" Jin Yu countered, "But I've already told the previous officers everything. Those individuals were not genuine police officers. We will investigate these matters further. Please assist us with our work." The man in black behind the uniformed officer did not exhibit the same amiability. Jin Yu, resembling an ordinary high school student, instinctively glanced at the adults, who were older than her. Seeing that the officers had presented their credentials, Wang Kai reluctantly nodded at Jin Yu. The 2 newcomers proceeded to ask questions similar to those posed by the earlier false officers, and after their inquiries, they conducted a brief search around the home. As they ascended the stairs, the uniformed officer suddenly glanced toward the air conditioning unit. He climbed on a stool and discovered a pinhole camera concealed there. Jin Yu followed closely behind him and, upon spotting the camera, felt a weight settle in her stomach. "Officer, is that a camera?" she asked, her voice tinged with fear. The officer, who had a child of a similar age to Jin Yu, comforted her. "Yes, it appears to have been secretly installed by the imposters who visited earlier. Do not worry, we will find and remove it." "Thank you, officer. You live alone, so please refrain from opening the door to strangers. Even if someone claims to be a police officer, do not trust them blindly. We would not come to your door without proper identification or a search warrant." "I understand." "Thank you, officer." Jin Yu walked closely beside the officer, behaving like a dutiful younger sibling. "How did you feel after the college entrance exam?" the officer inquired as he observed the stacks of papers and textbooks in her room. "It was okay. I felt a sense of relief," Jin Yu replied earnestly. "My parents have always hoped that I would study hard and gain admission to a good university. Although my results are not out yet, I can sincerely tell my parents that I did my best." The officer smiled. "Your parents would be very pleased to know how hard you are working." After discussing Jin Yu's father's computer, the officer left her with his contact information and departed with his colleague. Once they had left, Jin Yu exchanged a few words with Wang Kai before returning to her home. Alone in the house, Devour unexpectedly flew in and perched on Jin Yu's shoulder. Xiao Bao," she called out, glancing at the 4 shattered pinhole cameras on the table. Disposing of them in the trash, she gently patted Debao's head. "Debao, things might not settle down for a while. Xiao Bao isn't afraid. Debao will accompany you." Jin Yu smiled, feeling reassured by Debao's presence.
Now,
At least 2 factions had shown interest, and their lack of success would likely divert their attention temporarily, but that did not guarantee her complete safety. Jin Yu composed herself and tidied the disarray left in her home, also conducting another thorough check for cameras. Upon discovering a distinct camera in her bedroom, she shattered it with a cold smile. This must have been the handiwork of the man in black. After locating this device, she searched again but found no other cameras. Initially, Jin Yu had planned to postpone entering the game instance, but after today's events, she felt an urgent desire to swiftly enhance her abilities. Thus, after dining with the Wang family across the street, she returned home, freshened up, and opened the game once more. Among the individuals who had come that day, there were no players. Players would know that once bound to the game, they need not enter the instance exclusively through the game interface. They could directly access it via the panel in their minds. As Jin Yu clicked to continue the game on her panel, the interface presented her with 4 options once again. Without hesitation, she selected the sea-level difficulty instance titled Desperate City, as she urgently required survival experience, especially within an urban environment. Chapter 33, Desperate City 1. When Jin Yu awoke, the clamor around her intensified. She opened her eyes to find herself back in a classroom. Sitting upright, she discreetly surveyed her surroundings, including her desk mate and those seated behind her. This was not the campus from the first instance. It was an entirely new academic world. Naturally, one world would not host multiple instances. Moreover, most of the students around her were Caucasian, with very few individuals of African or Asian descent. Glancing at her reflection in the glass beside her, she realized that in this world, she was a mixed-race individual. Her features were exquisite, with fair skin and long, wavy brown hair cascading over her shoulders. Her beautiful amber eyes were obscured by thick black-framed glasses, which diminished her striking beauty by a significant degree. Jin Yu adjusted her glasses, pleased with her unassuming appearance. The body she inhabited bore little resemblance to her own, being notably younger, approximately 14 or 15 years old. The bell rang, accompanied by an electronic chime. Desperate City Countdown, 6 hours. Instance task, protect Dr. Anne's daughter, Alice, and ensure her safe departure from Haikue City within 48 hours. Jin Yu twirled her pen in her hand. Having had experience with protection tasks from the previous instance, she was aware that this one came with many more restrictions, such as the 48-hour limit and the requirement for safety. Of course, the most pressing task was to locate Dr. Anne's daughter, Alice, as there were only 6 hours remaining until Desperate City commenced. The countdown was indeed dwindling rapidly. Suddenly, her chair was kicked from behind. Jin Yu frowned and turned around, her expression softening upon seeing the girl before her. It was undeniable. The sight of beauty could brighten one's mood. Before me stood a young girl, approximately 12 years of age, her platinum blonde hair radiating a brilliant glow under the sun, complemented by her fair, delicate skin and pristine blue eyes. Were it not for the impatience etched across her face, one might have mistaken her for an angel from the West. Janie, what are you dawdling for? We're not attending the remaining classes. Let us go, the girl proclaimed, haughtily tossing her leather backpack onto Janie's lap before striding out of the classroom like a proud little princess. Janie, holding the girl's backpack, hastily gathered her belongings from her desk. The girl with blonde hair and freckles seated in front of her cast a worried glance back. Janie, are you truly going to tutor that little princess, Alice? Upon hearing this, a phrase flashed through Janie's mind. Sometimes, what one seeks tirelessly is found effortlessly. Just as she pondered how she might locate Alice, the girl presented herself at her doorstep. Janie grabbed both her own and Alice's backpacks, nodding briefly to her friend before rushing to follow Alice's retreating figure. As she trailed behind, she watched Alice enter a discreet sedan at the school gate, hastily joining her inside. The driver and the man in the passenger seat were both clad in black suits. The latter addressed Alice, saying, "Miss, the doctor has instructed us to take you directly to the airport. Your classmate is not required to accompany you." Hugging the two backpacks tightly, Janie endeavored to diminish her presence. She had no desire to be discarded just as she encountered her mission target. Alice, however, did not disappoint. She immediately retorted at the man in the passenger seat, "I refuse. Wherever I go, she goes too. She is my attendant. What noble lady is ever without one?" "Miss," the doctor said. The man attempted to interject, but Alice impatiently cut him off, extracting a flip phone from her backpack and dialing her father, Doctor and Dad. "I want Janie to come with me." "I don't care. She asked the tutor you found for me. I want her to stay by my side. And she is not going anywhere." After hanging up, the man in the passenger seat shortly received a text message. Glancing at the rear-view mirror with resignation, he instructed the driver, "Drive." With her objective achieved, Alice raised an eyebrow and looked at Janie. "Remember, I saved your life." Janie's heart raced, yet her expression remained one of bewilderment. It appeared that the vehicle had been dispatched by Dr. Anne to facilitate Alice's escape from Haiku City. As the car passed through an intersection, Janie recalled her mission and quietly fastened her seatbelt, gesturing towards Alice to do the same. Dismissing the suggestion, Alice contemptuously unfastened her seatbelt. "What's the point? If my clothes—" But before she could finish her sentence, Janie's eyes widened as a truck came barreling towards them from the left, Alice's side. In that fleeting moment, Janie forcefully secured Alice's seatbelt and instinctively pulled her into an embrace, lowering her head.
Bang!
The impact of the truck was overwhelming, and Janie felt as though her insides were being shattered. She struggled to open her eyes, yet they remained shut, the acrid scent of fire and gasoline invading her senses. With a sharp pain in her tongue, she finally managed to open her eyes. The entire sedan had been overturned by the truck. Janie and the unconscious Alice were suspended in midair, secured by their seatbelts. Sensing the gasoline's odor, Janie felt a surge of dread. Ignoring the pain radiating from her body, she unbuckled her seatbelt and dropped to the ground, hastily freeing Alice's seatbelt and dragging her out of the vehicle. Just as they reached the roadside, the sedan erupted in a deafening explosion, engulfed in flames. At that moment, Alice stirred from her unconscious state. gazing at the blazing car in confusion. She instinctively dove into Janie's embrace upon hearing another explosion. "Get up. We must leave," Janie urged, pulling Alice from her grasp. Alice shook her head vigorously, clinging to Janie's arm and sobbing, "I'm in so much pain. Carry me." Janie regarded the exquisitely beautiful girl before her with a cold gaze, unsympathetically replying, "I am in considerable pain as well. Having saved you, I no longer possess the strength to carry you. So either you stand and walk or you remain here." With that, Janie stood and prepared to leave. Seeing Janie's indifference, Alice tugged at her shirt, exclaiming, "How dare you be mean to me? You're the tutor I paid for. You must take responsibility. If you mistreat me, I'll have my father deal with you." Janie, who had never been one to yield to pressure, coldly retorted, "Fine. I'll await your father's intervention." With that, she wrenched her shirt from Alice's grasp, turning away without a glance back. Chapter 34. The Desolate City, 2. Though Janie walked ahead alone, her pace was measured, and she continued to monitor Alice's movements. Initially, she assumed Alice would pursue her, but after covering 100 meters, she turned to see Alice heading back towards the school. Janie halted, resigned, and silently followed Alice's lead. The route back to the school was not far, just a little over an intersection, yet it was fraught with peril due to the outbreak of zombies. Yes, zombies once more. Janie watched in horror as a bus nearby became overrun, infected individuals transforming into zombies, clawing at fellow passengers' throats. Within mere minutes, the street was filled with chaos as people fled in panic. Despite having endured a previous zombie encounter, Janie retrieved a special item from her inventory obtained during the campus survival event, the zombie repellent serum. Injecting the serum into her arm, she was astonished to find that 5 minutes later, when she drew her knife to confront a nearby zombie, it completely ignored her presence. The serum was effective. Alice, adorned in a light brown pleated school uniform and a white short-sleeved shirt, resembled a pure lily amidst the chaos, vulnerable to any touch. Yet, she remained oblivious. Approaching a fellow student clad in the same uniform who had been bitten and lay on the ground. As she opened her mouth to speak, the boy suddenly lunged at her with bloodied eyes and an open maw. Startled, Alice instinctively collapsed to the ground, raising her arms to shield her face, only to witness another girl in uniform deliver a powerful kick, sending the zombie flying. Just as the zombie attempted to charge again, Janie swiftly severed its neck with her knife. Alice swallowed hard, observing Janie's fierce demeanor. She was aware that Janie had some knowledge of Taekwondo, yet she had not anticipated her prowess. Janie sheathed her knife and extended a hand to the trembling Alice still on the ground. "Can you stand?" Alice nodded vigorously, grasping Jin Yu's hand, fearful of being abandoned once more. "Let's return to school. If Dad can't reach me, he will surely come to rescue us." Perhaps it was the recent encounter with the horrifying zombies or the sight of Jin Yu's fierce demeanor, but Alice had noticeably become more agreeable in this moment. Jin Yu had no objections. Since Dr. An's name appeared in their mission, it indicated that his status in this alternate world must be quite significant. Therefore, awaiting his arrival seemed far more reliable than acting on their own volition. Most importantly, Jin Yu was utterly unfamiliar with this world and had no idea how to navigate to the airport. Her only point of reference was the school. The chaos outside was already beginning to unfold as Jin Yu sprinted alongside Alice, entering the campus through the back door. Upon witnessing the disarray of the corridor in the teaching building, Jin Yu tightened her grip on Alice's hand. The zombies in this world moved with far greater agility and ferocity than those in campus survival. "Let's head to the principal's office. There are fewer people there," Alice exclaimed. Jin Yu immediately followed her towards the principal's office, and as she had mentioned, this area was remarkably devoid of zombies. Occasionally encountering teachers, they merely urged the girls to leave the school as quickly as possible, showing no intention of offering help. Alice appeared accustomed to their indifference, and upon locating the principal's office, she pushed the door open without hesitation. Jin Yu furrowed her brow at the effortlessly opened door. Had the principal forgotten to lock it? Or had he simply not stepped outside? It was the latter. Hearing Alice's piercing scream, Jin Yu unhesitatingly raised her knife to strike the bald, suited zombie. However, its strength was evidently far superior to that of a mere student zombie, and she was knocked back several steps by the force of its advance. Alice, seemingly terrified, huddled tightly under the desk, screaming incessantly, showing no inclination to assist, and only hindering Jin Yu further. Were it not for Alice being her mission, Jin Yu would have undoubtedly left her to fend for herself. With her right hand gripping the watermelon knife, Jin Yu fought fiercely against the suited zombie. As she retreated to the wall, she braced one foot against it, using the leverage to kick at the zombie while wielding her knife with all her might to defeat it. "Silence!" Jin Yu shouted, causing Alice to cover her mouth with tear-filled eyes. After pushing the deceased zombie against the wall, Jin Yu prepared to draw the curtains when she heard Alice plead, "Janie,
Could you throw it out? I'm scared.
Jin Yu looked at Alice, opened the window, and, grabbing a leg of the zombie, called out to the cowering Alice.
Come help me.
When safe, Alice was willing to assist, and together they lifted the suited zombie and tossed it out, leaving the office with only Jin Yu and Alice inside. Jin Yu pulled the curtain shut, while Alice hurried to the principal's desk to retrieve the phone. Upon connecting the call, Alice burst into tears at the sound of her father's voice. Jin Yu sat beside her, listening to Doctor and patiently comforting his daughter. Alice quickly recounted the incident of their vehicle being overturned by a truck and how Jin Yu had saved her, also informing him of their current location, urging him to send help immediately. However, Dr. explained that Haikue City was now under lockdown and his personnel could not return to the city. He promised to do his utmost to find someone to rescue her and take her to the airport. The airport was now the only exit from Haikue City. Jin Yu was not one to sit idly by. Rather than entrusting her fate to others, she preferred to rely on herself. Grabbing the phone, she declared Dr. I can drive. I can take Alice to the airport myself. Dr. paused for a moment before inquiring about the current situation at the school. There aren't many zombies here. We can still escape for the moment, but in half an hour, it might be a different story.
I don't want to waste time.
Taking a deep breath, Dr. continued, there is a car in the underground parking lot at your school. Alice knows where the keys are. Drive to the gas station on Firework Road, and I'll arrange for someone to meet you. Jin Yu examined the map of Haikue City on the wall of the principal's office. Firework Road was adjacent to the city park, a sparsely populated area where it was likely that zombies would be few.
She agreed. All right.
If you safely get Alice to the gas station on Firework Road and out of the city, I will reserve a spot for you on the plane.
Thank you, Doctor.
Please pass the phone to Alice. After receiving the phone, Alice was unaware of Dr. An's instructions, though she nodded, albeit with a hint of displeasure. Once the call ended, Jin Yu immediately said, let us go get the keys and drive. Chapter 35, Desperate City, 3. Right there. Alice moved to the coffee table opposite the desk, retrieving a key from a wooden cabinet. This is the spare key my dad left with the principal. Jin Yu nodded, not probing into why Dr. and had left the key in the principal's office and took the key as they rushed towards the underground parking lot. As they stepped outside, they noticed a significant increase in the number of fleeing people and zombies compared to before. Fortunately, even though the zombies were considerably more formidable than those in the first instance, Jin Yu still managed to handle them with ease. She was no longer the inexperienced individual from her first venture into this world. With enhanced strength and agility, she felt well-equipped to confront these zombies. As they dashed towards the underground parking lot, Alice observed Jin Yu's agile movements and exclaimed, once we escape Haikue City, I'll have my dad give you a raise. No wonder her father wanted Jin Yu to be her companion. It was not just for tutoring, but also for protection. It seemed evident now that Jin Yu was far more reliable and capable than the bodyguards her father had previously arranged. Jin Yu paid no mind to Alice's chattering, and Alice did not expect a response. Following the zombie outbreak, the previously introverted and quiet Janie appeared to have transformed considerably, although Alice attributed it all to the mutation of the zombies. The underground parking lot was not deserted. Several teachers had also sought refuge there. As Alice led Jin Yu to the car, she joyfully patted the door, ready to share her excitement with Jin Yu on the other side, when suddenly, a brown-haired man in sportswear opened the adjacent car door, wrapping one arm around Alice's waist and covering her mouth with the other, dragging her into his vehicle. Jin Yu, witnessing the terror in Alice's eyes and the swiftly closing car door, reacted instantly. The cleaver in her hand swung towards the tires of the vehicle. The time from Alice being seized to Jin Yu throwing the cleaver was merely a 2-second interval. In that fleeting moment, the car shot forward but lost control due to a deflated tire, crashing into a nearby pillar. As the overturned car's door swung open, a hand holding a gun emerged, only to be struck by a bullet that shattered the wrist, sending the weapon clattering to the ground. Jin Yu had obtained the gun from the principal's office. She had observed Alice's bodyguard using it when they entered the car. Jin Yu's aim was precise. After hitting the man's hand, she wasted no time delivering a powerful kick to the side of the overturned vehicle. As it tipped to the other side, she darted out from behind the stone pillar and aimed her weapon at the driver attempting to escape from the car. After 2 consecutive beeps, the car was filled only with Alice's anguished cries. Silence. Jin Yu yanked Alice out and forcefully shoved her into the very vehicle they intended to drive. The time constraints of their mission were exceedingly tight. Unless absolutely necessary, Jin Yu did not wish to squander a moment. As she climbed into the car, the first thing she did was fasten her seatbelt. Alice, observing Jin Yu's actions and recalling the life-saving belt from before, complied without needing further admonishment, crying as she obediently secured herself. Nothing was more paramount than her own life. As Jin Yu drove out of the underground parking garage, they happened upon a wandering zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the accelerator, her eyes unwavering as she plowed through the creature. It was at this moment that an electronic voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, player Jin Yu. You have successfully acquired player Fox's cheat code." Jin Yu tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, realizing she was not the sole player transported to Alice's school. The man they had just encountered bore the appearance of a teacher from Alice's institution. As Jin Yu steered towards the city park, she instructed Alice to retrieve the city map she had taken from the principal's office. With such a map in hand, they would not be aimlessly searching. Alice, clutching the map, pointed ahead and said, "Turn right at the upcoming intersection." Jin Yu glanced at the map and obeyed Alice's directions, making the right turn. Though it took them on a slight detour, her overall guidance remained accurate. After proceeding straight through 2 traffic lights, they turned left and halted in front of a doll shop. Perhaps feeling a semblance of safety, Alice was now considerably relaxed. She hummed an unfamiliar tune to Jin Yu while studying the map. However, upon hearing the mention of the doll shop, Jin Yu's expression darkened. After Alice noticed the 2 traffic lights, Jin Yu continued straight, leading to an exasperated outburst from Alice. "I told you to turn left. Are you deaf?" Alice's audacity stemmed from her awareness that Jin Yu needed to protect her to escape Haikue City, emboldening her to shout defiantly when her instructions were ignored. "We need to go to the gas station on Fireworks Road, not a doll shop," she insisted, her voice rising. "There aren't many zombies around here. And you're so capable. What's wrong with us picking up a few dolls? They surely won't cost anything now. We can take as many as we want." "I want to go to the doll shop. You're hired by my father to protect me, so you must listen to me." Previously, the bodyguards her father had sent to safeguard her never dared to defy her wishes, and she expected the same from Jin Yu. After a brief struggle in the passenger seat, Alice was intimidated into silence by Jin Yu's cold gaze, pouting as she leaned back against her seat. Inwardly, she seethed, vowing that once she found her father and summoned help, she would have those people throw Janie into a horde of zombies to be devoured. Jin Yu, observing the sulking Alice, continued driving, oblivious to the myriad of deadly fantasies swirling in the mind of this seemingly innocent yet devilish little girl. In Jin Yu's eyes, despite both being mission targets, the cheerful Huan Huan held a vastly different place in her heart compared to Alice, who was merely a task to her. Upon arriving at Fireworks Road, Alice spotted a shopping mall across from the city park and reached out to tug at Jin Yu's arm, imploring, "I must go to the mall. Let go." Jin Yu, nearly colliding with a tree, was thoroughly exasperated. "I need to use the restroom. I am going to the mall." Jin Yu slammed on the brakes, and as the car came to a halt, Alice discarded the map, unfastened her seatbelt, and bolted from the vehicle. "Damn it!" Jin Yu cursed under her breath. This mission target only served to complicate her task further. Gazing at the imposing mall before her, uncertain of how many zombies lurked within, she had no choice but to remove the car keys and pursue Alice, despite her frustrations. However, Alice was too swift, and the mall was plunged into darkness. While the area near the windows retained some light, the deeper they ventured inside, the dimmer it became. Jin Yu had no option but to proceed cautiously, straining to hear Alice's footsteps. The atmosphere was peculiar. Amidst the vastness of the mall, only sporadic zombie growls echoed. Logically, the outbreak had not occurred long ago, and malls were typically bustling with people. It was unusual for so few to be present, both the living and the undead. The first floor housed various high-end cosmetics and luxury jewelry stores. Although Jin Yu had little interest in makeup, she did not hesitate to fill her temporarily acquired backpack with jewels and gold from the shops she passed, discreetly transferring them into her space. These were treasures. Why not take advantage of them? As she made her way to the restroom, she instinctively concealed herself beneath a nearby counter upon overhearing two men conversing. Uncertain if they were foes or friends, it seemed prudent to avoid detection. "Did you hear? We're supposed to escort that Dr. S. daughter to the airport. But do you really think he'll take us with him?" One man questioned, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Whether he does or not. This is our only chance to leave Haikue City," the other replied. "Have the tickets already sold out?" The first man's voice trembled. "The tickets have been off the market for ages," came the sardonic response. The questioner stood frozen, incredulous. "How can that be? Haikue City is so large. Tickets can't just disappear overnight. Are they abandoning the citizens?" "Of course not," the second man replied, his tone heavy. "The seats on the planes are reserved for those deemed more important. They wouldn't be left for civilians who can be sacrificed at any moment. My sister is the mistress of the chief prosecutor," he continued. "She called to inform me that all the elite of Haikue City are heading to the airport. If we arrive too late, we may never escape."
Damn.
"We didn't receive a single message," the first man lamented. "Look on the bright side. At least we still have a chance. The other citizens of Haikue City are left to await their doom." As they walked away, Jin Yu emerged cautiously from behind the counter. That Dr. N.'s efficiency was remarkable. She had driven Alice from the school to this location in less than half an hour, and already his hired hands had arrived. It remained to be seen whether these newly gathered individuals were reliable. "Alice? Alice?" Jin Yu called tentatively. Just as she began to doubt whether Alice had been rescued by others, a frightened voice emerged from the women's restroom. "Janie, I'm here." Rushing to the restroom, Jin Yu indeed found Alice cowering in a stall, fear etched on her pale face. Jin Yu had initially intended to chastise her for running off, but upon seeing Alice's frightened expression, her reprimand transformed into, "What's wrong?" Alice grasped Jin Yu's hand, trembling as she whispered, "Janie, someone just said they were going to capture me. They threatened that if my father didn't take them with him, they would kill me." Alice had initially dashed into the mall to frighten Jin Yu, intending to demonstrate that she was not entirely dependent on her protection. With so many people alerted to her father's situation, she was sure that numerous individuals would be eager to safeguard her. Firstly, she indeed had an urgent need to visit the restroom. After that, she yearned to indulge in a shopping spree at the mall. Otherwise, upon encountering her father and being escorted to the laboratory, she would be confined within the sterile walls filled with instruments, left with nothing to do but observe her father's experiments or read books. Such a prospect was unbearably dull, which explained why Alice had previously insisted that Jin Yu take her to the doll shop and to the mall. However, she had not anticipated that the individuals summoned by her father were not all genuinely concerned for her well-being. Some were merely intent on exploiting her to apprehend her father and pilfer his research findings. Indeed, Alice had yet to confide in Jin Yu about the entire truth. Jin Yu, for her part, remained skeptical of Alice's words, particularly after overhearing the conversation between two individuals outside the restroom, which did not entirely align with Alice's account. Perhaps, prior to her arrival, others had entered the restroom and uttered threats that Alice had overheard. "Let us go," Alice said, swallowing hard as she grasped Jin Yu's hand. "I wish to change into a dress." Alice felt utterly aggrieved. She had never before endured such a significant indignity. First, there was the car accident, then the near attack by a zombie, followed by her abduction, and now she was being threatened. These people were truly despicable. Once reunited with her father, she would insist that he turn them all into test subjects and cast them into the laboratory. Jin Yu regarded the melodramatic Alice with exasperation, pondering whether she could simply knock her unconscious and deliver her to Doctor. And noticing Jin Yu's silence and unwavering gaze, Alice suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. Reflecting on Jin Yu's cold demeanor throughout the day, she tentatively remarked, "But I can endure a little longer." Jin Yu nodded, taking Alice's hand as they made their way toward the mall's exit. Just as they were about to leave through the door, Jin Yu cast a wary glance at the second floor, sensing something amiss. Yet, deeming it safe for the moment, she chose to dismiss her unease. Upon entering the car, Jin Yu drove along Fireworks Road, arriving at the gas station in less than 10 minutes. Outside the station, several vehicles were already parked. And upon seeing Jin Yu and Alice approach, those seated on chairs or leaning against walls stood up to observe them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Alice quietly clutched the hem of Jin Yu's clothing. Although she was not particularly fond of the current Jin Yu, she had to admit that after all they had endured, Jin Yu was the one she trusted most. Among the gathering at the gas station were two individuals dressed as police officers. When Jin Yu stepped out of the car, they hastened to either side, astonished to see a girl of about 14 or 15 years behind the wheel. "Did you drive all the way here?" they asked, incredulously. Jin Yu nodded, and Alice had already dashed from the passenger seat to stand beside her. "You must be Alice, right?" one of the officers inquired. Alice nodded in affirmation. The larger of the two officers, a Caucasian man, introduced himself as Vic, while the other, a black officer, was named Ham. The others summoned by Doctor, and began to introduce themselves, and Jin Yu's gaze fell upon the only Asian face in the crowd, a man named Jack. With the escort target now present, there was no longer any need for the group to linger at the gas station. Jin Yu observed that nearly all the individuals were armed, their appearances suggesting they were seasoned mercenaries or veterans. With such a formidable presence, it was nearly impossible for Alice to come to harm. Given Alice's brazen personality, she should have already distanced herself from them, perhaps even inviting someone to teach her a lesson. Yet, when Vic suggested that Alice join them in their vehicle to head to the airport, Alice clutched Jin Yu's clothing tightly, insisting, "Janie comes with me. We can drive ourselves." Hem chuckled. "The road ahead is treacherous. While you might have managed to drive from school to here, you certainly cannot navigate to the airport." With an increasing number of people seeking to flee Haikue City, poor driving skills could easily result in accidents with panicked individuals. At this juncture, Alice was their lifeline. They could not gamble with her safety. Therefore, it was prudent to keep Alice under their control. "Stop dawdling. The plane won't wait. Get in our vehicle," Vic instructed, reaching for Alice's arm, only for her to evade him and hide behind Jin Yu. Jin Yu glanced at the timid Alice, sensing something was amiss. The onlookers nearby, seemingly entertained by the situation, remarked, "Officer, let her ride with us. Indeed, we have a lovely big sister and a dashing big brother here." As the crowd bickered over which car Alice should enter, Jin Yu decisively pushed Alice toward their own vehicle, urging her to get inside. Complying, Alice opened the door and climbed in, prompting Jin Yu to declare to the crowd, "We're going to be late." Just as she was about to take the driver's seat, Hem seized the nape of her neck and unceremoniously tossed her into the back seat. Jin Yu initially contemplated resisting, but upon seeing the multitude of mercenaries surrounding her and the array of firearms Hem bore, she resignedly seated herself in the back and fastened her seatbelt. Recognizing the necessity of discretion, Alice, who had been seated in the front passenger seat, attempted to exit when Ham, now at the wheel, blocked her from doing so. "I want to sit with Janie. Let me out," she protested. Ham exchanged a glance with Vic outside the vehicle before opening the door, allowing Alice to slide into the back seat beside Jin Yu. Once Alice secured her seatbelt, the vehicle began to move. Originally, Ham and Vic's police car led the convoy, with Jin Yu and Alice's car positioned in the third row of the procession, which steadily made its way toward the airport. During the journey, Alice made another call to Doctor, but this time, for some reason, the call did not connect. Vic did not retrieve the phone, merely instructing Alice to call Doctor. And again upon their arrival at the airport, if he still did not answer, they would have to devise an alternative plan. As they approached the airport, Jin Yu remained vigilant, watching the convoy pass them all, where several more vehicles joined their ranks. On the highway leading to the airport, many others were also hastening toward their destination. Despite their swift actions, the news had spread throughout the city, resulting in what should have been a 2-hour journey to the airport taking nearly 4 hours. By the time they arrived at the airport's perimeter, the area was already teeming with vehicles. They could not drive in and had to proceed on foot. The airport was overcrowded, with families struggling to push their way through with luggage in tow. Yet, as they jostled forward, the crowd soon realized they had come to a standstill, and various expressions of doubt and outrage erupted among them. It was not until 10 minutes later that news trickled through. To ensure the safety of the citizens, the military had erected tall barricades at the entrance, guarded by thousands of armed soldiers. Anyone wishing to enter the airport needed a valid plane ticket and to be uninfected. Of course, Those without tickets could purchase them at exorbitant prices, though the process was painfully slow. Vic, Ham, and the others gathered closely around Alice, who was ensconced in their midst. They had no tickets, and all their hopes rested on Alice's shoulders. At this moment, Alice, despite being the focus of countless eyes, remained unperturbed. She possessed a steadfast belief that her father would surely come to fetch her at the airport. "Make the call," Vic urged, watching as more and more people turned their gazes towards Alice. With a measured grace, she retrieved her phone and replied, "I shall." Just as she lifted the device, a distant, terrified shout pierced the air. "There are zombies." Chapter 37. The Desperate City, 5. In the wake of that piercing scream, a cacophony of shrieks erupted. Amidst the throng, a man clad in a baseball cap suddenly succumbed to the grotesque transformation of a zombie, lunging at the nearest individual with a feral snarl. The air filled with howls and screams as the bitten succumbed to death, only to rise again in a grotesque new form. Panic surged through the crowd as people frantically surged outward, those nearest the security checkpoint desperately pushing forward, even as the throng behind them rushed ahead in a frenzy. Their singular intent was to escape the city on the brink of being overrun by zombies. They were driven by the primal instinct to survive. Almost simultaneously with the onset of the screams, Jin Yu yanked Alice, still clutching her phone, and leaped onto the adjacent staircase. This staircase led to the rooftop parking lot, where a torrent of people was rushing downwards. Jin Yu pulled Alice against the wall, urging her to hasten her call while propelling them upwards. Terrified by the unfolding chaos, Alice dialed her father with urgency. As the call connected, Dr. An's anxious voice resonated, instructing her to head towards the rooftop parking lot. No sooner had Dr. An spoken than gunfire erupted from the security checkpoint. Instinctively, Jin Yu crouched with Alice against the stairwell wall. Just as she was about to inquire what Dr. An had said, Vic seized Alice by the nape of her shirt and dragged her up the stairs. "Janie!" Alice screamed in protest. Jin Yu, rising to grasp the firearm strapped to her leg, felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of her head. "Little girl, the uncles have important tasks to complete, so we cannot play with you," came the ominous voice of Ham. With that, he seized Jin Yu's arm and hurled her into the throng of the infected below. As Jin Yu fell, she landed squarely atop a zombie, surrounded by 3 newly transformed creatures. Remarkably, the zombies seemed oblivious to her presence, merely pushing her aside as they continued their search for fresh prey. Unscathed, Jin Yu regained her footing against the stairwell wall, where she observed mercenaries being thrown down or killed by Vic and Ham. Among the chaos, she recognized a familiar Asian face, Jack, the boy who had made a notable impression on her. Jin Yu, now in the smaller body, found it difficult to navigate amidst the adult zombies and panicking uninfected individuals. Jack, however, did not notice her. Rather, she witnessed him vanish from sight entirely. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. Clearly, this scenario was teeming with players. Ignoring the surrounding zombies, Jin Yu approached the staircase, where Vic and Ham had vanished from sight. She recalled the direction Vic had taken with Alice and sprinted toward the rooftop parking lot. Just before entering the parking area, the sounds of intense gunfire reached her ears, accompanied by Ham's furious roar. "Fuck, what did you do to Vic?" Peering around the corner, Jin Yu saw Alice cowering behind a mercenary, while not far away, Vic lay on the ground, his skin mottled and veins protruding. After Ham shouted, he attempted to crouch down to check Vic's vital signs, only to be ambushed by the suddenly zombified Vic, who lunged at Ham's neck. In a flash, Jack reappeared behind Vic, his dagger slicing through the air to sever Vic's throat. Before anyone could react, Jack vanished again, only to materialize behind Alice. Jin Yu observed the scene unfold, with Alice firmly held by Jack, who stood protectively in front of her, a defiant expression on his face. Now visibly shaken by the zombified Vic, turned his furious gaze towards Alice. "What is happening?" You. "It's you," he exclaimed, shoving Vic off him and glaring at Alice. "What did you stab Vic with to cause this transformation? Why are those zombies not attacking you?"
What have you done to Vic?
Alice remained silent, her wide blue eyes locked onto him. The man shielding Jack and Alice responded to Ham's tirade. "There are only 5 seats on the plane, so let us not squabbles among ourselves." He brandished his weapon, surveying the other wary individuals around him. "Why should we abide by your words?" That doctor said that if we deliver his daughter to the airport, he would provide us with tickets to leave Haikue City. Someone interjected, prompting inquiries about the whereabouts of the aircraft. At last, the crowd's focus returned. Even Jack and his group shifted their attention towards Alice. She resembled an ordinary little girl. Trembling as she confessed, "My father told me to come to the rooftop. I didn't hear the rest amidst the chaos below." "My dear, I advise you not to lie before me," Jack interjected, his presence suddenly commanding. "Doctor and told you everything, including that you should go to the rooftop of the mall opposite City Park, where he would send a helicopter to pick you up at midnight." Alice looked at Jack in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could possess such detailed knowledge despite her silence. Jack raised his chin, one hand on his hip, while the other twirled his gun. "I caution you against deceiving me. I understand your motives all too well." He gripped Alice's delicate chin with a firm touch, watching her skin redden under his grasp. "You would do well to comply, otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I am not one to indulge in the fragility of innocence." With that, Jack discharged his weapon, eliminating an advancing zombie. He turned to the surrounding crowd, stating, "Doctor has informed us that the zombies here are overwhelming, and he has been relocated outside Haikue City. The entire city is now officially sealed off, and the aircraft has already taken flight." No sooner had Jack spoken than the crowd gazed skyward, witnessing two planes ascend from the tarmac. Beneath the din of zombie howls, the despair of the citizens echoed. The despair was not confined to the civilians. The mercenaries left behind at the security checkpoint, thwarting the rush of both citizens and zombies, understood they too had been abandoned. In that moment, the security measures appeared futile. They were the first to topple the hastily erected barricades and sprint towards the airport. With no aircraft remaining on the tarmac, Jack declared, "Brothers, if we wish to leave, we must retrace our steps."
Fuck.
"Are you all conspiring to deceive me?" Someone shouted. "If you wish to leave, go ahead. I refuse to abandon my post." Unperturbed by the sentiments of others, Jack yanked Alice by her collar, commanding his men, "We retreat." Chapter 38. The Desperate City, 6. As Jack and his group escorted Alice away towards the city park, Jin Yu followed closely in the vehicle she had previously commandeered. She felt a growing conviction that Jack's assertions on the rooftop had contained a kernel of truth. As a player, it is highly probable that his mission aligns with his own. Otherwise, he would not have accompanied Vic and the others to the airport earlier. Regarding how he discerned this, Jin Yu recalled the words Jack had spoken to Alice, as if he possessed an uncanny insight into her thoughts. Could it be that his special ability is mind-reading? However, considering his previous disappearance, or rather, instantaneous teleportation, Jin Yu tightened his grip on the steering wheel, fixating on the vehicles ahead. It appeared that he was not the sole individual to successfully seize another's special abilities. Undoubtedly, there were many formidable players out there. Jin Yu steeled himself, reminding himself to remain vigilant at all times. Jack, seated in the passenger seat, urged his companions to make haste towards the city square, to which one of them responded, "Several vehicles are trailing us." Jack dismissed this concern, having already taken Alice away. How could that band of mercenaries possibly remain oblivious? Nevertheless, a cold smirk crept across Jack's lips, for he held no fear of the mercenaries in this world. No matter how skilled they may be, could they surpass his own special abilities? After all, he possessed two, lightning-fast teleportation and mind-reading. As long as they were not players, all the indigenous inhabitants of this world were merely NPCs within the game, and their fates held no significance for him. Thus, when he discerned that the exquisitely beautiful young girl before him was the very cause of the impending doom in this world's instance, Jack felt no trepidation. A mere 11 or 12-year-old girl was as manageable to him as an ant. Upon realizing that Jack seemed capable of comprehending her thoughts, Alice felt a surge of murderous intent, but immediately forced herself to empty her mind. She thought of her doll and the surgeries she often performed on her toys as a child, reminiscent of the operations her father conducted on his specimens. Should any peculiar behavior arise from the lab mice, it would indicate a mutation somewhere, necessitating dissection. Jack observed Alice's furrowed brow and contemplated retracting his hand. Wishing to cease listening to her thoughts, yet ultimately tightened his grip on her arm, inwardly cursing her as a little pervert. Once Jin Yu confirmed that Jack and his companions were indeed heading towards the city park with Alice, she sped ahead, arriving at the park before them. The streets were increasingly populated with wandering zombies, yet still fewer than in other areas. Jin Yu halted her vehicle and gazed at the darkened mall across from the city park, which remained shrouded in shadows. Having gone most of the day without food, she consumed 2 buns and drank a bottle of water before seizing the gun she had previously scavenged and ventured into the mall. The special ability she had acquired from a player in the school's underground parking lot was an infinite arsenal. Although it bore resemblance to the materialized weapons she had obtained before, she had witnessed the potential fusion of these 2 special abilities at the moment of acquisition. However, given the tense circumstances, Jin Yu could not afford to pause and thoroughly explore this fusion, deciding instead to refrain from merging them for the time being. With the infinite arsenal at her disposal, her weapon would have an endless supply of ammunition, proving quite convenient. Inside the mall, it felt as though a formidable creature lurked within, for none of the zombies on the streets were drawn towards it. As Jin Yu entered the first floor, it was eerily silent, akin to a graveyard. Previously, she might have encountered sporadic zombies, but now, not a single one was in sight. After addressing her personal needs in the restroom, she chose not to ascend to the upper floors just yet, opting instead to wait for Jack and Alice. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but during her wait, she sensed the temperature around her steadily dropping. Jin Yu leaned against the wall, one hand gripping her gun tightly while the fingertips of her other hand flickered with flames. Thanks to the zombie repellent serum she had injected earlier, she was not particularly afraid of the zombies. Her greater concern lay with humans and players. Jack and his companions did not keep her waiting long. Within 5 minutes, the sounds of 5 or 6 individuals echoed from the mall entrance. Damn, it's pitch black. Keep it down. Be careful not to attract any zombies. There's no sound at all. Where could the zombies be? Jack's voice rang out. Check the circuit breaker. Perhaps it tripped. Understood. The footsteps approached the elevator towards Jin Yu's direction. Before they could reach the elevator, the lights in the entire mall flickered on abruptly. Damn, you startled me. Stop dawdling and press the elevator button, Jack urged his companions. Once the elevator was called, one of them remarked, Jack, didn't you say, Doctor? And would send a helicopter for us at midnight? It's still so early, and we have Alice in our possession. Why not scavenge some valuables while we're at it? A chorus of agreement followed. We could even rob a bank. Such opportunities are rare. Great idea. With Haikue City in such disarray, the banks must have suffered. Damn it. Who the hell robbed the jewels from the counter before me? Jack grumbled impatiently. Having never lacked for money in the real world as a wealthy heir, he found the avarice of his companions distasteful. After all, it was merely jewelry. He could buy it any time. Truly, a gaggle of unsophisticated paupers. With a chime, the elevator doors opened slowly as the group waited, and Jin Yu peeked out. As the doors creaked open, a creature resembling a humanoid spider, its limbs coated in blood, slowly turned to face them, clutching a piece of flesh. Alice's scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. The creature emitted a sharp, chilling roar, and Jin Yu watched in horror as wings erupted from its back, launching itself at the burly man standing in front of Jack and Alice. Jin Yu withdrew, swallowing hard. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the beasts from a certain survival horror game. Was this truly just a simple apocalyptic world? Hearing Alice's terrified screams, Jin Yu felt compelled to rush out and save her. If she perished, the mission would remain unfulfilled. Just as her foot stepped forward, she suddenly felt as if she had kicked something invisible. In the next moment, Jack appeared before her, holding Alice and crashing forward. Jin Yu had inadvertently kicked Jack's leg, who had instantaneously teleported to her side. With a resounding thud, Jin Yu slammed the restroom door shut before extending her hand towards Alice, who, upon seeing her, exclaimed joyfully, Janie! Just as Alice was about to approach her, Jack seized her by the scruff of her neck. You didn't he die? He had witnessed him push the girl into a horde of zombies. Logically, she shouldn't he have survived. Jack eyed Jin Yu with suspicion. You're a player too. A player? Jin Yu looked at Jack with confusion, as if she did not comprehend his words. Her bewilderment did not ease Jack's wariness. After all, players were typically adversaries. Even among guardians, one could not guarantee that the other would not resort to murder for the sake of a special ability. It was a matter of life and death. Thus, Jin Yu's act was deemed entirely normal. Surviving after being pushed into a horde of zombies? If you're not a player, then what are you? Jack's tone dripped with mockery. his expression conveying, "I see through your facade. There's no need for further pretense." Jin Yu furrowed her brows and then turned to Alice, saying, "It was Doctor and who administered the serum to me." A flicker of surprise crossed Alice's eyes. Did Dad give Janie the serum too?
Why?
However, recalling the way Jin Yu had protected her throughout their journey, she suddenly felt a glimmer of understanding. Jin Yu mentioned that she was a fellow student, but it felt more akin to having a bodyguard accompanying her to school. Jack observed Jin Yu, sensing no deceit in her demeanor, and found himself genuinely confused. Could it be that what she said was indeed true? Yet, this girl seemed to exhibit no particularly extraordinary traits. Driving and marksmanship were rather commonplace skills among teenagers. Moreover, she had just explained why she was unassailable by zombies. Jack was now half convinced, reserving the other half for further observation. If anything seemed amiss, he could always eliminate her, conveniently seizing her golden finger in the process. "What do you mean by player?" Jin Yu countered, striving to avoid suspicion. However, just as her retort escaped her lips, the restroom door was suddenly slammed against. Alice, eager to break free from Jack's grasp, urgently implored Jin Yu, "We need to get to the rooftop, Janie. I believe collaboration is our best course of action." This statement was directed towards Jack. He nodded immediately upon noticing the door's bulging frame and quickly led Alice towards the restroom's window. Jack took the lead, with Alice in the middle and Jin Yu bringing up the rear. The trio leaped through the window without hesitation and dashed up the narrow corridor, finding no zombies in their path. Not a single creature was in sight. Could it be that this mall was devoid of such monsters? Jack glanced back at what seemed to be a creature that had just dispatched his companion, sprinting forward with all his might. At that moment, Jin Yu grasped Alice's hand, edging ahead of Jack, uncertain whether Jack's golden finger had any limitations. She had only witnessed him utilize it twice, and during this escape, he had not made use of it. If it could be used frequently, he would have already vanished, rather than being in the midst of a frantic pursuit. The pursuing monster was relentless. Despite Jin Yu continuously firing her gun to hinder its advance, it proved too cunning. With no other option, she had to lead Alice to jump through the window. Jack remained oblivious to their actions, continuing his dash forward. Strangely, the creature chose not to chase the more easily pursued Jack, but instead plunged through the shattered window, roaring as it lunged for Alice. Jin Yu and Alice were fortunate to escape into a whiskey shop. In the moment the monster was at the window, Jin Yu unhesitatingly seized 2 bottles of whiskey and hurled them into the creature's gaping maw. The instant the whiskey struck, a bullet found its mark, and the monster erupted into flames. Jin Yu sheltered Alice in a corner. Although they were both affected by the blast, Jin Yu managed to withstand the impact.
Who did that?
Jack returned, unable to ignore the situation. Despite reaching the rooftop, he realized that without Alice, his mission would remain unfulfilled. Jin Yu, protecting Alice, rose and disregarded Jack, stepping outside the shop. The 2 girls ignored him, and rather than feeling anger, Jack casually grabbed a bottle of whiskey, popping it open and taking a sip. It tasted delightful, though regrettably, he could not take any with him. Upon hearing Jack's words, Jin Yu's gaze fell upon the nearly undamaged liquor cabinet. "Janie!" Alice's scream pierced through, and the moment Jin Yu heard her voice, she instinctively rolled to the side with Alice in her arms. Jack's gun fired, striking the creature that had suddenly lunged towards them. Jack, with his ill-fated foresight, realized that this mall housed more than just the previous monster. This new creature was significantly larger and far more formidable. Both Jack and Jin Yu found themselves outmatched. In desperation, Jack shouted to Alice and Jin Yu, "I'll take Alice and retreat first. You cover us." Having witnessed Jack's teleportation, both girls understood that his plan to escape with Alice was the most prudent course of action. Thus, for the greater good, neither Alice nor Jin Yu hesitated. After Jack vanished with Alice, Jin Yu intended to raise her gun and attempt another explosive distraction with the whiskey, but the monster appeared oblivious to her presence, rushing out of the shop in pursuit of Jack and Alice. What on earth was happening? Reflecting on the earlier incident, Jin Yu recalled that the smaller monster had also trailed closely behind her and Alice. Was it possible that the one who accompanied Alice would be the primary target? While pondering this, Jin Yu did not forget to gather all the intact liquor within the shop into her spatial pocket. The utility of these liquors was vast, and with this opportunity at hand, She was not about to forsake the collection of resources. They were currently situated on the second floor of the mall, which primarily housed tobacco, alcohol, mobile phones, electronics, and toys. Jin Yu collected every bottle of alcohol within sight, while she held no interest in electronics or toys. To be frank, the electrical devices in this world were not as advanced as those in her own. Only firearms, precious metals, jewels, and food-warranted accumulation. The second floor remained devoid of any moving figures. Despite her ongoing collection, Jin Yu was acutely aware that her foremost duty was to protect Alice. Hearing the anguished cries of men and the roars of monsters from the third floor, Jin Yu swiftly drew her hunting rifle and made her way upstairs. Before reaching the third floor, she caught a whiff of smoke and flames. Upon ascending, she beheld a fabric shop engulfed in flames. The monster had been pierced by a rocket launcher and was now struggling to rise. As it lifted its head, Jin Yu unleashed a barrage of shots from her rifle, finally bringing the creature crashing to the ground. Following the sounds of male anguish, she proceeded towards a shop selling curtains, where she found Jack, his face ashen and one leg nearly severed, blood staining his entire body. Yet, despite his grievous condition, he clung tenaciously to Alice. "You little wretch, you little wretch. You little wretch." Even missing a leg, he was still a strong adult man, more than capable of overpowering Alice, especially with his gun pressed against her waist. Alice could only passively endure several slaps that reddened her face. "Janie, Janie, save me." Alice cried out to Jin Yu, desperate yet unable to escape Jack's grasp.
Jack.
His eyes wild with rage, gripped Alice tightly, declaring, "Little wretch, if I can't complete my mission and leave Haikue City, then you can damn well stay here and die with me. If we're to perish, we shall do so together." Chapter 40. The Desolate City, 8.
Calm yourself.
Jin Yu advised, aware that Jack's emotions were dangerously volatile, preventing her from approaching him immediately. As Jack gazed at Alice's delicate face, now marred and swollen from his blows, he felt a sense of twisted satisfaction. He turned to Jin Yu with a sardonic expression. "Do you consider my actions excessive?" Jin Yu remained silent. Jack's dark gaze fell upon Alice, this little vixen who dared to make him her scapegoat, unafraid of whether she would survive. With a derisive laugh, he glanced behind the counter, kicking a chair towards it, causing a terrified scream to emanate from behind. Jin Yu reloaded her gun, ready for the unfolding chaos. As the voice of Jin Yu resonated, a boy, approximately 13 years of age, cautiously emerged from behind the counter, shielding a small girl, around 4 years old. With palpable fear, We are not bad people," the boy declared, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, despite the trepidation etched on his face. Jin Yu lowered the firearm in her grasp, while Jack let out a derisive laugh, disregarding their presence as he turned to Jin Yu and said, "Janie, are you truly aware of the nature of your little classmate? If you did, you would not deem my actions excessive." Alice, recalling Jack's previous oddities, screamed in an attempt to interrupt him, "Janie, kill him. If you wish to escape Haikue City, you must eliminate him." With a swift motion, Jack struck Alice's face with a resounding slap, yet she remained conscious, her gaze directed at him with a cold and resentful intensity. Listening to Alice's unabashed thoughts, Jack delivered another blow to her. "Do you think those 2 monsters we encountered earlier came into being by mere chance?" "It was her doing," Jack stated, looking at Alice, who finally appeared subdued. She dashed into the mall's restroom, envious of that mother's meticulous care for her daughter, coveting the love that mother bestowed upon her child while she herself was merely an unwanted little wretch without a mother. Thus, when that mother left for the restroom, this little wretch injected the virus into the innocent girl. When the mother returned, believing her daughter was ill, she panicked and fled, possibly infecting herself in the process. The smaller creature we encountered was the child, while the larger one was the mother. And it is not only them. Even Victor from the rooftop parking lot and this current zombie crisis in Haikue City are all her fault. She was the one who liberated the lab's white mice. And inadvertently, she released the zombie rat. Jack regarded Alice with the disdain one might reserve for a demon. "Do you understand why she brought a zombie rat out of the lab?" he inquired. "Lies, everything he says is a lie," Alice screamed at Jin Yu, only to be met with another slap from Jack. "Because she intended to place the zombie rat in your backpack to frighten you, who knew it would escape before reaching the school." At that moment, Alice, resembling a corpse, curled up beside Jack. Whether from fear or the impact of his blows rendering her mute, Jin Yu, observing Alice, was taken aback. She had never fathomed that a child could be so malevolent, willing to ruin the lives of others and even an entire city for her own selfish desires. Jin Yu began to suspect that doctor, and was already aware of the city's downfall, yet his reprimand towards Alice might have only been a trivial scolding over the phone, followed by coaxing her, even sending people to risk their lives to rescue her from Haikue City. She must be the arch-villain of this scenario. The question remained, could such a villain survive until the end? Alice, unable to fully grasp Jack's words, recognized that he was indeed problematic. If only I could see my father. He is so powerful, he could surely capture this bastard and dissect him for research. She yearned for Jack's telepathy and teleportation abilities. With her father present, surely there would be a way to transfer those powers to herself. Suddenly, Jack slapped Alice on the head. Little girl, you needn't dream. He continued, if the mission succeeds, I will leave this world immediately. If it fails, I will drag you down with me. Jin Yu furrowed her brow. Although Alice was undeniably a malignant presence, she could not simply abandon her. If Jack truly intended to take Alice to her demise, then her own mission would be doomed as well. What we must do now is leave Haikue City, Jin Yu stated, eyeing Jack, who still wished to survive. Let us head to the rooftop first. You help me. If you wish to live, we must work together, Jack threatened. If I perish, neither of you will survive in this world. Jin Yu nodded in agreement as Jack stood, holding Alice's head, then grasping Jin Yu's arm, while simultaneously clutching Alice's platinum hair, lifting her up. Jack pressed his hand against Alice's back, warning, you had best not try anything funny. You know I can teleport. If you attempt to flee, I will shoot you dead, so it is in your best interest to behave. We all still have a chance to survive. He prodded Alice's back. Do you hear me?
Speak.
In a small voice. Alice replied, I heard you. Jack did not leave immediately. He leaned against the wall, aiming his gun at the older brother of the siblings cowering in the corner, commanding, there is a wheelchair downstairs. Bring it up for me. Or you can await the grim task of collecting your sister's remains. Jack orchestrated this because Jin Yu was the only one with combat prowess close to his own. Should she depart, encountering any zombies or monsters would leave him with little hope of survival. Furthermore, when he captured Jin Yu, he could not hear her thoughts, indicating her deep-seated defenses. Yet, despite this, he felt the need to keep her close for his own protection. The mall indeed seemed to harbor only those two monsters. From the moment the boy left to retrieve the wheelchair, not a single zombie or creature appeared on the second or third floors. The boy contemplated taking his sister home. Yet Jack had already prepared to make them scapegoats. There was no way he would allow their escape. Meanwhile, Jin Yu remained vigilant. Logically, if the mall was devoid of significant threats, the zombies lurking outside would gradually filter in, yet the mall remained eerily silent, save for their footsteps and the sound of the wheelchair wheels turning. Due to Jack's wheelchair, they opted for the elevator rather than the stairs. As soon as they pressed the elevator button, Jin Yu, wary of previous incidents, stepped back with the others, maintaining a safe distance in case of unforeseen events. Jin Yu kept her shotgun trained on the elevator, and fortunately, when the elevator bell chimed and the doors slid open, it was empty. No one, no monsters, no bloodstains. Jin Yu let out a slight sigh of relief and began to push Jack and Alice toward the elevator. The reason she was pushing both was that Jack, wary of Alice's potential tricks, kept his gun pressed against her back, ready to thwart any sudden moves. Ever since Jack had revealed Alice's hidden intentions and past actions, she had remained unnaturally quiet, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, and had not uttered a word to Jin Yu since. Once the five of them entered the elevator, they pressed the button for the top floor, the sixth. Entering the elevator was one hurdle. Exiting would present another challenge. Jack positioned himself and Alice at the back of the elevator, compelling the siblings to stand in front, with Jin Yu, holding the shotgun, also positioned at the forefront. In less than a minute, as the elevator chimed and the doors slowly opened, Jin Yu's muscles tensed to their utmost. The anticipated zombies and monsters did not materialize. Instead, they were met with the ominous sight of several dark gun barrels aimed at them. Chapter 41. Despairing City, 9. Damn, you frightened us.
So, it is you.
The figures guarding the entrance, armed with guns, were none other than some of Jack's comrades who had been attacked on the first floor. along with a larger contingent that bore the attire of the mercenaries previously tasked with maintaining order at the security checkpoint. They had surprisingly arrived upstairs even earlier than Jin Yu and the others. Observing their demeanor, it appeared they had not suffered a fierce assault in the mall. Could it be that the shopping center was devoid of zombies and monsters? As the elevator doors opened, Jin Yu and the siblings exited first, followed by Jack, who was maneuvering Alice in a wheelchair. Before Jack could greet them, a group of 7 or 8 men, clad in black tactical gear and armed to the teeth, addressed them. "Your mission is complete. Now hand over Alice to us." The smile on Jack's face faded, as he had initially thought they were there for something else. Instead, they were attempting to take her from him. He still had a gun pressed against Alice's lower back, and with a cold smirk, he retorted, "I'm afraid she might not be willing to go with you." One hand gripping the gun, the other tightly embracing Alice's waist, Jack dared them to ask her. The speaker turned to gaze at Alice, who was seated on Jack's lap, her cheeks so swollen that her former beauty was nearly unrecognizable. Truth be told, had it not been for her signature platinum blonde hair, they might have failed to identify her. Perhaps due to the swelling, Alice struggled to speak. But her intent was clear. She wished to remain by Jack's side. Jack, having received the confirmation he sought, wore a smug smile, since the situation had resolved perfectly. He was about to continue when Jin Yu suddenly interrupted him. "Did you hear that sound?" Initially irritated by the interruption, Jack's annoyance quickly faded as the men who sought to seize Alice raised their weapons, scanning the surroundings. Evidently, as Jin Yu had suggested, they too had heard something. "Stand guard." The cacophony of gnawing teeth grew louder, and without hesitation, Jin Yu pushed Jack's wheelchair towards the staircase. "The wheelchair can't go up the stairs. You need to find someone to carry you." Upon uttering these words, Jack immediately called out behind him, "Willie, carry me." "Loff, take Alice." Jack's companions, for reasons unknown, seemed particularly eager to comply with him. As soon as Jack finished speaking, the wheelchair before Jin Yu was suddenly empty. Not only that, after being hoisted onto Willie's back, Jack produced another gun seemingly from nowhere. Jin Yu recalled the rocket launcher that had previously impaled the monsters, realizing that Jack's arsenal was far more extensive than she had initially perceived. Thanks to Jin Yu's quick thinking, they surged ahead, leaving the rest of the group to follow behind. The source of the gnawing sounds was now unmistakable, a horde of zombie-like rats. At this point, referring to them as rats felt inappropriate, as they had grown to the size of adult rabbits. The sheer number of these creatures made it impossible for Jin Yu to ignore the shrieks of the people behind her, no matter how many bullets they had. They could not possibly eliminate an entire swarm of zombie rats. There would always be some that slipped through the net, and for them, those would prove to be deadly. As Jin Yu hurried up the stairs, she inadvertently kicked a bone, stark white and devoid of flesh. The sight of that bone sent a chill down her spine as the realization dawned upon her. This mall was deserted not due to the 2 monsters, but rather because the zombie rats had devoured its inhabitants. Jin Yu found herself momentarily unsure which fate was more tragic. However, upon discovering that the rooftop door had been locked, she felt a surge of despair. It was as if calamity had struck her once more. Damn it! Who locked the rooftop? Just blow it open. Blow it open? What will you do when the rats come pouring in? Smash the door. Break the lock. Hurry. In that moment of life and death, everyone's potential erupted forth. One burly man wielded a fire axe, striking the lock with ferocity amidst the screams and terror of the people, until finally, the lock shattered. Jin Yu pushed through, carrying Alice, gun drawn, and turned to face the door. Once Jack entered, he immediately ordered those around him to close the rooftop door. However, outside, at least 8 or 9 people remained, including some of Jack's former companions. "Jack, Jerry, they haven't come in yet," Loff shouted from Jack's back. Yet Jack was undeterred, commanding, "Close the door." "Do you wish to accompany them to their demise?" "Don't close the door. My people haven't fully entered," protested a man in black tactical gear, named Adolf. Nevertheless, as the frightened crowd witnessed zombie rats attempting to infiltrate, their survival instincts kicked in, and they swiftly banded together to keep the would-be intruders and the rats outside. Nothing was more precious than their own lives, and it took less than 2 seconds to make that decision. Throughout this chaos, Jin Yu remained silent, resolutely firing at the incoming zombie rats. Her aim had become remarkably precise. After dispatching all the zombie rats, her gaze fixated on the last man who entered. If her eyes did not deceive her, she had seen 2 rats gnawing at his flesh. She could only wonder whether they had broken the skin and how potent the contagion might be. Just as Jin Yu stood on high alert, she felt a strange sensation behind her. Instinctively, she turned with her gun drawn, only to find Alice, her head resembling that of a pig, reaching out a hand in a desperate plea for contact. Their eyes met, and tears welled in Alice's as she silently implored Jin Yu, "Save me." Alice's subtle movements went unnoticed by her bearer, and Jack, preoccupied with directing everyone to brace against the rooftop door, remained oblivious as well. After Alice's plea, Jin Yu aimed her gun at the man holding her. The man turned, disbelief etched across his face. "What do you mean?" "Put Alice down," Jin Yu replied, her expression devoid of emotion. The man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied, and just as he set Alice down, she barely managed to reach out to Jin Yu. At that moment, Jack appeared, rolling into their vicinity with his wheelchair. "You treacherous wretch! How dare you betray me?" Chapter 42. The Despairing City, 10. Having experienced Jack's teleportation on several occasions, Jin Yu remained vigilant, especially since she needed to rescue Alice from his clutches. Anticipating Jack's next move, she did not hesitate to kick out her leg as he materialized. Jin Yu's strike was swift and merciless, sending Jack flying before he could even touch Alice. He and his wheelchair crashed against the iron door. Jin Yu seized Alice's arm with one hand while keeping her gun trained on the man who had been holding her, cautiously guiding Alice towards the rooftop railing. Jack, witnessing his mission snatched from him, wore a thunderous expression. "Janie, are you truly opposing me?" Jin Yu directed her weapon at Jack, retorting, "I have never been on your side. Betrayal is hardly applicable." Jack was assisted by his remaining companions to return to the wheelchair, but now he had only 3 men left with him. Adolf's group had 4. While Jin Yu and Alice had successfully entered along with the siblings, who were huddled together in a corner, striving to diminish their presence. Jin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at them before directing her attention to Jack, whose leg was gushing blood profusely. "Surely, you do not believe that as a middle school student, you could possibly contend with our cadre of mercenaries?" Before Jin Yu could utter a word, Alice, with a venomous glint in her eye, addressed Jack. "Whoever can make Jack wish for life yet find no escape from death, when the aircraft sent by my father arrives, I shall grant them a seat." Alice's animosity towards Jack was palpable. She had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. Particularly grievous was the destruction of her dress, the disfigurement of her visage, and the exposure of her innermost thoughts for the mockery of others. "Remember this. I want him to suffer in my father's laboratory, to become the most tormented of test subjects." Alice gazed at the eager crowd and continued, "Do you not yearn to depart from Haikue City?" Upon her words, those aligned with Adolf were the first to move, yet quicker still was Love, who stood behind Jack. In the midst of Jack's terror-stricken gaze, Love unhesitatingly shattered Jack's spine, while Adolf crushed his other leg. Even the youth no one had anticipated, armed with a crossbow obtained from an unknown source, aimed and struck Jack's groin. Jack's anguished screams resonated, drowning out the sounds of those being devoured by the zombie rats behind the iron door. Yet, before his cries could persist for 3 seconds, his mouth was silenced. Alice, reveling in Jack's torment, yearned to approach and observe closely, but upon a sudden thought, she took a step forward only to retreat back to Jin Yu's side, clinging tightly to her. Throughout this ordeal, only Jin Yu had provided her with genuine security. She resolved to remain close to Jin Yu until her father dispatched someone to retrieve her. She understood that before she could board the helicopter, everything was subject to change, and she could not afford any unpredictability at this moment. The hand that had covered Jack's mouth was bitten fiercely. He glared at Alice with venomous resentment. "Do you truly believe this little harlot? The reason this city has succumbed to zombies is because of her. The monsters in the mall and the zombie rats are also due to her. So many have perished because of her. Do you genuinely think she will save you?" The crowd regarded Alice with suspicion. After all, she was merely a child of just over 10 years. Could she indeed orchestrate such malevolence? The very source of the city's mutation was the zombie rats she had extracted from the laboratory. Jack, observing Alice so closely beside Jin Yu, remarked, "If she desires to kill you once, she will wish to do so again and again. Even so, are you still intent on saving her?" Jin Yu had never been swayed by Jack's words before, and certainly would not be now. However, Jack's indifference illuminated a realization within him. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "I understand now. I comprehend your motives." Jack's voice abruptly ceased as the crowd turned to him, startled by the bullet hole in his forehead. Then swiftly directed their attention to Jin Yu standing beside Alice. Without uttering a word, she had executed Jack on the spot. Jin Yu, facing the myriad expressions from the crowd, stated with an impassive demeanor, "He has been driven mad by fear and is now spouting nonsense." Alice's surprise transformed into understanding as she promptly declared, "Indeed, it is all the ramblings of Jack. I am merely a middle school student, utterly naive. He has placed such a tremendous blame upon me solely to incite you to abandon me, thereby facilitating his own escape from Haikue City." As Jin Yu listened to Alice's righteous assertions, her own inner voice echoed, "Fool, letting him die so easily is truly a disservice to him. Humph. What does it matter if he knows that the zombie rats were released by me, or that I was responsible for the deaths of Vic and that mother-daughter duo? They had it coming. Who dared to offend me or obstruct my view? My face hurts so much, all because of Jack, that beast. I shall turn him into mincemeat. And that wretched Janie, if she cannot even perform as a bodyguard, what use is she? Once aboard the helicopter, I shall push Janie off. How delightful it will be to see her fear. After we leave Haikue City, I shall have my father obliterated. What a splendid fireworks display that will be. If only I had comprehended Jack's teleportation and mind-reading abilities sooner, I would have taken his corpse back to the laboratory." As Alice pondered this, she suddenly looked up. Locking eyes with Jin Yu, Jin Yu perceived that Alice had been startled by her, and her inner voice continued, "Goodness, that little harlot nearly scared me to death. What is that expression? Can she truly hear my thoughts?" Without waiting to discern Alice's thoughts, Jin Yu asked, "Was what Jack said true? Will the helicopter truly arrive at midnight?" "Of course not," Alice replied, removing a finger-sized necklace from her neck, promptly dismantling it. She extracted a ring beneath the bone and launched it skyward, releasing a plume of red smoke that soared into the heavens before exploding, a signal flare. Approximately 15 minutes after Alice ignited the signal flare, a helicopter materialized before them. Indeed, Dr. N had dispatched help. However, the helicopter had limited seating, insufficient to accommodate all the survivors on the rooftop. Armed mercenaries aboard the helicopter remained vigilant, with one even shouldering a rocket launcher, prepared for any uprising among those on the rooftop. With the poise of a proud peacock, Alice strode towards the helicopter, closely followed by Jin Yu. Just as the helicopter was about to take flight, the boy suddenly called out to Alice, "Alice, do you wish to know why Jack can teleport?" Alice, intrigued, responded, "You know?" The boy watched as Jack's lifeless body was dragged onto the helicopter, swallowing hard before boldly proclaiming, "I do. If you ensure the safe passage of my sister and me out of Haikue City, I shall reveal it to you." Alice regarded him with a knowing smile, pondering for a few seconds before finally nodding in agreement. Inside the helicopter, Jin Yu scrutinized the boy. Indeed, he was also a player. This instance marked her most encounters with players since entering the scenario, with the possibility of encountering even more she had yet to meet. At that moment, Alice was engaged in a video call with her father, Dr. N. Upon seeing his daughter's pitiable state, he was overtaken by concern and anger. Alice, finally able to release the tension she had been holding, unleashed her frustrations upon Dr. N, who, instead of responding with anger, offered gentle reassurances. Sitting beside Alice, Jin Yu glanced at Dr. N on the screen. He appeared to be in his 30s, with golden hair and azure eyes, strikingly handsome, and his gold-framed glasses paired with a white lab coat lent him an air of austere beauty. Yet, this seemingly aloof individual went to great lengths to amuse his daughter. "Do not worry, sweetheart. Once an atomic bomb is deployed, everything will return to normal. You can continue to be my little princess, and we can live as we did before. Fear not, as long as your father is here, you may pursue whatever your heart desires." Thanks to the incessant chatter between Alice and Dr. N, as the helicopter soared away from Haikue City, a digital voice finally resonated within Jin Yu's mind. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing Despair City. Simultaneously, Alice coquettishly addressed the screen. "Daddy, I feel so cramped right now." Dr. N, on the other side of the monitor, gazed affectionately at his daughter, asking, "What does my precious want?" Alice turned her head, her swollen face adorned with a mischievous grin that appeared particularly sinister, and replied, "I want tos," before her words could fully escape her lips. The figure before her had already twisted her neck. Jin Yu seized Alice by her hair, observing the computer screen where Dr. and was still paralyzed in shock, and released her, letting Alice plummet from thousands of miles high. It was no longer cramped. Chapter 43. Forum headlines as Jin Yu exited the Despair City instance. Her mind was still echoing with Dr. An's furious roars, along with his vow to kill her. Jin Yu felt the noise was merely bothersome, devoid of any deeper significance. After all, it was just an instance. The likelihood of them crossing paths again was slim. Or so she hoped. System. Will players re-enter the same instance? The electronic voice in her mind remained silent for what seemed like 3 minutes before responding, possibly. Jin Yu replied. Such a brief and human-like response makes me question whether the system is truly just a system. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing Despair City and acquiring Dr. An's overwhelming wrath and a kill order. Jin Yu mused, wrath is one thing, but what does overwhelming mean? The system fell silent. What is a kill order? Upon clicking the kill order option, she discovered no descriptions regarding it, prompting her to inquire further. The kill order issued by Dr. And in his world states that anyone who can kill you and obtain your head will receive protection from the underworld, gaining Dr. and support. Upon hearing the first sentence, Jin Yu felt a slight relief. It was in his world. As long as it wasn't her world, she was fine with it. The system coldly continued. Any player entering Dr. An's world and accepting the kill order can pursue you across worlds and instances. Upon completion of the task, they can automatically receive rewards from Dr.
An.
The number of instances in a world is variable. Jin Yu felt her heart sink. True disillusionment does not manifest in loud outbursts or tears, but rather in terse words. Shaking her head, she dismissed the sudden BGM that had invaded her thoughts. The system implied that any player entering Dr. An's world and accepting his task could pursue her across worlds and instances. The power of a character from an instance could be so terrifying. However, if Dr. An could issue such tasks, did it imply that players might accept side quests beyond those provided by the game system? What if I re-enter Despair City and kill Dr. An? Would my kill order then be revoked? The system responded. Under normal circumstances, players cannot re-enter the same instance of the same level. In abnormal circumstances, can players utilize items to enter previously completed instances? Jin Yu countered, you mentioned the same level and instance, so you imply that in different levels of the same instance, killing Dr. An is not permissible. Doesn't this correspond to what was previously referred to as parallel worlds? The system fell silent. How annoying! Why do other players not have so many questions? She grasped the underlying implication. As long as she could re-enter the instance she had completed and kill Dr. An, her kill order would be lifted. The system insisted, I did not say that. Congratulations to the player for earning the title of Cold-Blooded Bodyguard. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the player Fox's golden finger. Jin Yu sensed the system's electronic voice had become increasingly numb. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the player Izanagi's golden finger. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the player Lone Wolf's golden finger. Listening to the electronic announcements while examining her character panel, Jin Yu noted, player ID 99999. Player nickname I6 turned. Player golden fingers 1. Home, growth type 2. Gold materialization 3. Armory 4.
Arsenal 5.
Teleportation 6. Mind reading 7. Fire control. Player honors. Cursed by the Mad Doctor. I am a good mother. Dr. An's wrath. Cold-blooded bodyguard. Player items, none. Player attributes, health, 61-100. Strength, 30-100. Agility, 32-100. The armory was acquired from player Fox, while the arsenal, teleportation, and mind reading were obtained from Jack, the one who had taken the nickname after the island deity Izanagi. Among them, teleportation was Jack's own ability, while mind reading was acquired after he killed Vic. The arsenal, however, seemed not to have been obtained in the Despair City instance, hence the system did not announce it. Yet Jin Yu had still received it. Mind reading proved quite useful, though it required physical contact to work, if the other party was wary of her. The deeper their defenses, the less she could glean. Limitations abounded, but it was sufficient. Moreover, Jin Yu discovered that besides spatial golden fingers, other similar golden fingers could not merge, even if they were akin. This made encountering similar golden fingers somewhat redundant, such as her armory and arsenal. However, this time, Jin Yu was unaware of which setting she had triggered, as her golden fingers had inexplicably acquired levels. Player golden fingers. 1 home, A.
2 gold matérialisation, D. 3 arsenal, T. 4 teleportation, E.
5 mind reading, D. 6 fire control, D.
7 armory, E.
In addition, the numbers following her player ID had changed from 2008 to 4012, corresponding to a guardian and a traitor within this instance. While examining her panel, Jin Yu was oblivious to the fact that she had once again made headlines in the Wandering Blue Star project.
Shop.
Player 99999 has killed 3 players. Acquires the title of Cold-Blooded Bodyguard. The infamous history of the killing machine 99999. Are you sure you don't want to come and take a look? Do you recognize the 99999 who was issued a kill order by the instance's final boss? This post instantly surged to the top, garnering countless comments. Mint Candy. It's the first time I've seen a player issued a kill order by the instance's final boss. Anyone interested in taking the task? Son of the Empire. Are you certain you want to pursue someone who has killed so many players and is being hunted by the instance's final boss? Dihydrogen monoxide. Why not? Perhaps in the future, I could kill her in the game.
Son of the Empire. Huh?
The prerequisite for killing her is that you must first enter the sea-level task Despair City, survive, and complete it to even have a chance to accept the task to leave. The reason Son of the Empire stated this was that the game had only just begun, and many players were currently choosing D-level and E-level apocalyptic instances. The influx of players entering the sea-level dungeons has surged, yet the number who emerge alive remains pitifully low. The bulletin board has been incessantly broadcasting updates on the player known as Jin Yu, drawing everyone's attention to her, overshadowing even the prior fervor surrounding Angel's player killings and the recruitment efforts of the official supernatural organization. One must consider that this game has only recently launched, and yet the player numbered 99999 has already ventured into the dungeon world thrice, each time managing to eliminate at least one opponent. It is widely recognized among players entering the more intense dungeon realms that conflict between players is an inevitable occurrence, often resulting in life or death scenarios. Consequently, the more rational players do not perceive anything amiss in Jin Yu's actions. Rather, they regard her abilities as exceeding their expectations. Amidst a flurry of terrifying speculations regarding player number 99999, a player under the moniker Child of Light posted an account titled Experiencing the Dungeon with the esteemed 99999. The individual who posted claimed to recognize player 99999, only to be met with accusations of deceit. Frustrated, he created a separate thread. Child of Light, I only discovered that the incredible player I encountered in the Despair City dungeon was none other than the renowned 99999 after exiting the dungeon and visiting the game forum. Scissorhands Edward. How do you know that person is 99,999? Child of Light, because I witnessed her provoke Dr. N, and I personally heard him issue a bounty on her. Child of Light. To continue, Despair City is set against a backdrop of bio-zombies in a post-apocalyptic world, and my main quest was to escort Dr. N's daughter, Alice, out of Haikue City. I observed that the other 2 players I encountered, Jack and Janie, had similar main quests. Child of Light. As we all know, each player's identity in the dungeon world is randomly assigned, yet it generally relates to their quests. The esteemed 99,999's character is a stunning half-blood girl of around 14 or 15 years. Imperial Sun. Damn. A violent lowly, I want to see. Dihydrogen monoxide. Why are you everywhere? Imperial Sun. Aren't you here too? Dragon Ao Tion. Brothers, stop arguing. Let the poster continue. Child of Light. The esteemed player's identity seems to be Alice's classmate, dressed in identical school uniforms, which are indeed quite lovely. Child of Light. Anyway, back to the topic. When I encountered them, I was hiding under a counter with my character sister, as we were trapped by mutated biomonsters. Showing ourselves would mean certain death. At that moment, the entire floor, apart from my sister and I, was virtually annihilated. Dihydrogen monoxide. So, how did you escape unharmed? Aesthetics 101. Other people's golden fingers don't need to be explained to you. Child of Light. Indeed, without my golden finger, I would likely have perished there too. Child of light. At that time, my sole focus was survival, not task completion. However, fortuitously, Jack and Alice teleported to our location, inadvertently drawing the mutated creature with them. Child of light. Jack is formidable. Based on what he demonstrated, he possesses 3 golden fingers. Child of light. Teleportation is 1. After Alice caused him to lose a leg to a monster, he miraculously produced a rocket launcher to eliminate the creature, which is the 2nd. The 3rd seems to be mind-reading. He can discern Alice's thoughts. Child of light. The reason Despair City transformed into a wasteland is that Alice stole something from her father, Dr. Anne's laboratory. Dragon Aotion. Thanks for sharing your dungeon experience, brother.
Impérial son, gratitude.
Crowd. 10086. This player, known as Child of Light, was the first to share dungeon experiences on the entire forum, particularly concerning a sea-level dungeon. Henceforth, players entering Despair City will, at least, be somewhat prepared. Child of Light. No need to thank me. I don't know much, and I was largely carried by the esteemed one later on. Ange. Continue discussing 99999. Angel's interjection momentarily silenced the thread. He seemed not to be a native speaker, as his machine-translated Chinese appeared somewhat awkward. Child of Light. Janie arrived while Jack was obliterating the creature. Jack intentionally revealed Alice's inner thoughts to foster collaboration with Janie. Child of Light succinctly recounted their ascent to the helicopter. Child of Light. Alice seemed intent on excluding us, as she reached out to push Janie after saying it was too cramped, only to be met with Janie snapping her neck. Child of Light. The esteemed one not only broke Alice's neck and discarded her from the helicopter, but also taunted Doctor and on the computer screen, saying, "Now it's not cramped anymore." Child of Light. Upon uttering that phrase, Doctor and went insane. Dragon Aotion. What the hell? Imperial Sun. The esteemed one is truly audacious. Missile-selling little girl. Given her mind-reading ability, she must have known you were also a player. Why didn't she kill you? Child of Light. She didn't. After dealing with Alice and provoking Doctorin, she simply parachuted away. Mint Candy. From this perspective, 99999 doesn't seem to be a bloodthirsty maniac. Is there anyone who knows? Does anyone have insight into whether 99999 is a guardian or a betrayer? Child of Light. What difference does it make if you know? Is there any distinction? Is there anyone who knows? If she is a guardian, then it's fine. If a betrayer, I think anyone who encounters 99999 should team up to eliminate her. Crazy on top of crazy. What the hell? Is there anyone who knows? Did a betrayer wrong you? Is there anyone who knows? Neither wronged nor provoked me. But look at those 3 words. Betrayer. It doesn't suggest anything good. Missile-selling little girl. Consider the name of our game. Perhaps it is this band of betrayers that has caused Blue Star's plight. Mint Candy. We are all merely players. It's just a game. Let us not take it so seriously. Is there anyone who knows? Are you certain you can still regard this game as an ordinary game? Listen to me just in case. If you encounter a betrayer in the future, show no mercy. Dihydrogen monoxide. Then I surmise that 99999 is a betrayer, having killed so many players. She surely cannot be a guardian. Child of Light. You're talking nonsense. If the esteemed 99999 were truly a betrayer, she would have killed me on that helicopter. Yet she did not. She is neither a murderer nor a betrayer. Dihydrogen monoxide. So you all tacitly accept that betrayers are the antagonistic characters. Crazy on top of crazy. Antagonistic characters? You all really know how to glorify the guardians. Do you truly believe you are some kind of justice warriors? Dihydrogen monoxide. Crazy on top of crazy. Even if 99,999 is not, you certainly are. Dihydrogen monoxide. Crazy on top of crazy. You are the betrayer. Crazy on top of crazy. I am your father. As the discussion shifted from 99999 to the topic of slaughtering betrayers, Jin Yu found herself frowning at their chat interface. She truly wished to deliver a reprimand to this child of light. After letting him off, he turned around to expose her past. It seems that she must exercise caution when utilizing her golden fingers in the future. The time spent in Despair City was not extensive, yet it was undeniably exhausting. After Jin Yu closed her laptop, she recalled that she had taken a shower and had a nap before entering the instance world. Yet she still felt compelled to wash up again before bed. The tension in her mind had been so taut that once she relaxed, it wasn't long before she succumbed to slumber. The following day, she was awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. Startled, she bolted upright in bed, glancing at the incoming call from Li Weiwei and promptly answered. Xiao Yu, are you ready? I see some classmates have already arrived at the hotel. Jin Yu was momentarily bewildered. Hotel? What for? The teacher appreciation banquet. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chapter 45. Teacher Appreciation Banquet. Indeed, Jin Yu had completely forgotten. For Li Weiwei, it was merely an evening, yet for Jin Yu, who had just participated in an instance, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. I understand. I'll get ready now. All right, when you come, don't take the bus. It's too slow. Take a taxi instead. Okay. I'll see you at the hotel entrance. After Li Weiwei hung up, Jin Yu promptly rose from her bed to freshen up. In reality, only a few days had passed since the college entrance examination, and she had not ventured outside at all. She donned a simple white short-sleeve shirt and a pair of deep blue straight-leg trousers, completing her ensemble with a backpack. She intended to attend the appreciation banquet and afterward find a place to sell some of the gold and silver jewelry she had brought out from Desperate City. However, this notion dissipated as soon as she exited her community and noticed someone watching her. It appeared that the individuals who had previously ransacked her home were still wary of her. Feigning ignorance of the surveillance, Jin Yu hailed a taxi and directed the driver toward the Four Seasons Hotel, where the banquet was to be held. The man trailing her immediately dialed a number upon witnessing her departure in the taxi. She left. As Jin Yu sat in the taxi, she cast a glance at the car that had been closely following her in the rearview mirror, her silence betraying her unease. It seemed that today would not permit any extraneous activities. Upon arriving at the Four Seasons Hotel, Jin Yu stepped out of the taxi to find Li Weiwei. With her voluminous curls and exquisite makeup, beckoning her from the entrance, clad in a pink princess dress. Thank goodness, it's just 11 o'clock, let us go. Li Weiwei linked her arm with Jin Yu's as they walked into the hotel lobby. Jin Yu discreetly rubbed her fingers together. Her gaze fixed on the black car reflected in the entrance glass. The occupants of the black car, upon seeing Jin Yu enter the hotel with a girl, soon exited their vehicle and followed closely behind them. Within the hotel, several youths of similar stature to Jin Yu were present. After inquiring if they were there for the appreciation banquet, the man who had been shadowing Jin Yu settled into the lobby bar, ordering a cocktail, and spoke into his phone. Should we continue following her?
Yes.
However, how could a defenseless high school girl, fresh from her college entrance exams, possibly be a player? Moreover, the game commenced precisely at noon on the day of the exam's conclusion, and she had never been an avid gamer. They had even checked her computer for any trace of the wandering Blue Star project. Furthermore, the likelihood of such a young girl surviving the first level of a post-apocalyptic scenario was exceedingly slim. I fail to comprehend why you insist on tailing her, the man remarked. The voice on the other end responded, better safe than sorry. After all, her father is the chief planner of the wandering Blue Star project. So, she must be closely monitored. Keep an eye on her for 8 more days. If there's no sign of anything amiss, then withdraw. It just so happens that not only our ability organization has taken an interest in her, but others have as well, so you are essentially providing her with covert protection. The man nodded resignedly. Fine, I'll consider it babysitting. Meanwhile, Jin Yu had just entered the private room, where the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air. She and Li Weiwei greeted the arriving teachers, and when asked about her exam performance and whether she had estimated her results, Jin Yu responded with silence. After the exam, her mind had been preoccupied with the wandering Blue Star project, leaving little room for contemplating her scores. Jin Yu politely declined the teacher's offers to help her estimate her grades, merely sharing answers to a few questions they inquired about. Noticing their relieved expressions, she understood that she had answered correctly. However, she assured them she would estimate her scores at home and call them with the results. In their eyes, Jin Yu was exceptional, obedient, diligent, and academically gifted. With her parents deceased, who else but her teachers could make plans for her future? Despite nearly a third of the students not participating in the appreciation banquet, on the day itself, only a handful were absent from class. The class monitor, whose family was in business, was also quite emotionally intelligent regarding the teachers. Once everyone was seated, the monitor delivered an exceedingly touching speech before presenting the teachers with gifts prepared by the entire class. The teachers appeared unaware of this gesture. Upon seeing the complete set of moderately expensive writing materials, their expressions momentarily froze. The homeroom teacher remarked, "This is too extravagant. We could simply have a meal together after graduation. There's no need for you children to spend money on us." The monitor replied, "Teacher, over the past 3 years, you and the subject teachers have devoted yourselves to our futures, ensuring we could gain admission to good universities." At that moment, both Jin Yu and Li Weiwei felt fortunate not to be seated at the round table with the teachers and class leaders, for even sneaking a bite would be impossible. As the class monitor and his group commenced toasting, Jin Yu contemplated making her escape. Yet, as the top student in her class, she was next in line after the class leaders concluded their speeches. When all eyes turned to her, Jin Yu stood up, clutching her can of cola. The monitor chuckled. "Jin Yu, since the teachers and we are drinking, it seems a bit unfair for you to just have cola." "I'm allergic to alcohol," she retorted, clearly not wishing to partake. The homeroom teacher interjected, "In the eyes of teachers, you are all just children. Why drink alcohol? Soft drinks are perfectly fine." With the teachers having spoken, the monitor could not counter. Jin Yu raised her cola and addressed her classmates. "I hope that in the days to come, everyone's future will be bright and safe." After finishing her cola, Jin Yu recalled seeing such scenes in dramas. Li Weiwei led the applause, followed by the second-best student. And they continued in descending order of academic performance. The reality was stark and direct. As they reached the students with average grades, the enthusiasm in the private room waned, rendering the toasting segment almost inconsequential. Originally, there was to be a second event after lunch, a trip to karaoke, but with the teachers leaving, many students followed suit. Jin Yu among them. Li Weiwei hesitated to leave, as the person she liked remained, and with graduation approaching, opportunities to see them again were dwindling. She yearned to confess her feelings today. After parting ways with Jin Yu, she headed straight to a nearby large supermarket. Although her pantry was stocked, she desired to acquire some fresh provisions. Noticing that someone was following her, Jin Yu paid it no mind. Since they were so keen on trailing her, they could continue, as she felt no immediate threat from them. Chapter 46, Ancient Catastrophes and Calamities 1. After lugging 2 large bags of food and drink back home, Jin Yu's takeout order of milk tea arrived just as she reached her doorstep. She appeared to struggle to bring everything inside, finally closing the door behind her. If she was not mistaken, there was an additional small ornament in the position opposite the elevator, seemingly housing a red camera. That camera was perfectly aligned with the entrance of the Jin family's home. Thus, the current predicament was that this group of individuals could not install a camera inside the Jin residence and were forced to settle for placing one in the hallway. Jin Yu placed all her purchases on the dining table before taking a vigorous sip of the icy mango sago dessert, the heat of summer dissipating significantly with each refreshing gulp. As soon as Jin Yu entered, Debao flew to her side. "Is everything normal at home today?" Debao's sharp claws settled on the perch crafted by Jin's father. "Normal, Xiaobao, normal. That's good." She had initially feared that these individuals, having found nothing previously, would attempt to search her home again after her departure, but to her surprise, they did not. Nestled into her sofa, Jin Yu cradled the mango sago dessert and began to ponder. After participating in 3 side quests in succession, she felt somewhat fatigued. She contemplated whether to arrange a part-time job for herself, plan a graduation trip, or simply enjoy the tranquility of her home. It suddenly occurred to her that she had only explored her space within her home. The forest integrated into her realm had never been visited by her consciousness. Holding the mango sago dessert, she appeared to be staring blankly at the television, but in reality, her mind had already ventured into her space. The space belonging to a player nicknamed Walking Chicken was a mountainous terrain, devoid of any creatures save for the titular chicken. Jin Yu mused about the possibility of introducing ducks and geese in the future, hoping to establish an ecological cycle. As for the present, Jin Yu's consciousness returned from her space, and she resolved to remain at home for the time being. The sole reason being her unease at leaving Da Bao alone in the house during a trip. Although she could have him transported, the ordeal would be too distressing for Da Bao, and Jin Yu did not wish to subject him to such suffering. She intended to focus on obtaining her driving license in real life, so that in the future, whether she wanted to travel or engage in various activities, she could take Da Bao along without constraints. Not only Jin Yu, but after Li Weiwei's confession was rejected, she too decided to pursue a driving license upon hearing Jin Yu's intentions. Those who had been trailing Jin Yu noticed that she consistently practiced driving with Li Weiwei. And after merely a week of observation, they retreated. In truth, two groups had been following Jin Yu, one of which concealed themselves more adeptly. And they all evacuated within a day. On the evening of their departure, after taking a bath and retiring to bed, Jin Yu opened a game she had neglected for almost a week. Among the posts, one particularly caught her attention, authored by a user known as Red Flag Successor. The post detailed that players would unlock the shop upon reaching 10,000 points, allowing them to purchase their desired items. After scanning through the information, Jin Yu found this to be the only useful piece of news. She felt a surge of excitement as she realized that her game interface seemed to differ from others. For instance, she was already aware that 10,000 points would unlock the shop, but from the discussions among players, it appeared that this was not a universal rule. Her gaming quota had been bequeathed to her by her father. Could it be that he had arranged a backdoor for her in certain game settings? Jin Yu continued to select her side quest, once again opting for a sea-level quest titled Ancient Version of Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities. The title seemed rather casual, leaving her uncertain whether it was a tested quest or one that had inadvertently slipped through the cracks. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a house constructed from a mixture of mud and straw, where she suspected that even the slightest movement might cause the roof to collapse under the weight of the earth. Dehua, mother did not intend to sell you, but it has not rained for 2 months, and your father has died on the battlefield. I truly have no other options. Jin Yu remained silent, merely observing the bedside. An electronic voice resonated in her mind. Countdown to the start of Ancient Version of Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities. 3 days.
Main quest, Survive.
Quest duration, 1 year. This marked the longest completion time she had ever encountered. Your elder brother, though strong, is foolish. Your sister is mute and unwanted. And your younger brother is still very young. Only you can assist your mother. The woman's hand grasped Jin Yu's, while a bewildered youth of about 17 or 18 stared at her with fear in his eyes. Beside him, a frail young girl looked no older than 12, and a toddler, seemingly around 3 or 4, was even smaller. Jin Yu withdrew her hand. So, the current situation was that they intended to sell her for money to buy food? Upon witnessing Jin Yu's retraction, the woman's tears flowed uncontrollably. The youth awkwardly attempted to comfort her. Mother, don't cry. We won't sell sister. The woman swatted his hand away. What will we do if we don't sell her? Will we all starve? What a cruel fate I have. I married a man who died in battle, and my children are all useless. Heaven must be trying to take my life. Jin Yu remained silent, or rather, besides the occasional attempt to soothe the woman, the 2 younger ones uttered not a word. As a woman's voice echoed from outside, the mother finally concluded her nearly unbearable monologue, wiping her tears and, choking back her emotions, said to Jin Yu, Dehua, think carefully, mother would never harm you. Though that man is older and has more women, you could still have enough to eat if you go with him. Everything I do is for you. The woman wished to say more, but the cries from outside grew louder, compelling her to push open the door and exit. Once the mother left, the youth stood obediently at the bedside. Elder sister, are you hungry?
Here, eat this.
He discreetly produced a roasted sparrow wrapped tightly in leaves from his clothes. The sparrow was cold, lacking any aroma. Yet this unappetizing morsel captivated the attention of the nearby girl and boy. The youth tore off a leg of the sparrow and offered it to Jin Yu. Elder sister, eat up so you can run. Indeed, running was the only way to evade capture. Jin Yu gazed at the dark, unappetizing sparrow leg before her and did not refuse it. She knew the original owner had seemingly perished from hunger, thus, her body acted quicker than her mind. And she took it in her hand and began to eat. The youth divided half the sparrow with Jin Yu, giving the remaining half to his younger siblings, while he simply licked his fingers and the leaves, grinning at Jin Yu and exclaiming, delicious. Looking into the innocent eyes of the youth, a wave of sorrow washed over Jin Yu. The woman outside, it seemed, had come to see the original owner's mother. After she departed, the mother miraculously prepared a pot of cornmeal porridge that evening, utilizing the last of their cornmeal and adding some wild greens. Although it was a meager portion that would scarcely suffice for 5 people, it at least alleviated their hunger somewhat. Jin Yu worried that the woman might secretly conspire with outsiders to sell her without her knowledge, leading to a restless night. Thus, in the dead of night, She distinctly heard the woman quietly rise from the bed, grab a bundle, and push open the door to leave the home. Not long after, Jin Yu heard a stifled sound of weeping. Chapter 47. Ancient Catastrophes and Human Disasters. 2. The following day, Jin Yu was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of angry shouts and quarrels. By the time she rose, daylight had already begun to permeate the sky. And she found herself alone in the dilapidated earthen house, which epitomized the phrase bare walls and empty rooms. Inside, there was no one but outside. She could see a throng of people pushing and arguing with the elder brother of the original body. Even the two younger ones were brandishing stones and wooden sticks, standing defiantly against a group of individuals. Your mother has already sold your sister to our master as the 12th concubine. The money has been given. You fool. What use is it to say no? Step aside. The elder brother, called a fool, could only utter a refusal, while the slightly older third sister remained mute. And the youngest, though capable of speech, was too timid to be heard. Jin Yu pressed her hands against her temples, overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding her.
Bang!
The so-called fool, seeing the servants attempting to forcibly take his sister, swung a tree branch as thick as an adult man's thigh at them. One of the servants was accidentally struck, causing the others to retreat in fright. The fool's strength was indeed formidable. Nearby, several villagers attempted to reason with him, saying, "Fool, your mother sold your sister to ensure you siblings could survive. You must understand her good intentions. Yes, your mother did this to ensure you all could live. You need to be sensible." But the fool paid no heed to their words. He only remembered his father, who had once patted his shoulder and told him that as the eldest brother, he must take care of the family and look after his siblings in his absence. Therefore, his sister would not be sold. Not sold. How could this fool not understand the situation? Aren't we all doing this for you siblings, Sake? The villagers, frustrated by the stubborn fool, grew increasingly exasperated. Zhang Yuanwei's 3 servants shouted angrily at the fool, "You will sell her whether you want to or not. Your mother has already taken 5 taels of silver from our master, and now your sister is our master's concubine."
No.
Jin Yu, leaning against the doorframe, interjected, "Whoever took the money should be the one you seek." The servants, aware that they were no match for the fool, turned their ire toward Jin Yu. Jin Yu scoffed lightly, having realized that the woman had fled with her belongings the previous night. It dawned on her that the woman had sold her daughter for money but did not wish for it to be spent on these unfortunate children. The mute sister tugged at Jin Yu's sleeve, pointing to a woman at the left of the crowd, dressed in a faded rose-red garment. Jin Yu, sensing a connection with her sister, pointed at the woman and declared, "That person over there, she must have deceived my mother into leaving with her." The woman, caught off guard by the sudden accusation, shrieked, "What does this have to do with me? Your uncle has found a new master for your mother. She's now living a good life, with her burdens packed away. It has nothing to do with me." Nonsense. The fool's elder brother glared at the woman, while she retorted mockingly, "What nonsense am I speaking? Your mother has long since abandoned you. With a family like yours, foolish, sickly, mute, and small, what future could you possibly have? Of course, she sought to discard you and find a new master."
No, no, no.
The fool waved his wooden stick furiously until Jin Yu called out, "Elder brother." The fool turned to her with a look of hurt. Mother wouldn't. Jin Yu met his gaze and stated plainly, "She truly sold me and left with the money. She departed last night."
No.
Before he could finish, the mute sister nodded with tearful eyes. Their mother indeed believed they were a burden and had abandoned them.
Ah.
The fool, unable to accept the painful truth of his mother's abandonment, clutched his head and screamed, causing the onlookers to scatter several meters away. Though not particularly bright, the fool possessed immense strength, making him a formidable opponent. "Elder brother," the fool cried, turning to Jin Yu with a pitiful expression reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. Jin Yu sighed deeply, beckoned him closer, and gently patted his head as he approached. Despite being referred to as the elder brother, he was likely younger than Jin Yu in reality. He was simply larger in stature, with a temperament akin to that of a child. Jin Yu grasped the fool's arm, addressing the servants who claimed to be Zhang Yuanwei's men. "Whoever took your money should be the one you pursue." Noticing their intent to advance, she feigned weakness, leaning against the fool and said, "I am doing this for your benefit as well. The doctor said my health is failing. I may not have long to live. Rather than let this sickly body perish before your master in Zhang's residence, it would be better to reclaim what is rightfully mine." As she spoke, Jin Yu suddenly coughed violently, producing a small amount of blood, which terrified the onlookers and particularly frightened the children surrounding her. The three children began to weep uncontrollably, and Jin Yu vaguely noticed the earth above them beginning to crumble like a small waterfall. No, it wasn't just crying. The ground suddenly trembled. Jin Yu pushed the fool aside, grabbing the younger brother and pulling the mute sister as they fled the earthen house amidst the screams of the crowd. The already unstable structure collapsed before them, as if an earthquake had struck. The system had claimed there were still 3 days until the official opening of the instance. Yet, it seemed barely a day had passed, and calamity had descended so swiftly. Jin Yu even deemed it a disaster that the original mother intended to sell her daughter, merely 13 or 14 years of age, to an old man as a concubine. Was this not the beginning of their misfortunes? Jin Yu, pulling the 3 children down to the ground, felt the youngest dive into her embrace, while the fool and the mute sister clutched her arms tightly, equally terrified by the unfolding scene. Not only they, but even the villagers who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle were now screaming and fleeing as the tremors subsided slightly. The tremors persisted intermittently until evening. Thanks to Jin Yu's decision to keep them sheltered in an open area, none of them sustained injuries. Once the tremors ceased, the fool and the mute girl gazed at the ruins of their home, unable to hold back their tears. Jin Yu, however, felt little emotional attachment. To her, nothing mattered more than finding food to fill their bellies. Seeing that daylight had not yet fully faded, she patted the fool's shoulder and said, "Stay here and watch over your siblings. I will go find something to eat." The fool grasped Jin Yu's arm, insisting, "Elder sister, we won't sell her." "Not sell?" Jin Yu comfortingly stroked the fool's head, noting the eager gazes of her younger siblings upon her. She gently patted their little heads and reassured them. "I will find something to eat and return shortly." Chapter 48. Ancient Catastrophes and Human Disasters 3. While claiming to seek food, Jin Yu intended to retrieve supplies from her space. However, procuring food from her space proved to be an arduous task, as the items within were refined grains and provisions that should not exist within this instance. Even the most ordinary grains like millet or white rice would attract undue attention. After all, the bowl of corn porridge from the previous day was considered a veritable feast for this family. Fortune smiled upon Jin Yu, for not long after wandering about, she stumbled upon a rabbit, dazed and rendered senseless against a tree. The creature was not particularly plump, likely weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Perhaps the prolonged drought had left it famished and emaciated. Nevertheless, Jin Yu harbored no disdain, for meat, however meager, was still meat. Alone, a rabbit would not suffice. Not only was her original body frail, but the 3 at home were also quite scrawny, with only the simpleton being somewhat robust. Thus, upon her return, Jin Yu retrieved a pair of unworn black long johns from her space, tore them asunder in the wilderness, and fashioned them into 2 rudimentary bags. One held mung beans, while the other contained a mixture of rice and millet. Additionally, she tossed in 2 silver bangles, awaiting an opportunity to sell them for a bit of silver and sustenance. Jin Yu searched for a water source, but found none. Reluctantly, she processed the rabbit outdoors before filling her bamboo tubes with water, which she had previously purchased for amusement. When she returned home, the 3 children remained seated just as she had left them, not a position changed, and silence enveloped them. Upon hearing her footsteps, their faces bore expressions of wariness, but upon recognizing Jin Yu, joy erupted, quickly followed by tears of relief. Although Jin Yu had assured them she would not leave, the memory of their mother's sudden departure loomed large, instilling in them a deep-seated fear that Jin Yu might do the same. Eldest sister. Second sister. The 2 boys gaped at the items in Jin Yu's hands in unison, while the mute girl's gaze fixated intently. Jin Yu placed her belongings down and addressed her elder brother. "Dajiang, brother, please fetch the pots and bowls."
All right.
Dajiang swallowed hard, eyeing the rabbit Jin Yu held. The household comprised 4 children: Dajiang, Xiaoxi, Xiaohua, and Xiaochuan. Dajiang rummaged through the ruins for cooking utensils, with Xiaohua trailing closely behind, while Xiaochuan approached Jin Yu's side. "Sister, we're having meat." Jin Yu ruffled his little head and replied, "Indeed, we shall feast on meat. Go gather some dry firewood nearby. Do not venture far." "Understood, sister." Fortunately, their humble adobe house was situated a fair distance from other households in the village, Otherwise, Jin Yu would have fretted about the scent of roasted rabbit attracting unwanted attention. The wind was also favorably blowing towards the forest, sparing them much trouble. The pot was simply cleaned with water. And when Xiaohua and the others beheld the contents of Jin Yu's bags, rice, millet, and mung beans, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, rice. Xiaochuan gulped audibly. Yes. It seems fortune has favored us, for I found this grain along the path by the mountains. The previous owner likely discarded it in a panic during the earthquake. Who knows whose it was, but it is now in my possession. In unison, the three children swallowed hard, marveling at their eldest sister's extraordinary luck. Even better, Xiaohua discovered 2 chunky silver bangles nestled within the mung bean bag.
Ah!
She exclaimed, holding them aloft towards Jin Yu before placing them in her hands. Jin Yu tucked the bangles into her bosom and earnestly instructed the 3 children, "This is our family secret. No one must speak of it outside. I especially urge you, Dajiang and Xiaochuan, to keep your mouths tightly shut if you wish to have enough to eat. In these times, securing a meal is no simple task. Should any of you chatter recklessly outside, do not blame me for my subsequent indifference." At her words, the 3 children hastily raised their hands, pledging their allegiance. Having been raised by the original owner, they held Jin Yu, both the original and the current incarnation, in higher regard than their mother, who often relied on her family for support, and their father, who was rumored to have perished on the battlefield. "We pledge loyalty to our sister." Even the mute Xiaohua solemnly raised her hand in oath. They were all too familiar with the pangs of hunger and wished to avoid them at all costs. As the rabbit roasted to perfection, Jin Yu sprinkled a touch of fine salt and set aside 2 rabbit legs, dividing the remainder into 4 portions. The thick rice porridge was also ready, and the 3 children did not move until Jin Yu allocated their portions. Although the meal was not lavish, it sufficed, save for Dajiang, whose appetite was larger. The others were fully satisfied, with Xiaohua and Xiaochuan's bellies swelling with fullness. That evening, the 4 huddled together in the yard, covering themselves with a stiff, earthen-colored quilt to endure the night. The following morning, while the others were still slumbering, Jin Yu stealthily filled 2 bamboo tubes with water and used one to continue boiling porridge, adding meat from the rabbit legs she had saved. This meat porridge was their breakfast. Jin Yu had anticipated that Dajiang and the others might inquire about the source of her water, yet they expressed no curiosity whatsoever. After breakfast, Jin Yu directly asked, "Do you know the way to the nearest town from our village?" Dajiang and Xiaochuan shook their heads, while Xiaohua regarded her sister with curiosity, having accompanied their mother to the city on 2 occasions. Noticing Xiaohua's puzzled expression, Jin Yu replied without hesitation, "I was unwell, and my mind is somewhat muddled. I shall rely upon you for some matters." Upon hearing this, Xiaohua puffed out her little chest, patting herself and nodding to Jin Yu, signaling her understanding. Although she had only been to the city twice, she remembered the route. However, Jin Yu had not anticipated that the village would be so far from the city. They walked for the better part of the morning before finally arriving at the city gate. At that moment, a throng of farmers, many dirt-streaked and weary, gathered at the entrance, eager to enter the city. Not only the villagers appeared disheveled, even numerous townsfolk bore the marks of hardship. Thus, Jin Yu and her companions did not appear out of place. Once inside the city, Jin Yu, inquiring about repairs for their home, sought out a reputable pawnshop. She brought along only Dajiang, instructing him to remain silent. Xiaohua and Xiaochuan were left by the wall, told to wait there. The pawnshop, too, had suffered from the earthquake, with 2 rooms collapsing. Fortunately, the business premises remained intact, and with many families in turmoil, numerous items were being pawned, allowing the shop to remain open. When Jin Yu entered with Dajiang, another patron was in the process of selling a simple silver hairpin, which fetched 3 taels of silver. Jin Yu was unfamiliar with the prices in this ancient world, but the joy on the seller's face indicated that the pawnshop was fair. When it was Jin Yu's turn, she presented the 2 uniquely crafted silver bangles she had brought from Despair City to the shopkeeper. "These were gifted to me by my father, who traded for them in the western regions. Had it not been for the earthquake causing the collapse of much of our home, my mother would not have allowed me to part with them." Observing the shopkeeper's keen interest as he examined the bangles, Jin Yu inquired, "What price can you offer for these 2 silver pieces?" The design was quite novel and the quality commendable. However, the shopkeeper raised his head, scrutinizing Jin Yu and Dajiang with a piercing gaze, and asked, "Are these truly yours?" although the two individuals bore traces of yellow earth upon their garments, appearing rather unkempt and indistinguishable from the surrounding populace. The fabric of their attire was of the most inferior quality. Could such a household possibly possess such exquisite bracelets? Undoubtedly, they belonged to us. If we were not in dire straits, we would never have resorted to pawning the dowry left by my father. The shopkeeper scrutinized the gold and jade for a moment longer, then his gaze shifted to the pair of uniquely designed silver bangles. After some contemplation, he remarked, "For this pair of silver bangles, I shall offer you 10 taels of silver." 30 taels, Jin Yu countered. "I assure you, these bangles are one of a kind in our vicinity, and I am willing to pledge them." The shopkeeper remained silent, continuing to examine the bangles. "Take a closer look at the texture and craftsmanship. You will undoubtedly not regret the 30 taels." Instead of agreeing immediately, the shopkeeper inquired, "Is your father not at home? Is he still out on a courier mission?" Such endeavors can take over 6 months. Had it not been for the recent earthquake that collapsed our house, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. "Very well, 30 taels it shall be," the shopkeeper resolved, recognizing the distinctive style of the bangles, knowing he could resell them for at least 50 taels. Upon receiving the 30 taels, Jin Yu smiled and expressed her gratitude, wishing the shopkeeper prosperous business. He nodded in acknowledgement. Despite their shabby appearance, their eloquence suggested they were not of lowly status. After departing from the pawnshop, Jin Yu led De Jiang to find Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, guiding them toward the tailor shop they had encountered along the way. The shopkeeper's earlier hesitation stemmed from his impression of their tattered clothing, leading him to doubt the ownership of such valuable items. He was not entirely mistaken, after all. One is often judged by their attire. Upon entering the tailor shop, Jin Yu selected a deep purple dress for herself and Xiao He, while De Jiang and Xiao Chuan received a set of gray and deep blue garments, respectively. Additionally, each individual procured 2 pairs of shoes. As their straw sandals had been worn to tatters during their journey to the city, without proper footwear, traversing would be impossible. The total expenditure for the 8 outfits and 8 pairs of shoes, all crafted from cotton, amounted to 2 taels and 5 coins. After purchasing the clothes, with De Jiang carrying the bundles, Jin Yu then directed them to the grain store to queue for provisions. Though the number of patrons had diminished due to the earthquake's aftermath, whispers among the queue indicated that grain prices had surged by 5 coins overnight. Some deemed the price hikes excessive, believing that after the earth settled, costs would decrease, and since they had provisions at home, they chose to refrain from purchasing for the time being. However, many others feared the prices would continue to escalate and thus stocked up while they could. When it was Jin Yu's turn, she bought 200 jin of corn flour, 50 jin of white flour, 50 jin of rice, 50 jin of mung beans, 10 jin of red dates, 200 jin of sweet potatoes, and 200 jin of potatoes. The considerable quantity proved too cumbersome for the 4 of them to carry, prompting Jin Yu to instruct De Jiang to wait with Xiao He and Xiao Chuan while she sought a cart. Having secured accommodations at an inn, Jin Yu returned with a cart just as a long queue had formed at the grain store. Together with De Jiang, they loaded their purchases onto the cart before proceeding to the inn. The establishment had suffered some damage from the earthquake, yet most of it remained intact. Jin Yu reserved a spacious dormitory close to the inn's rear courtyard and, after ensuring Xiao He and De Jiang took a proper bath, allowed them to don their new garments. After bathing, both Jin Yu and Xiao He, now adorned in their fresh attire, found themselves moved by the experience. Xiao He, with tears glistening in her eyes, remained closely beside Jin Yu, unable to articulate her feelings but conveying her gratitude through her presence. While waiting for De Jiang and Xiao Chuan to finish their baths, Jin Yu ordered 4 bowls of noodles, ensuring that a meal would be ready for them upon their return. That night, as the 4 lay in the dormitory, with their provisions piled beneath them, the sound of soft weeping once again filled the air, though this time it lacked the oppressive sorrow of previous nights. Jin Yu turned to embrace Xiao He, gently patting Xiao Chuan to soothe them before drifting into slumber. The following morning, despite lingering aftershocks, the tremors had subsided significantly, and the streets began to bustle with vendors. Jin Yu, mindful of the impending disaster, purchased 10 large buns before returning to the inn. After breakfast, she instructed Xiao He and Xiao Chuan to guard their hard-won provisions as she ventured out with De Jiang. Previously, she had inquired with the innkeeper about nearby markets and reliable accommodations, intending to settle in the city temporarily. Yesterday's expenses for clothing, food, and lodging totaled 12 taels, with the bulk of the costs attributed to the grain and basic cooking utensils. Jin Yu had no intention of returning to their village. Not only had the original owner of her identity been sold off, drawing the ire of Zhang Yanwei, but their circumstances had fundamentally changed. The vast quantity of grain they had acquired would be difficult to explain in a community where they were known. Jin Yu was reluctant to confront such complications, opting instead to distance herself from that place. Moreover, given the village's isolation, it was prudent for them to remain in the city, where they could respond swiftly to any news. The local landlord was busy attending to numerous inquiries from families whose homes had collapsed, seeking temporary shelter, typically for a month or two while they awaited repairs. Thus, Jin Yu's request for a short-term rental was hardly conspicuous, and the landlord had ample properties available. After discussing the options, Jin Yu chose to inspect 3 courtyards, all equipped with wells. The first courtyard had suffered significant damage, rendering only 1.5 rooms habitable, although the well remained intact. The second courtyard had less structural damage, but the well was nearly dry, making it impractical for habitation. Unimpressed by either, Jin Yu requested the landlord to show her properties further from the city center, where the terrain was elevated and less convenient, thus attracting fewer residents. Upon inspecting a third courtyard, Jin Yu was pleased. It was a secluded residence with blue brick and tile structures, undamaged by the earthquake, and the well was fully operational. However, the interior was bare, necessitating additional furnishings. Jin Yu agreed to rent the courtyard for 200 coins per month, with the landlord residing on the 3rd street. After signing the contract and receiving the keys, Jin Yu locked the courtyard gate and took Jiang to the market, having previously purchased only grain and basic cookware. Their new home required a multitude of supplies. Foremost among their needs was a cart, which would facilitate transporting goods and, should the need arise, aid in fleeing the city. Initially, Jin Yu considered purchasing a horse-drawn cart, but with horses priced at a minimum of 30 taels, it was beyond her means. Opting for a donkey instead, which would still cost 7 or 8 taels, she ultimately decided on a wooden cart, which was considerably more affordable at 1 tael and 5 coins. The cart was sufficiently spacious to carry a significant amount of goods. After acquiring the cart, Jin Yu and Jiang filled it with various meats and vegetables, along with additional grain. After purchasing the goods, Jin Yu intended to have Jiang transport the items on the wooden cart to their rented courtyard. However, Jiang expressed uncertainty about the route, and when Jin Yu suggested he go alone, he cast a fearful glance her way, apprehensive that she might no longer want him. With no alternative, given his mental limitations at such an age, Jin Yu decided to keep him close. Upon returning to the inn and settling the lodging expenses, Jin Yu observed the cart, now laden with provisions, and together with her 3 children, they made their way to their new home. In the courtyard of the new residence, there lay some withered firewood, prompting the 4 of them to prepare their meal at home that afternoon, while Jin Yu directed Jiang to move the grains. Xiaohe had already cleaned the area with Xiaochuan. As Jin Yu cooked, Jiang and the others stood by, eagerly eyeing the piece of meat on the cutting board. The weather was oppressively warm, estimated to be around 30 degrees Celsius. Unlike modern times, there were no air conditioners or refrigerators. They had to endure the heat. Unable to preserve so much meat, Jin Yu decided to cook it all at once. Braised pork with eggs, pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, and a loofah and egg soup, accompanied by fragrant rice, which brought immense satisfaction to the 4 diners. After their meal, they continued tidying up the house. Once they had made considerable progress, Jin Yu instructed Xiaohe to stay behind with Xiaochuan while she took Jiang to the nearby hillside to gather firewood. She had noticed others collecting firewood there when they first left the rented courtyard, which now proved advantageous. Otherwise, purchasing firewood would have been a financial burden. As dusk approached, Jin Yu and Jiang had amassed a substantial stockpile of firewood, sufficient to last them for a while. The heat was unbearable, but the evening brought a slight coolness. Jin Yu prepared cold noodles, and the 4 of them dined al fresco in the courtyard. After their meal, she sliced a small watermelon that she had secretly retrieved from her space, unbeknownst to Jiang and the others. She felt confident in doing so because the 3 children were remarkably discreet. Previously, when a young waiter at the inn attempted to engage them in conversation, inquiring why their parents were not present, the 3 had remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Only upon Jin Yu's arrival did they seem to relax, for they had taken her words to heart. knowing that the family's affairs must remain confidential. Should they disclose anything, they feared they would not be fed adequately and miss out on such delightful fruits. This watermelon was indeed delicious. That night, the four of them slept in the same room, as Dajiang and Xiaochuan were quite frightened and reluctant to sleep separately. In the dead of night, upon hearing the sound of a bowl shattering, Jin Yu sat up abruptly, shouting as she led Dajiang and the others out to the courtyard. The earthquake had begun once more. This tremor was far more intense than the previous aftershocks, surpassing even the initial quake. While the structure remained intact, they watched helplessly as the cow shed collapsed. The stillness of the night was pierced by cries of agony. Many townsfolk, believing the seismic events had concluded, had taken refuge indoors, unaware that not everyone had prepared as Jin Yu had, with a bowl placed at the table to awaken them at the first sign of tremors. That night, many lives were lost. In the aftermath of the previous quake, numerous individuals had sought masons to repair their homes, yet following this latest disaster, few continued such endeavors. Fearing that newly repaired houses would suffer further damage in subsequent quakes, a futile expenditure. While Jin Yu and her siblings remained safe, the landlord's residence had sustained significant damage. After Jin Yu prepared breakfast the following morning, the landlord and his wife approached her, offering to refund half a month's rent, as they intended to move in with Jin Yu's family. The reluctance to refund in full stemmed from the financial strain following the earthquake. Every little bit counted. Jin Yu found it difficult to refuse, for it was the landlord's home. However, she was reluctant to cohabitate with strangers, especially given the peculiarities of her family, her eldest brother's mental challenges, her mute sibling, and the youngest's tender age. Should any conflict arise, despite her confidence in handling it, she was wary of the ancient laws and the consequences of becoming a fugitive. She planned to remain in this setting for an entire year and had no desire to be branded a wanted criminal. Thus, the notion of relocating north began to take root in her mind. The frequency of earthquakes in the area was concerning. According to the landlord, there had been quakes in the past 5 or 6 years, though none as severe as the recent occurrences. Contemplating the title of her current predicament, Jin Yu resolved to seize the opportunity to depart while the roads remained safe before the impending famine began. This decision necessitated the acquisition of livestock. Instead of purchasing a horse or a donkey, she spent 10 taels of silver on a mule and sold the wooden cart she had acquired the day before in exchange for a covered cart. After reaching an agreement with the landlord, she instructed Dajiang and the others to remain at home while she retrieved a gold bracelet from her space and exchanged it at a pawnshop for 60 taels of silver. Jin Yu stowed the silver in her space and, observing the somber expressions of travelers on her way home, steadied her heart as she returned. Determined to spend one more night in the city to recuperate before their departure the following morning, Jin Yu made arrangements with the landlord, who returned 81, stating that they could leave the keys at the door upon their exit. For dinner, Jin Yu prepared potato stew with chicken and stir-fried beans with meat, satisfying their hunger. As they settled down for the night, Xiaochuan nestled in Jin Yu's embrace and asked, "Sister, must we really leave?" "Yes. We shall find a city free from earthquakes and start anew," she replied. She had already prepared a route for the four of them. Given the recent earthquakes, many were vacating the city, so they would not attract undue attention. The next morning, they had loofah noodles for breakfast. After the meal, Jin Yu inspected the cart filled with provisions, placed the youngest, Xiaochuan, on the yoke, and departed from the home they had occupied for merely 2 days. As Jin Yu led Dajiang and the others through the city gates, they encountered a throng of refugees at the entrance. Groups huddled together, their faces smeared with dirt, their expressions clouded with despair, an indistinct aura of death hanging in the air. Jin Yu took but a fleeting glance before instructing Dajiang to lift Xiahe onto the cart, positioning the 2 children at the edge of the cart and yoke while she climbed aboard to drive them away. During her time at the inn, Jin Yu had inquired with the innkeeper about the route northeast, where Tongcheng was the largest nearby city. Jin Yu aspired to settle in Tongcheng with Dajiang and the others. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals who had lost everything to the earthquake. However, many were heading towards the smaller town that lay closer to them. As the journey to Tongcheng was longer and fraught with the risk of perishing under the relentless sun without proper transportation. Fortuitously, Jin Yu's party encountered a caravan headed for Tongcheng. They followed in their wake, benefiting from the protection of the larger group, and after 4 days of travel, they safely arrived at Tongcheng. compared to the previous small town. Tongqing's walls were taller, and the guards at the gates were more numerous and disciplined. However, Jin Yu felt a wave of concern as she noticed the multitude of refugees gathered at the city gates, their numbers far surpassing those of the small town. They entered the city just as noon approached, where a charity booth set up by affluent families offered thin gruel, sufficient for a meager meal. Tongqing imposed an entry fee of 10 won per person for the 4 of them, that amounted to 40 won. It was no wonder so many refugees lingered outside the city, as this fee alone would deter a significant number from entering. A few days ago, Tongqing experienced an earthquake. Yet the sturdy construction of its buildings meant that few structures collapsed. However, throughout the town, one could see white banners hanging in front of homes mourning the deceased. Jin Yu and a Jiang disembarked from their carriage, accompanied by 2 children, and first sought out an inn. After partaking in a modest lunch, the children remained at the inn to guard the mule cart and its provisions, while Jin Yu, having inquired with the innkeeper, took to Jiang to seek lodging. Since they had resolved to settle temporarily in the city, it was only prudent to find a courtyard to reside in, otherwise prolonged stays at the inn would become financially burdensome and impractical. After an afternoon of following the lodging broker, Jin Yu ultimately settled on a small courtyard located in Shirtu Alley. True to its name, the courtyard was primarily constructed of stone, situated in a relatively elevated area of the city, predominantly inhabited by craftsmen and bricklayers. The rented courtyard was modest in size, significantly smaller than the one they had occupied for 2 days in the small town. It comprised 3 rooms, a main hall, a bedroom, and a kitchen. To the left of the courtyard stood a shed for livestock, while to the right, a gnarled jujube tree leaned precariously. Despite its diminutive dimensions, the courtyard boasted a well, which was the reason Jin Yu chose it. Given the ongoing drought, access to water was considerably more challenging than usual. Although the water level in the well was low, it still contained water. Thus, despite the courtyard's small size, its monthly rent was substantially higher than that of the small town, amounting to 600 won, for which Jin Yu initially signed a 3-month lease. Unfortunately, the landlord was unwilling to permit monthly payments, leaving Jin Yu grateful that there was no requirement for a deposit equivalent to 3 months' rent. Otherwise, she would have had to part with an additional 600 won. That evening, the 4 of them slept at the inn, and the following morning, Jin Yu drove the mule cart with Jiang and the 2 children to their new home. After unloading the children, she instructed them to tidy up the house, particularly the kitchen and bedroom, while she ventured out to explore Tongqing. Gaining a clearer understanding of the city's circumstances and the current world backdrop left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. If it were merely a natural disaster, that would be one thing. However, in this nation known as the Li Kingdom, the southeastern waters were plagued by bandits, and the northwest was beset by the Xiongnu invaders. While external threats were concerning, the current ruler, the old emperor, was preoccupied with seeking immortality in his nearing 60th year, and had yet to appoint an heir apparent. In the absence of a crown prince, any royal son would suffice, but the current sovereign had no offspring, leading to widespread unease within the court, with many urging the emperor to name a royal child as the crown prince. The obstinate old emperor, however, silenced those who counseled him, causing even the common folk to realize the precarious state of the Li Kingdom. There was a palpable fear that one day they would face not only foreign invasions but also insurrections from the royal family. Living in such a kingdom was undoubtedly challenging. Even more daunting was the fact that natural disasters could strike faster than foreign invasions or royal treachery. The southern regions of the Li Kingdom had not seen rain for nearly 2 months during the height of summer, leaving the fields parched and cracked and the wells dry. Jin Yu learned from a local tea house that the original owner's village was so impoverished that it was deemed a rich village. The truly destitute villages had long been deserted. On her way home, Jin Yu purchased some marinated delicacies from the city. She surveyed the freshly renovated kitchen, directing Xiao He to prepare a pot of noodles, which they enjoyed with the purchased delicacies. In the afternoon, the 4 of them took a brief nap, and upon waking, Xiao He and Xiao Chuan resumed their cleaning, while Jin Yu took to Jiang to buy grain and some seeds for planting in the courtyard. It was unfeasible to continually purchase vegetables. To her dismay, upon inquiring about grain prices, Jin Yu discovered that the cost in Tongqing was nearly 20 when higher than what they had encountered in the small town. A rapid increase indeed. Nevertheless, she proceeded to purchase 50 jin of white flour, 200 jin of cornmeal, 200 jin of sweet potatoes, and 100 jin of brown rice. Additionally, on the return journey, she acquired several large bones and a slab of pork belly. After several days of making do with minimal provisions, now that they had settled in, Jin Yu was determined to prepare a nourishing meal for everyone. That evening, as the four of them relaxed in the courtyard, Jin Yu felt an undercurrent of anxiety. The countdown to the system's mission had long since begun. Yet the surrounding environment remained relatively tranquil. It felt as though a sword hung precariously above her, leaving her restless throughout the night. In her fitful slumber, she was suddenly awakened by the sound of raindrops outside. For a fleeting moment, she questioned her senses, wondering if the heat had caused her to hallucinate, until the raindrops grew heavier, prompting her to bolt upright in bed. Beside her, Xiaohe and Xiao Chuan slept soundly, while De Jiang sprawled across his single bed, oblivious to any commotion. Jin Yu rose to gaze out the window. Indeed, it was raining. She called De Jiang, and together they moved all the firewood into the main hall, also bringing in the fodder for the mule, finally allowing themselves to listen to the rain and get some rest for the remainder of the night. The next morning, Jin Yu awoke to the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. She rose to find that the rain continued, albeit as a gentle drizzle. Breakfast, prepared by her sister Xiaohe, consisted of a simple porridge made from cornmeal dumplings, paired with the salted duck eggs Jin Yu had purchased the day before. It was a delightful meal. However, her sense of comfort began to wane as she observed the increasingly ominous sky. Previously, Jin Yu had considered natural disasters to be limited to earthquakes and droughts. The earthquake had posed little threat due to their timely departure, and the drought, while challenging, was bearable since they lacked farmland. However, as they had relocated to the city, aside from the heat and water scarcity, the drought was manageable. Yet, if torrential rains were to bring about flooding, Jin Yu, accustomed to preparing for the worst, felt compelled to remind Xiaohe and Xiao Chuan to safeguard the home while she took De Jiang and the mule cart outside. During her explorations in Tongcheng, she had familiarized herself with both the main city and the vicinity of their new home. The more knowledge she acquired, the easier it would be to tackle any issues that arose. Thus, the first stop with De Jiang was a furniture store located 2 streets ahead. Jin Yu was not in the market for furniture but sought 3 sturdy wooden basins, each capable of accommodating both Xiaohe and Xiao Chuan. Additionally, she noticed some scrap wood in the shop, which she purchased for 500 won, alongside the 3 basins, totaling 2 taels of silver. The distance was not far, so Jin Yu instructed De Jiang to transport their recent acquisitions back home while she proceeded to the butcher's to buy 6 leg bones and half a slab of pork. After making her purchases, she discreetly stored the items in her space, as the high temperatures, even amidst rain, would spoil the meat if left outside. In fact, the majority of their grain had also been secured in her space for safety and preservation. As for De Jiang and the others at home, Jin Yu had specifically instructed them to keep the unopened grain well stored, emphasizing that once opened, it was prone to spoilage and would become inedible. Therefore, the only grain visible and accessible to the trio was what Jin Yu had brought outside. All other supplies had been discreetly relocated to her space under the pretense of sealing them for storage. After her visit to the butcher, Jin Yu proceeded to the grain shop to purchase more provisions. Regardless of what the future may hold, Jin Yu is determined to stockpile sufficient provisions for 4 individuals for nearly a year. Although food prices are currently steep, Jin Yu believes that in the event of a calamity, the cost of sustenance will only escalate. As the rain began to subside, she ventured into the first grain shop, purchasing 300 pounds of white flour, 300 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of millet, 20 pounds of red dates, 500 pounds of cornmeal, 500 pounds of sweet potatoes, and an additional 500 pounds of potatoes. Upon spotting yam and taro, she acquired an additional 200 pounds of each. After each transaction, Jin Yu cleverly disguised herself and moved on to another shop. At the 3rd establishment, noticing her dwindling silver coins, she retrieved a ruby bracelet from her space and pawned it, receiving 260 taels of silver in return. As she stepped outside with her newfound wealth, Jin Yu sensed someone tailing her. She quickened her pace, scaled a wall, changed her attire, and exited through another wall. She remarked on how the shopkeeper had not bargained, realizing he harbored nefarious intentions. Fortunately, her vigilance spared her from misfortune. After emerging from the wall, she sought out 2 more grain and grocery shops. acquiring a considerable amount of foodstuffs and condiments before proceeding to a pharmacy to purchase common medicinal herbs and healing ointments, uncertain of their efficacy, yet willing to experiment should the need arise. Ideally, she hoped such resources would remain unused. As Jin Yu hurried home, the previously subsiding rain suddenly intensified. Fortunately, she was only about 100 meters from her doorstep, and her newly acquired oil paper umbrella proved sturdy enough to shield her from the downpour, allowing her to return home unscathed. Upon entering, she found De Jiang and the others perched at the doorframe, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Their faces lit up with joy at the sight of her, though Jin Yu couldn't help but wonder how long they had been waiting. She placed the large bone and pork belly in the kitchen and beckoned the three to join her in making dumplings. "Are we really having dumplings?" Xiao Chuan asked, swallowing hard. In his memory, the family had only made dumplings once last year when their father returned, making this delicacy exceedingly rare in his eyes. "Consider it a celebration of our settling down here," Jin Yu smiled, affectionately ruffling Xiao Chuan's slightly chubby face, though she couldn't help but ponder how long they could remain in this home. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, while in the kitchen, Jin Yu and the three gathered around the stove to prepare dumplings. They made simple pork and cabbage dumplings as well as chive and pork dumplings, boiling a large potful. Eventually, the four sat in the hall, their bellies full, gazing out at the rain. Xiaohe nestled beside Jin Yu, her eyes reflecting worry at the torrential downpour. She enjoyed the rain, but the intensity of the storm frightened her. Despite it being broad daylight, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, amplified by the rumbling thunder and flashes of lightning that seemed to tear the sky apart, causing De Jiang and Xiao Chuan to cling tightly to Jin Yu. "Big sister. Little sister, it's all right, don't be afraid," Jin Yu reassured them, checking all doors and windows before leading them back to the bedroom. Lighting a candle, the four huddled together on the bed. De Jiang trembled at the sound of thunder, choked up as he asked, "Where's mother?" Xiao Chuan's eyes glistened with tears, while Xiaohe clutched Jin Yu's arm, shutting her eyes. Though De Jiang and Xiao Chuan longed for their mother, Xiaohe felt otherwise, wishing that her big sister would always be in charge. Only when Jin Yu was at the helm did she feel secure from hunger and the threat of being sold off like her sister had been. She recalled how their mother had sold Jin Yu and would surely seek to do the same to her. "After she sold me, she left. Don't you remember?" Jin Yu had no intention of excusing the original mother nor preserving her image in the eyes of De Jiang and the others.
De Jiang fell silent,
though his sobs grew louder. With a sigh, Jin Yu asked, "Would you like to hear a story?" At the mention of a story, the three pairs of eyes turned toward her in unison. "Let me tell you the tale of Neza wreaking havoc in the sea." As the rain and thunder roared outside, Jin Yu's voice gradually filled the room, recounting the legend of Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and his wife, who bore a peculiar child after 3 years of pregnancy. After concluding her tale, the thunder outside began to subside, and although the rain lessened, it did not cease. That evening, Jin Yu fried the leftover dumplings from lunch, pairing them with winter melon and egg soup, providing a delightful meal for the four of them. Perhaps inspired by the story of Neza, De Jiang and the others no longer feared the tempest outside. When bedtime arrived, De Jiang insisted on joining his siblings in bed, just as they always had. The downpour continued throughout the night, tapering off only the next morning. After breakfast, Jin Yu observed the rain had diminished and decided to take De Jiang and the others outside for a look. As they stepped out, they discovered that the low-lying areas of the town were submerged by the rising river, and in the third alley near the stone lane, numerous fish had surfaced due to the flooding, all sizable specimens. "Big sister, look."
"Fish." Da Jiang excelleme, excitement bubbling over.
In the aftermath of 2 consecutive days of rain, some rejoiced while others mourned. Families in low-lying areas busied themselves with catching fish and draining water, while those in higher ground focused solely on their catches. Jin Yu watched as De Jiang and the others joyfully scooped fish from the street, eyeing the nearby bamboo baskets. 2 large baskets brimmed with fish, the smallest of which was at least the length of Xiao Chuan's forearm. They only ceased when they could no longer fit any more. Despite Jin Yu's reassurances about their finances, Xiaohe remained apprehensive that their expenses would eventually lead to their eviction. However, witnessing the abundant fish before them eased her worries slightly, as it signified a potential source of income. Perhaps continuous rain wasn't so bad after all, as long as it didn't flood their home. Knowing they could never consume 2 full baskets of fish in this sweltering heat, the 4 decided to sell 1 basket for 300 won. Unfortunately, the market was flooded with too many fishers that day. They were fortunate to sell it all. The remaining basket of live fish was placed in a large water vat, while Jin Yu instructed Xiao He to help De Jiang dispose of the dead ones that had succumbed to lack of oxygen. At noon, they enjoyed a stew made from the fish, enhanced with cabbage and sweet potato noodles, accompanied by cornmeal flatbreads, an exceptionally delectable meal. For dinner, they had fish soup, with egg pancakes as the main course. Afterward, Jin Yu distributed the day's earnings of 300 won among De Jiang and the others. Here, little sister,
De Jiang declared,
placing his freshly acquired coins before Jin Yu. Xiao He and Xiao Chuan followed suit. Jin Yu smiled, saying, "Very well. I will keep track of this 101 for you. If you wish to buy something in the future, just let me know." Though they had just dined, Xiao Chuan swallowed hard and said, "Big sister, can we have candied hawthorn?" "All right, once the rain stops and the market opens, I'll take you to buy some," Jin Yu promised, eliciting cheers of joy from the 3. However, the rain seemed relentless, as the night brought forth thunder and lightning, transforming light showers into torrential downpours. The ominous sky and the booming thunder painted a picture of a vengeful heaven, as if it were intent on destroying the world itself. Jin Yu was roused from her slumber by the relentless patter of raindrops upon her face, only to discover that her roof was leaking. Outside, the tempest continued to rage, extinguishing any hopes that Xiao He might have had of fishing. Such weather rendered venturing outdoors utterly impossible. With the rain pouring in copiously, Jin Yu had no choice but to awaken Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, move the bed aside, and place a wooden basin beneath the leak, while gently coaxing the 2 younger ones back to sleep. Sleep eluded Jin Yu, her heart racing with anxiety. The sky remained perpetually overcast, and without a watch, she could scarcely tell the time. Observing the 3 nestled together, she made her way to the kitchen and retrieved the last 2 cabbages. With great care, she prepared 3 large pots of dumplings filled with cabbage, pork, and vermicelli. As the dumplings emerged from the steamer, the enticing aroma drew the trio from their quarters. "Little sister, there's a leak," Jin Yu began but paused, redirecting her words. "Let us find a basin in a bit." Given the ferocity of the storm, scaling the roof was simply impractical. "First, let us eat." Having glanced at her watch earlier, she noted it was around 10 in the morning. The dumplings, combined with fish soup, were devoured, yet the 4 of them lingered in the kitchen, listening to Jin Yu weave tales. After concluding her narrative, she led the family mule, now in the living room, for fodder, and encouraged the 3 to engage in some physical activity within the confines of the bedroom. Even amidst the deluge, maintaining good health would enhance their chances of survival. Jin Yu had contemplated evacuating De Jiang and the others, but the violent winds and rain rendered any attempt to step outside futile. Water had begun to accumulate at the entrance of the stone alley, and she had even seen desperate villagers on rooftops, pleading for salvation. Yet no one dared venture out to assist. In these days of being trapped by the tempest, the household provisions dwindled alarmingly. Rescuing another soul would only diminish their own supplies. It was during lunch that Jin Yu first sensed something amiss. The water in the courtyard had risen significantly, beginning to encroach upon the house. She meticulously wrapped the dumplings she had prepared that morning in oil paper, securing them tightly and encasing them in a torn cloth to create a makeshift bundle. She called over the frightened De Jiang and the others, distributing the bundle of meat dumplings among them. "Given the current water level, it's possible we may be submerged today." Fear flickered in their eyes as they gazed at Jin Yu. "Big sister, please don't be afraid," Jin Yu reassured them. "This bundle contains 10 dumplings and 2 bamboo tubes of water. Each of you must carry one. Do not lose it. We must take advantage of this moment before the flood engulfs our home. Remaining here would only lead to our demise. Conserve the water. It is our sole clean source. Once it's gone, it's gone. Do you understand?" The 3 nodded. "Even if it runs out, do not touch the filthy water outside or consume anything that has fallen into it. Doing so could be fatal, do you understand?" The water outside was exceedingly tainted, possibly containing corpses. Should they drink it, given the medical conditions in this world, it could very well lead to their demise. Remember this. Observing that the 3 were somewhat compliant, Jin Yu continued, "De Jiang, do you recall the wooden basin I purchased? We will use that shortly." These large wooden basins were deeper than typical bowls, yet shallower than standard barrels. Jin Yu had threaded them together with coarse hemp rope, forming a rudimentary vessel. As long as you stay close to your big sister, we shall be safe. Yet, Jin Yu also prepared for the worst, should they become separated. They were to grasp any floating debris in the river and climb to safety. As long as I am alive, I will find you. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chuan burst into tears. Big sister, I'm scared. Jin Yu embraced Xiao Chuan, soothing her, do not fear. Your big sister is here. Jin Yu then organized their belongings for departure. The 3 basins were arranged in a triangular formation, with an open space in the center, where she placed their prepared supplies, including extra water and rations, carefully covered with oilcloth to prevent water from seeping in. The other 2 deeper basins would accommodate Xiao He and herself in one, while De Jiang and Xiao Chuan would sit in the other, each lined with oilcloth, but sheltered from the rain by the thick oil umbrellas Jin Yu had fashioned. The 4 of them settled into the basins, awaiting the waters to gradually submerge the small courtyard. Many like Jin Yu were attempting to save themselves. Their wooden basins had morphed into temporary sanctuaries. As the water crested the courtyard, Jin Yu, alongside De Jiang and the others, fashioned paddles from dried gourds, steering toward a sturdy tree that had yet to be inundated. In such a torrential downpour, any direction could spell disaster. Rather than wander aimlessly in the tempest, they opted to find a secure location, waiting quietly for the storm to abate. As for the mule, Jin Yu had released it upon their exit. In their struggle for survival, it would have to fend for itself. Upon locating a robust tree, Jin Yu and De Jiang tied their makeshift vessel to it with rope. She felt emboldened to act as the thunder had ceased, leaving only the wind and rain. Many around them were engaging in similar tactics with a plethora of wooden basins, barrels, and doors in sight, even individuals attempting to swim. Desperation drove many to seek floating debris. Those unable to find anything resorted to commandeering barrels, basins, or even boats. The brutal reality of survival dictated that those who were ruthless would prevail. Jin Yu and her companions witnessed 2 burly men violently displace a woman clutching a child, who was swiftly engulfed by the flood, her screams fading into silence. Xiao Chuan's terrified cries pierced the air, and Jin Yu felt Xiao He clutching her waist tightly, trembling. She gently stroked Xiao He's head, turning to De Jiang. De Jiang, keep the cleaver at hand. If anyone dares approach, strike without hesitation. Her cold, unfeeling words caused Xiao He to look up, momentarily meeting Jin Yu's gaze as she proffered a knife. If you wish to survive, take this. Xiao He, swallowing hard, trembled as she accepted the knife, while Jin Yu wielded a longer blade, the origins of which remained a mystery to her. Even the youngest, Xiao Chuan, was given a short but sharp hoe for defense. De Jiang, undeterred by fear, resolved to protect his younger siblings, adhering to Jin Yu's every word. As the newly commandeered barrel began to take on water, 2 men struggled to bail it out. Upon noticing Jin Yu's well-prepared vessel, one man emerged from the barrel and swam towards them. Yet before he could reach them, De Jiang's cleaver had already struck down upon a man who had stealthily approached their basin. Blood mingled with the murky waters, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Jin Yu, holding her sharp blade, observed the man drawing near with an impassive expression. As he witnessed the spreading blood and the floating corpses, he met Jin Yu's icy gaze and turned to swim towards other survivors. Though this family is relatively young, they possess a fierce tenacity. A floating corpse has alleviated many of Jin Yu's group's troubles, yet Jin Yu cannot allow the body to linger in their vicinity indefinitely. With a swift push of her machete, she sends the corpse drifting away with the current. Help! Save us! Father! Mother! Help me! Various cries and curses echo around them, as Jin Yu's group, after having dealt with one individual, has now dispatched 2 more who attempted to seize their wooden basin. As night falls and the rain begins to ease, Jin Yu remains vigilant, allowing De Jiang and the others to eat first before attending to her own needs. As for their urgent calls of nature, they consume little and drink sparingly, resulting in infrequent evacuations. The boys manage better, but the girls can only partially conceal their excretions in the water. The combination of the corpse and waste renders the water exceedingly foul. After a weary day, Jin Yu permits the 3 children to sleep first. When fatigue overtakes her, she rouses De Jiang and Xiao He, allowing herself a brief respite of 2 or 3 hours. The next day dawns with persistent rain. The trees are submerged, leaving Jin Yu and her companions with no choice but to be carried along by the surging floodwaters. By now, there are no living souls in the water. The remaining survivors are mostly like Jin Yu, seated in their wooden basins or barrels, many having already drifted away with the current. Though Jin Yu and her companions are also swept along, they halt whenever they spot a tree. However, if they see anyone on the tree, they continue paddling past. On the afternoon of the third day, the torrential rain subsides to a light drizzle, and Jin Yu once again stops at the base of a tree. There, she notices a small quilt tied to the trunk, its lower edge already soaked. In these days, the stench has dulled her sense of smell, but upon seeing the quilt, she suspects what lies within. Yet, gazing at the endless flood, she longs for a place to rest. Jin Yu paddles closer with her ladle, instructing Xiao He to close her eyes. Finding no sound from within the quilt, she unties it and, upon discovering the bloated child inside, fights against her churning stomach, placing the quilt in the water to watch it drift away. Jin Yu ultimately loses her composure, retching into the basin. Xiao He, in tears, pats her sister's back, trying to offer comfort, but can only weep silently. It's all right, Jin Yu reassures. That child was likely bound by their own kin, who wished to leave a glimmer of hope in their dire fate, but alas, there was none. For days, Jin Yu's group has survived on 2 buns each, and just as her supply dwindles, the rain finally ceases. Jin Yu is uncertain where they have floated, but she believes it cannot be far, as she has consistently halted at every tree to maintain her bearings. The surroundings are a chaotic mess: doors, basins, clothes, tables, benches, and countless corpses litter the scene. Fearing that the decaying bodies might unleash a plague, she fashioned makeshift masks for the 4 of them from the very first day they set sail. Recognizing that this place is not suitable for lingering, Jin Yu observes that the water has stabilized and guides her companions toward areas with fewer corpses. Along the way, they encounter a significant find: a black awning boat. On board are 3 large men, all deceased, not drowned nor starved, but having succumbed to fatal wounds inflicted upon one another, their injuries festering beyond treatment. Jin Yu and Jiang board the vessel, disposing of the bodies and cleansing the space. Afterward, they retrieve some strong liquor from their packing basin to disinfect the small boat before allowing Xiao He and Xiao Chuan to come aboard. As Jin Yu organizes their belongings on the makeshift vessel, she discreetly smuggles a few items inside: millet, rice, red dates, jerky, pickled vegetables, and 5 bamboo tubes filled with water. Though Jiang and the others have never seen such provisions, Jin Yu is cautious not to overindulge. As she continues to tidy the boat, she manages to smuggle out a bag of sweet potatoes and potatoes, along with a bucket of water. Pretending they were remnants from the original vessel, the black awning boat itself contained 4 bundles of varying materials. One of these bundles held steamed buns, albeit moldy. Yet, in their current predicament, tearing away the spoiled parts allows for sustenance. Nevertheless, Jin Yu opts to keep them aside, having already salvaged ample food. Deeming it unnecessary to test her stomach against the spoiled fare, especially since the buns they had been consuming had already turned. In addition to the moldy buns, the trio of bundles revealed treasures. One contained land deeds and gold and silver jewelry. Unfortunately, the deeds were waterlogged, with only a few showing any legible writing. However, the precious metals were plentiful, including 6 gold ingots and dozens of gold leaves. While these may not be easily spent, silver could always be utilized. Regrettably, the silver notes, like the deeds, were too damp to decipher. Exchanging glances with Xiao He, Jin Yu and her companions finally managed the first smiles they have shared in some time. It was evident that this bundle did not belong to the 3 men who had perished. Perhaps it was looted or found, but now it was theirs. The other 2 bundles contained additional gold and silver, along with medicinal herbs, the most valuable being a ginseng root, thick as a baby's arm, evidently prized enough to have been carried away with care. They discarded the waterlogged deeds and illegible silver notes, knowing they would be of no use. As for the 3 bundles, to prevent recognition, they also discarded the wrappings, keeping only the contents. Jin Yu prudently dispersed the treasure, hiding the majority in her space, ensuring that their food and finances remained under her careful management, to which Jiang, Xiao He, and Xiao Chuan had no objections. As the sun emerged, the black awning boat drifted along with the current. Jin Yu prepared a pot of red date and millet porridge with 2 chopped sweet potato pieces added in. At long last, The four of them savored their first hot meal in what felt like an eternity. After their meal, about an hour or two later, Jin Yu stealthily added 2 bags of cold remedy granules into their remaining water. When each filled their bamboo tubes and tasted the altered flavor, they were surprised. "Sister, the water is sweet." Xiao He and Xiao Chuan turned to Jin Yu, their eyes questioning. "Perhaps it's from the red dates and sweet potatoes we cooked," she suggested. "Drink up, it's nothing to worry about." With her assurance, they felt reassured. They all understood that had it not been for Jin Yu, they might have perished long ago. At her insistence, De Jiang and the others quickly finished the water in their bamboo tubes. Jin Yu was also concerned they might succumb to the adverse weather conditions, or worse, catch a chill. Better to be safe than to leave their fate to chance. After another night adrift on the black awning boat, they began to notice an increase in the presence of other survivors. Some lay half-dead in wooden basins and on planks, while others, like Jin Yu's group, remained seated in their boats. Those aboard the vessels fared somewhat better, so when a wooden basin carrying a small baby floated past, the onlookers, both on the planks and in the basins, gazed helplessly as it drifted away. The one who had released the child hoped that those on vessels with supplies might save this innocent life. As the basin neared Jin Yu's black awning boat, they could still hear the faint cries of the baby within. The feeble cries of despair seemed unlikely to endure for long. As Xiao He beheld the wooden basin drifting towards them, her hand instinctively grasped Jin Yu's arm. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately could only gesture anxiously towards the basin. Jin Yu glanced at the couple seated within the basin, as well as the other disaster-stricken souls who had turned their gaze towards them, and advised Xiao He to take shelter inside the cabin. Observing the wooden basin nearing their vessel, she cast a glance at her sister, but in the end, complied with Jin Yu's directive and entered the boat's canopy. The couple in the basin, witnessing Jin Yu's refusal to intervene, were momentarily engulfed by despair. However, when they saw the basin drifting towards a much larger ship beyond Jin Yu's boat, a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. Yet, this glimmer was swiftly extinguished as the ship's oars rudely pushed the basin away, prompting the woman to unleash a torrent of tears. "Why won't you save him? With just a morsel of food, he could survive. Why do you stand by and watch him perish?"
Why?
The couple on the large ship, unable to pursue or confront their predicament, turned their desperate gaze towards Jin Yu and her companions, their eyes filled with accusations. "To witness a death and do nothing, may you meet a similar fate." Xiao Chuan, upon witnessing the woman's despair-laden fury directed at them, instinctively recoiled behind Jin Yu. Yet, Jin Yu remained unfazed, asserting that it was their own choices that had led to their demise. They were strangers to her, and thus, why should they extend help? The man's emotions, already at a breaking point, escalated further upon hearing Jin Yu's words. Perhaps realizing that they were merely children occupying the boat, he furiously paddled towards them, eyes ablaze with contempt. As they drew within 3 meters of Jin Yu's boat, she, unperturbed, unsheathed a blood-stained cleaver, casting a steely gaze at the couple.
Dajia.
Witnessing his sister's actions, brandished his bone cleaver as well. The basin abruptly halted, and as Xiao He emerged from the canopy, she caught sight of this tense tableau. Seeing even Xiao Chuan brandishing a weapon, she too picked up a knife, directing her gaze towards the couple. Only when the couple, now retreating towards the distant basin, had vanished from sight did Jin Yu turn to the onlookers and address her companions, especially Xiao He. In these times, kindness can often become a death sentence. She then pivoted toward Xiao He and inquired, "Do you understand?" Xiao He nodded in response. After Jin Yu concluded her words, she beckoned to Jiang and began to paddle alongside the large ship, their orderly manner suggesting they knew the way, and following them might lead to a safe haven. The vessel's speed far surpassed that of the basin, and before long, Jin Yu and her companions lost sight of the original group, yet encountered many others along the way. Among them were those who sought to prey upon the vulnerable, but were swiftly deterred by the ruthless force wielded by Jin Yu and De Jiang. As more small boats like theirs trailed behind the large ship, Jin Yu had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes while stealthily preparing meals. After all, few had the luxury of provisions, and even those with supplies dared not reveal them in the face of desperate, starving souls. A moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed by the mob. Jin Yu and her companions, appearing impoverished yet fierce, had managed to evade being overturned by the watchful crowd. For 3 days, their boat followed closely behind the large vessel until, amidst a gentle rain, they finally approached the shore. Yes, they had finally glimpsed land. After drifting on the water for so long, the moment they disembarked, whether it was De Jiang or Jin Yu, all felt the ground sway beneath their feet, nearly toppling over. Chapter 56. Ancient Disasters and Human Calamities. 11. Almost everyone who had followed the large ship disembarked. Jin Yu and her companions landed at a relatively secluded spot, and whether it proved useful or not, they concealed their boat with reeds, uncertain if they would ever have the chance to use it again. They hoped they wouldn't. Jin Yu directed De Jiang to move the original 3 basins 100 meters away for further concealment, while also stashing their heavy sweet potatoes and potatoes nearby. After securing provisions from their boat, they set off towards the spot where the large ship had anchored. Though some among the crowd harbored ill intentions, the presence of armed guards aboard the ship kept them at bay. However, upon disembarking, they, like the other disaster victims, were compelled to walk towards the city. Jin Yu maintained a distance, neither too close nor too far from the affluent families ahead of them. Initially, they had believed they could reach the city within a day. But the night found them camping in the wilderness. At this point, aside from the 30 or so individuals aboard the large ship, there were about 50 disaster victims trailing behind. Both groups maintained a careful distance from one another, and when the scent of food wafted from the other side, Jin Yu's roasted sweet potatoes, placed near the fire, were finally cooked. Each of the 4 enjoyed a roasted sweet potato, quenched their thirst, and leaned back for a moment. The temperature began to drop, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of merely a week prior. Among the disaster victims, some exhibited an unnaturally flushed complexion, prompting Jin Yu to steer De Jiang away from them. She had insisted that they keep their cloth masks on, and had she not feared the conspicuousness of donning a mask, she would have readily worn one and disinfected with alcohol daily. Jin Yu's apprehension stemmed from the potential for pestilence to arise in the aftermath of the flood, which is why she had kept her companions at a distance. The following morning, the group finally arrived at the foot of a city, having followed the individuals from the large ship. However, they found that over 100 disaster victims were already lingering outside the gates. The newcomers' expressions were numb, yet a flicker of hope sparked in their eyes upon seeing those guarded by soldiers. A few desperate souls attempted to approach and beg for food, only to be thwarted by the sharp blades of the guards. The city's sentinels appeared far more numerous than those at Tong City, and their demeanor suggested they were seasoned veterans of battle. It was easy to distinguish between those who had seen combat and those who had not, particularly in the cold, calculating glances they cast upon the surrounding victims. Jin Yu dutifully followed the throng, uncertain of their admission into the city, especially upon noticing that some of the victims outside were already on the brink of collapse. If entry proved impossible, she would not waste time lingering outside with De Jiang and the others. Fortunately, the individuals from the large ship continued to enter the city, but soon after, conflict erupted between the victims and the guards. The discord culminated in the deaths of some rioting victims at the hands of the soldiers. Jin Yu, overhearing whispers about the newly inflated entry fee of 1 tael of silver per person, realized that only those with means could gain entrance, leaving most ordinary folk unable to enter. Among the disaster victims who had followed the large ship, only 7 or 8 managed to present the requisite funds, Jin Yu and her companions included. As they neared the entrance, Xiaohe found herself in a struggle with someone attempting to seize her bundle. Without hesitation, Jin Yu drew her knife and struck out at the man reaching for Xiaohe's belongings, startling him enough that he instinctively released his grip, causing Xiaohe's bundle to burst open, its contents spilling onto the ground. The disaster victims who were relatively close rushed toward the fallen sweet potatoes and potatoes without a second thought. Meanwhile, Jin Yu had already taken Xiaohe and left, seizing the opportunity while they were busy scrambling for food to push De Jiang and Xiao Chuan toward the city gate. Inside and outside the city, there lay 2 distinctly different worlds. The entrance of Jin Yu and her companions resembled 4 bedraggled little mice entering a vibrant dye vat filled with enticing rice. They were exceedingly hungry and parched. With money in hand, their hearts were at ease. After purchasing 4 meat pies, Jin Yu led De Jiang and the others to a tailor shop to buy 4 sets of clothing before finding the nearest inn to stay. Had it not been for Jin Yu producing 2 taels of silver, the innkeeper would have never allowed them entry, given their beggar-like appearance. "You don't have lice on you, do you?" The innkeeper scrutinized Jin Yu and her companions with undisguised disdain. Jin Yu, maintaining a cold demeanor, snatched the two tails back from the counter and retorted, "Our father is also an innkeeper, and he would never treat guests as you do. If it weren't for the flood in our hometown, who would wish to be in such a plight?" Hearing Jin Yu's nonsensical rant, De Jiang and the others tacitly chose to remain silent. After all, they would be whatever their elder sister claimed them to be. Upon hearing her words and observing Jin Yu's unabashed attitude, the innkeeper candidly stated, "Look, I was merely inquiring. There have been too many disaster victims entering the city lately. It's only prudent to consider your safety as guests." Jin Yu placed the two tails back on the counter and demanded one large shared room and provide us with 4 buckets of hot water for bathing. After we clean up, send us some hot meals. We intend to visit our aunt afterward. The innkeeper, taking note of Jin Yu's assertive demeanor, replied, "Ah, so you have relatives in Feng City? Our aunt is married into Feng City. If we weren't worried about appearing too filthy when visiting her, we wouldn't be staying at the inn," Jin Yu explained convincingly. The innkeeper conceded, "Very well, young lad, show them to their room." Jin Yu and Xiao He took their baths first, followed by De Jiang and Xiao Chuan. After changing into their new garments and sipping a bowl of uniquely sweet water, they finally enjoyed a hearty meal before sinking into a deep slumber. It was the most restful night they had experienced since their hometown of Tong City was submerged, and they slept soundly until the sun was well above the horizon the next day. Upon awakening, Jin Yu led De Jiang and the others to check out, stepping out of the inn feeling refreshed in their new clothes. The first order of business after leaving the inn was, of course, to find something to eat. Each of them enjoyed a large bowl of wontons topped with a fried egg. After satisfying their hunger, De Jiang exclaimed, "Little sister, we need to rent a house." He remembered that whenever they arrived in a new city, they would always rent accommodations. However, Jin Yu noticed several people on the street coughing while covering their mouths, and an ominous thought flickered through her mind. When they had entered the city to shelter the disaster victims, the guards had charged them money without caring whether they were ill. Jin Yu instructed Xiao He to retrieve the scraps of fabric they had purchased at the tailor shop the previous day and suggested they wear them as masks. "We won't rent a house. Instead, we will buy a cart and procure supplies. Once we are prepared, we will continue our journey north." Before purchasing food, they needed to acquire a cart. At the mule and horse market, they couldn't help but recall the mule they had previously released. It had struggled to survive in the flood. This time, Jin Yu opted for a 2-year-old mule, robust and vigorous. The cart they purchased was larger than the previous one, equipped with a canopy and additional drawers for storage. The side seating of the cart was hollow, allowing for ample storage space. The cart was multifunctional. Though slightly more expensive than in Tong City, Jin Yu spent 15 taels of silver on the mule and cart. Next, they proceeded to buy provisions. Although the prices at the mule market were comparable to those in Tong City, the price of food had skyrocketed. The grain prices had already surged dramatically in Tong City, and Feng City added another 10 or so when on top of that. Despite the high costs, Jin Yu and her companions had profited from the abandoned boat, or else they would have felt the sting of these exorbitant prices. They purchased 50 jin of white flour, 50 jin of rice, 50 jin of cornmeal, 20 jin of millet, and 10 jin of red dates, which all fit snugly beneath the right side of the cart seat. Jin Yu also laid down an oilcloth for added protection. After securing the grains, she bought 2 pieces of cured meat to add to their porridge during their journey, providing a bit of protein. Additionally, she acquired storable vegetables such as potatoes, carrots, and radishes, purchasing 20 jin of each. They also stocked up on dried vegetables and 100 eggs. With the weather turning cooler, each person would have 1 egg per day, providing nourishment for 25 days. At the general store, Jin Yu bought all 20 salted duck eggs, 5 jin of salt, 5 jin of sugar, and 10 jin of peanuts. After completing their food purchases, she also acquired some commonly used herbal medicine packs to stow away in the mule cart, taking up most of the left side of the cart seat. Considering they did not know how long they would be traveling, she outfitted each person with a set of fresh clothes and shoes. Jin Yu and Xiao He also donned male attire, as traveling as males would ultimately be safer and easier. Fortunately, Jin Yu's current body was 14 years old, and with her malnourished, slender build, Wearing male clothing made her indistinguishable from other boys, merely appearing slightly more delicate. Moreover, Jin Yu prepared 2 thin jackets for each of them and purchased thicker garments for herself and a Jiang, who would often sit on the cart's yoke. 3 quilts were placed beneath the center seat of the cart, while 3 mattresses were laid directly on the seating area. A small stove for cooking was included in the cart, positioned in the center, along with a thick straw mat rolled up at the back and securely tied down. On the walls of the cart, 3 large water bags were hung, and a bucket filled with water was placed on the yoke. Jin Yu meticulously arranged everything, and it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon when they finished. Before leaving Feng City, Jin Yu treated De Jiang and the others to a hearty meal at a restaurant, and as they departed, they packed a portion of braised meat and a large pork knuckle, along with 2 jars of the strongest liquor. On their way to the city gate, Jin Yu noticed a steamed bun shop still open and bought 20 buns to stow in the mule cart. With money to spare, she noticed Xiao Chuan eyeing some pastries. So she purchased 5 or 6 varieties to satisfy their cravings, even remembering to buy the candied hawthorn she had promised him earlier. Each of them received a skewer. Though not as delicious as modern treats, they still held a unique charm. In the afternoon, for reasons unknown, there was an unusually high number of people leaving the city. Just yesterday, when they had entered, the line to get in had been lengthy, with very few people exiting. Among those departing were several affluent families, accompanied by maids and guards, while carts laden with various goods trailed behind. Consequently, Jin Yu's cart found itself caught in the throng, unable to move forward or backward, forced to follow the vehicles ahead at a slow pace. Observing this scene, many onlookers began to murmur, some more inquisitive souls attempting to approach and inquire. Yet none succeeded in extracting any information. Fortunately, exiting the city did not require payment, and the authorities were not conducting thorough inspections, so within half an hour, Jin Yu finally departed Feng City along with the caravan. As they departed from Fengcheng, Jin Yu noticed that a considerable number of the destitute gathered at the city gates appeared gravely ill, far worse than the previous day. Those leaving the city avoided the afflicted outside like they were venomous serpents. Any who dared approach were immediately met with the unsheathed swords of the escorting guards. Perched upon the cart's yoke, Jin Yu discerned not only disdain but also an indescribable fear in the guards' gazes directed at the stricken populace. Had they received some foreboding news that prompted their hasty exit from the city? Perhaps due to the substantial number of people in the convoy, several desperate souls, unable to find refuge at the city gates, began to trail behind them. Jin Yu continued her steady pace, guiding the mule cart at a measured distance. The 2 younger siblings sat within the cart, while Jin Yu and Dajiang occupied the yoke, both wielding knives, which deterred the unarmed victims from drawing near. Despite the throng of the afflicted trailing behind, the cart's pace surpassed that of the pedestrians, and gradually, only a handful of solitary travelers remained behind the convoy. Unlike modern times, venturing out at night in ancient days meant navigating a pitch-black wilderness. The convoy halted to kindle a fire, and Jin Yu stopped the mule cart, tethering the mule to a nearby tree to graze on fodder. She rewarded it with an extra carrot, knowing that the forthcoming journey would rely heavily on its strength and endurance. Xiaha had already set up a fire nearby with Dajiang and Xiaochuan, surrounded by other families who had also emerged from Fengcheng, all preparing their evening meals. Many onlookers cast curious glances towards Jin Yu's youthful family. Though they had dined out earlier in the afternoon, Jin Yu noticed Dajiang appeared somewhat famished, so she retrieved the steamed buns, braised pork, and hawk she had purchased in Fengcheng. The buns were toasted over the fire, while the meat simmered slowly in a pot with broth. Once the buns were crisped to perfection, Jin Yu sliced them open, filling their soft, steaming interiors with the succulent braised meat. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of several nearby individuals. One bold soul approached, clutching a salted fish he had preserved. "Excuse me, young master. My aging father wishes for something soft to eat. May I trade you a salted fish for a bun filled with meat?" Jin Yu glanced at the man. Noting the fish was as thick as Xiaochuan's arm, despite being preserved, its prior plumpness was evident. Although the man directed his request to Dajiang, the elder brother remained fixated on the bun filled with meat, hardly glancing at the man. Eventually, with a nod, Jin Yu prepared a generous bun filled with meat in exchange for the fish. The salted fish could be stored in the cart for later consumption. The man, surprised that the one in charge among the 4 was merely a 12 or 13-year-old boy, expressed his gratitude, and departed towards an elder who was staring intently in their direction. Having satisfied their hunger, Jin Yu instructed Dajiang to unfold the straw mat from the back of the mule cart and spread it beside the fire, laying down a quilt atop it. Jin Yu and her siblings rested for the first half of the night, while Dajiang would wake her for the latter half. Most around them had succumbed to slumber, with only a few from the convoy keeping watch, allowing the others to enjoy a moment of peace. It was only individuals like Jin Yu, who possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, that would take it upon themselves to arrange for a night watch. As dawn broke, Jin Yu stealthily offered the mule 2 carrots and an apple, positioning herself between it and Dajiang, observing as the mule lowered its head to graze. The mule's bulk conveniently concealed Jin Yu from the view of 2 men nearby engaged in private discourse. Will Fengcheng truly be sealed off? One of the younger men pondered aloud, his tone grave, as he recalled the rumors. Could it be a ruse? The county magistrate has already escorted his family out of the city, fearing they might be too late, and the soldiers from the western camp would seize control of Fengcheng, leaving the townsfolk unable to flee. If it is indeed a plague, the sealing of the city could lead to a massacre. The elder man, adjusting his trousers, replied, in times of urgency, managing to return home to inform your parents is no small feat. Forget about that betrothed of yours. You are still young. There will be countless opportunities ahead. The younger man pressed on. Does that mean there is truly no hope for survival? What's the significance of the lives of over 10,000 people? The elder retorted. Once the powerful have departed, all that remains are the common folk, whose lives are regarded as mere insects in their eyes. A few may perish, but there will always be more to take their place. With a deep sigh, the elder continued, you should be grateful we possess some martial skills, working for the Lin family. Otherwise, if a massacre were to occur, none of us would survive. Have you said enough? Interjected another voice. Captain. The man addressed as the captain admonished them, cease your unfounded ramblings. The court's decision to seal Fengcheng is for the sake of the common people. If this plague spreads, it will not only be the citizens of Fengcheng who perish. The young guard muttered, if it weren't for Lord Lin permitting their entry into the city, Fengcheng wouldn't be in this predicament. Silence. The captain sharply rebuked him. Lord Lin has chosen to share the plight of the people in Fengcheng. He is a good official. So, do not let any noble hear your previous words. Understood? Understood, they replied, and soon the sounds of conversation faded, their footsteps receding into the distance. Only when the noise subsided did Jin Yu return to her sleeping siblings. It was no wonder that behind the carriages of the nobility, so many private vehicles trailed. They were likely those guards and families who had received word of the situation. Most here were likely oblivious, save for their unexpected involvement. Jin Yu stoked the fire one last time, preparing a hearty pot of sweet potato porridge, enriched with 4 poached eggs. Each person would receive a bowl of porridge with an egg, complemented by half of the salted fish exchanged the previous night, serving as their breakfast. The convoy began to move around 8 in the morning, with Dajiang driving the mule cart while Jin Yu leaned against the yoke, resting her eyes. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the group halted before a dilapidated temple. The guards from the convoy ventured forth to investigate, and upon their return, 5 or 6 beggars emerged from within. A maidservant then entered to clean the area, after which several families in the convoy accompanied by their maidservants entered the crumbling temple. Jin Yu observed the beggars, who were fixated on the temple while clutching steamed buns, sensing something was amiss. Big sister, Xiao Chuan remarked. Being a beggar is better than being a victim. Noticing Jin Yu's gaze, he continued, beggars eat better than victims. It was then that Jin Yu comprehended the dissonance she felt. As beggars, their demeanor and physique seemed far too robust. Realizing this, she swiftly took the reins from Dajiang and maneuvered towards the side of the convoy, closest to the official road. Jin Yu found herself in a quandary, torn between the impulse to swiftly depart from the throng or to remain for a moment, pondering whether her apprehension regarding the beggars turning into bandits was merely a figment of her imagination. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she abstained from cooking at noon, and the group had to make do with cold steamed buns and water for their modest repast. Just as they finished their meal, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the dilapidated temple, serving as a harbinger of chaos. A beggar, seemingly out of nowhere, brandished a knife and lunged at the unsuspecting individuals outside. At the sound of that scream, Jin Yu instinctively flicked the reins and urged the mule cart onto the main road. Behind her, Cries of distress erupted, while Xiao He and Xiao Chuan exchanged anxious glances, clutching their knives tightly, hoping fervently that their cart would hasten its flight. The unexpected emergence of so many beggar bandits took everyone by surprise. None anticipated such brazen hostility in broad daylight, leaving them utterly unprepared for the onslaught. Those quick to react, like Jin Yu, managed to leap onto their carts and flee, while the slower ones found themselves brutally cast to the ground by the marauders. Thanks to her swift reflexes, Jin Yu managed to distance herself significantly. And it seemed the bandits, deeming the small fry of her group to be of little consequence, did not allocate resources to pursue them. After traveling about 10 miles, she gradually slowed the mule cart's pace. As dusk approached, a handful of carts and horses, 6 or 7 in total, caught up with them, among which were 4 or 5 riders. Jin Yu, possessing keen hearing, recognized the voices of 2 riders as those of individuals she had spoken with earlier that morning. Finding solace in the presence of others, the newcomers halted their vehicles not far from Jin Yu, who, at that moment, learned the names of the 2 guards, the elder, known as Lao Ma, and the younger, Xiao Zhao. Their escape was facilitated by their proximity to their own cart, allowing them to swiftly evacuate their family members when Jin Yu made her hasty retreat. Additionally, the family that had previously exchanged meat with Jin Yu had also emerged, their 2 carts intact and unharmed. The other 2 families remained unfamiliar to her, yet their anxious demeanor suggested that some of their kin had not managed to keep up. As Jin Yu and Xiao He prepared a modest dinner for the 4 siblings, faint sounds of suppressed sobbing emanated from the nearby families. Xiao He and Xiao Chuan stole a glance, while De Jiang remained fixated on the food before him. Believing that as long as his siblings were safe and there was sustenance, other matters were of no concern to him. That evening, Xiao He prepared a comforting soup of cabbage and egg dumplings, accompanied by roasted sweet potatoes. Just as they finished their meal and tidied up their pots and utensils, the sound of hooves echoed along the main road, and flickering torches gradually approached. Instilled with a sense of urgency by Jin Yu's training in crisis awareness, the 4 siblings instinctively grasped their weapons at the sound of the approaching horses, with even the youngest, Xiao Chuan, joining in. Jin Yu, wielding her weapon, provided cover for De Jiang as Xiao He and Xiao Chuan hastily stowed their belongings in the mule cart. As Xiao He urged Xiao Chuan towards the cart, the surrounding individuals frantically gathered their possessions in preparation for flight. De Jiang turned the cart around, while Jin Yu directed their path. Having surveyed the terrain prior to their arrival, Jin Yu was aware of which direction would be most advantageous for their escape. However, in the darkness, without torches to illuminate their way, it would be all too easy for them to tumble into a ditch, especially considering that many of the ancient folk suffered from night blindness. During this time, had Jin Yu not provided the siblings with a small cooking fire, they might have been indistinguishable from the blind in the night. Navigating without torches proved arduous, yet carrying them could also render them targets for the bandits, should those pursuing them indeed be the same beggar marauders from the temple. Nonetheless, given the extraordinary circumstances, Jin Yu could only command De Jiang to advance along the main road, seeking an opportunity to hide in the shadows. Seated upon the mule cart, Jin Yu conjured a diminutive crossbow from the darkness. Initially, she had aspired to manifest a silenced firearm from her upgraded arsenal, yet the system prohibited such a manifestation. Deeming it inappropriate for the current scenario, it became evident to her that her abilities were not boundless. Their use must not significantly alter the course of the narrative within this setting. As De Jiang cracked the reins, a voice resonated from afar. "Is that the Lin family's guard? I am Wu Chang, the captain of the Lin family's guard." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu instructed De Jiang to pull back on the reins and decelerate the cart. Her hesitation stemmed not from gullibility, but rather from the recognition that the voice belonged to the captain she had heard earlier that day. Indeed, as the group drew closer, Lao Ma and Xiao Zhao eagerly rushed to greet them. The midday skirmish had left the Lin family and other influential figures in Fengqing severely diminished, with several casualties among them. It was the valiant efforts of their guards that had enabled them to escape, albeit with significant losses of gold, silver, and provisions. Upon realizing that the individuals approaching were the surviving nobles from the temple, Jin Yu directed De Jiang to quietly steer the mule cart to a sheltered spot. Under the sparse moonlight and the cool evening breeze, Jin Yu became aware that it was already mid-September. Unfamiliar with the local weather patterns, she noted a distinct drop in temperature from day to day. It would not be long before the thin jackets she prepared for the siblings would be necessary. That night, as Jin Yu tucked in the two younger siblings, the three of them huddled under a single blanket, finding comfort in their closeness, while the distant sounds of lamentation served merely as a backdrop to their slumber. During the latter part of the night, as Jin Yu kept watch, she observed that a portion of the newcomers, clad in the finest attire, were dozing fitfully in a huddle. A quick glance revealed that there were roughly 50 individuals among them, including a dozen nobles, over 20 guards, and a handful of servants. Among the guards, many bore injuries, and even some of the nobles were not unscathed. For them, aside from a few who had succumbed to exhaustion, it was a night fraught with wakefulness. Jin Yu stealthily offered a carrot to the mule. Aside from the people, she also took note of the supplies they had brought. What once were numerous carts laden with provisions and luggage had dwindled to just 2, accompanied by 3 horse-drawn carts and 7 or 8 horses. This indicated that many had followed in the wake of the group during their flight the previous night. If the dawn heralded a continuation of their journey, the logistics of accommodating so many would prove to be a troublesome endeavor, particularly with their already dwindling rations. Jin Yu found it difficult to overlook the disdainful manner in which the nobles berated Wu Chang and the guards, treating them as mere dogs. She could not help but wonder if, as they continued their desperate escape, the more formidable Wu Chang and his men might eventually succumb to the humiliation and silence the insolent nobles with force. Even if Wu Chang was fiercely loyal, he could not guarantee the unwavering allegiance of his subordinates, especially not among those like Xiao Zhao, who had long harbored doubts regarding the worthiness of the nobles they were sworn to protect, compounded by the presence of their own families. As danger looms, the instinct to protect one's family is a perfectly natural response, akin to the events that transpired in the dilapidated temple earlier, when old Ma and Xiao Zhao hurriedly escorted their loved ones to safety. Of course, if the next city is imminent and harbors the relatives of those in power or serves as a refuge, that would be a different matter altogether. As dawn approached, Jin Yu prepared breakfast, a thick porridge made from rice and sweet potatoes, accompanied by the remaining half of yesterday's salted fish. This time, after finishing her meal, Jin Yu did not wait for the group behind her to set off first. She planned to tidy up her belongings and depart immediately. While Xiao He and Xiao Chuan were folding blankets and grass mats, the guard named Wu Chang approached them with 2 companions. When they drew near, De Jiang instinctively grasped the bone-cutting knife in his hand, as did Xiao He and Xiao Chuan. Wu Chang was taken aback by the vigilance displayed by what appeared to be a group of young children. He raised his hands and fixed his gaze on Jin Yu, stating, "We mean no harm. We merely wish to ask if your mule cart could accommodate 2 of our people." "No, it cannot," Jin Yu replied succinctly, her refusal firm. Although the cart appeared unremarkable from the outside, its interior was well organized. She had no habit of allowing outsiders into her territory and made her position unmistakably clear. "We do not shelter any strangers." With that, she casually twirled her knife, prompting a flicker of wariness in Wu Chang's eyes. "Apologies for the disturbance," he conceded. While Jin Yu declined Wu Chang's request for assistance, several families who had initially fled with her the previous afternoon had already arranged for transport. Yet, with too many people and too few carts, it was inevitable that some would have to walk. De Jiang drove the cart, while Jin Yu leaned against the side to rest her eyes. As De Jiang handled the knife, Jin Yu opened her eyes almost in unison, both of them glancing towards a mule cart that suddenly matched their pace. The driver was a man who had previously exchanged bread and meat for his master. They were among the few in the convoy who had no ties to the influential. "Are you also heading to Qingyuan?" the man inquired. De Jiang remained silent, watching him with caution, as Jin Yu had instructed him to adopt a colder demeanor in the presence of outsiders and to speak less. "We plan to reach Qingyuan first," Jin Yu replied. The man's face brightened at her response, and he introduced himself. "I am Zhou Shuliang. May I ask your name, young brother?"
"Dahai,"
Jin Yu answered with her customary nonchalance. De Jiang silently shot a glance at his sister before continuing to guide the mule. Whatever his sister said was law. As long as she was content, that sufficed. "What are your plans, brother Dahai?" Zhou Shuliang noted Jin Yu's guardedness and refrained from inquiring about their origins. Instead, he simply asked about their intentions. "As you mentioned, we will head to Qingyuan first. If we cannot remain there, we will make our way to Yangqing before winter sets in," Jin Yu replied. Zhou Shuliang's eyes gleamed with interest and he proposed, "Since our goals align, Why not travel together? Jin Yu did not explicitly agree to this companionship. She merely observed, "Are we not already traveling together?" Zhou Shuliang paused, then chuckled. "You make a valid point." Whether it was Zhou Shuliang's foresight or merely coincidence, as they reached the gates of Qingyuan, they encountered soldiers stationed there. A considerable distance from the gates, a throng of disaster victims lingered, their expressions filled with indignation. The entire Qingyuan city permitted only exits, forbidding entry. Not only were they prohibited from entering, but the soldiers also threatened to kill anyone who approached the gates. Of course, these restrictions did not apply to the elite. As long as their health was intact, they could still come and go freely. Jin Yu noticed the weary state of some of the refugees at the gate and dared not approach too closely, fearing the possibility of contagion among them. Upon confirming that entry was impossible, she informed Zhou Shuliang and continued on her way. She had no desire to waste time at the city gates, both out of concern for potential infections and the risk of igniting public outrage among the soldiers, which could lead to dire consequences. Zhou Shuliang, his countenance somber, spoke briefly with his elderly father in the cart before following Jin Yu's wagon. As noon approached, light rain began to fall, gradually intensifying. With no other option, Jin Yu hastened the pace of the cart, hoping to find shelter before the rain worsened. Fortuitously, after a little over half an hour, they stumbled upon an abandoned, dilapidated temple. However, learning from past experiences, both Jin Yu and Zhou Shuliang armed themselves with knives and cautiously entered to assess the situation. Fortunately, the temple appeared empty and relatively safe. As the rain began to pour more heavily, both families decided to bring their carts inside the temple to take refuge. Meanwhile, the original convoy from Fengcheng, burdened by its large numbers, gradually fell behind Jin Yu's group. The mule cart was pulled into the temple's corridor to escape the rain, tethered to a faded red pillar, and the two mules remained calm thanks to the availability of hay. Zhou Shuliang's family consisted of 5 members, besides the elderly patriarch. There was his wife and their 2 young children, a boy of about 8 and a girl around 5, both appearing obedient and well-behaved. Xiao He spread out the grass mats and bedding, while De Jiang and Xiao Chuan searched for firewood within the temple along with Zhou Shuliang. Jin Yu ignited a small fire in the corner nearest to her cart. They gathered a decent amount of firewood, and following Jin Yu's instructions, Xiao He prepared a pot of rice with preserved meat. In another small pot, he boiled chopped vegetables, adding some dried shrimp and 2 eggs. Amidst the ensuing tranquility, a sudden shriek broke the silence as Zhou Shuliang's daughter pointed in alarm at a certain direction, a flash of silver slicing through the air. The nearest Zhou family member, startled, embraced his daughter and gazed where she was pointing, where a sizable snake, roughly the width of a wrist, had been struck in its vital point by a dart-like object. He swallowed hard at the sight of the lifeless serpent and glanced at Jin Yu with a newfound respect. Her skill surpassed his expectations. The elderly Zhou patriarch picked up the robust snake and addressed Jin Yu. "This snake is non-venomous. It can be roasted or made into soup." He then passed the snake to his son, instructing him to hand it over to Jin Yu. They all understood that had Jin Yu not acted swiftly, even a harmless snake could have posed a threat to the Zhou family members closest to it. Without hesitation, Jin Yu seized the opportunity, her initial thought upon seeing the snake being that it would provide an additional meat dish for the evening. The elder Zhou then produced 5 taels of silver from his robes and passed them to his son, signaling him to give them to Jin Yu. "Our family runs a pharmacy in Fengcheng," he explained, "and I possess some medical expertise and skills in concocting medicinal herbs. Young lady, perhaps you could sell me the snake gall. I would be happy to treat any ailments you may have free of charge." He was actively seeking to establish goodwill. Jin Yu raised an eyebrow at being referred to as young lady, while Zhou Shuliang cast a surprised glance at his father. Before, Jin Yu would often catch a faint whiff of medicinal fragrance upon encountering the Zhou family, presuming it to be a consequence of the elder Zhou's ailing health and his need for medication. To her astonishment, she later discovered that they were a family of physicians running a pharmacy. It made sense if they were indeed doctors. It was hardly surprising that they could recognize her as a woman. Furthermore, their early awareness of a looming epidemic provided a plausible explanation for their timely escape from Fengcheng. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou, but I would prefer you to call me Dahai," Jin Yu expressed. Dr. Zhou nodded with a smile, revealing his intention to expose Jin Yu's true identity as a means of demonstrating his skills in both observation and medicine. After receiving her payment, Jin Yu handed over the entire snake to Zhou Shuliang. Puzzled, Zhou Shuliang inquired, "But we only need the snake gall. I'm not adept at preparing it. Nor do I know its location. It would be unfortunate if it were damaged. Therefore, it would be better if you handled it and returned the snake meat to me. You may keep the rest for your own needs." A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhou Shuliang's eyes, for the snake's body contained several useful medicinal components. He instinctively glanced at his father, who nodded in approval, prompting him to take the snake for dissection. The light rain had escalated into a steady downpour outside, and the three from Dejiang huddled closely in a corner, striving to ignore the sound of raindrops pelting the ground and the eaves.
Xiaochuan.
Watching Jin Yu as she cut away a third of the snake meat to hand over to Zhou Shuliang, voiced his apprehension. "Sister, what shall we do without a boat?" Jin Yu turned to see 3 pairs of fearful eyes fixed upon her. With a sigh, she reflected that she had already hidden the black awning boat in her spatial storage long ago, leaving it in the woods. They had not left anything behind. But the trio from Dejiang remained unaware. They only knew that if the rain continued to pour and flooding ensued, without a boat or even a wooden basin, they might be left to face a fate similar to the group they had seen previously, awaiting their demise. During the last flooding incident, they had felt as though death was imminent on several occasions, and they were resolute in their desire to avoid such an experience again. "Fear not. Jin Yu's reassurance was abruptly interrupted by a loud knock on the dilapidated temple door, where they had taken refuge. Chapter 61. Ancient Disasters and Human Calamities 16. Upon hearing the knocking, Jin Yu and Zhou Shuliang exchanged glances, and before they could react, a man clad in a rain cloak leapt over the wall. He surveyed the mule in the corridor before shifting his gaze to the flickering flames within the temple hall. He then discarded the wooden stick propping the door and flung it open. As the door swung wide, 2 exquisitely understated yet impressive carriages entered, escorted by guards in sleek black attire. The carriages halted at the entrance of the temple hall, and one of the guards retrieved a wooden stool. Positioning it beneath the yoke, addressing the carriage with deference, "My lord, we have arrived." The carriage curtain lifted to reveal a nobleman of striking countenance, adorned in a robe with auspicious patterns, his head crowned with a jade cap. As Jin Yu and Zhou Shuliang observed the scene, a shared understanding of the earlier incident involving the Lin family's expulsion of beggars from the temple flickered in their minds, prompting them to regard the newcomer with caution. Should they attempt to evict them, they would have no choice but to argue their case. Fortunately, the nobleman's guards merely cast a glance their way before they proceeded to the opposite side of the temple to commence tidying up. They swept the area, laid down carpets, arranged soft couches, and even adorned the couches with cushions and tiger skins. It was indeed quite meticulous. Zhou Shuliang's family had long diverted their gaze, recognizing that these individuals appeared to possess more power and influence than the Lin family of Fengcheng, and those with such status were typically very discerning. Sometimes, a mere lingering gaze could provoke their displeasure. Thus, he sought to alert Jin Yu, only to find that she had already averted her eyes, now intently roasting the snake meat in her hands. The other 3 were equally absorbed, fixated on the pot above the fire. "How fragrant!
Can we eat now?"
One of the younger ones exclaimed. "Cousin, this place is filthy and reeking." A girl in a pink dress, descending from the carriage, shrieked in fright upon seeing Jin Yu and her companions. One might have thought she had encountered a ghost. As Zhou Shuliang worried she might find fault and demand they leave, the girl continued, her expression softening with sympathy. "Cousin, they look so pitiful, lacking even decent pots and beds." She turned to her maid beside her, instructing, "Since we've crossed paths, let's give them some clothes and food. Look at what they eat. It's far inferior to what my Ru-yi consumes." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Shuliang's face, especially upon hearing a dog bark from within the carriage. He felt a surge of frustration. Did the girl truly perceive them as beggars? The maid hesitated. "Miss, we have no extra clothing. Is that so?" The girl looked apologetically at Jin Yu and her companions, lamenting, "Then let us at least share some food." She added, "To do good deeds daily, Amitba." Jin Yu, Zhou Shuliang, and the others were taken aback. Was she truly unwell? When the maid eventually brought forth 2 bags of 20 pounds of rice, Zhou Shuliang felt an overwhelming desire to refuse. His pride felt insulted. Yet, just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jin Yu comfortably accepting the rice, thanking the maid along with Dejiang's trio. As Zhou Shuliang marveled at Jin Yu's composure, another bag of rice was already in his father's hands, who followed suit with a grateful thank you, kind stranger. Zhou Shuliang, realizing the situation, echoed his father, offering a confused glance at him as the maid departed, her demeanor haughty. Zhou's father regarded Zhou Shuliang with a resigned shake of his head, murmuring, "Nothing is more important than food, especially for them, who could not purchase provisions." No one knew what calamities lay ahead, and the more rice they had, the more secure they felt. Once the rice was cooked, Jin Yu distributed bowls, each of the four receiving one, with slightly larger portions for herself and De Jiang due to their greater appetites. In addition, she sliced 2 salted duck eggs, offering half to each, accompanied by a pot of vegetable soup and roasted snake meat. This meal was undoubtedly the most sumptuous they had enjoyed in recent times, leaving the 2 younger ones feeling quite stuffed. Having feasted, Xiao He and Xiao Chuan nestled closely together, listening to the sound of the rain outside. Jin Yu tucked them in with blankets, filling a clay pot with water. She intended to wait until the water boiled to sneak in some cold medicine. When Zhou's father had already requested Zhou Shuliang to hand him a small medicinal pouch. For preventing colds, brewing a dose will do no harm. Jin Yu accepted the pouch, observing Zhou's wife toss a similar pouch into their pot across the way before adding hers to her own. As the aroma of the medicine began to pervade the hall, the nobleman seated on the soft couch opened his eyes and gazed in their direction. Meanwhile, the young lady who had previously offered them food sat anxiously on a wooden chair beside the couch, asking, "You haven't contracted the plague, have you?" Her inquiry drew the attention of everyone in the hall towards Jin Yu. Zhou Shuliang, sensing the hostile stares directed at them, quickly waved his hands, declaring no. "We haven't tea. My father is a doctor. He merely prepared the medicine to prevent colds due to the erratic weather. It's truly just for precaution." The girl sighed in relief upon hearing this. "That's good. If you were to contract the plague, for the safety of others, we would have no choice but to sever the source of infection and cremate you." Upon hearing the phrase source of infection, Jin Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The 3 men, De Jiang, Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, huddled fearfully closer to Jin Yu when they heard the woman mention cremation. "Do not be afraid," Jin Yu reassured them, gently patting De Jiang's head. With her wooden stick, she poked the fire in front of her, urging the flames to grow higher. She observed the woman who had just uttered the threat, then turned around to engage in conversation with the man, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Initially, she found the woman's peculiar behavior intriguing, as if she were a patchwork of mismatched pieces. It dawned on her that this individual was a player. After spending so long in this world, it was her first encounter with one. In the first half of the night, Jin Yu cradled Xiao He and Xiao Chuan as they slept, while in the latter half, De Jiang took her place. Jin Yu glanced at the man sitting cross-legged on the soft couch, who was in a meditative state. After merely 2 seconds of eye contact, he suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with her. Jin Yu, unfazed by his chilling stare, calmly diverted her gaze, adjusting the blankets around De Jiang and Xiao He before adding 2 more logs to the nearby fire. She then rose and made her way toward her mule cart. The guards stationed outside the dilapidated temple instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons when they saw Jin Yu emerge. Though she appeared to be no more than 13 or 14, she emanated an undeniable sense of danger. Jin Yu paid no heed to the guards' wariness, simply carrying hay toward her mule. Chapter 62, Ancient Catastrophes and Human Misfortunes, 17. As dawn broke, the rain that had poured for many hours finally ceased. In the morning, Xiao He prepared a hearty soup of eggs and vegetable dumplings, serving each person a generous bowl, which warmed their bodies. Once the skies cleared, Xiao He and Xiao Chuan had already packed their belongings. "The ground is muddy outside. Let us wait a while longer before we depart," suggested Elder Zhou, observing Jin Yu. During their time together, he had come to realize that, despite Jin Yu's youth, she was the one in charge, and consulting her was always prudent. Jin Yu had assessed the road outside in the early morning. Unlike modern times, the ancient roads were mere dirt paths, and after a night of rain, they would undoubtedly be treacherous. Thus, she acquiesced to Elder Zhou's suggestion. They waited until noon, when the Lin family, who had fallen behind, finally caught up. At this point, Jin Yu and the Zhou family had already led their mule carts out of the temple. Upon seeing the approaching caravan, led by the Lin family, Jin Yu exchanged a glance with Zhou Shuliang. It appeared that they too had been unable to enter the previous city. However, unlike before, their group now included 3 wooden carts, alleviating the need for anyone to run alongside. After a brief glance to grasp the situation, Jin Yu urged her cart forward onto the official road. The path remained muddy but had improved since the morning. However, the recent rain had left the air considerably colder, prompting the 2 younger ones to don thin coats even within the cart. They traveled without pause until dusk, when they finally halted by the riverside. De Jiang tethered the mule cart to a tree, while Xiao He and Xiao Chuan prepared a mat and kindled a fire. Jin Yu took a makeshift wooden spear and stood atop a large rock by the riverbank. Utilizing the limited light, she deftly speared 3 fish, each roughly the length of her forearm. With each catch, Xiao Chuan and Zhou Shuliang's youngest son cheered joyfully. Lacking Jin Yu's skill, Zhou Shuliang had intended to purchase fresh meat with silver, but Jin Yu traded 1 fish for 4 bundles of herbs given by Elder Zhou the previous day. The 2 families huddled together, lighting 2 fires. Jin Yu transformed 1 fish into a fish soup for rice and grilled the other directly. She added a pinch of pepper to the soup, creating a warming, comforting dish. As they enjoyed their dinner, the sound of approaching hoofbeats echoed nearby. To their surprise, it was the same group that had shared the temple with them the previous night, accompanied by the Lin family. Wei Lixing's expression tightened upon spotting Jin Yu and the others by the boulder, surprised to encounter them once more. However, this was not entirely their fault, as Jin Yu and her group had departed first, and the others had simply caught up. Wei Lixing's guards glanced back at the disorganized crowd trailing behind them, as well as the families vying for the young master's attention, their eyes betraying a hint of annoyance. This Huang Minghong was merely a distant cousin of the young master, and it baffled them why he paid her such heed. Throughout this time, her meddlesome nature had caused them considerable trouble, not to mention the burden of the throng following behind. "Shall we shake them off, my lord?" inquired a guard, looking at Wei Lixing by the riverbank. "Let us wait a bit longer." The guard was uncertain of what their lord was anticipating, yet if he instructed them to wait, they could do naught but comply. The once tranquil riverside became bustling with the arrival of Wei Lixing and the Lin family. Jin Yu and the Zhou family continued to live their quiet lives, enjoying their meal and engaging in light conversation before eventually succumbing to rest amidst the surrounding clamor. When Jin Yu awoke in the latter half of the night, the area was enveloped in stillness. Amidst the silence, she noticed 2 tents, one large and one small, quite an indulgence. Despite her internal critique, Jin Yu resolved that once this quest concluded, she would procure several good-quality tents for her own world. Observing the 5 or 6 guards stationed around the tents, she quietly approached her mule cart to surreptitiously feed her mule. At the break of dawn, as Jin Yu listened to the sounds of coughing emanating from the densely gathered crowd, she caught 2 more fish by the river. She generously shared one with the Zhou family and prepared the other as congee to nourish De Jiang and the others. Her generosity stemmed from the fact that Elder Zhou was a physician, and in the increasingly cold weather, having a doctor nearby proved both convenient and safe. For instance, the night before, Elder Zhou had checked their pulses before they settled down to sleep. By the time Jin Yu and the Zhou family finished breakfast and packed their mule cart, the others were beginning to stir. As they commenced their own morning meal, Jin Yu and the Zhou family had already set off. Due to their smaller numbers and swift movements, they managed to distance themselves from the larger group within a day. However, 2 days later, they encountered a crossroads where hundreds of displaced individuals slowly moved forward, compelling them to slow their pace. Most of these refugees traveled with their families on foot, while those in better circumstances employed donkey carts, oxen, or, like Jin Yu, mule carts. While Jin Yu and the Zhou family appeared to be in somewhat better condition, the difference was not glaring, so the refugees merely cast them a glance before continuing on. After a brief pause, Elder Zhou treated a feverish child, allowing them to connect with one of the leaders among the displaced. Although he was referred to as a leader, he was essentially the village head of a group of refugees, and the child he had treated was his grandson. After enduring a drought last year and a locust plague this year, with barely any food left and heavy military conscription, along with rampant banditry, it seemed that heaven had truly closed off their paths to survival. Elder Zhou regarded the sorrowful village head and inquired, "Where do you plan to go?" "We aim to seek a livelihood near Yangqing. It is said that the king of the north is compassionate towards the people, and perhaps we might find a way to survive." As the village chief gazed upward at the heavens, he murmured a fervent wish, hoping that this year's weather would be more temperate, allowing for rain or snow only after their arrival near Yangcheng. Old Master Zhou, upon hearing this, exhaled a deep breath. Sharing the same hope, given his esteemed position as a physician, the Zhou family, alongside Jin Yu and her companions, had managed to blend seamlessly among the disaster-stricken populace. Yet, due to the pervasive hunger surrounding them, neither family dared indulge in any lavish fare. Their meals consisted solely of cornmeal, sweet potatoes, or potatoes. Some of the afflicted, noticing that their rations were not dissimilar to those of the Zhou family, albeit slightly more plentiful, held a measure of respect for them, largely due to old Master Zhou's status as a healer. However, there were still those who surreptitiously contemplated rummaging through Jin Yu and the Zhou family S-wagon. When two burly men attempted this, they were swiftly dispatched by Jin Yu's kick and her unwavering display of a blade, which left them visibly shaken. As night descended, Jin Yu and her companions, moving at a snail's pace, were soon overtaken by Wei Lixing's formidable entourage trailing behind them. They observed the densely packed throng ahead, frowning as they halted at the roadside. The sight of this convoy, appearing as ripe for the picking as a lamb, instantly captured the attention of all the disaster victims. Wei Lixing, with a piercing gaze fixed upon Jin Yu and her group nestled near the woods, commanded his guards to usher him towards a less crowded area. Upon dismounting from her carriage, Huang Minghong was confronted by a multitude of desperate souls, their haunting gazes sending a shiver down her spine as she swallowed hard. "Miss, I'll have the guards drive them forward," a maid suggested, having discerned her mistress's trepidation. Huang Minghong shook her head. "No, they are merely impoverished folk. Living bodhisattva. Please save my son. I can forego food, but my child has not eaten for 3 days. Without sustenance, he will surely perish." A desperate woman, cradling an infant swaddled in rags, rushed forth. Chapter 63, Ancient Calamities and Human Misfortunes, 18. The guards, having heeded Huang Minghong's earlier words, merely obstructed her advance, without drawing their weapons. The other victims stood in numb silence, awaiting the outcome for this woman. Would it be a blade or a morsel of food? Huang Minghong, maintaining her composure, glanced subtly towards Wei Lixing and then, with a gentle demeanor, addressed the distressed mother. "Please, do not kneel. To save a life is more virtuous than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. I will have someone bring you some food. Trust me, you and your son shall survive." Huang Minghong looked down upon the woman with a tone imbued with compassion, resembling the very bodhisattva she had invoked. Upon her utterance, the surrounding crowd of afflicted souls brightened with renewed hope. "Miss, please save my entire family. We have not had a proper meal in 5 or 6 days." Cried another. "Living bodhisattva, look at my son. He is nothing but skin and bones, barely breathing. My daughter is on the verge of death. Please, I implore you." The cries for help reverberated, spreading like wildfire among the crowd. Initially, the nearby guards could maintain order, but as the throng surged forward in a frenzy, they were compelled to draw their swords. When one of the desperate souls hurled a stone at a guard, a sentinel retaliated, striking the assailant down with a swift blow. Screams mingled with the cries for salvation, and Huang Minghong found herself immobilized by shock. Had it not been for the swift intervention of her guards, pulling her into their protective circle, she might have been overwhelmed by the desperate crowd. At that moment, the 20 or so guards accompanying them drew their blades, vigilantly watching the frenzied victims. Yet mere obstruction proved futile, particularly with some inciting the mob.
"Charge.
Whoever seizes the grain shall claim it," they urged. "With only a handful of them armed, they cannot withstand our numbers." Another shouted, "Why should these wealthy individuals feast while we suffer?" Driven by madness, the victims disregarded the guards' weapons, surging forward, emboldened by the sight of their fallen brethren. Wei Lixing's face darkened as he observed this chaos. While being escorted to his carriage, he noted Huang Minghong's distress as she was hurriedly shielded by her guards. "Fools," he muttered under his breath. "Master, the 2 families that were ahead of us have fled," a guard reported. Wei Lixing inhaled deeply, urging his entourage to pursue. He lowered the carriage curtain, reflecting on how he had underestimated his peculiar cousin's folly, never anticipating her to be so naive. It was evident that action could no longer be postponed. Ensure that Jia keeps a close watch on Huang Minghong. She must not perish, he commanded. Jia nodded in compliance. Meanwhile, Jin Yu, upon hearing Huang Minghong's assertion that they were merely destitute folk, promptly instructed the Zhou family to turn their wagon around and retreat in the opposite direction of Wei Leixing's advancing group. Perceiving Huang Minghong as somewhat unhinged, she prioritized their escape in anticipation of an impending riot among the victims. She doubted that they, a mere handful, could withstand the wrath of such a multitude. As she had anticipated, they had barely traveled 100 meters before the tumultuous cries of chaos erupted behind them. Zhou Shuliang, hearing the cacophony of violence, turned pale. His gaze fixed on Jin Yu, who pressed on without looking back, her resolve firm as she gripped the reins tightly. Even without the sounds of riotous upheaval behind them, Jin Yu maintained the speed of their mule cart until dusk fell, at which point they encountered a water source and finally halted to rest. Accompanying Jin Yu were not only the Zhou family but also Wei Leixing's group and Wu Chang, the captain of the Lin family, escort. Together, their combined numbers had dwindled to around 20 from nearly 150. After protecting the pale-faced old Master Zhou as he disembarked, Zhou Shuliang retrieved his younger brother, who had been ill in the carriage. It was not uncommon for a child to struggle with the bumpy journey. Even Xiao Chuan and Xiao He appeared somewhat wan, having only managed to alleviate their discomfort with a couple of sour plums. The pastries had been nearly consumed by Jin Yu and her companions, though a fair number of preserved plums remained. Observing the pallor of old Master Zhou and the younger siblings, Xiao He sought her elder sister's consent before offering 3 plums to them. As was their routine, De Jiang secured the wagon, while Xiao He prepared a bedding of straw and started a fire. Jin Yu, wielding the wooden spear she had crafted earlier, stood by the water's edge, scanning for signs of fish. Catching sight of 2 fish, she remained motionless like a statue, and as one broke the surface, she struck with deft precision, capturing 1 fish, then another until she had 4. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of feet emerging from the grass, and looking up, her gaze collided with that of a distinguished young gentleman. Noting his silence, she gathered her catch and returned to where they had kindled the fire. Jia Yi approached Wei Leixing. Master, if you wish for fish, I can catch some for you. There remained 6 days' journey to Yangqing. How much food do we have left? Wei Leixing inquired. Approximately enough for a day, Jia replied. These guards, accustomed to hardship during missions, had never before experienced hunger due to the folly of others. Moreover, it is one thing for them to endure hunger. But how could the master possibly suffer alongside them? Master, I shall go fishing, Wei Leixing declared, nodding his head, only to be met with the sharp, furious voice of a woman behind him. If you wish to be a bodhisattva, do so on your own accord. Why must you drag us into this? Our provisions have been plundered by that horde of disaster victims, and what little food we have is insufficient for our journey to Yang City. Since you are so benevolent, why not replenish our supplies? Huang Minghong felt a flicker of disdain in her eyes as she regarded the woman who was pointing and berating her. Initially, she had aimed to win the favor and faith of those disaster victims, yet to her dismay, not only did she fail to garner their faith, but she also received not a shred of goodwill. How could it be that not even a modicum of gratitude was forthcoming? She had willingly offered them food. Should they not be grateful for her generosity? Indeed, we are merely ordinary commoners, and that food is our lifeline. Exactly. You owe us. Huang Minghong glanced at the encroaching throng, instinctively shifting her gaze to the guards at her side. However, those guards did not even spare her a glance. If one were to observe closely, the irritation they harbored towards Huang Minghong was unmistakable. Our food.
Yeah.
Fearing that this living bodhisattva was about to act foolishly once more, hastily interjected, we have no food. Upon hearing Jia Er's words, Huang Minghong suddenly realized the reason for her lack of goodwill this time. Jia Er, why did you just kill that commoner? Your thoughts are truly malicious. Had you not acted decisively to slay that victim, a stone might have struck me. She not only failed to express gratitude, but also placed the blame squarely on him. Just as Jia Er contemplated whether to retort or remain silent, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted over unexpectedly. Having gone nearly a day without sustenance, their stomachs were now painfully empty, and as the rich scent of the meal permeated the air, their gazes involuntarily shifted in that direction. After a long day of travel, Jin Yu, considering the delicate appetites of the crowd, had prepared a pot of sour and spicy fish using the pickled vegetables and chili peppers bought in Fengcheng, with sweet potato rice as the staple. Zhou Nyunzi, emulating her, though lacking chili, opted for pickled vegetables to create a delightful sour fish dish. Meanwhile, Jin Yu's pot of sour and spicy fish simmered with radishes and potatoes, the broth bubbling enticingly, leaving the four transfixed. Huang Minghong, observing them feast on rice, inexplicably recalled the white rice she had previously given them. Perhaps they were eating what she had provided at the time she offered them the rice. Her intention was to garner goodwill, yet she received a mere whisper of appreciation in return. Such waste of provisions. Huang Minghong now even contemplated reclaiming those supplies, for they were nothing but ungrateful wolves. Casting a sidelong glance at her maid, they, as master and servant, understood each other's thoughts with a mere exchange of glances. The maid approached them after distributing chopsticks, saying, "Do you remember when our master generously gifted you 20 pounds of rice?" Jin Yu remained silent, while Xiao Chuan, believing the maid was attempting to seize their food, quickly defended their meal, exclaiming, "That is ours." The maid regarded Xiao Chuan with contempt, stating, "Consider it a favor from our young lady. You may now offer this pot of fish soup to her." The maid's condescending attitude not only drew the attention of Jin Yu and her companions, but also that of the Zhou family nearby.
Da Jiang,
With a fierce glint in his eyes, drew his knife, declaring that no one could take food from him and his siblings. Witnessing Da Jiang rise with a knife, the maid took a fearful step back. Meanwhile, Wu Chong and Jia Er, who were preparing to cook, turned their attention to Da Jiang, sensing his murderous aura. Big brother. Da Jiang's ferocity softened as he looked at his younger sister. Jin Yu smiled at him, saying, "Let us eat." Da Jiang resumed his seat, placing down his knife to accept the chopsticks from Xiaohe. The maid exhaled in relief, but upon realizing she had been frightened by a mere 16 or 17-year-old boy, her anger intensified. Yet before she could voice her ire, she noticed a younger boy aiming a dart directly at her. This action startled the guards, for although they shared a mutual dislike for the master and servant, they were still their own people. If the boy truly harmed her, it would be a provocation against them. Jin Yu's movement was too swift. The maid saw the gleaming dart coming her way and, her legs weakening, collapsed to the ground, unable to even let out a scream. "Xiao Feng!" Huang Minghong cried, rushing over, initially fearing she would witness the scene of Jin Yu slaying Xiao Feng. To her astonishment, she found Xiao Feng cowering in fear, while the dart had neatly bisected a nearby fly, pinning it to the ground. Huang Minghong stared in shock at Jin Yu, and Jia Er, who had rushed over, also regarded Jin Yu with trepidation upon seeing the severed fly. Jin Yu, seemingly oblivious to their reactions, smiled and remarked, "I despise having flies buzzing around while I eat. Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Jia Er looked at Jin Yu and replied, "No, we do not." "Then we shall continue our meal." Da Jiang stood up with chopsticks in hand, jogging a few steps to retrieve the dart Jin Yu had thrown. After casually wiping it on the ground, he placed it beside his younger sister, saying, "The fish is delicious." Jin Yu's previously stern demeanor softened as she smiled and replied, "If it's delicious, eat more." "Indeed." Da Jiang grinned and declared, "The fish belly is for my older brother." "Thank you." Meanwhile, after Huang Minghong returned with her maid, she was invited by Jia Yi into their newly erected tent. By now, night had completely descended. After Jin Yu and her companions had eaten their fill, Xiaohe and Xiao Chuan began to clean the pots and bowls, while Jin Yu prepared a special meal for her mule under the cover of darkness. Later that night, as Jin Yu leaned against a stone to keep watch, she suddenly heard a commotion from the tent, followed by a woman's startled cry. Jin Yu furrowed her brow, wondering what trouble was brewing now. Before long, she vaguely spotted a man and a woman, the latter resembling Huang Minghong, riding away from the riverbank. What was going on? What sort of nonsense was this? Leaving in the dead of night? Jin Yu felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. However, the rest of the night passed without incident, and the occurrences of the night seemed like mere figments of her imagination. As dawn approached, Jin Yu recalled the commotion from the previous night and made her way to the small woods across the river. While gathering firewood, she remained vigilant of her surroundings until she noticed a spot where branches had been deliberately cut. Not far from there, the ground appeared different, as if something had been buried beneath it. Jin Yu placed the collected branches aside, surveyed the quiet surroundings, and took out a shovel from her space to begin digging at the site. The corner of a white garment soon caught her eye, and with a pause in her digging, she unearthed the entire pit, revealing Huang Minghong's lifeless face in a shocking and unexpected confrontation. As Jin Yu returned to the riverbank, clutching a bundle of firewood, she observed that the bonfire before Jiang and the others appeared to have been stoked anew, blazing with vigor. She circled around the stones and cast her gaze towards the side of the fire, where the young nobleman, who should have been resting within his tent, sat amidst Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, smiling and engaged in conversation. A frown creased Jin Yu's brow at this sight, her heart racing with alarm. Though her expression remained guarded as she addressed Wei Laisheng, inquiring, "Is there something you require, my lord?" Wei Laisheng turned his gaze towards Jin Yu, and a slight smirk graced his lips as his eyes fell upon her mud-streaked feet. Dahai, where have you ventured so early in the day?" Jin Yu's attention shifted to the tearful Xiao Chuan and the timidly smiling Xiao He, before she turned to face Jia Yi, who stood behind Jiang. "There is no need for concern, Dahai. I simply found your younger siblings to be rather endearing and was moved to affection." Before Dahai could respond, Jin Yu abruptly tossed the firewood beside the bonfire. Jia Yi, mistaking her action for an assault on his master, unsheathed his blade, poised it threateningly against Jiang's neck. Jin Yu, noting the knife at Jiang's throat, turned to Wei Laisheng, remarking, "Your compassion is indeed peculiar." She then gestured towards the firewood, adding, "I assumed a person as astute as yourself would effortlessly discern my whereabouts and activities." Wei Laisheng glanced at his subordinate, and Jia Yi, trembling, retracted his weapon, stepping back. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang sprang up, positioning himself behind Jin Yu, fearfully pointing at Wei Laisheng as he lamented, "Big sister is scared. He is a villain," bullying Jiang, Xiao He, and Xiao Chuan. As Jiang trembled and clung to Jin Yu's arm, Wei Laisheng, having noted the oddity in Jiang's words, observed with intrigue, "Indeed, it seems you are the only competent one among these four siblings. One is foolish, another mute, and the youngest cannot be of much assistance, leaving it to you, or rather the girl who may not even be named Dahai, to bear the burden." Jin Yu gently patted Jiang's arm, addressing Wei Laisheng directly. "Now that you have received the answers you sought, might you consider releasing my younger siblings?" The nobleman chuckled lightly. "Do you jest? What have you to fear?" Wei Laisheng placed his hand on Xiao Chuan's shoulder, and before the latter's terrified eyes, a slender golden snake slithered from behind Xiao Chuan onto Wei Laisheng's hand. Upon witnessing the serpent, a flicker of malice crossed Jin Yu's eyes, while Xiao Chuan broke down in tears, crying, "Big sister." Xiao He, pale-faced, rose to comfort the trembling Xiao Chuan, but in the next moment, Jiang had scooped Xiao Chuan into his arms, dragging Xiao He over to Jin Yu's side. Throughout this turmoil, Jin Yu remained steadfast, her gaze fixed on Wei Laisheng. Perceiving her lack of fear, Wei Laisheng smiled. "What is this? You possess some knowledge of physiognomy?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he added, "It seems you are destined for calamity soon." With a sharp intake of breath, Wei Laisheng's guards drew their swords, pointing them menacingly at Jin Yu, cautioning her against threatening their lord. Jin Yu observed the guards with a smile. "Your lord's guards remind me of a particular idiom." The lightheartedness in Wei Laisheng's expression vanished. He did not inquire further, yet that did not prevent Jin Yu from continuing, "A startled bird. Should all the birds take flight, my lord ought to be wary of the impending calamity." Wei Laisheng tilted his head slightly. "Are you threatening me?" Jin Yu shook her head with a smile. "Perish the thought, my lord. I merely find you remarkably handsome and have developed a fondness for you." Hearing her sardonic words, Wei Laisheng's demeanor hardened. "One wonders if you have considered the safety of your siblings with such audacity." Jin Yu met his gaze, her voice calm yet laced with an undercurrent of madness. "Natural disasters and man-made catastrophes. Each day we survive is a blessing. Should you, my lord, with your privileged status, choose to act against us, it would be a fine irony indeed to have one such as yourself accompany us to our demise." Impudent.
Jia Yi gulpet nervosely.
Gripping the hilt of his sword, aghast at her audacity, Wei Laisheng studied Jin Yu intently, then resumed his smile. "Might you be familiar with the term player?" Having long suspected Wei Laisheng's involvement in Huang Minghong's demise, Jin Yu maintained an unflinching facade as he probed her. There is no need for you to employ the tactics of the elite to test me. We are but ordinary folk, lacking any extraordinary background. Wei Laisheng rubbed his fingers together, uncertain of whether to trust her words. It grows late. I shall not intrude upon your family's breakfast any longer. Jin Yu regarded Wei Laisheng as he departed, and as soon as he left, Dejiang began to complain. Big sister, he is a villain, a very great villain. He used a snake to frighten Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, a wicked scoundrel. Xiao Chuan, nestled in Jin Yu's embrace, trembled uncontrollably. Big sister, I am scared. The snake will bite, it will bite. Observing Xiao Chuan's distraught state, Jin Yu held him close, gently patting his back as his emotions seeped into her heart, fragments of fear echoing. Big sister, help me. I am scared. The snake, save me. The snake will bite me. Jin Yu's fists clenched slightly as footsteps approached. Children, let me take a look. While the Zhou family had considered intervening during Wei Laisheng's intimidation of Dejiang and the others, the sight of armed men made it clear they were no match for such powerful foes. Though they had supported Jin Yu and her siblings throughout their journey, the thought of risking their lives to save Dejiang and the others was too daunting. Thus, they could only watch helplessly, silently praying for Jin Yu's swift return. Old Master Zhou sensed that the nobleman's sudden hostility towards Jin Yu's family stemmed from something Jin Yu had unwittingly provoked. Observing the confrontation between Jin Yu and Wei Laisheng only solidified his suspicions. Understanding the Zhou family's desire to remain safe, Jin Yu expressed her gratitude for their willingness to check on Xiao Chuan after Wei Laisheng's departure. My younger brother may have been bitten by the snake. Could I trouble you, Old Master Zhou, to examine him? Nodding, Old Master Zhou first took Xiao Chuan's pulse, then, under the blanket, inspected for any signs of snakebite. After removing his clothing, he found no wounds. There are no signs of bites or poisoning, but he appears to be severely frightened and has developed a high fever. I shall prescribe. Realizing they were in the wilderness, where medicine would be scarce, he trailed off. Upon hearing Old Master Zhou's unfinished thought, Jin Yu turned to Xiao He, instructing, Go to the cart and retrieve the medicine we purchased in Fengcheng. Xiao He nodded and hurried to the cart, returning with 7 medicine packets. Old Master Zhou examined them, finally selecting 2. These 2 have similar effects. Prepare some for Xiao Chuan to drink. He should avoid further fright or exposure to cold. Given his youth, it would be best for him to recuperate properly during this time. Dejiang and Xiao He, filled with gratitude, immediately bowed to Old Master Zhou, while Jin Yu also expressed, Thank you, Grandpa Zhou. It's nothing, Old Master Zhou replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Jin Yu reassured him, It is only natural. Our family is immensely grateful for your willingness to treat my younger brother. She would never impose upon others to risk their lives for tasks beyond their own abilities. After breakfast, Jin Yu and Xiao He tidied the carriage, allowing Xiao Chuan to rest peacefully on the seat. Fortunately, Xiao Chuan was small enough to fit comfortably. The family of Jin Yu and the Zhou family proceeded first, and upon witnessing this, Jia Yi remarked to Jia Er, We must remain vigilant around our master. I fear that individual may return to launch a surprise attack. The memory of Jin Yu's earlier fierce words stirred unease within Jia Yi. Jia Er countered, Are you perhaps overthinking it? That young lady, while skilled, cannot possibly compete with our battle-hardened guards. Let us exercise caution nonetheless, Jia Yi insisted, sensing an indescribable madness in the woman's eyes. Meanwhile, as the 2 discussed their master's safety in hushed tones outside, Wei Laisheng sat within the tent, diligently writing with a brush. The characters' Holy Mother system were prominently displayed on the paper. He set down his brush and extended his right hand, where 5 strands of red faith entwined around his fingertips, a testament to the trust bestowed upon him by the citizens of Yang City and the soldiers of the Northern Town Army. As if sensing this divine energy, a small golden snake coiled around his wrist and nipped at the faith. Wei Laisheng furrowed his brow, gently flicking the snake's head with his left hand. However, the peculiar voice echoing in his mind gradually eased his tension. He gazed at the aggrieved golden snake, patiently explaining, You are still too young to consume such things. Once you have grown stronger and can bear this faith, I shall share some with you. The golden snake seemed to comprehend, affectionately nudging his fingertip. Clenching his right hand, the strands of faith vanished, and he called out, Jia Yi. Jia Yi lifted the tent flap respectfully, responding, Master. Send word to the estate and to Wujij, inquiring if there are any individuals resembling Miss Biao across the nation. Yes. Xiao Chuan remained in a deep slumber, and as Jin Yu noticed his persistent fever, she administered a dose of ibuprofen, which finally subdued it by afternoon, though he still did not awaken. Fortunately, he was able to consume a small portion of liquid food. As night approached, and everyone prepared to rest, Xiao Chuan stirred awake. He nestled into Jin Yu's embrace, perhaps haunted by the morning's shadows. Feeling as though something was crawling on him, he wanted to scratch but dared not. That evening, Xiao He prepared a pot of millet and red date porridge. Jin Yu ventured out, successfully hunting a wild rabbit and bringing back 4 small apples. The rabbit was indeed hunted, but the apples were discreetly taken from her storage space. Fortunately, the apples were green, and thus less conspicuous. Jin Yu distributed 1 apple for herself and mashed the others into fruit puree for Xiao Chuan. After consuming a bit of porridge and a small bowl of fruit puree, Xiao Chuan fell asleep again, this time less fearful than before. Jin Yu glanced at De Jiang and Xiao He, who had not eaten apples, and stated, "De Gou will keep watch during the first half of the night, and Xiao He will take the second half. Is that agreeable?" They both shook their heads in agreement, but Xiao He anxiously looked at Jin Yu, silently inquiring where she intended to go. Jin Yu patted their shoulders, assuring them, "Wait for my return." She turned to De Jiang, instructing him to protect his younger siblings. Though apprehensive about Jin Yu's absence, De Jiang nodded resolutely. Jin Yu left without concealing her intentions from the Zhou family, who were perceptive enough not to question her. She drove the carriage swiftly, deliberately separating from Wei Leixing and the others, all for the moment that awaited her that night. Retracing her steps, she took advantage of the desolate surroundings to retrieve her bicycle from her storage space. Not only that, but as she mounted the bicycle, she contemplated acquiring additional electric scooters or motorcycles for her storage once she returned to the modern realm or re-entered the contemporary scenario. As she sped along, she halted upon witnessing flames ahead, stowing her bicycle away before stealthily approaching the familiar tent. After a day's absence, she noted that 4 more guards had vanished from Wei Leixing's side. Climbing a tree to gain a vantage point, she observed the remaining supplies beside Wei Leixing's tent. With a flick of her fingers, she sent a spark racing like a meteor toward the supplies. The figure in the tree vanished, and the sound of fire erupted. Inside the tent, Wei Leixing held official documents pertaining to Yang City and the 5 border cities. Hearing the ensuing chaos outside, he furrowed his brow, recalling Jin Yu's ominous words from earlier that morning, bloodshed. A cold smirk crossed his face. He had never believed that anyone could dictate his fate.
Jia Yi, master.
Jia Yi responded, lifting the tent flap. "A supply cart has suddenly caught fire. The flames are fierce. Though we managed to extinguish it in time, the losses are severe." Wei Leixing set aside the documents, inquiring, "Are there any suspects?" Jia Yi shook his head gravely, the absence of any suspicious traces being the most distressing news. Wei Leixing observed Jia Yi rising to exit the tent, where the anxious expressions of Wu Chong and others awaited, fearful that they might be implicated in the arson, especially after the recent incident concerning their demand for supplies from Huang Minghong. Fortunately, after Wei Leixing conducted a brief investigation, he merely issued instructions before returning to the tent. As he rubbed his fingers together absently, Wei Leixing reflected that spontaneous combustion of the supplies was impossible. After all, the tent was adjacent to the supplies, with several guards stationed nearby. It was inconceivable for an assailant to approach undetected. Yet if it were a ranged attack, the supplies would have had to contain some form of fire starter or oil, but there was nothing. No trace, not even a hint of odor. While Wei Leixing pondered, he suddenly straightened, feeling a sharp object press against his back. "Who?" he inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. There were many who wished to take his life. Even after Jin Yu's earlier threats, he had not considered that the person behind him could be her. "You little beast," Wei Leixing scowled, recognizing the familiar voice and feeling a jolt of surprise as he turned, only to witness his cherished golden snake severed and falling to the ground. So, the little beast referred to it. A kitchen knife was now poised at Wei Leixing's throat, and he watched helplessly as the golden snake was crushed beneath an unassuming foot. Clenching his fist, a glint of fury ignited in his eyes. "Girl, you seek vengeance for your siblings. I merely found it displeasing. If not for Jin Yu's quick reflexes, The instant the knife descended upon Wei Leixing's back, the golden snake would have struck at her throat. Now, Jin Yu remained on high alert, uncertain of how many such snakes Wei Leixing might possess. The creature, indeed, deserved its fate for inciting her ire. Wei Leixing seemed oblivious to the blade at his throat, smiling at Jin Yu as he said, "Miss, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us." Jin Yu, disgusted by Wei Leixing's unhesitating agreement, retorted, "Sweet words hide venomous intentions." With that, she swung the knife at him without hesitation. In Chapter 67, titled Ancient Version of Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities, 22, Jin Yu's strike was decisive, however. Just as the sharp blade was a mere inch from Wei Leixing's neck, a black-scaled snake leapt from his collar, its fangs clashing against Jin Yu's knife, thwarting her attack. Yet, Jin Yu exerted all her strength. Despite the snake's peculiar ferocity, she cleaved it in two. In those fleeting 2 seconds, Wei Leixing seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a twist of his wrist, Jin Yu's blade, now corroded by the snake's venom, struck towards him once more, drawing the attention of those outside. Guards A and B lifted the tent flap and, upon witnessing Jin Yu's assault on Wei Leixing, hastily drew their own blades to intervene. However, just as they rushed forward, Jin Yu vanished from their sight, and the next moment, a knife was pressed firmly against Wei Leixing's throat. Fearing the emergence of more serpents from him, Jin Yu maintained a distance of about half a meter, a safe range to exert control. With Wei Leixing restrained, guards A and B dared not act recklessly. They considered themselves among the best in martial arts in the realm, skilled even in lightness of foot. Yet, they had failed to perceive Jin Yu's disappearance, raising the question, had her agility reached an extraordinary level? Indeed, the implications of this realization did not escape Wei Leixing. However, contemplating the situation yielded no immediate solutions. For Jin Yu did not play by conventional rules. Unlike other assassins who might negotiate, her intent to eliminate him was unequivocal. When the blade hovered above his neck once more, he instinctively raised his hand to block it. To his surprise, the anticipated pain never arrived. Turning his head, he beheld Jin Yu staring in shock at his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered that the so-called lines of faith in his grasp had remarkably withstood her attack. Jin Yu, equally astonished, noted the numerous golden fingers adorning her hands. While some were rendered unusable due to dimensional restrictions, she still possessed 4 or 5 operational ones. Yet none could compare to the extraordinary phenomenon occurring with Wei Leixing's current abilities. Jin Yu was certain that Wei Leixing was a native of this realm, implying he had slain Huang Minghong and seized her golden fingers. What had once been ineffective in Huang Minghong's possession now wielded unprecedented power in Wei Leixing's hands. Seizing the moment, as Jin Yu momentarily faltered, he manipulated the lines of faith to propel her backward. She stumbled several paces, her right leg bracing against a pole within the tent, preventing her from tumbling out entirely. At that instant, Jin Yu regarded Wei Leixing with palpable wariness. The moment their hands had met, she had distinctly heard the 3 words echoing in his mind. Lines of faith. The golden fingers had been ineffectual in Huang Minghong's hands due to her lack of faith. She had merely played the part of a flawed saint striving for recognition. But why did Wei Leixing possess such formidable faith? Guards A and B exchanged bewildered glances, curious about the newfound item in their master's possession. However, the pressing matter remained. The blade was still at their master's throat. Why, then, was she merely being instructed to leave? Surely, their master could not intend to let her go. Wei Leixing, observing Jin Yu's unwavering gaze, commanded, "You two leave." Guards A and B gaped in disbelief. "Master, we cannot. Do not make me repeat myself." Clenching their fists, they ultimately acquiesced, stepping out of the tent while leaving the flap open, ensuring they could rush back in at a moment's notice. They were astute enough to retain that precaution. Once the flap was lowered, they retreated 10 paces. "Master?" Guard A could no longer contain himself. "How can we leave your safety in jeopardy? This is a military order." Upon hearing those 4 words, Guard A fell silent, reluctantly complying as he lowered the flap and withdrew 10 paces with the other guards. Jin Yu retracted her leg, observing the knife, now corroded by snake venom, casually discarded on the table beside Wei Leixing. Wei Leixing acknowledged that Jin Yu's earlier action had startled him, but he skillfully concealed his reaction. "Missed his eye?" May we sit down and converse properly now? Jin Yu remained standing in the center of the tent, fixedly regarding Wei Leixing. Miss Dazai, would you like to know what this is? As he spoke, Wei Leixing extended his right hand, revealing the 5 robust lines of faith once more. Jin Yu furrowed her brow at the sight. Wei Leixing, observing her expression, smiled. I understand that Miss Dazai's martial prowess is remarkable. Yet no one is averse to becoming even stronger. Jin Yu's gaze remained on him, encouraging him to continue. Miss Dazai, you may recall that I asked you a question this morning. Are you a player? Wei Leixing scrutinized Jin Yu, ensuring he did not miss any subtle shifts in her demeanor. Yet, she maintained an impassive facade, her cold gaze fixed upon him, as if assessing what he might say next. I did not pose that question frivolously. I have encountered something extraordinarily peculiar, which has led me to harbor a misunderstanding regarding you, Miss Dazai. However, as the heir to the Prince of the Northern Borders, I am not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Wei Leixing deliberately revealed his identity, yet he discerned no flicker of reaction from Jin Yu's expression. This individual proved to be more elusive than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Jin Yu pondered that if he were indeed the heir to the Prince of the Northern Borders, she could surmise the source of Wei Leixing's potent faith. The royal family had historically defended the northern frontier against foreign incursions, earning deep respect from the soldiers and civilians alike. If I truly intended to harm your sister-in-law, you would not see them alive. As Wei Leixing's words fell, he observed Jin Yu launch a dart from her hand, which struck the head of the golden snake that should have perished. She smiled at him, remarking, a bit difficult to kill. Wei Leixing contemplated, suspecting that Jin Yu was displeased at being threatened, yet he had no proof to substantiate his suspicion. Nevertheless, the small golden creature had miraculously survived. Thoughtfully, Wei Leixing rubbed the hand that had summoned the lines of faith. Could it be that this power from the so-called saintly system possessed the ability to resurrect? In Chapter 68, titled Ancient Version of Natural Disasters and Man-Made Calamities, 23, both Wei Leixing and Jin Yu sensed the anomaly of the lines of faith. This golden finger was indeed formidable. For a fleeting moment, Jin Yu contemplated murder and theft. However, she quickly realized that even if this golden finger were in her possession, it would likely become an even more burdensome liability than it had been in Huang Minghong's hands. Jin Yu is a person who prefers to avoid meddling in others' affairs, and thus, the prospect of earning the faith of others seems nearly impossible in her current situation. Conversely, Wei Leixing commands the trust of the people and soldiers of the northern region. Jin Yu finds herself unable to deliver a decisive blow to Wei Leixing, and the advantage she possesses is not as significant as she had hoped. Thus, she must contemplate her next course of action. Fortunately, the present circumstances indicate that Wei Leixing is more inclined to recruit her than to eliminate her. I am aware that Miss Dazai possesses exceptional martial prowess, yet it is likely that no one would refuse the opportunity to grow stronger. Jin Yu observes Wei Leixing, who remains silent. I believe a transaction could be beneficial,
she suggests.
Wei Leixing smiles at Jin Yu, remarking that the malevolent spirit that has taken possession of my cousin's body is not the only one of its kind. I can assure you that when I next encounter such a spirit, the opportunity to execute it will be yours. Listening to Wei Leixing's words, Jin Yu responds, I am not one to indiscriminately take innocent lives. How could they be innocent? Wei Leixing retorts, these spirits, who emerge from the shadows, proclaim themselves as players, arrogantly believing themselves to be saviors. A glint of murderous intent flashes in Wei Leixing's eyes as he recalls Huang Minghong's earlier words. They wish to treat our world as their playground, as invaders. Should we not eliminate these foes to protect our homeland? I cannot stand idly by while these malevolent spirits destroy our world at their whim. Therefore, should I identify any player, I will act swiftly to eliminate them. Jin Yu's eyes flicker at his declaration. Noticing her subtle reaction, Wei Leixing misinterprets it as agreement and continues, I wonder how many such invaders will come to our world. Acquiring that so-called golden finger of theirs is merely an act of self-preservation. Wouldn't you agree? Jin Yu ponders the fate awaiting those who view NPCs as mere fools. Whether it be Teacher Yang from the first instance, the doctor from the last, or Wei Leixing in this current scenario, they are not foolish and do not adhere to a fixed NPC mold. Rather, they resemble genuine, living beings. Suddenly, Jin Yu finds herself questioning the nature of these instances and the so-called NPCs, even doubting the game itself. What if, as Wei Lixing suggested, they truly are invaders from the instance world? Her thoughts drift further, contemplating the possibility of her own world becoming a testing ground for these players. Wei Lixing observes Jin Yu lost in contemplation, believing he has struck a chord within her. Through their recent interactions, it has become evident that this young lady, known as Dahai, is deeply caring and protective of her siblings. Had it not been for his earlier threat against her family, she would not have revealed herself. This has led Wei Lixing to conclude that Jin Yu is not a player, after all. His so-called cousin Huang Minghong holds a profound disdain for her father's multiple marriages and shows a blatant disrespect towards her mother, spouting nonsensical ideas about feudal remnants and the lack of democracy and freedom. She is vastly different from her previous cousin, a proper young lady, even in a fevered state, would not suddenly become crude and rude. In contrast, this individual interacts harmoniously with her siblings and maintains decent relationships with those around her. Most importantly, she lacks the unspoken sense of superiority exuded by Huang Minghong, an air of condescension, as if viewing others as mere ants. With natural disasters becoming increasingly frequent and Yang City remaining relatively stable, Wei Lixing offers, "If Miss Dahai is willing, you may accompany us back to Yang City. I shall provide protection for your family." Jin Yu regards Wei Lixing's earnest expression with skepticism. This man is adaptable and shrewd. She is uncertain how long Huang Minghong has been in this world, or how long it took for Wei Lixing to discover her. But the fact that he extracted information about players from Huang Minghong and acted promptly to seek out more players is something she cannot ignore. "I cannot believe that a favored scion would let me off so easily after being threatened." Noticing Jin Yu's apprehension, Wei Lixing reassures her. "Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. I have always welcomed martial experts and extraordinary individuals to join my Wuji pavilion." "Not interested. I merely wish for my family's survival," Jin Yu replies. Realizing that time is of the essence and unable to eliminate Wei Lixing, she decides to disengage from him. "Give me a swift horse, and I require 500 taels of silver." As 500 taels is a substantial sum, Jin Yu is unable to stash it away under Wei Lixing's watchful gaze, so she requests a modest amount. "Since you are so unconcerned with the particulars, I assume you will allow me to depart." Wei Lixing rubs his thumb thoughtfully. He certainly does not want Jin Yu to leave, as he either desires to eliminate her or bend her to his will. However, after careful consideration, he realizes Jin Yu cannot harm him for the time being.
Yet,
she is formidable, and his men are no match for her. Noticing their earlier direction and conversation seem to lead towards Yang City, he concludes it would be more advantageous to facilitate her departure. "Of course," he replies. When he retrieves the silver, Jin Yu discreetly conceals a dart in her palm, prepared for any treachery. Thankfully, Wei Lixing proves trustworthy, presenting 500 taels in silver, along with 2 500-tael banknotes and additionally, a token inscribed with the character for Wei. This token grants her unrestricted passage within the northern region. Jin Yu accepts everything, observing Wei Lixing. "I see that your forehead is broad and your mind is accommodating. I suspect good fortune will soon find you. This can be considered my gift to you," Jin Yu muses, her words whimsical, yet grounded in reason. With a golden finger, so befitting his status, surely good fortune must be on the horizon. Wei Lixing's heart stirs. Could she truly be a disciple of some reclusive master? Jin Yu departs stealthily, yet confidently, leaving Jia Yi and Jia Er nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. How brazen! They wonder why their young master does not detain her, why he offers her money and respectfully sees her off.
why?
Unbothered by their ire, Jin Yu rides a well-fed steed, swiftly returning to their resting place. Indeed, this horse far outpaces her bicycle. Upon returning, Jin Yu promptly prepares the mule cart, taking advantage of the night to continue their journey. After consulting with Elder Zhou, he agrees to depart with her. Jin Yu feels as though she has returned from a troublesome ordeal. She fears that if her family does not leave, they may become targets for those seeking to trouble her. Throughout the latter part of the night and into the following day, Jin Yu and her companions press on, only daring to rest as night falls again. 2 days later, at a fork in the road, Jin Yu decides to part ways with the Zhou family. Elder Zhou gazes at her in confusion. "Aren't you heading to Yang City?" Jin Yu shakes her head, after some consideration. We find Yang City too vast and difficult to settle in. Thus, we plan to seek refuge in a nearby village. Elder Zhou, recalling Jin Yu's earlier conflict with Wei Lixing, reluctantly nods in agreement. He advises her, once we reach Yang City, we will register at De Jitang. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek us out there. Jin Yu smiled and nodded, parting ways with the old Zhou patriarch. De Jiang gazed at the departing figure of the old man, puzzled, and inquired, Sister, where are we headed? Yang City, she replied. Chapter 69, Ancient Version of Natural and Man-Made Disasters, 24. Although they intended to go to Yang City, Jin Yu did not set off immediately. First, she visited the nearby small towns, selling the fine horses she had procured from Wei Lixing for 50 taels of silver. After spending 2 days in a small town, she dressed herself, Xiao He, and Xiao Chuan in women's attire and transformed her and De Jiang's appearances to seem more mature. Disguising themselves as a family of 4 on their way to Yang City. The city walls of Yang City were imposing and robust, with soldiers clad in black armor patrolling at the gates, wielding long blades, instilling a sense of intimidation. Aside from the citizens entering and exiting, there were no signs of refugees at the city gates. As the 4 stood in line to enter the city, the gatekeepers appeared to be searching for someone. When it was their turn, seeing a family consisting of 1 man and 3 women, they allowed them to pass after collecting the entrance fee. Jin Yu was uncertain whether the soldiers at the gate were sent by Wei Lixing to find her. However, she understood that taking precautions was always prudent. After settling into a small rented courtyard in Yang City, snowflakes began to fall gracefully from the sky. It was only mid-October, and even in previous years, snowfall would not occur until November. This year, however, the snowfall came too early and was excessively heavy, causing widespread anxiety among the populace. As Jin Yu busily prepared supplies for the winter with De Jiang and the others, whispers of a snow disaster breaking out in the surrounding villages reached her ears. If it were merely the nearby villages affected, it could be managed, but rumors suggested that conditions beyond the borders were even worse. There were fears that the Turks and Huns might invade. As these concerns were voiced, the expressions of those nearby turned grim. My home is outside Yang City. Unlike the heavily guarded city, with its towering walls. What will we do if they truly invade, burning and pillaging? One man exclaimed. What are you so worried about? Will the northern town prince just stand by? Another replied loudly. As long as the northern town prince is present, we will never allow our northern folk to be slaughtered. We must have faith in him. Indeed, the northern town prince's army of 100,000 is not mere talk. They are seasoned warriors forged in battle. Yes. You can rest easy. Jin Yu observed the townsfolk, brimming with confidence in the northern town prince, as she returned home with the cart laden with provisions. Their newly rented courtyard was located in the southern part of Yang City, an area primarily inhabited by ordinary citizens and craftsmen. In contrast, the eastern part of Yang City housed the northern town prince's residence and various officials, while the western part was occupied by the affluent. And the northern part was home to scholars and merchants. Having spent over 2 months in Yang City, Jin Yu and her companions had largely adapted to life there. Aside from the frigid weather, the snow disaster outside, and the skyrocketing grain prices within the city, they found little discomfort. De Jiang had even become an apprentice to a neighboring stonemason. Xiao He was apprenticing with Wu Xionyang, and Xiao Chuan had been sent to an academy, leaving Jin Yu to enjoy her solitude at home. Unbeknownst to Jin Yu, the Zhou family was being sought by Wei Lixing, who was searching nearby villages for news of her whereabouts. Although she had arrived in Yang City, she had no intention of seeking out the Zhou patriarch's family. Additionally, she had heard vague rumors about the northern town prince's recent apprehension of a group of spies, but whether these spies were players remained a mystery to her. Each day unfolded like a set routine. She would rise early for an hour of morning exercise, have breakfast, and see De Jiang and the others off. In the morning, Jin Yu would familiarize herself with her training regimen, dine out at noon while gathering information about the current affairs, and continue her training in the afternoon. Even though life appeared devoid of immediate threats, she never allowed herself to grow complacent. In December, the stonemason's business dwindled, and De Jiang returned home. By mid-December, after 2 weeks of relentless snowfall, Yang City seemed isolated from the world. Xiao He ceased her visits to the embroidery workshop and returned home. Toward the end of December, students at the academy continuously requested leave, many falling ill, until even the teacher succumbed to illness, prompting Xiao Chuan's return. Upon returning home, De Jiang and the others spent their days either self-studying their crafts and reading or shoveling snow, occasionally engaging in rare conversations with their neighbors. One day, when De Jiang returned with a broom, his expression was not quite right. Xiao He added some coal to the fire and glanced at her brother, who was surreptitiously observing Jin Yu. "If you have something to say, just say it," Jin Yu remarked without raising her head, tending to the roasted sweet potatoes on the stove. "Sister, mother, I saw her." De Jiang's statement prompted all three to look at him in surprise. Xiao He and Xiao Chuan's faces displayed astonishment, while Jin Yu questioned, "You mean you saw her?"
De Jiang nodded.
"Did you recognize her?"
De Jiang shook his head.
Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, relieved for reasons they did not fully comprehend, did not wish to reunite with their mother, though it may seem unfilial to admit. They felt their current life was satisfactory and did not want to return to days of hunger. "Brother," De Jiang's nose turned red as he sat by the stove, looking at his younger siblings before finally turning to Jin Yu. "I will listen to my sister." De Jiang was aware that others labeled him a fool and recognized his own lack of cleverness. He thought that since he was not bright, he would do well to heed the wise counsel of others. Following Jin Yu's guidance would not lead him astray.
Jin Yu regarded De Jiang,
who looked at her with unwavering trust and said, "I need to clarify something with you all. Initially, she was the one who sold me." Turning to Xiao He and Xiao Chuan, she continued, "If you wish to seek her out, I will not impede you, but I will not go looking for her, nor will I acknowledge her." Jin Yu intended to warn them not to disclose the events of this period to their mother, but before she could finish, all three shook their heads in unison. Xiao Chuan, echoing De Jiang, declared, "We want to be with our sister." Jin Yu smiled at their resolute agreement. "Very well. Where did you encounter her?" De Jiang replied, "At my master's home, by the gravestone." Jin Yu nodded and advised the three, for the time being, refrain from going out. "Let's stay indoors for the winter." Jin Yu was not afraid of the original mother. She merely felt that if her presence was discovered, along with the fact that she had brought De Jiang and the others to this place and that they were living well, it would lead to complications. She did not wish for her current life to be disrupted. However, life does not always unfold according to one's desires. A week after they learned that the original mother was also in Yang City, government officials paid them a visit, enforcing conscription on behalf of the northern town prince. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu stood frozen in shock. Men over the age of 15 were mandated to enlist. The soldiers looked at Jin Yu and stated, "Of course. If you do not wish to serve, you may pay a fee." Without hesitation, Jin Yu replied, "We will pay." Chapter 70. Ancient Version of Natural and Man-Made Disasters, 25. The cost for one head was 50 taels of silver, a considerable sum, but if one wished to avoid conscription, payment was necessary. Many in the southern city could afford such a sum, yet the majority opted for enlistment. Another month passed, and Jin Yu heard news from outside that the northern town prince had led 100,000 troops into battle against the Turks, Huns, and Khitans beyond the borders, suffering heavy casualties, prompting another round of conscription in the northern territories. This time, the price for conscription had risen to 100 taels. The number of families capable of mustering funds has dwindled significantly. Most households are compelled to enlist every male once he reaches the age of 15, even if he is the sole son. The unrelenting snowfall and the chaos of war have left the citizens of Yang City in a state of perpetual anxiety. When news reached them of the northern king's demise on the battlefield, pandemonium erupted within the city. Initially, the nobility fled southward, followed swiftly by a mutiny at the northern king's residence in the eastern city. The insurrection occurred under the cover of night. Jin Yu was roused by the frenzied barking of dogs, followed by the incessant sounds of slaughter and pillage that reached her ears. Quickly, she yanked De Jiang and the others to their feet, hiding Xiao He and Xiao Chuan in the cellar beneath the kitchen, while she and De Jiang, armed with a knife, cautiously ventured out. Although the southern city had its share of assailants, they were few in number, and Jin Yu and De Jiang did not hesitate to eliminate them upon encounter. By the light of the moon, Jin Yu examined the bodies strewn on the ground. Their attire was clearly not that of the city's common folk, indicating they belonged to the Huns or Turks, as previously mentioned by the townspeople. After a sleepless night, Jin Yu and De Jiang stood guard with their knives at the entrance of their home. It was only the following day, when soldiers began to clear the streets of corpses, that Jin Yu learned of the betrayal. Some within the military had conspired with the Huns to open the city gates, resulting in catastrophic losses for both the eastern and western cities, with the northern city also suffering collateral damage. The southern city, primarily inhabited by commoners lacking wealth, experienced fewer incursions. The fact remained that the northern king had perished and the entire Yang city, or rather the northern frontier, had fallen under the control of the northern king's heir, Wei Laisheng. On his very first day in command, he had the heads of the treasonous generals displayed at the city gate, and those captured from the invading Huns and Turks were subjected to the gruesome punishment of being torn apart by horses at noon. Jin Yu did not attend the spectacle, but could hear the deafening cheers from her home. With the gates tightly bolted and the doors securely closed, De Jiang and the others gazed at Jin Yu, who sat silently before the hearth. "Sister, are we still moving?" Xiao Chuan inquired, leaning against Xiao He. Both Xiao He and De Jiang turned their eyes towards Jin Yu, who could see their reluctance to move again after finally finding some semblance of stability. Jin Yu regarded them and declared, "We shall not relocate. It is far too cold outside, and with the heavy snow, migrating now would only result in frostbite along the way." Recalling the notices she had seen on the streets and the piles of corpses, as well as the expressions on De Jiang and the others' faces, she continued, "I will take you to a safer place." Wei Laisheng had been unable to locate Jin Yu and was on the verge of giving up when she unexpectedly sought him out. As he beheld Jin Yu, clad in male attire, he greeted her, "Mr. Hai, it has been a while." Wei Laisheng, adorned in black tiger-patterned armor and a black headband, exuded an air of coldness and menace, a stark contrast to his former noble demeanor. "I come to propose a transaction," he stated. As Xiao Chuan busied himself packing, he glanced at his elder sister. "Where are we moving to?" "To the eastern city," Jin Yu replied. Xiao He turned to her, perplexed. If she recalled correctly, the eastern city housed officials and the northern king's residence. How could they, mere commoners, possibly go there? De Jiang and Xiao Chuan did not dwell on it. Whatever Jin Yu decided, they would follow. Jin Yu, noticing Xiao He's confusion, explained, "I will be assisting the heir of the northern king. Residing in the eastern city will provide you with support and ensure your safety." Jin Yu was not one to wait passively for the authorities to come knocking for conscription. Nor did she wish to remain at home, anxious about potential incursions by the Huns or other external enemies. Instead, she preferred to take the initiative. As long as Yang City remained unbroken, Wei Laisheng would look after De Jiang and the others, and being close to him would afford her immediate access to vital information about the world. Moreover, the duration of this quest was a year, and she did not wish to spend it hiding within the confines of her home. She yearned for self-improvement and personal growth. For Jin Yu, danger was not confined to the realms of the quest. In reality, the cross-quest bounty issued by Dr. N and the watchful eyes of unknown organizations loomed over her like a specter. Surviving the quest was one option, but Jin Yu aspired to become stronger. After settling De Jiang and the others in the eastern city, she provided them with 500 taels of silver and entrusted the more responsible Xiao He with their care before following Jia Yi, who had awaited her outside the courtyard, to the northern king's residence. Along the way, Jia Yi cast several glances at Jin Yu, yet she remained oblivious to his attention. Upon reaching the northern king's residence, Jia Yi did not escort Jin Yu to the main courtyard but led her to a side courtyard, entering through a decorative mountain, navigating a long tunnel, twisting down staircases, and arriving at a water dungeon. As they entered, a foul, decaying odor assaulted Jin Yu's senses, causing her to instinctively wrinkle her nose. Noticing her reaction, Jia Yi remarked, "The stench is mild now. It becomes unbearable in summer." Jin Yu glanced at Jia Yi but continued onward. Wei Laisheng awaited her at the entrance of the water dungeon, clad in a white cotton robe. Had one only observed him without regard for his surroundings, one might mistake him for a scholar or a bookseller. Upon seeing Jin Yu, he waved Jia Yi away and, once they were alone, asked, "Do you recall what I told you previously?" Jin Yu looked at him, puzzled. "I mentioned that if you were willing to stay by my side, I would grant you the opportunity to eliminate another player once I found one," thereby seizing his golden finger. Jin Yu's gaze shifted to the two men partially submerged in the water dungeon. "Are they players?" she inquired incredulously. In this ancient setting, devoid of cameras, telephones, or videos, how had Wei Laisheng managed to identify two players so swiftly? Wei Laisheng chuckled. "Indeed, they're players. Finding players is no easy task. I utilized my connections throughout the nation and managed to locate only 3. He pointed to one of the taller men, smiling as he continued. This fellow, Fu Su Zhenren, claims to summon thunder and lightning. He has established a modest kingdom on Chongming Mountain, attracting followers while spouting nonsense about divine right to rule. I suspect he harbors treasonous intentions. As he spoke, Wei Lixing extended his hand, and a vine materialized, tightening around the man's neck, compelling him to look at Wei Lixing. When I captured him, he had already pilfered half of the supplies from the northern camp, he said through gritted teeth. However, out of a desire to maintain goodwill, he refrained from choking him to death, retracting the vine. Jin Yu observed the vine, contemplating that Wei Lixing likely possessed at least 2 golden fingers. Wei Lixing, acutely aware of Jin Yu's gaze, had focused his attention on her since her entrance. He sought to further verify her identity. Which one will you kill? He inquired. The ability to summon thunder and lightning is formidable, he added, his expression chilling. Yet I choose the Hun, Jin Yu declared. Wei Lixing raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized her.
Why?
Those who are not of my kin harbor different intentions, she replied. Wei Lixing zutzgled. Yet both are not of my race. Jin Yu met his gaze firmly, stating, I only trust what I see. Her meaning was unequivocal. The notion of players was merely Wei Lixing's narrative. She was but an ordinary commoner, and the Huns, having repeatedly violated the borders and slaughtered her fellow citizens, were an affront she could not abide. Jin Yu gazed at the nearly lifeless player in the water prison and continued, I am not a person of grand ambitions. I merely wish to live in peace with my family. After uttering these words, Jin Yu turned her gaze to Wei Lixing. We have been fleeing for far too long. After enduring so much, we finally found a semblance of stability in Yang City, and I do not wish for anyone to jeopardize that. This was also the reason why I chose to ally with you. Jin Yu looked at Wei Lixing with determination. The citizens of Yang City speak of the northern town prince's mansion as the guardian of the north, the backbone of the region. I cannot allow this backbone to crumble and crush us, the common folk who only seek to survive. Young master, I must be candid with you. I sought you out not out of faith in you, but out of trust in the northern town prince's mansion, which shields them from the storms of life. Your choice is commendable. Wei Lixing's eyes gleamed with pride, and he regarded Jin Yu with newfound sincerity. Her words echoed her unwavering concern for her family, consistent with her earlier demeanor. Indeed, the players who ventured into this world they deemed inferior all yearned to stir the winds of fate to prove their uniqueness. Who among them would quietly suffer alongside their families while fleeing? Wei Lixing stepped forward, brandishing a knife, and offered the hilt to Jin Yu with a smile. As you wish. Jin Yu took the knife, her eyes not directly meeting Wei Lixing's, yet she could sense his unwavering gaze upon her. She raised the long knife, and under the desperate eyes of the player clad in Xiongnu attire, she unhesitatingly severed his neck. Watching her act with such ruthless efficiency, Wei Lixing cast aside his remaining doubts. To dispose of a player so decisively, she must not be one of their kind. Welcome to the northern town prince's mansion.
Die.
Jin Yu performed a gesture reminiscent of one she had witnessed earlier, acknowledging her honor in serving the young master. Wei Lixing's smile widened. Let me see your golden finger. Jin Yu lifted her head and casually drew a circle in the air with her right hand. Wei Lixing, observing the golden circle before him, inquired, where is the other exit? At the entrance of the northern town prince's mansion, Jin Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Wei Lixing pointed at the long knife in Jin Yu's hand. She handed the knife to him, and he tossed the bloodied blade into the circle. With a clap of his hands, a man clad in a black robe and a face obscured by a mask emerged from the darkness. The moment the man appeared, Jin Yu instinctively felt the urge to conjure a weapon but restrained herself. While entering the water prison, she had taken care to survey her surroundings but had not detected the presence of others within. At this moment, she was grateful that she had not underestimated Wei Lixing. Otherwise, her survival today would have been uncertain. Ding Yi, go take a look, Wei Lixing instructed the man.
Yes.
The shadow guard named Ding Yi departed, and Wei Lixing turned to Jin Yu. Can this golden finger transport people? Jin Yu glanced at the lifeless man in the water prison and replied, I can currently maintain a circle of this size for 2/4 of an hour. Saying this, She took a nearby candle and tossed it into the center of the circle, slicing it in half. She regarded Wei Lixing. It may be possible, but I advise against it. Wei Lixing nodded slightly upon witnessing this. It appeared that his ambition to transport tens of thousands of troops to launch a surprise attack on the strongholds of Xiongnu and the Turks was unfeasible. The circle created by that player is larger than yours, and the duration seems to be longer, Wei Lixing observed curiously. After all, the golden finger was not his, and he could only gauge its capabilities through Jin Yu's words. Feigning innocence, Jin Yu replied, I have just acquired this golden finger, as you have seen, and I am not yet well versed in its functions. The abilities of the golden finger may vary from person to person. Wei Lixing recalled the effects of the Holy Mother system on himself and Huang Minghong and nodded. However, I will train diligently. Perhaps before long, I will be able to achieve what he can. Very well. At this moment, Jia Yi arrived, exclaiming, Master, I found it at the entrance of the courtyard. Wei Lixing looked at the sword he had just discarded and smiled at Jin Yu. Are there any requirements for the exit? It requires prior acquaintance. Without having seen it, one cannot envision it, thus cannot establish the exit. All right, then tonight you shall accompany General Fong to raid the Xiongnu main camp and bring back provisions for me. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his gaze. If you cannot retrieve them, then incinerate everything. Understood. After emerging from the water prison, Jin Yu was subsequently escorted by Jia Yi to General Fong. For the sake of military convenience, Jia Yi did not disclose Jin Yu's identity as a female, merely stating that she was a remarkable individual sought by the young master. The young master of the northern town had long held a fascination for extraordinary individuals and rare beasts, a fact well known throughout the northern territories. Thus, when Jin Yu presented herself before General Fong, demonstrating her ability to conjure circles and transport provisions, it did not provoke any turmoil among the soldiers present. While accompanying General Fong on the raid of the Xiongnu main camp, Jin Yu observed that both the general and his troops harbored a fervent faith and admiration for Wei Lixing, the young master of the northern town, or rather, for the northern town prince's mansion itself. One peculiar detail that struck Jin Yu was the atmosphere surrounding the northern town prince's mansion and the army, which seemed unchanged despite the recent death of the northern town prince. It was as if they were entirely oblivious to the tragedy. Yet, news had spread throughout Yang City. How could they possibly remain uninformed? Unless the northern town prince had not perished at all. As night fell, Jin Yu and her companions concealed themselves on the northern flank of the Xiongnu encampment, lying amidst the tall, dry grass. Jin Yu observed as the once bustling Xiongnu camp fell silent, save for the sounds of patrols, until the moon reached its zenith and a profound stillness enveloped the night. Finally, she heard General Fong's command to initiate the raid. General Fong led the majority of the troops to ambush the Xiongnu forces from the front, while Jin Yu was directed toward the tent where provisions were stored. After swiftly dispatching the guards of the supplies, Jin Yu raised her hand to draw a circle. However, the circle she conjured only shimmered with golden stars, failing to solidify or breach the spatial confines. The nearby soldiers and Jin Yu were momentarily bewildered by the sight, but Jin Yu quickly reacted, drawing another circle, which manifested as a complete and enlarged golden ring before the astonished onlookers. Chapter 72, Ancient Catastrophes and Man-Made Disasters, 27. Wei Lixing had stood in the side courtyard with the soldiers from the northern town prince's mansion for quite some time, just as he began to frown. Fearing that General Fong's ambush had failed or that Jin Yu might have fled, a golden circle finally materialized in the center of the courtyard. Wei Lixing exhaled a breath of relief upon witnessing the bags of grain being ejected. Although the timing was later than he had anticipated, the quantity of provisions exceeded his expectations by double. Jin Yu had not only retrieved the provisions previously discarded, but had also secured additional supplies. Knowing that General Fong and his men would likely return by dawn, Wei Lixing took a brief rest in the main hall. Upon receiving word that General Fong and Jin Yu sought an audience, he immediately donned his silver fox cloak and made his way to the front courtyard study. As soon as they met, General Fong promptly addressed Wei Lixing, Young master, we have fulfilled our mission. While General Fong detailed the outcomes and casualties of the raid, Jin Yu stood quietly to the side, awaiting the conclusion of their discussion. After General Fong departed, Jin Yu turned her attention to Wei Lixing. The transportation of supplies took an hour longer than I had anticipated. Wei Lixing fixed his intense gaze upon Jin Yu, expecting her to provide a satisfactory explanation. "Your Highness," Jin Yu began, "the teleportation distance of the Golden Finger has deviated. Initially, I designated the agreed-upon side courtyard as the exit. However," Jin Yu looked at Wei Leixing and continued, "the granary of the Xiongnu and the side courtyard exceeded the teleportation range, making it impossible to draw the teleportation circle. I was compelled to select a more discreet location from our route, repeating this process 5 times before finally establishing the connection to the side courtyard." Wei Leixing's brow furrowed tightly. This unforeseen complication had not crossed their minds. Yet, considering that Jin Yu had only received the Golden Finger shortly before the mission, her ability to adapt so swiftly was commendable. Jin Yu continued, "Your Highness, I suspect that a significant portion of the grain transported by the Xiongnu may not have left the northern borders." Wei Leixing's eyes brightened. "Currently, my maximum teleportation range is 30 miles. Given that the individual in question has possessed the Golden Finger longer than I, their range could be greater. We might use the location where the grain was initially lost as an anchor point to search for the supplies. Perhaps the grain has yet to be transported away." Wei Leixing nodded, observing Jin Yu's pale countenance. "Well done. You should rest now." "Yes, Your Highness." After Jin Yu departed, Wei Leixing summoned General Fong and called upon a soldier who had been accompanying Jin Yu to inquire about the circumstances during her transportation. Upon confirming that Jin Yu's account aligned perfectly with what General Fong and the soldier reported, he nodded in approval. It was unclear whether Wei Leixing genuinely believed Jin Yu, but her subsequent days at the Northern King's residence saw her closely aligned with General Fong, her status nearly equal to his. Moreover, Jin Yu finally understood why the Northern King's residence and the Northern Army displayed no sorrow over the Northern King's death. It turned out he had only sustained severe injuries and had not perished. However, after the festival, the Northern King passed away, and Wei Leixing, who had completely taken control of the Northern Territories and the Northern Army, ascended as the new Northern King. Jin Yu's recent days in the military were quite prosperous. She not only formed a deep bond with General Fong but also became highly sought after among the troops. There was no denying her exceptional capabilities. She followed orders, charged into battle, and was adept at relocating supplies and personnel. Indeed, after months of practical training, Jin Yu had mastered the space transfer Golden Finger, which had become the most proficient among her abilities, and she wielded it with remarkable finesse. For instance, during a recent surprise attack on the Xiongnu royal residence, she emptied their storeroom. Jin Yu was not one to act selflessly, while she transferred supplies to the designated location agreed upon with General Fong. She also discreetly diverted some to her own space. It could be said that this Golden Finger was a remarkable tool for plunder. As Jin Yu skillfully manipulated her Golden Finger, she watched as the game panel displayed the upgrade of her space transferability from C to B through her relentless efforts. This revelation brought her immense delight, confirming that her Golden Finger could indeed be enhanced through her own diligence. With only a week remaining until the year's end, Wei Leixing dispatched Jin Yu once more to the Khitan region. Over the past 6 months, both Jin Yu and Wei Leixing had garnered infamy among the Xiongnu and Turkic tribes, particularly Jin Yu, who frequently operated on the front lines. They were unable to capture her, and each time, they could only watch in frustration as she vanished with their goods. Consequently, multiple assassination orders targeting Jin Yu were issued throughout the Northern Territories and various tribes, to the point where she eventually became indifferent to hearing the words assassination order. Jin Yu's space transferability had now expanded to encompass an area sufficient for 2 individuals to pass through, with the teleportation range increasing from 30 to 60 miles, and the duration of her ability extending from 15 minutes to half an hour. Her rapid progress commanded Wei Leixing's utmost attention. Even though he recognized her impressive skills, he still assigned 2 shadow guards, Ding Yi and Ding Er, to protect her, though this was also intended as a precautionary measure. Jin Yu had become exceedingly important to him, and in his desire to keep her close, Wei Leixing even contemplated marriage. Unfortunately, his father had already arranged for him to wed Princess Qingning otherwise. Jin Yu sensed Wei Leixing's underlying intentions. Thus, before heading to Khitan, she discreetly shared a few words with Xiaohe during a meeting with De Jiang and the others. Upon hearing her words, Xiaohe felt a wave of anxiety and considered advising her elder sister to escape to their hometown if things turned dire. However, when she thought of the servants and guards sent by the Northern King to protect them, she gradually dismissed this notion. Xiao He was acutely aware that the three of them were pawns in the Northern King's control over their elder sister. At this moment, she could only nod at her sister, assuring her that she would remember her words. Jin Yu, observing the eager expressions of De Jiang and the others, sighed and shared a final meal with them, saying live well, "Elder sister, big sister." Jin Yu said no more, picking up her knife and turning to leave. As Jin Yu followed the advancing troops, Wei Leixing instructed Jia Yi to keep a vigilant watch over De Jiang and the others at all times. For some reason, he had been feeling restless of late. He could not pinpoint the source of his unease and could only prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. The Northern Army's advance was remarkably smooth, and after 6 days, Jin Yu once again led a raiding party towards the location of Khitan's grain supplies. However, due to a leak in military intelligence, the site had been intentionally revealed as a decoy by the Khitan, resulting in Jin Yu and her team falling into an ambush as soon as they entered. According to soldiers who narrowly escaped, Jin Yu valiantly launched a signal flare to alert the Northern Army of the ambush, igniting the haystacks and tents in a desperate attempt to take the enemy down with her. When the news of Jin Yu's sacrifice reached the Northern Army's main tent, Wei Leixing, who had been discussing military matters with his generals, crushed the cup in his hand.
Impossible.
Investigate again. Chapter 73, Ancient Disasters and Calamities, 28. Regardless of how many times they investigated, the fact of Jin Yu's demise in the Inferno could not be altered. In the days following Jin Yu's sacrifice, a heavy gloom descended upon the entire Northern Army. Wei Leixing, seething with frustration, retaliated fiercely against the Khitan, driving them back to their homeland and instilling fear in them that would last at least a decade. The Northern Army returned victorious, and the entire northern region rejoiced. Although the old Northern King had passed, the new one proved to be even more formidable, managing to repel the combined forces of the Xiongnu, Khitan, and Turkic tribes within a mere 6 months, even capturing numerous slaves. In stark contrast to the jubilance of the townsfolk, De Jiang and the others were initially in disbelief upon receiving the news of Jin Yu's death, followed by a devastating outburst of tears. Among the 4 siblings, Jin Yu had undoubtedly been their pillar of support, both materially and spiritually. Her sudden absence left them utterly unmoored. Despite the victory and the accolades from the court, Wei Leixing found no joy in his triumph. The moment he learned of Jin Yu's death, his face had not once borne a smile. Jia Er, standing outside the study, glanced at Jia Yi and whispered, "Could it be that the prince truly fell for Mr. Hai?" Jia Yi shot him a disapproving look and replied, "Is that love? It's the loss of a vital general. Wouldn't you feel the same?" He cast a furtive glance at the closed door of the study and added, "You should consider when our string of victories began. It was all because of Mr. Hai. Indeed, the prince currently desires to stand in defiance against the court. However, he has yet to reveal his intentions, and with his trump card lost, can he not feel anger?" Jia Er, deep in thought, nodded in agreement, as if acknowledging the reasonableness of the statement. In the study, Wei Leixing gazed at Ding Yi, who then spoke, "Are you truly willing to watch her perish in the flames?" Ding Yi, looking at his master who had asked the question for the 10th time, patiently replied, after realizing she had been deceived. The young lady was exceedingly agitated. Nonetheless, she followed your orders, first firing a distress signal and subsequently setting the granary ablaze. Yet, curiously, the fire initially ignited only on the right side, and when Ding Er and I attempted to rescue her, flames erupted around us as well. Did you ascertain who set the fire? Ding Er shook his head, noting the crowd at the scene made it difficult to discern. Wei Leixing's countenance darkened as he queried, "Has the retrieval party returned?" "Not yet," Ding Yi replied just as Jia Yi's voice resonated from outside the study. "Your Highness, Mr. Hai's siblings wish to seek an audience." Wei Leixing paused, his hand ceasing its rhythmic tapping on the table. Perhaps they might possess some knowledge. "Allow them to enter," he commanded. Upon their entrance, the 3 siblings bore swollen eyes from weeping, with Dajiang clutching Xiaohua's arm, insisting on finding their elder sister. Xiaochuan's sobs rendered him speechless, leaving only Xiaohua to communicate. Albeit she was mute, Xiaohua gently patted Xiaochuan's back, calming him slightly before addressing Wei Leixing. "Your Highness, where is my elder sister's body?" Wei Leixing scrutinized the 3 pairs of eyes before him, yearning to unearth even the faintest glimmer of hope regarding Jin Yu's survival. Yet, all he discerned was sorrow, confusion, and fear. The siblings were woefully transparent. A mere glance was sufficient for Wei Lixing to perceive their ignorance. Still en route, he stated, losing the desire to converse further. Your sister sacrificed herself for the Northern Expeditionary Army. I shall fulfill my prior promise to her and care for you for the rest of your lives. Xiaohuan nudged Xiaochuan once more. Your Highness, we wish to take our sister's ashes back home. At this declaration, Wei Lixing's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Xiaohua. The latter, intimidated by Wei Lixing's piercing stare, swallowed hard and gestured. This is my sister's wish. Wei Lixing examined Xiaohua with a mix of scrutiny and annoyance before dismissively waving his hand. As you wish. See them off. Yes. Once alone in the study, Wei Lixing extended his hand, the faith within him manifesting as crimson flames of belief. This represented the faith of the entire northern region, and even the neighboring populace and soldiers. Wei Lixing had discovered that this faith allowed him to disregard certain laws of the universe, such as, no one could harm him. Once desire emerged, it proved difficult to extinguish. Jia Yi's earlier words were not without merit. In a nation besieged by natural calamities and human misfortunes, with war rampant, Wei Lixing pondered, if the emperor remained inactive, why should he not seize the opportunity to take his place? Moreover, he was eager to witness what it would be like to possess the faith of an entire nation. He yearned to reshuffle the players within the realm, seeking out all participants to eliminate and claim their power. Since these players could manifest within their world, there must exist a means for them to depart. He wished to explore the world teeming with players, to uncover whether it was indeed the realm of the divine they spoke of. However, all of Wei Lixing's ambitions and thoughts were postponed following Jin Yu's demise. He scoured both domestic and foreign lands, managing to locate only 5 players, with himself possessing 3 golden fingers, granting one to Jin Yu and another to a loyal soldier. Yet, the soldier's golden finger merely augmented his combat prowess to protect Wei Lixing. No one, not even Wei Lixing, could achieve the battlefield-changing feats that Jin Yu's golden finger could. Regret coursed through Wei Lixing for bestowing that golden finger upon Jin Yu. Had he not, he would not find himself in this isolated predicament. Wei Lixing's gaze darkened as he fixed it upon the military order on the table. You had better be dead. Your Highness. Wei Lixing turned toward the door. The retrieval party has returned. Allow him to enter. Additionally, Jia Yi added from outside. As we were escorting Dajiang and the others away, a woman rushed out, claiming to be their biological mother. Wei Lixing raised his eyes slightly. Detain her. Yes. Upon the soldiers responsible for retrieving Jin Yu's remains entering, they chanced upon Wei Lixing, who was feeding a large serpent with raw meat in a basin of water. Have you found Dahai's body? Wei Lixing inquired, crushing the raw meat into a pulp that fell into the serpent's maw. How can you be certain that is indeed Dahai's body? By gender and bone age. The soldiers looked at Wei Lixing and continued. We also discovered something rather peculiar. What is it? The granary was burned. Aside from a small amount of tung oil in the corner, we found no traces of ignition or any other scent of oil. As if it had simply ignited spontaneously. As Wei Lixing spoke, he suddenly seized the serpent's head. It writhed in struggle, yet for reasons unknown. It dared not bite him. An incredulous laughter erupted. I knew it. Yet, Wei Lixing's laughter faded, his smile vanishing. He recalled the moment when Jin Yu had first attempted to kill him by burning his supplies, then unable to find any source of ignition. Bring in Dahai's biological mother. Wei Lixing cast the serpent back into the basin, cleansed his hands, and approached the center of the study, the fury of having been deceived gradually igniting his very core. Though he had mentally prepared himself, hearing the woman declare that her eldest daughter had never possessed any martial skills and was exceedingly timid caused Wei Lixing to involuntarily smash the nearby water basin. As the serpent emerged, the woman's shriek pierced the air. Wei Lixing glared at her, gritting his teeth. A player. She is also a player. Chapter 74. Stealing and Deceiving. Congratulations, Player I Lu, for successfully completing the challenge of natural disasters and human misfortunes. Ancient Edition. Congratulations, Player I Lu, for receiving the honorary title of Master of Stealing and Deceiving and Most Wanted Criminal. Jin Yu, does this wretched system even know how to name things? What does stealing and deceiving even mean? How have I become the most wanted criminal? Moreover, what connection do these titles and honors have with one another? Congratulations, player I Lu, for acquiring the cilantro golden finger. Jin Yu, in a fit of frustration, opened her character panel. Player ID 99999 Player nickname I Lu. Player golden fingers 1 home A. 2 spatial transfer B. 3 armory C. 4 gold element materialization D. 5 mind reading D. 6 fire control D.
7. Teleportation E. 8. Weapon Vault E.
Player honors, cursed by the Mad Doctor, I am a good mother, Dr. Anne's wrath, cold-blooded bodyguard, master of stealing and deceiving, most wanted criminal. Player items, none. Player attributes, health, 61-100. Strength, 30-100. Agility, 32-100. Jin Yu allocated all 4 points earned from clearing the level to agility. Player attributes, life, 61-100. Strength, 30-100. Agility, 36-100. After finishing, Jin Yu surveyed the pitch-black bedroom and promptly closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep. She slept deeply. And, upon awakening the next day, it was already past noon. Lacking the motivation to cook, Jin Yu ordered a copious serving of spicy hot pot. As she ate, she browsed through gaming forums. Despite the considerable number of players in Wandering Blue Star Project, few, like Jin Yu, frequently ventured into the dungeon world. Most players only re-entered the dungeon when the 10-day deadline loomed, unable to procrastinate any longer. Thus, as Jin Yu skimmed through various experience posts on the forum, she merely glanced over them without much thought. Flipping through the experience post of the heir apparent of the red flag, she found nothing particularly striking and decided to aimlessly wander through the forum instead. The consequence of her aimless browsing was the discovery of dubious honorific titles following her ID, Sneaky Thief and Most Wanted. Consequently, in addition to the murderous impression she had previously left on others, she now bore the reputation of a nefarious villain. Jin Yu gazed helplessly at those words before promptly shutting the gaming forum. Let them say what they will. All she could do was keep her identity concealed. After finishing her meal and taking a shower, she waited until the afternoon sun was less intense before meeting Li Weiwei to continue practicing driving. Jin Yu, experienced behind the wheel, maneuvered with ease. In contrast, Li Weiwei was a genuine novice, berated mercilessly by the instructor, her eyes reddening with the threat of tears. Instructor, we're going uphill. Should I press the gas? She asked anxiously. The instructor, gripping the safety belt tightly, glared at Li Weiwei through gritted teeth.
No.
I'll get out and push you. Upon hearing this, Li Weiwei inadvertently released the brake, causing the car to lurch backward. The instructor's voice rang out in panic. Are you foolish? Can't you hear me? Step on the gas. Okay. Flustered, Li Weiwei fumbled, while Jin Yu secured her seatbelt, gripping the overhead handle with both hands. Little did Jin Yu anticipate that one day she might not perish in the dungeon but rather face peril on the road due to Li Weiwei's driving practice. Instructor. There's a police officer ahead. Should I stop?
Li iyice yeklaymet, her panik palpable.
What's the matter? Do you have a record? Just go through the green light. She whimpered, finally passing through the green light. As they neared the end, Li Weiwei, sniffling, turned to the three-wheeled vehicle blocking her path, leaned out the window, and politely implored, could you please move aside? Her voice was barely audible. You need to speak up. The instructor remarked sarcastically. Oblivious, Li Weiwei raised her voice. Please move. I need to get my car through. The three-wheeler glanced at Li Weiwei and then, under the gazes of the three, moved aside. Finally, a moment of relief washed over Li Weiwei, her mood slightly lifting as the instructor's voice floated in from the side.
Li Weiwei.
Yes, instructor? She replied, casting a fearful glance at him. When you buy a car, ask if you can get it cheaper without a horn.
Huh?
Can I really do that? Li Weiwei asked earnestly. The instructor, exhaling a deep sigh as he gazed at her innocent expression, lamented, Of course not. Then why didn't you honk the horn? Li Weiwei's lips quivered in fright. Could she confess that she had forgotten? Ultimately, during the reverse parking attempt, she tried 3 times before nearly abandoning her seat. Instructor.
I'm sorry.
I'm terrible at reversing. The instructor took a deep breath and looked at her. It's not your fault. I drew the lines too narrowly. Grateful for the instructor's understanding, Li Weiwei offered. It's okay, instructor. You can redraw them if you'd like. The instructor merely chuckled in disbelief. Unaware, Li Weiwei turned around to see Jin Yu releasing her grip from the door handle, stating, Weiwei, I think we should practice separately from now on.
Why?
Because you haven't had enough of living. The instructor, exasperated with Li Weiwei, unbuckled his seatbelt and shouted, Get out of the car. In these times, earning a living was indeed arduous. Perhaps he should be thankful that Li Weiwei hadn't driven him into a wall. Li Weiwei, looking dejected, stepped out of the car. The moment Jin Yu's feet touched the ground, she felt a surge of life return to her. The sensation of entrusting her life to another was utterly dreadful. Jin Yu. As she and Li Weiwei exited the car, preparing to head to the resting area, they noticed two individuals clad in black sportswear waiting by the driving school entrance. Jin Yu immediately recognized one of them as someone who had previously accompanied the police in searching her home. He appeared to be affiliated with a superhuman organization. Approaching the two men with her backpack, Jin Yu noted they seemed to have been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Li Weiwei, one of the men remarked with a hint of exasperation, Girls don't necessarily need to learn to drive. Li Weiwei's cheeks flushed at his words as she retorted, I'm just not familiar yet. I'll get the hang of it soon. The man seemed poised to continue, but Li Hongjun turned to Jin Yu and said, Jin Yu, how about we give you a ride home? Chapter 75. Vanishing into thin air. Jin Yu looked at Li Hongjun, puzzled. Is there something else you wish to ask, officer? Li Hongjun, reflecting on Jin Yu's recent actions, still bore lingering doubts. Some things are better discussed at your home, he suggested, glancing at the surrounding learners. This isn't the right place for conversation.
Li Weiwei.
Sensing something unusual about Li Hongjun and his companion compared to the police she usually saw, clutched Jin Yu's arm. How about I come with you? Without hesitation. Jin Yu declined. It's all right. This uncle indeed came with the police last time. They seem to be colleagues. Jin Yu then earnestly advised Li Weiwei, reflect on today as driving experience on your way home. Let us meet at our usual spot tomorrow. Li Weiwei's face turned crimson as she replied, Don't worry. I promise I won't be like today. Jin Yu teased, You said the same yesterday. Li Weiwei shot Jin Yu a glare. Had she really said that yesterday? Nevertheless, she acquiesced. If Jin Yu insisted she had said so, then she had. One must have an adjustment period. I will definitely reverse park perfectly tomorrow. Jin Yu smiled. Great. I believe you are the best.
I'll take my leave now.
All right. As Jin Yu entered the car, the driver, without needing to be told the destination, seemed to navigate the route to Jin Yu's home as if he had done so countless times before. When Jin Yu and Li Hongjun ascended the stairs, the unfamiliar man instinctively glanced at the concealed camera in the corridor. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Jin Yu caught it. So, they had indeed installed this camera? Upon entering her home, Devour fluttered to Jin Yu's shoulder. Xiaobao, welcome home. We're back. Tang Peng gazed at the parrot perched on Jin Yu's shoulder, marveling, Your parrot possesses quite an extensive vocabulary. When the conversation turned to Devour, Jin Yu merely nodded slightly, affectionately stroking Devour's head. Devour then flew to a chair beside her, gripping the backrest while casting a curious glance at Li Hongjun and Tang Peng. A fleeting sense of unease washed over Tang Peng as he noticed the parrot's unwavering stare. It was peculiar. He pondered, what could the two uncles possibly want from him? Everything he knew had already been conveyed to the police. Li Hongjun turned his attention to Jin Yu, inquiring, Since our last visit to your home, have you noticed anything unusual? Jin Yu feigned contemplation before shaking her head, responding no. Think carefully, Li Hongjun insisted earnestly. Jin Yu looked at him with a complex expression. Admitting, to be honest, I find you quite strange. Li Hongjun and Tang Peng exchanged glances, bewildered. My father is not a criminal. He merely participated in the game's design. Yet, you make him seem akin to a wanted fugitive, Jin Yu expressed, her tone tinged with discontent. Or perhaps, since the game has gone bankrupt and the company absconded with the funds, you're seeking my father, who has passed away and cannot escape your inquiries. Li Hongjun regarded Jin Yu intently, stating, In a sense, you are correct.
Huh?
The headquarters of the Wandering Blue Planet project has lost all traces of its personnel. Aside from a few key creators who vanished in a car accident years ago, the remaining staff seem to have evaporated without a trace. Among the employees of the Wandering Blue Planet project, some, like your father, were local staff from our homeland, while others hailed from abroad, all of whom can be accounted for. However, Li Hongjuan's gaze intensified as he added, there exists a portion of the employees with no discernible background or documentation. As if they materialized from thin air to join the Wandering Blue Planet project. Did your father ever mention anything about this? Upon hearing Li Hongjuan's words about the emergence of many individuals unconnected to their world, Jin Yu's heart sank. She found herself unable to suppress thoughts of Wei Lishan's previous remarks, that players in his world were intruders. What about these enigmatic individuals, now present in their realm? What motivated them to design this game? To unveil it? What were their true intentions behind it? Li Hongjun was taken aback by how much Jin Yu deduced from his brief comments, maintaining his gaze upon her. Do you remember anything? He probed. Jin Yu contemplated momentarily before responding. I recall that the design process of the Wandering Blue Planet project was fraught with difficulties. My father often worked late at the company during that time, coming home infrequently, which led to several arguments between my parents. Her tone grew somber as she recalled those painful memories. Tang Peng, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young girl, thought perhaps his superior's suspicions were unfounded. What period are you referring to? He inquired, noting Li Hongjuan's persistent questioning. 2 months prior to my parents' passing, they began to argue frequently, Jin Yu replied, blinking back tears as her hands curled into fists on the table. Do you remember the content of their disputes? Li Hongjuan's eyes were fixed on Jin Yu, anxious not to miss a single detail. It was undoubtedly because my father was too busy with work to spend time with us. At this point, Jin Yu suddenly turned to Li Hongjun, asserting, Uncle, I've also done some research on relevant information during this time. What authority do you have to question me so thoroughly? Am I obliged to clarify everything for you? Her demeanor shifted to one of defiance, evidently triggered by the recollection of her past sorrows. After my parents' car accident. Jin Yu choked back tears as she addressed the 2 men before her.
I've said all I need to say.
The police have already searched my home, even going through my computer. I have no further comments to make. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to prepare dinner. With that, she stood, signaling her desire for them to depart. Tang Peng observed his superior's stern expression, which had brought Jin Yu close to tears, and interjected, Young student, you've misunderstood. We are part of an official psychic organization, and we have come here too. Jin Yu furrowed her brow, realizing, so you are not the police. While we are not, we do share certain affiliations.
Tang Peng began.
If you are not the police, why are you masquerading as such? What are you truly after? Jin Yu stepped back, grabbing her phone as she declared, I'm calling the police officer who visited last time. We shall take our leave, Li Hongjun said, rising to place a business card on the table. This is our department's card. Should you encounter any issues you cannot resolve or if you seek assistance, do not hesitate to contact us. Jin Yu glanced at the card inscribed with official psychic organization before addressing Li Hongjun and his companion, please. Chapter 76, Live Broadcast. The Hunger Games 1. Once Li Hongjun and Tang Peng departed, all emotions vanished from Jin Yu's face in an instant. She meticulously inspected every corner of the space they had occupied, ensuring no surveillance or recording devices remained, before finally exhaling in relief as she sank into the sofa. The situation had grown more intricate than she had anticipated. If their world was indeed a replica. Yet, their world appeared entirely normal, devoid of any apocalyptic signs. No, the global warming, greenhouse effect, typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme heat, and droughts had indeed intensified in recent years. But they were nowhere near the catastrophic levels depicted in apocalyptic scenarios. Was it possible they were being lulled into complacency, like frogs in boiling water? On one hand, Jin Yu felt she might be overthinking, yet on the other, she sensed her concerns were valid. Her gaze fell upon the business card left by Li Hongjun. They were indeed an official organization, possessing information far exceeding her own. Should she join them? Jin Yu contemplated the black card, flipping it over before summoning Da Bao to follow her upstairs. The number of posts in the gaming forum continued to swell, yet the player count dwindled steadily. As she scrolled through the latest entries, she noted the familiar usernames of several individuals, such as Successor of the Red Flag, Aesthetic Theory, and Child of Light, while many others she once recognized had vanished. Whether they had gone silent or had been wiped out by the game's failure remained uncertain. As she continued browsing, a new notification suddenly emerged. Breaking news. Due to the positive results of the internal testing for the Wandering Blue Planet project, an additional 300 000 player slots will reopen on July 1st. Notice: internal maintenance and upgrades will occur in 12 hours, with the project reopening on July 1st. The announcement sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire forum. Jin Yu regarded the two messages with a deepened gaze. Had they not claimed there was no one left at the game headquarters? Who would conduct the upgrades and maintenance, and who orchestrated it all? The first to post in the forum was none other than the soon-to-be forum moderator, the successor of the red flag. Everyone. The reopening of player slots is temporarily unrelated to us, but existing players should begin entering the replica as soon as possible. The heir to the red flag. Players have a mere 10 days of safety, and with only 7 days remaining until July 1st. It is believed that most players will need to enter the instance now to secure this safety period. The heir to the red flag. Of course, newly emerged players need not concern themselves. However, with the influx of new players on July 1st, the game will undergo an upgrade. So, it is always beneficial to practice more. Introduction to Aesthetics. I initially intended to wait until 2 days later, when the 10-day period has elapsed, to enter the instance. But it seems I must proceed now. Jin Yu glanced at the ever-increasing new messages, closed the forum, and prepared to enter the new instance. The nature and rules of the upgraded instance remain unknown, so Jin Yu wished to capitalize on her current understanding of the instance and gain more experience. Naturally, this was contingent upon her physical and mental state permitting. Before entering the instance this time, Jin Yu hesitated for a considerable time between the C-level and B-level instances. After pondering for 10 seconds, she chose the B-level instance, Live, the Hunger Games. Having honed her skills in the C-level instance for a while, it was time for her to challenge the B-level instance. When Jin Yu regained consciousness, she was jolted awake by an intense beam of light. She attempted to open her eyes, but the harsh, white light stung her vision. Additionally, the raucous music and the enthusiastic voice of the host penetrated her ears. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 6th Hunger Games, the Battle of Kings. As autumn graces us, with the fragrance of osmanthus in the air, how could a season of harvest be complete without a bloody and ruthless Hunger Game? Only those who conquer the Hunger Games will share in the bountiful feasts of our Federation's main district. Only the spectators who bet correctly on the champions will possess the finest land for next year, the plumpest seeds, and the most lavish rewards. Are you prepared for the 6th Hunger Games? The Battle of Kings? The roar of the crowd surged towards Jin Yu like a tsunami. And as the blinding light finally dimmed, she discovered that she and 99 others stood on a small island resembling a lake center. Surrounding the lake were tiers of spectators adorned in various colors, seemingly representing different regions and identities. Although Jin Yu could not discern the faces of those in the stands, she could hear their frenzied cheers and applause. The faces of the contestants, however, were projected through holograms above the island, radiating 10 images like a launch point across the surroundings. Utilizing these holographic displays, Jin Yu was able to observe her fellow competitors clearly. To describe them, the contestants appeared to be between the ages of 16 and 26, clad in garments of varied colors, styles, and materials. Jin Yu, at this moment, embodied a girl with delicate features, alabaster skin, and long, lustrous black hair, appearing to be around 18 years of age. Among the 100 participants, only 4 shared her hair color, while the others sported a plethora of hues, leaving one to wonder if they were dyed or naturally occurring. As Jin Yu was observing, a flamboyantly dressed man with swirling blonde hair passionately announced from above, "Now, let us welcome the contestants from Federation District A, known as the Sons of the Empire." To introduce themselves, there were 7 individuals dubbed the Sons of the Empire, 4 males and 3 females, all approximately 18 years old, distinguished by their fiery red hair. The holographic display made it clear that these representatives from District A exuded arrogance, almost as if they were looking down their noses at others. Although it was termed a self-introduction, it resembled more of a declaration of victory. Each contestant strived to captivate the audience and potential sponsors, seeking to garner their support. As Jin Yu observed the introductions, she noted a few competitors who appeared to be out of sorts, had their names not been called by the host. She might have been as lost as they were regarding her own identity. However, judging by their demeanor, they were undoubtedly players. While all contestants participated in the Hunger Games, a clear hierarchy was evident, as by the time it was Jin Yu's turn, the audience's noise had significantly diminished, and even the host's voice had lost much of its vigor. It seemed that the further down the list one went, the lesser their origins, and the more likely they were to be cannon fodder in this competition. The 99th contestant is Kintar from the Nameless Star. A small, bee-like camera buzzed in front of Jin Yu. She stepped forward and addressed the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Kintar, the sole victor of the 6th Hunger Games, the Battle of Kings." Chapter 77. Live. The Hunger Games, 2. A lowly individual from an obscure star dares to speak such bold words. Indeed, while it is true that only one can triumph in the Hunger Games, it is inconceivable that it could ever be her. Yet, if she did not speak thus, how could she hope to capture the attention of sponsors? Without their interest, she would be doomed to failure. Although the Hunger Games are a closed-off competition, to enhance its appeal, spectators and sponsors can send various resources to the contestants, including but not limited to food, medicine, and weapons. Once they place their bets, neither audience nor sponsors can alter their stakes, and the outcome directly affects their chances for the finest land and seeds in the following year, a significant temptation for a federation increasingly plagued by soil pollution. Thus, their chosen stakes must lead to victory. Consequently, a cooperative relationship exists between contestants and sponsors. Some entrants voluntarily join the Hunger Games rather than being selected. The other contestants on the island cast hostile glares at Jin Yu after her declaration. They regarded her with animosity, but did not see her as a rival. Regardless of her grandiose claims, it was well known that contestants from Nameless Stars lacked strength, and they had no need to waste energy on such fodder. Once the game commenced, it would be simple to eliminate her. Jin Yu could not hear the audience's discussions about her, nor was she affected by the disdainful murmurs of her fellow contestants. In fact, she regarded the hovering little camera before her and inquired, "May I place a bet?" The camera tilted its head in a human-like fashion, and the host, who was floating above, looked intrigued, saying, "This is the first time in the Hunger Games that a contestant has expressed a desire to place a bet. For the sake of fairness in this competition, let us contact the organizer of this event, Mr. Hollowitz." Hollowitz appeared to be around 40, with a striking mane of golden red hair. With a smile, he remarked, "Rules are meant to be broken. I permit contestants to place bets, as long as you are willing to gamble with your life." Jin Yu gazed at the screen displaying Hollowitz's malicious and mocking smile, replying, "I stand corrected. I wish to place a bet." The host, Jourdain, floated down from the air, positioning himself diagonally above Jin Yu. "Miss Kintar, as I understand it, you are currently penniless." Jin Yu's expression momentarily stiffened. Although the pause was brief, it did not escape Jourdain's keen observation. He smirked in delight. The next moment, Jin Yu, standing not far from him, boldly stated, "Sir, may I borrow some money from the future champion?" Jourdain's smile was frozen upon his face, as he arched his wavy brow, seemingly perplexed by an auditory anomaly in his ears. How could anyone be so shameless? "What did you say?" he inquired. "Sir, I observe that your complexion is radiant. It appears you may soon come into a substantial fortune." Jourdain's eyes blinked momentarily, uncertain whether to believe the whimsical words of Jin Yu. "I haven't borrowed much. Just give me what you have." Jin Yu extended her palm, oblivious to the names of currencies in this world, deeming this the most prudent approach. Jourdain's eyes twinkled with amusement as he replied, "Miss Jintal is truly intriguing." With that, he did not confirm nor deny, but ascended vertically in his flying apparatus, just as he was about to return to his usual spot. Jin Yu's heartfelt thank you reached his ears. The aircraft tilted, and Jourdain struggled to regain stability. Had he agreed? Had he indeed? Oh well. Let it be regarded as an agreement. The exhilarating music surged once more, and Jourdain, in exaggerated delight, waved his arms in sync with the melody, retracting them as the music faded. The newly upgraded arena presented an environment more perilous than before, with wilder beasts and even more unexpected rewards. Jourdain raised his microphone high, deliberately modulating his tone, first lowering it before elevating it again, his voice dripping with temptation as he addressed the contestants. "Within this arena, all is unclaimed. A coexistence of slaughter and treasure, plunder and opportunity. The horn of hunger has sounded. The month-long Hunger Games, a battle for supremacy, commences now." As the host's voice concluded, an even more tumultuous clamor erupted. Standing beside Jin Yu was contestant number 100. "Have they forgotten me? My declaration is merely to die in style." Before Jin Yu could comprehend how the game began, she felt her platform descending, or rather, all contestants were sinking in their respective spots. As they descended to a point where the ground was no longer visible, darkness enveloped Jin Yu's vision. She concentrated flames at her fingertips, compressing them to the size of a grain of rice, using her other fingers to shield them. Though it did not illuminate her surroundings, it provided her with an immense sense of security. Perched on the continually descending platform, Jin Yu endured the oppressive darkness and silence until, half an hour later, the platform beneath her vanished, and she plummeted onto the rooftop of a derelict skyscraper. Just as she landed, her peripheral vision caught a glint of silver shooting towards her. Instinctively, she dodged, and a straight silver feathered arrow struck the very spot where she had just landed. Jin Yu concealed herself against the wall at the rooftop entrance. Eyeing the sharp, glimmering arrow, she exhaled slowly, pushing a nearby battered punching bag outward. At that moment, another arrow was loosed. Jin Yu swiftly pinpointed its trajectory, releasing her own silver projectile, which struck the archer dead against the railing of an adjacent platform, silencing him instantly. Even so, Jin Yu dared not lower her guard. Hiding in a concealed corner, observing her surroundings, the skies were overcast. The vast metropolis, a skeleton of rebar and concrete, lay silent upon the earth, akin to a colossal beast stripped of life. The ominous gloom was punctuated by sporadic lightning. She needed to find a way indoors. The door leading from the rooftop into the building was locked from the outside, remaining immovable regardless of her attempts. With no alternatives, Jin Yu tethered herself to a rope, securing the other end to the railing of the rooftop, and kicked through the glass to enter the building. Fortune favored her as she crashed through the window into the grand lobby of the top floor. The expansive area was sparsely furnished, featuring only a minimalist reception desk and a grand, gilded door. The door was ajar, and Jin Yu approached to push it open, revealing a luxurious yet dusty office. Jin Yu's live stream audience numbered 36. Now I understand her audacity. It seems she possesses a stroke of luck. If I'm not mistaken, this is the former branch of Longxing Technology in the city of Xiaoyao. No wonder it was built so extravagantly. Such grandeur is futile. The organizers would not place supply crates in such a location. Look, that dark-haired creature seems to have discovered a treasure. Chapter 78, Livestream, The Hunger Games 3. Upon seeing the familiar insignia before her, Jin Yu's instinct outpaced her thoughts, and she reached for the drawer. However, it required a password. She tentatively entered the code associated with her father's work, and to her astonishment, the drawer opened. Yet, rather than elation, a chill ran down her arm as she beheld the contents within. She had stumbled upon the design documents for the Wandering Blue Star project, the very initiative her father had dedicated himself to at his company. The emblem depicted two crossed wheat sheaves cradling a blue orb that resembled both a planet and water. What connection did this instance have with her father's company, and how did it relate to her own world? Jin Yu swallowed hard and opened the drawer. Inside lay a stack of documents, a remarkably ancient key, and a golden wheat sheaf encasing a rounded blue gemstone, reminiscent of her father's company's insignia. Holding the bracelet in her left palm, she felt a prick from the wheat sheaf before she could examine her arm. Just as she attempted to lift the bracelet to inspect her injury, the two metallic bands akin to wheat sheaves autonomously fastened themselves around her wrist. Furthermore, at the moment of binding, a beam of light projected from the blue gem. The screen displayed, Longxing Technology Space Bracelet 001 at your service. Please name your space bracelet. Jin Yu was awestruck by the advanced technology. This realm had developed a spatial bracelet. The live stream audience dwindled to 19. What the hell? How did this unknown star acquire an exclusive space bracelet from Longxing Technology? Damn it, I'm envious. What do you suppose the area of this space bracelet is? Judging by its appearance, at least 10 square meters. Jin Yu could not see the barrage of comments, but after naming her space bracelet wheat, she activated it. Upon perceiving the dimensions of the space, she swallowed hard. Oh heavens! For the first time, her luck seemed boundless. Once the bracelet was secured to Jin Yu's wrist, she realized that each wheat grain represented a separate space, each the size of 2 football fields. Counting the wheat sheaves, there were 2, each containing 12 grains, with 2 grains filled with items unknown to Jin Yu. This indicated that the spatial bracelet had a previous owner who, for reasons unknown, could not return or had perished, rendering it an unclaimed object. Jin Yu remained uncertain of the purpose of the blue gemstone in the center, aside from its ability to project the screen. However, her intuition whispered that this object, resembling a blue gemstone, was far more precious than the golden wheat ear bracelet. Initially, Jin Yu had been apprehensive about revealing her golden finger in front of a multitude of onlookers, but now she found herself free to utilize her spatial powers at will. Jin Yu closed the drawer that contained the golden wheat ear space bracelet, and in the next breath, she drew the entire table into her spatial bracelet. Not stopping there, she plundered the entire luxurious yet understated office, collecting everything into her space bracelet, regardless of its utility. As she exited the now barren office, she cast a glance at the resplendent entrance and, unable to resist, dismantled it and stored it within her spatial bracelet. The viewers in Jin Yu's live stream were left astonished, their mouths agape at her audacious thievery. Having previously witnessed the brutal combat among contestants in the Hunger Games, they never anticipated the spectacle of a competitor acting as a demolition crew. The number of viewers in Jin Yu's live stream soared from a mere dozen to over 500. They watched in awe as she single-handedly resembled a demolition team, scavenging from the rooftop downwards, floor by floor. Initially, the comments criticized Jin Yu for her petty behavior, a reflection of her humble beginnings. However, the tone swiftly shifted, urging her to collect this item, then that one, ensuring nothing was left behind. Family who understands. Watching Jin Yu feels like observing my adorable little hamster hoarding supplies. Who wouldn't enjoy that? I've ceased to wonder about the size of the space bracelet Jin Yu obtained. Wow. Thermal suits. I can't believe there are thermal suits. What on earth happened in the past at the Leisure City? How did Longxing technology leave so many treasures behind? Indeed, it appears that after transforming Leisure City into a game location, the organizers neglected to remove the items within. Have you forgotten what Zhu Erden said earlier? Within the arena, all is unclaimed property. Wow, so all of this is a windfall. Indeed, Horowitz truly represents the wealthiest family in the Federation. They are extravagantly affluent. The game organizers exhibited their opulence, while Jin Yu showed no hesitation in taking advantage of it. In the 66-story skyscraper, she methodically scavenged from the rooftop down to the ground floor. The thrill of acquiring goods at no cost was exhilarating, but upon reaching the ground, she felt the fatigue in her body. Strangely, in such a towering building, Jin Yu had yet to encounter any other contestants. She pondered whether her luck was exceptionally good or if each contestant had landed in isolation. After all, the assailant from earlier had been in a different building. With the elevator out of service and the gloomy sky finally unleashing a torrential downpour, Jin Yu, having quenched her thirst, ascended to the third-floor lounge. There, she retrieved a pot to prepare hot pot by the sofa. Remarkably, only the laboratory on the 62nd floor contained any living vegetables. Unsure of their edibility, Jin Yu placed them in her spatial bracelet and smuggled some vegetables from her own supplies. As for the hot pot base and the meat and dumplings in the fridge, they appeared to have been deliberately left there before the competition. Though somewhat thawed, they remained consumable. Gazing at the steaming hot pot before her, Jin Yu's stomach began to grumble. Just as she prepared to dip her chopsticks into the bowl, she suddenly heard a series of gnawing sounds that sent a shiver down her spine, as if she were hearing an eerily familiar noise.
Damn.
Isn't that the sound of the rat zombies I heard back in Despair City? Jin Yu swiftly scooped the majority of ingredients from the pot into her bowl, secured it with a packaging bag, and dashed toward the emergency exit. The horde of white rats, their bodies glistening with red light, surged toward her from a mere 20 meters behind. The audience in Jin Yu's live stream watched anxiously, their hearts racing for her. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have been devoured in an instant. But still, was that bowl of food truly so vital? With her rice bowl stored away in her spatial bracelet, she replaced it with 2 oil barrels. Grasping one in each hand, she fled towards the exit, continuously spraying gasoline in all directions. As she burst through the door, the rat horde was a mere 5 meters away. Jin Yu turned, flicking a grain of fire through the rain into the building.
Boom.
Flames erupted, engulfing her in a cacophony of the rat's anguished screams and the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat. Without allowing herself a moment's respite, she immediately raced toward the skyscraper where she had previously eliminated another contestant. The relentless downpour outside was no place for her demise. The scattered mutated white rats, dwindled in number, posed little threat to her now. Upon entering the skyscraper, Jin Yu patrolled the first floor with the laser gun she had confiscated on the 66th floor, ensuring no anomalies were present before temporarily shutting off her live stream to quickly wash up and change into a new outfit. When she reopened her live stream, the viewers were greeted with the sight of Jin Yu clad in a sleek black leather outfit, her ponytail high, seated comfortably as she indulged in the eclectic feast she had salvaged from her hot pot. Sated, Jin Yu rummaged through what appeared to be a silver coffin meant for experimental subjects, which she had discovered in the laboratory on the 60th floor. Exhausted from the day's exertions, all she desired was a moment of serenity. After opening the coffin, she laid down a blanket and placed a pillow inside before settling in and securely closing the silver coffin once more. In Jin Yu's live stream, the viewer count stood at 699. A newcomer in the chat inquired, "Why is this contestant lying in an experimental nutrient pod?" Perhaps it's because she hails from a lesser-known background and has never encountered such advanced technology. Can this nutrient pod, having been in Leisure City for decades, still be functional? If not, she'll simply suffocate. Haha, the first contestant to bring about her own demise. I wonder who the fool is that bet on number 99. A certain host suddenly sneezed while observing the contestants on the projection screen. Who was thinking of him? Someone's here. Get up, number 99. Someone's coming for you. The seasoned viewers inundated the chat with frantic messages, attempting to alert Jin Yu. However, she lay oblivious in the nutrient pod, having only read the instructions which indicated its purpose was for recuperation. The revolving glass door of the building swung open once more, and 4 towering men, each with the same brown curly hair and nearly 3 meters tall, strode in sequentially. In Jin Yu's live stream, the viewer count rose to 789. Is anyone betting on how number 99 will meet her demise? The people from the B District Sandstorm Star are the most ferocious. I wager she'll be smashed into a pulp. I am a kind-hearted individual. Your thoughts are rather ruthless. I believe a demise by asphyxiation would be quite fitting. Little bunny. Ha ha. I wager it will be torn to shreds by the denizens of Sandstorm Star. The barrage in Jin Yu's live stream was inundated with her 999 imaginative methods of demise, while only a handful of obstinate viewers maintained that Jin Yu would not perish. Upon seeing this, please call me to study. Who says number 99 is destined to die? I swear on all my tutoring materials, if number 99 meets her end, I shall complete 100 sets of the Federal Agricultural Mock Exam papers. King of the realm, I vow to abstain from eating chicken stew with mushrooms for an entire month. Jin Yu's live stream had finally become lively, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Once the individuals from Sandstorm Star entered, it wasn't long before they, as everyone anticipated, spotted the resplendent nutrient chamber behind the sofa. The leading burly man approached the nutrient chamber, gazing at the emblem of a blue planet enveloped in golden wheat stalks, and remarked, "How could the wares of Longxing technology be found here?" The hefty man beside him hoisted the silver metal war hammer in his hand, suggesting, "Shall we smash it open to investigate?" "No," replied the leading burly man. "The teacher has stated that Longxing technology produces only the finest items. If you destroy it, we shall have nothing of value left. Baku, Bada, let us move." A glint of determination flashed in the burly man's eyes. After seizing victory, if the teacher were to witness the wise decision he made now, he would surely commend himself. The muscular man wielding the iron hammer, alongside another with a massive wolf-tooth club, simultaneously stowed their weapons before lifting the nutrient chamber containing Jin Yu. The viewers in Jin Yu's live stream watched in astonishment as she was transported by the Sandstorm Star individuals, then joined forces with those from West Rainbow Star, and subsequently became embroiled in a melee with those from Area A. The onlookers beheld the nutrient chamber, which Jin Yu occupied, being used as a weapon, employed as a makeshift umbrella against the elements, and even utilized as a dining table. The barrage of Jin Yu's 999 methods of demise transformed into a new stream of 1999 unexpected uses for her. As the audience let their imaginations run wild, speculating about the fate of the nutrient chamber, they simultaneously harbored a dread that Jin Yu might unexpectedly leap out from within, surprising the surrounding competitors. However, after entering the nutrient chamber, Jin Yu remained utterly silent, as if she had perished. As nearly half a month passed, Jin Yu still had not emerged from the chamber. Meanwhile, only two competitors from Sandstorm Star, Baku and Bada, had shouldered the nutrient chamber into the government hall of Leisure City. By this time, the Hunger Games had reached its midpoint, with only 40 players remaining. To intensify the competition, the sponsors had randomly dropped 3 mutated beast eggs into Leisure City, aiming to heighten the stakes of the game. Baku and Bada arrived at the government hall with the intention of acquiring the mutated beast eggs. Jin Yu slumbered soundly, feeling as though she had rested for an eternity, her body brimming with vigor and her spirit more invigorated than ever. Just as she contemplated exiting the silver coffin, she suddenly sensed a slight jolt to her confinement. Jin Yu remained still. In the live stream, the viewer count stood at 66. I am but a little bird. This is the first time in history that over 20 competitors have gathered in one place. Once upon a time, I attest, it is indeed the first time. In the government hall, over 20 competitors, varying in hair color, physique, and attire, displayed the treasures they had acquired in Leisure City at the center of the hall. Baku and Bada, under the disdainful gazes of those around them, sincerely placed the nutrient chamber containing Jin Yu amidst the treasures of the other competitors. They could think whatever they wished. Indeed, this nutrient chamber was the most valuable item they had discovered since entering the game. Amidst the dazzling array of weapons and treasures, the large nutrient chamber stood out conspicuously. Chapter 80. Livestream. Hunger Games 5. 5 competitors remained from Area A, known as the Sons of the Empire, making them the largest and most formidable group among the competitors. Hong Yen surveyed the watchful competitors around him and declared loudly, "The Hunger Games, a game for the brave. We shall form pairs. Whoever first retrieves the head of a level 3 demonic beast from outside shall claim the prize before us." As Hong Yen articulated the rules, the nutrient chamber among the so-called prizes was discreetly opened by Jin Yu. Jin Yu paused her actions, while Hong Yan's voice continued to resonate. Do not forget. Within lies 2 mutated beast eggs. Once they recognize their master, they shall harbor no treachery. I believe everyone understands what this implies. Although Hong Yen stated this, he continued to explain to the surrounding competitors, this means you will gain a tremendous advantage in the game. This advantage could determine your success in this competition. Standing beside Hong Yen was a middle schooler with spiky red hair, who exclaimed, I claim the mutated beast eggs first. Why should you have priority? We are all from Area A. I see no reason why we from Water Ocean Star should be inferior to you. The speaker was a refined youth with icy blue hair. Listening to the dispute outside the nutrient chamber, Jin Yu quietly lifted the lid and extended a hand, deftly landing upon one of the mutated beast eggs. A fortuitous opportunity presented itself. It would be remiss of Jin Yu not to seize it. However, she had not anticipated that these competitors, who often clashed with one another, would exhibit such honesty in this instance, refraining from any underhanded tactics. The viewer count in Jin Yu's live stream surged to 256. King of the Realm. The one on the right. That one is the Dragon Lion Tiger. I want that. Screaming heartily. King of Abandonment. The one on the left. The Ice Flame Python. I want that. Shouting fervently. Once upon a time. Number 99, listen to me. Take advantage of their distraction. We must have them all. I am but a little bird. For heaven's sake. That package of spatial bracelets over there. I desire that. Sell it to me. King of seizing opportunities. Only children make choices. Adults take them all. The live stream of Jin Yu was inundated with comments, and the streams of others like Hong Yen, Baku, and Bada were similarly overwhelmed. The Eternal King of Area. What are you doing, Hong Yen? Someone is raiding our territory. I am the strongest in the world. Are you all blind? Turn around. Beast Tamer, turn around. Shouting hoarsely. The Prince of Ice and Snow's lackey. Number 99. How shameless can you be? That ice flame python belongs to our Prince of Ice and Snow, Lamo. Release it. I have won enough with the noise. There's a freeloader sneaking in behind us. Finishing blow, master. What matters more, a face or a life? Within mere seconds, all the live streams of the competitors present were flooded with comments. Among them, a girl with red hair, standing beside Hong Yen, suddenly furrowed her brow, as if alerted by something, and sharply turned to gaze at the center of the prizes, locking eyes with Jin Yu, who was half emerging from the nutrient chamber. Someone is snatching the beast eggs. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Jin Yu swiftly swept all the treasures surrounding her, including the nutrient chamber that had been brought into her spatial realm. In the next moment, Jin Yu observed as flames, ice spikes, water arrows, and earth spikes were hurled towards her from the furious competitors. Jin Yu muttered a curse under her breath, grasped the nearby railing, leapt onto the staircase, and conjured a platinum shield with one hand, perfectly deflecting the onslaught of attacks. Deflecting a blow, Jin Yu showed no inclination to linger in battle, swiftly making her way towards the rooftop of the government building. Capture her. Kill her. She stole my beast egg. I will tear her apart. The threats echoed around her. But Jin Yu had heard such menacing declarations far too often for them to hold any weight. Thanks to the agility she had honed at the previous 4 checkpoints, her speed in fleeing had markedly improved. However, she was perplexed by the tenacity of her pursuers. Within moments, one of them leaped forward, wielding a silver double-edged blade aimed directly at her. Jin Yu kicked against the door, countering with her phantasmal blade, only to find its quality woefully inadequate. As the silver blade sliced through it effortlessly, had she not evaded quickly enough, that blade would have not merely grazed her shoulder, but could have cleaved her in two. Although her previous weaponry was unusable, she possessed a fair number of other arms. The assailant exhibited remarkable speed, yet unlike those in the hall before, seemed incapable of employing abilities like flames or ice spikes. Seizing her opportunity, Jin Yu retrieved a laser gun from her spatial pocket and, without hesitation, fired twice at the shadowy figure before her. The body crumpled to the ground, and without a backward glance, she burst through the door. The once tempestuous Xiayao city was now merely shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a pall over her spirits. Jin Yu sprinted to the rooftop of the government building, barely catching her breath when she locked eyes with a colossal creature resembling an oversized toad. No, it was not merely a gaze between them. Rather, her own 2 eyes were ensnared by the countless eyes dotted across the beast's body, each possessing a vivid green iris. The sheer number of eyes was enough to send a shiver down her spine. The creature, having noticed her, lunged its elongated tongue like a spring, striking precisely where she had emerged onto the rooftop. Had she not leapt swiftly, she would have been mercilessly ensnared by its barbed tongue. Though she narrowly escaped, one of the competitors pursuing her was not so fortunate and fell victim to the attack. Hong Yan, witnessing the retraction of the tongue, decisively hurled the still-breathing competitor out the door, signaling to his companions to kick Jin Yu's accomplices onto the rooftop before promptly locking the door behind them. The agonized screams resonated through the iron barrier, and Hong Yan addressed his comrades, "We must leave." Their initial motive for surrounding the government building was to utilize the mutated beast egg as bait to lure and slay the demonized creature. With someone momentarily holding off the beast, they seized the opportunity to escape. Others shared Hong Yan's sentiment. The few left on the rooftop were uncertain how much longer they could endure. Thus, as Hong Yan shut the rooftop door, the pursuing competitors hastily fled. The mutated beast egg was alluring, but survival was paramount. Especially in the absence of rewards, none wished to be the self-sacrificing hero battling the demonized beast. Their singular goal had always been to be the last one standing. Baku and Bada stood on the rooftop, observing Jin Yu, who, despite her injuries, valiantly contended with the creature's crimson tongue. Their feelings were deeply conflicted, for it was they who had transported her nutrient pod up there. And now everyone believed they were allies of Jin Yu. If you want to live, lend a hand. Chapter 81. Live Broadcast, Hunger Games 6. Baku and Bada, witnessing the emergence of the black-haired girl from the nutrient pod they had pilfered, raised their battle axes and beast knives, joining the fray. They care not. The nutrient pod was theirs, and this girl was theirs too. Baku observed the girl, who fought fiercely against the demonized beast, pondering, "She's incredibly strong. Perhaps she is a treasure left by Longxing technology in Xiayao City. How else could she have survived so long in the nutrient pod?" With renewed vigor, he intensified his attacks, convinced he had unraveled the truth, certain that his mentor would commend him. In Baku's live stream, the viewer count stood at 4562. Little Pencil, kill her. She's a contestant. I love grapes. I suspect Baku and his companion are unaware that number 99 is a contestant. Golden Key. They must know. It's glaringly obvious. I love grapes. But the people from Sandstorm Star are naturally face-blind and brawn over brains. Sand Earth Star. Hey, I accuse you of slander. Jin Yu was oblivious to the comments streaming through her live broadcast, let alone those in Baku's. All she could comprehend was that the toad before her was utterly revolting, especially since its tongue, which she had painstakingly severed, had inexplicably regrown. Covered in wounds and feeling increasingly numb from the impact of the beast's assault, she realized her consciousness was fading. If this continued, she might truly perish within this scenario. Taking advantage of Baku and Bada's distraction of the toad, Jin Yu sliced her own thigh with her blade to regain clarity. Then, she instantaneously teleported onto the creature's back, clutching 2 oil barrels. As she stepped onto its slimy, green-eyed surface, the grotesque sight nearly caused her to regurgitate the meal she had consumed earlier. Standing atop the toad was no easy feat. Its myriad blinking eyes obstructed her balance, while the slick, slimy surface made it a treacherous perch. For a moment, Jin Yu resembled a comical jester, slipping and sliding on the beast's back, pouring oil from her barrels onto its hide. The creature, of course, noticed this tiny invader, but capturing her proved exceedingly difficult, as she could teleport with ease. Jin Yu leaped to the top of the toad's head, and just as she poured oil down, the toad suddenly raised its head, causing both the falling oil and the sliding Jin Yu to tumble into its foul maw. In Jin Yu's live stream, the viewer count dropped to 2289. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. After chasing for so long, number 99, you are not allowed to die. Finishing blow 1. On this clear day, let us mourn for number 99 and applaud her selflessness as the demonized beast dines. I want to say what I want. Damn, I thought she was formidable. My flower has died. I bet 100 Federation coins on her. My little money. What a tragic end. Once upon a time. What the hell? What the hell? February read, mind your manners upstairs. Once upon a time. Number 99 is not dead. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. What? Where? Damn it. The toad's head just exploded. Indeed, at the moment the toad's mouth shut, it found not the anticipated taste of flesh, but instead felt a chaotic sensation in its mouth. Baku and Bada had yet to mourn the loss of their nutrient pod, and the girl it had birthed when, inexplicably, the toad spontaneously ignited. Not only did it combust, but the toad's bewildered expression lasted barely 2 seconds before its entire head detonated. Baku and Bada instinctively recoiled, failing to notice Jin Yu, who had suddenly appeared behind the small house at the rooftop entrance. In the Jin Yu live broadcast room, the viewer count reached 741. Crispy sweetheart, I am quite curious about the origins of number 99. Is it truly possible for a nameless star to cultivate such an individual? Ha ha ha. Of course. She asked from the nameless star. Did you not notice the weapons she previously displayed? Their quality was so poor that they disintegrated upon contact. Old leather ball. Indeed. Had she not scavenged so many valuable items from Longxing technology, especially the spatial bracelet, she might have perished long ago. I don't understand. Regardless of the quality of the weapons, I can fathom her retrieving items from the spatial bracelet, but she just instantaneously appeared on the rooftop from the jaws of a corrupted beast. Could this teleportation possibly be her innate ability? Once the best, it's quite possible. I don't understand. Then how do we explain the explosion of the corrupted beast's head and the flames that suddenly ignited on its body? Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Are you blind? Did you not see our number 99 pouring oil on it? She did the same at Longxing Technology. I don't understand. I was inquiring about the spark. I don't understand. I suspect she possesses the bloodline of the A District Flame Star. Once the best. Not necessarily. I have a feeling it may be related to the spatial bracelet number 99 acquired. If memory serves correctly, that belonged to the vice chairman of Longxing Technology. It might contain the latest research products they developed. Madman Zhang-san, I desire it so much. Who can kill her and sell me the spatial bracelet? I'll offer 20 million federal coins. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. You have quite the imagination. That spatial bracelet of number 99 must be the largest on the market. I'd say 200 million federal coins would be more fitting. I won't submit, I knew it. Those at Longxing Technology surely kept the best for themselves. Crispy sweetheart. Precisely. Such a large spatial bracelet should rightfully be surrendered to the military. Madman Zhang San, no worries. Once number 99 is dead, I'll just strip her of the bracelet. The barrage in Jin Yu's live stream was decidedly unfriendly, yet at least no one doubted the capabilities she exhibited. If Jin Yu were aware that the user named Once the Best had implicated her as a scapegoat for Longxing technology, she would have undoubtedly taken action. With the Toad's demise, Jin Yu felt as if she were nearing her own end. Particularly when she first glimpsed her life value plummet to 5 on her system panel, she pondered whether she might truly perish within this dungeon. Self-harm had ceased to bring her clarity. Biting her tongue, she attempted to release the nutrient pod. But before she could act, she collapsed beside it. Baku and Bada hurried over, exchanging glances upon witnessing the scene. Baku, brimming with confidence, remarked to Bada, "I told you I was right." Bada opened the nutrient pod, while Baku lifted Jin Yu and placed her inside, jubilantly proclaiming, "Hee, we're quite fortunate. Not only did we incur no losses, but we also gained a nutrient pod and a test subject for free." Bada hesitated. However, others from the stars have claimed she's a contender.
Baku assertait emphatically, impossible.
I've never seen her. Bada skeptically rubbed his head, but we from Sandstorm Star are notoriously face-blind. How can you be sure we've never encountered her? Baku gazed at Bada as if he were a fool. Have you ever seen a contestant willingly lock themselves in a nutrient pod during a game? All contenders strive to win the favor of viewers and sponsors, so how could anyone voluntarily sequester themselves for half a month? Besides, this nutrient pod is decades old from Longxing technology. It's likely just a clone experiment. As he spoke, Baku proudly tilted his head, instructing Bada, "I've long told you to heed your teachers. Look at me. My analysis is spot on." In Baku's live stream, the viewer count was 5,476. Dust Star, that makes sense. Although we from Sandstorm Star are inherently face-blind, he does make a valid point. I trust you, Ghost. Make sense? Nonsense. That's just a player, you fool. I am not a teacher. To my knowledge, Baku is self-taught. He is no teacher, and his mentor is not named Ming Song. 1,000 cups won't get me drunk. I'm truly baffled. It's been taken again. Chapter 82 Live Broadcast. The Hunger Games 7. Jin Yu awoke once more. Gasping for breath, her body enveloped in a tingling numbness that had dissipated, yet the feeling of suffocation lingered.
Bang!
Jin Yu forcefully kicked the lid off the nutrient pod, and fresh air rushed in, making her feel truly alive again. How strange. She hadn't experienced any oxygen deprivation while lying in the pod. Before she could ascertain her surroundings, a sudden bear-like roar erupted nearby.
Me nutrient pot.
Jin Yu, seated within the pod, observed a muscular man, approximately 3 meters tall, clutching the door of the nutrient pod she had just kicked off, wailing in agony. If she wasn't mistaken, these two gentlemen were the contestants who had carried her and subsequently rescued her. Baku, cradling the nutrient pod's door, clumsily attempted to reattach it, but in his efforts, he not only failed to restore it but also broke the door entirely. Jin Yu looked at the hulking figure, whose focus seemed solely on the door of the nutrient pod, and exclaimed, You broke my nutrient pod." A chorus of complaints ensued. "Jin Yu, do you have any more?" Gazing at the two stout men opposite her, she nodded. During her time in the Longxing Technology Building, she had discovered 26 nutrient pods, and having learned their marvelous applications, she now regarded them as miraculous elixirs. After her prolonged unconsciousness, her physical state had deteriorated to an extreme, yet after spending considerable time in the nutrient pod, her life value had grown to 54. While her condition had not fully restored, she was no longer incapacitated. Bada looked at Baku with excitement and a hint of admiration. "No wonder you're the captain. Baku, you're the best." Baku proudly raised his head. "I saw her collect those trophies. Even if she's a test subject, she must possess the spatial bracelet from Longxing Technology." "Jin Yu, why can't I understand what they're saying? What test subject? Are you referring to me?" Baku and Bada nodded in unison. Jin Yu. She gazed at Baku and Bada, suspicion etched on her face. Were they playing dumb to deceive her? She had been so audacious in her declaration. They had no reason not to recognize her. Even if they didn't know her, they should at least have some impression. "Just the two of you?" Jin Yu inquired. "Did the toad get collected? How was it collected? Why was it collected?" Two puzzled voices echoed simultaneously. "Jin Yu, it's nothing. Originally, she had intended to collect the toad and find an opportunity to harvest its venom for her hidden weapons. It was simply that she felt that the venom from the toad was exceedingly useful. Yet these two individuals before her seemed to be feigning ignorance for some unknown reason. Why did you save me? As far as she knew, since the game could only have one victor in the end, even if they hailed from the same place, they would ultimately fall into a deadly conflict. In such circumstances, why would they choose to save her? Baku looked at Jin Yu with a bemused expression, saying to Bada, "It seems this test subject has been locked away in the nutrient pod for too long. Her mind is a bit off." Bada, equally concerned, remarked, "Remember to bring her back to show the teacher after you win. Let us see if this test subject's mind can still be salvaged." In the Baku live stream, the viewer count stood at 7652. Amidst the cacophony of laughter in the comments, the roar of "I am not a teacher" resonated distinctly. "I am not a teacher," Bada exclaimed. "I am determined to see if the two of you can be cured." Jin Yu, however, discerned another layer of meaning in Bada's words and inquired, "How do you know he has won?" With pride, Bada proclaimed, "Because I would stake my life to ensure Baku becomes the champion of this hunger game." Baku thumped his chest and assured Bada, "Rest assured, I shall never let Sandstorm Star or the teachers down. I will not allow your sacrifices to be in vain." Observing the sincerity in their expressions, Jin Yu felt a surge of complex emotions. "Quickly, bring us the nutrient chamber and the mutated beast eggs." Baku turned to Jin Yu and called out. Jin Yu replied, "Do I look like a gullible fool who takes orders?" Noticing her lack of action, Baku gave her a gentle push on the shoulder. Though not forceful, his strength was considerable, causing Jin Yu to stumble backward. "You were brought here by us. So, what belongs to us must be yielded to our commands." Jin Yu retorted, "I am a person, not an object."
Ugh.
"They are far from mere objects." Bada, observing Jin Yu's stubbornness, queried, "Our Sandstorm Star has yet to reach such advanced technology. Do you think she, like the mutated beast eggs, also requires blood to recognize her master?" No sooner had Bada finished speaking than Baku unsheathed a knife, poised to smear it across Jin Yu's face. Unable to endure any longer, she instantaneously teleported 5 meters away, prompting Bada's excited exclamation, "She can teleport. Are you all insane? I am a person."
Baku shouted, "Clone."
"Real person." Jin Yu, frustrated, pounded her chest in protest. "I am a pure human being." In Jin Yu's live stream, the viewer count had dropped to 5,432. Heavenly King covers the earth. Ha ha. A pure human and a foolish one. Golden key. It feels like watching amateurs peck at each other. Baku and Bada had led Jin Yu to a place surrounded by towering trees. They must still be within the bounds of Xiaoyao City. Could this be a primitive forest park within it? Jin Yu guessed aimlessly. "Regardless of who you are now one of us from Sandstorm Star." The viewer count in Baku's live stream remained at 7652. Star. Sandstorm Star's people are indeed formidable. The boxing champion of Sandstorm Star, a mere experimental subject, dares to challenge her masters. It seems she is in need of a lesson. I am speechless. She is a contestant. Contestant. Where are your brains, people from Sandstorm Star? Meanwhile, Jin Yu from Xiaoyao City no longer wished to waste time with Baku and Bada. As Baku rushed toward her, she teleported directly onto a towering giant sequoia. "Get out of the way." Although Baku and Bada did not comprehend Jin Yu's words, they obediently stepped aside. At that moment, a brand new nutrient chamber materialized in the very spot they had vacated. "The reward and items are yours. Take a look for yourselves." Baku and Bada stepped forward in excitement to examine the new nutrient chamber. Just as they intended to continue their conversation with Jin Yu, they realized she had vanished from sight. After disappearing, Jin Yu dashed to a lake several dozen miles away, ensuring there were no players or any mutated beasts nearby before retrieving the 2 mutated beast eggs she had found in the government building. Recalling Baku and Bada's earlier remarks, she conjured a blade and pricked her fingertip, then pressed her blood onto the 2 mutated beast eggs before her. Chapter 83. Livestream, Hunger Games 8. One egg bore a fiery golden flame pattern, while the other was adorned with an icy blue frost design. Jin Yu pierced her fingers on both hands and pressed them onto the eggs, maintaining contact for nearly a minute, ensuring her blood was absorbed before withdrawing her fingers. Gazing at the mutated beast eggs and the peculiar method of recognizing their master, Jin Yu momentarily questioned whether she had traversed into a fantastical realm. As the process seemed so strikingly similar, sitting cross-legged by the lakeside with her hands cradling her face, she fixated on the two mutated beast eggs. What is happening? These eggs aren't defective, are they? It's been nearly half an hour, and they haven't shown any signs of life. In Jin Yu's live stream, the viewer count had risen to 6,101. Entertainment to death. This nameless star seems unaware of how to make the mutated beast eggs recognize their master. Has the nameless star become so impoverished that they can't even afford a light brain? Delicious lamb. To make the mutated beast eggs recognize their master. Blood must accompany an intrusion of spiritual power. This person before us surely possesses no spiritual power at all. First of the year, impossible. Anyone who has awakened their innate abilities, even the weakest, would have at least a trace of spiritual power. I suspect her knowledge is so lacking that she is unaware of the method. Heavenly King covers the earth. Are you all fools? Have you forgotten how contestant number 99 tossed the mutated beast eggs into a space bracelet? Living beings cannot enter space bracelets. The chatter in the live stream persisted, while Jin Yu helplessly regarded the two mutated beast eggs before her. An hour was the maximum time she could allocate to them. Once the time elapsed, she placed the eggs into her space. There was no alternative. Her My Sway space bracelet could not accommodate living beings. She had tried. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she placed the two mutated beast eggs into the space, the previously flawless shells suddenly cracked in unison. Entertainment to death. Understood. The game's organizers must be exceedingly stingy to have provided two dead eggs. Heavenly King covers the earth. That shouldn't be the case. Could the Horowitz family be on the brink of bankruptcy? My family is invincible. Nonsense. Your family is the one going bankrupt. First of the year. I wasn't even talking about you. Why are you so anxious? My family is invincible. The Horowitz family would never engage in such disgraceful acts. It must be that the mutated beast eggs became stillborn during the course of the game. Jin Yu remained unaware that her actions had fostered numerous misunderstandings among the live stream audience. Even if she had known, she would have allowed this delightful misunderstanding to persist. The vast expanse of her My Sway space bracelet had already drawn considerable attention. If she possessed a space that could accommodate living beings, this game would hardly need to conclude, as she would be besieged, forced to fight for survival and treasure. Leaving the lakeside, Jin Yu, armed with a laser gun, prepared to make her way to the exit of the dense primordial park. It must be said, Jin Yu, Baku, and Bada shared an extraordinary connection. Just as she was about to exit the primordial forest park, she encountered Baku and Bada, who were engaged in a fierce struggle with other contestants. It appeared that Baku and Bada were being besieged by 8 other competitors. Although they seemed somewhat dim-witted, their combat prowess was among the highest of all contestants, particularly Baku, who wielded the nutrient chamber with such finesse that none of the competitors could approach. However, as previously mentioned, despite their high combat abilities, their cunning was exceedingly limited. Among their assailants, a boy with blue hair employed the simplest tactic of diversion, successfully separating Baku and Bada. After the separation of Baku and Bada, the remaining 8 competitors swiftly dispatched the two one by one. In a mere 15 minutes, Bada, drenched from head to toe, was encased in ice. As one of the competitors with brown hair unleashed a spike of earth to shatter the frozen Bada, a violent sandstorm erupted, enveloping everyone in its chaos. Jin Yu narrowed his eyes, transforming his laser gun into a double-edged sword from Longxing technology, plunging into the fray. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, the audience in the live stream began to regain clarity of vision. They anxiously observed the emerging figures of the competitors, initially expecting to witness a ruthless massacre of the outnumbered, yet the reality revealed that although Bada had perished, Baku stood bewildered at the center of the battlefield. The reason for his bewilderment was that all 8 players surrounding him had been eliminated. In Baku's live stream, the viewer count reached 321. Star of the Sands, Baku is indeed formidable. Crispy sweetheart, am I the only one who finds this strange? Was there something that rushed in before Baku made a move? I am not a teacher. Among those 8 competitors, 5 of their fatal injuries were not inflicted by Baku or Bada. Little pencil. How do you know? Is there anyone besides Baku? I am not a teacher. While Baku and Bada excel in close combat, their fighting style typically favors powerful, sweeping strikes due to the inherent physical advantages of the sandstorm beings. The fatal injuries of those 5 players clearly resulted from rapid, lethal strikes, which do not align with Baku and Bada's attack style. I love grapes. You seem quite familiar with the sandstorm beings. Could you be a teacher? I am not a teacher. Shouting, I am not a teacher. The deaths of the remaining 5 players became a mystery in Baku's live stream, yet in Jin Yu's stream, it transformed into a spectacle. In Jin Yu's live stream, the viewer count reached 666. King of the Earth. Wow. As expected of the woman I admire. She managed to appear in the government hall after taking down 5 competitors. This teleportation is unbelievable. Eagleman, the distance between the primitive park and the government hall is considerable. How did she manage to arrive before the sandstorm vanished? Seeing please call me to read. It is absolutely impossible that she teleported. There are 2 reasons. Seeing please call me to read. The first reason is the distance. Even the person known for the longest teleportation has not exceeded 100 meters. The second reason is that even if she could teleport if she emerged from the sandstorm, we would definitely have seen her figure. Did you see her? Once the first. Could it be another high-tech product from Longxing Technology? Cutting down 1. If Longxing Technology were that impressive, it wouldn't have vanished 10 years ago. Once the first. How do you know Longxing Technology disappeared rather than went into hiding? Perhaps it has not gone bankrupt. It might simply exist in a different form. The atmosphere in Jin Yu's live stream was notoriously boisterous, but Jin Yu, unable to hear or see, chose to ignore it. Upon utilizing spatial transfer to arrive at the government hall, she found it devoid of any presence. Standing at the entrance of the government building, she cast a glance at the lifeless body of the toad sprawled on the ground, revealing a villainous smile. She had struck gold. Chapter 84. Live Broadcast. Hunger Games 9. Jin Yu initially intended to stow the toad, which was as tall as a small hill, directly into her spatial bracelet. However, her disdain for the green pus oozing from it made her hesitate. Although she found it repulsive, recalling how the venom had nearly claimed her life. She donned the laboratory protective suit she had found at the Longxing Technology building and armed herself with a bucket and a shovel, diligently scraping the toxic substance off the toad's body. Viewers in Jin Yu's live stream watched her, bucket and shovel in hand, moving back and forth over the toad's body, and were left speechless, even the barrage of comments dwindling. They understood that Jin Yu hailed from a nameless star and had not experienced much. But was she truly so impoverished that she couldn't overlook the venom on the toad? As night fell, Jin Yu had collected 10 buckets of venom. The government building, still marked by the recent battle, remained unvisited by other competitors, especially with the dead toad lying at the entrance. Thus, she felt entirely justified in cooking on the first floor of the government building. After satisfying her hunger, she kept herself busy, fashioning 260 slender darts from the silver metal sheets she had discovered at Longxing Technology. Unsurprisingly, she soaked all these darts in the venom. Despite the moonlight shining faintly and the surrounding silence, Jin Yu maintained her vigilance. Among the 5 competitors she had slain, 2 were players, one of whom had killed another player, meaning Jin Yu had acquired 3 skills. The clustering of players did not provoke her wariness. Rather, it was the realization that the blue-haired youth she had killed could see the live stream comments in real time, with others even advising him through the barrage. Was this not cheating? Placing a perceptive competitor amidst a group of oblivious ones was akin to deploying an all-knowing strategist. What troubled Jin Yu most was her suspicion that the ability to view live stream comments was not limited to that youth alone. The Hunger Games had forsaken fairness. That night, Jin Yu heard the sound of fireworks. Stepping out of the government building, she beheld a projection in the sky. With 7 days remaining until the game's conclusion, only 21 competitors remained. Jin Yu had gleaned some information about this world from her encounters with the 5 competitors, especially in light of the live broadcast, which imposed certain restrictions on her actions. One such restriction was that she could not openly retrieve the 2 mutated beast eggs from her spatial area, as doing so would expose her ability to harbor living creatures. Moreover, aside from spatial manipulation and teleportation, it was best not to openly use her other advantages unless absolutely necessary. This world was structured such that once an individual awakened their innate abilities, they could transcend their original class. The more potent the innate ability, the broader the selection of planets available for settlement. However, Those who awakened their abilities were invariably single-type powers, and the extent of their powers was closely tied to their mental fortitude. This explained why Baku had refrained from using his innate abilities at the onset of the conflict. He might not have fully recovered from previous exertions, or he might have been exceedingly confident in his prowess, believing he could vanquish his foes without resorting to his abilities. Yet, it was evident that underestimating the enemy was the precursor to defeat. After a night of rest, Jin Yu resolved to take the initiative. She possessed numerous hidden cards, and the potential for exposure in a live broadcast was significant. In a world rife with research institutions, she feared becoming a test subject, dissected and studied. Therefore, Jin Yu planned to tread an unconventional path, aiming to eliminate all competitors swiftly to conclude this game. It was a life-and-death struggle. She had never contemplated an alternative choice. At this moment, Jin Yu suddenly realized something peculiar. The game system of the Wandering Blue Star project seemed to have remained silent since her entry into this world. The initial announcement was conspicuously absent. Therefore, her mission in this world must indeed be to secure victory in the Hunger Games. Am I correct? Exiting the government hall, Jin Yu scavenged the remnants of this forsaken city, known as the City of Leisure, while simultaneously seeking traces of other contestants. Fortune favored the diligent. After finishing her midday meal, she glimpsed a fierce blaze in the distance, confirming the whereabouts of a group of contestants, seemingly referred to as the Empire Sons. By the time Jin Yu arrived, the fire had nearly consumed itself. Amidst 4 devastated skyscrapers, where once a serene pond lay, an inexplicable pit of flames now roared. At the center of this inferno, 3 contestants were bound to crimson pillars, reduced to charred remains. As Jin Yu beheld these 3 ashen figures, she assumed they were undoubtedly deceased, until one of the charred forms inexplicably stirred, addressing the red-haired girl and the green-haired boy standing opposite. With great difficulty, he uttered, "Hong Fu, how dare you betray us, the Blaze Star?" Jin Yu discreetly retrieved a 1.5-meter-tall trash bin from her spatial bracelet, squatting behind it to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Betrayal? What do you mean?" "I have never pledged allegiance," she mused with curiosity. Aside from the green-haired boy, whom she had never encountered before, these 2 were none other than the individuals from the government building, one who had exposed her and the other who had pursued her. Both scions of the Blaze Star Empire. It was astonishing how quickly they had turned against one another. Bound in the center, Hong Yan gazed at the transformed Hong Fu and demanded, "Who are you really?"
Anfu.
"You are not her."
Anfu's mirkt.
Her demeanor unfazed as she recalled the live broadcast setting. With a smile, she proclaimed, "Only one can emerge as the victor in the Hunger Games. To the victor belong the spoils. You have merely lost." Those who seek excuses for their failures are nothing but pitiful. Struggling against his bindings, Hong Yan found the ropes to be inexplicably unyielding. Even as they cut into his flesh, he could not break free, nor could he burn them away. Noticing Hong Yan's futile efforts, Hong Fu's lips curled in disdain as she remarked to her companions, "It seems the flames cannot extinguish them. Perhaps we should explore the delights of dismemberment instead? The taste of roasted flesh is a rarity I long to savor." Jin Yu's brow furrowed involuntarily at Hong Fu's expression. She instinctively sensed that this individual was a player. However, such a sadistic and somewhat deranged player was unfamiliar to her from the forums, save for that foreign angel. As the green-haired boy brandished a thin, sharp blade toward Hong Yan, a fireball surged toward her from the southwest, indicating that she was not the only one seeking to capitalize on this chaos.